Five, four, three, two, one, and dun da da da. You're live.
Welcome, everybody, to the Wednesday night segment of The Outer Realm. We are so sorry. We're trying to get the guests on from the UK. StreamYard is working, but it's not working for everybody. So we are basically struggling a little bit. So anyway, we are broadcasting via Skype on the International Public Radio and the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM from the beautiful city of New Orleans. Big thank you to our sponsors, Folgers Coffee, whom we love a whole lot. So thank you, Folgers. Now, tonight we do have back two of our favorite people, Carl Cookson and Hamilton White of the Lost Relic Hunters. Note the new name, formerly Lost Relics of the Knights Templar. They're going to be discussing season 2 of their hit TV show, which premiered this week, and we're going to hit them up with a bunch of questions. We've had some coming in, so it's going to be a whole lot of fun. Participate in tonight's show, guys. It's going to have to be on the International Public Radio YouTube channel. We're not going to be on StreamYard, therefore we're not going to be able to see all of the other comments. So this one here only, please. So as we speak, I am going to go in and I'm going to add the guys to the call. So one moment. Please. One. And we're going to get into call add. There we go. Calling the guys. All righty. Doing this the old-fashioned way. It just feels kind of weird. Carl is unavailable. Hamilton is here.
I'm definitely here. I don't know if anybody can see me.
We can't. I have to go back in and catch Carl here. I probably have to get him on the other. Hold on. Nope, that's not going to work. Carl. Okay. Yeah, I have to bring him on. All right, I'm going to keep trying Carl because he wasn't coming on there. So I am sort of thinking, this is the one he's on. I don't know. I'm going to try him on both. Let's see if he's on that one. Nope, not that one. Let's try this one again. Hope he didn't go and start another one.
If he's on an iPad, he has to reopen everything.
Yeah. So how are you, Hamilton?
Oh, old and tired. I've been up for 23 hours. I'm just at the point of falling asleep. I'm absolutely shattered.
What would
Time realistically is a thorough nuisance. I think America should convert to English time.
I agree.
Life would be much easier.
But it would be so bright out at 3 o'clock in the morning for us. Because you would have 8 a.m. We're 5 hours behind you.
Can't even do the sums. What's that?
We're now it's 9:30.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. So at 8 o'clock in the morning for you, it's 3 a.m. for us, and we couldn't handle that sunshine that early.
Okay. I've just had a message ting through from Carl. It says, still waiting on Scott.
I've tried both of his accounts.
Yeah.
I've tried. I'm going to start a video call. I'm just going to see. Yeah, I can't do it because it's created by me, so he's not. I have to know which account he's on. The guy's got two of them. The video says it's been removed by upholder. Did you post a new link yet?
Yeah. I did, but I can only post it to so many places. It won't let me on them.
Okay, I'm just going to start right now. So, guys, I really do apologize here. Okay, I'm not tagged. I don't have anything from you.
I have it on the original. I changed the link on the original post. Oh, Carl tried to call. Did he? Nope. I don't know. Some white banner went up in front of me.
Well, I've just got another message come up through me, and my Skype's now disappeared. I can't see you or anything. I can see nothing at all.
I don't know where you are.
I think it might be time for a new iPhone.
I'm going to try again. Carl. Share link. Carl, let's go. New. Newest account. Hamilton, yeah, I don't know where you went. Maybe I'm just gonna. There you are. Okay, I'm on the same as before.
Well, your camera's
Well, log
not
out,
on.
relog. Okay, because I've tried 4 times.
Wow.
Okay, so while we're waiting for Carl, why don't we get started before Hamilton falls asleep? So Hamilton, what have you guys been up to? Oh, now I can't hear you. You've muted your mic.
I can't even see him. There you are.
Yeah, you there.
I
How about
can't
Don't-
see myself. I can see you two perfectly, but I can't see.
Don't worry about you.
Yeah, we can see you. We could definitely
You look
see
very
you.
handsome.
No problem.
You're fine.
I know.
You're good.
Okay, here we are again.
Is he trying
Share a
again?
link for others to join. Okay.
Again?
Add. I'm adding Carl, calling him again. So you just had your new show. Your season 2 has just aired.
Yes, I think in England it started last Monday. I think they've put 3 episodes out altogether. I think they did 2 back-to-back last week and 1 this week. Why they done it like that, I don't know. And I think it goes out on Discovery in USA either today or tomorrow. So I believe.
Oh, that's excellent.
I think anyway. I don't know. I mean, we've been given no information whatsoever.
No.
We're just picking it up from other
There
things
you
that people.
There we are. Okay. I'm bouncing around between accounts going, which one are you on? So, all right.
Clue what's happened there.
Okay,
Wow.
Ah,
You
got
see
you.
me?
Yay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Hamilton was just filling us in and saying that the new series is just premiered on Sky, and I know we don't have it like in the U.S. at this point because that's where I would see it on American television, and I haven't seen it yet. So what's been your feedback?
Incredible, actually. Yeah, I mean, it was a bit worrying, after doing the first series was all Templar related.
Right.
And this show has got, episode 1 and 2 covers the Templars in quite in depth, and the items are Templar related, but obviously with the other episodes cover different areas. But like we said last time when we was talking to you, everything kind of overlaps and overlays, all the different periods, all the places, the same places, it's just different actors playing in them. So it's come together fantastic, the second series. We didn't get any privileges to see it really any more than, when we saw it on TV.
Oh,
So
that's interesting.
yeah, we saw some of the rushes, but to actually see it as it's broadcast, as an audience participants, it was good, and I enjoyed it actually. I thought, it's quite strong. I was, because we wasn't sure whether it was going to be as strong as the first series, but the feedback that's coming in is quite unanimous that it's at least as strong as the first series.
Excellent.
Which were the first 2 episodes then? Was it Venice? What was the second one?
Well, the first one is Venice, and then it takes us over to Istanbul, or Constantinople as it was called.
Right.
So we're talking, well, we can't go into too much detail because we don't want to ruin it for people who haven't seen it.
No.
Right.
No.
Coming up,
And season 1 hasn't even arrived in Canada yet. And Sean Williamson videotaped it off of the TV for me to send it so I could see a few
brilliant.
clips because we don't have it yet. And he sent it to Michelle and I yesterday.
And I said, I've seen it. I've got American
Yeah, I
television.
haven't though.
I've
but
seen the
'cause I
whole
was
series.
whining. I was
I know.
whining. I said, I don't even know what to say because I haven't seen this show. So I'm going based on all your photos and all your clips and all the information you're giving there. And your fan base is massive. And they're constantly participating in our
really
posts.
growing.
And
Yeah.
it really is.
The difference a year makes. You
I
know,
know it's a funny one because we've been out of it, and I was talking to Hamilton the other day. What you don't realise when you're doing this kind of work is you imagine before you engage in it that there's going to be this constant sort of umbilical cord between us, the broadcaster, and the production company. But everyone's busy doing their own stuff, and there isn't this amazing sort of constant connection. We keep in touch.
Nothing.
We're sort of we're satellites in a way.
right.
So it gets lonely and cold out here sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard nothing since the day we finished filming in Barcelona. Nothing, total silence.
Well, that's just the way it is, isn't it? I mean,
it just seems very weird to me, But I mean, we only found out the broadcast dates when somebody else put some information up on the internet, didn't we? And the thing about Discovery in the USA, did you look it up to see if it was today or tomorrow, or I know it's this week.
I was told it's a week after. I think it was Jill Harbeck that said it. It opened last week in the UK, and then 1 week later, because the Americans were on her Facebook page saying, "Well, when are we going to get to see it?" And she said it'll be on next week.
Have it. It's
really?
not here yet.
Maybe it's a couple of weeks.
I don't know because I've got the PVR set to like automatically record. So I'll have to go hunt it down, like that. See what I did there? So I'll have to go hunt it down.
It's not as funny when you have to point it out, though.
I know.
I mean, I think it's also been broadcast in some of the other European countries, hasn't it? I believe.
It's coming out in the Benelux countries, I think, this week. I'm not sure whether it's the 16th or the 19th, but it's definitely coming out there. And actually, I've just come back from Sarajevo in Bosnia, and we're quite well known in these former Yugoslavian countries like Croatia, Serbia, Montenegro, and Bosnia-Herzegovina. So that's good. It's interesting. I went to a farmhouse to meet some friends, and they brought a big crowd of people to meet me, and I thought they're just coming to meet me, God, English guy, but I think they were a little bit starstruck.
Oh, that's nice. Though.
It was nice. They were lovely.
News to me.
That's great.
Were we subtitled then, or did somebody do a voiceover and all that?
No, just like, where the hell was I?
Can you do a Bosnian accent?
Well, I didn't even know it had been shown in all those countries.
Yeah,
I remember Sonia saying something about Bosnia, but I didn't know about the rest of them.
It's been
you
on.
have to move your
in,
mouth more, though.
It's even been on in Hungary and Romania.
I love Romania.
Wow.
Love
Romania. Michelle's favorite country.
It was hard for me to leave that. I have a lot of favorite countries because I fall in love with everyone I go to, but I love Romania. Time stands still in Romania.
Those, the former Yugoslavia and the sort of Baltic kind of place are absolutely fantastic.
Oh, I bet.
And one of the brilliant things about it, and it really is, I know people easily say this when they go to places, but the people over there are so nice, and you just can't get treated better anywhere in the world.
Nice.
We've been on half an hour and nobody said anything about how great Folger's coffee is yet.
Not wrong. He's not wrong.
Yeah, there we go. Right.
He's not wrong.
There we go.
Hey,
Folgers,
perfect.
we love you. Yeah.
I know. What coffee are we talking about again?
Folgers.
Yay!
What was that? I can't hear. My speaker's off. I'm sorry.
Maybe we should have done
Folgers, yeah, right.
See?
What? Did I hear right?
a little
I don't know.
jingle for it, couldn't we?
Oh, sing a little
They
song
have
next
one.
time. Yeah.
They have one. It's the best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup, but they sing it. I'm not going to sing it because I don't get paid to sing by Joe.
No, that's very
So-
wise.
Well, I can
Those are
actually
things.
sing, so there's the difference.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
Oh my
no,
gosh.
I mean it's just a relief now. It's actually, they finished the editing. That's it. Because I mean, it just seemed to be trying to get the last thing done. Just went on, and
Yeah, but I mean, it was massively challenging with the COVID.
oh,
You know, it was like Pac-Man. We was in a country and there was like this big thing trying to gobble us up behind us. We just had to get the work done in that country. And next thing, that country was locking down, and we just nipped over the border into another country. And you know, next thing we're hearing rumbles off the local people saying, "Oh, the government are going to close it down." And we were lucky, you know, we got all the shots we needed in very exotic places, whilst there wasn't any film companies doing this abroad because it was too late for them. So we've actually got amazing content in a global COVID environment. And I think that was, you know, there was a bit of luck there. And also, you know, the old adage, luck favours the bold, because we went out there and thought we'll give it a shot. And we you know, we had great people working with us, and we just done it. You know, it was a bit tiring at times.
Mm-hmm.
well, I mean, the other thing we didn't say last time we were on is, I mean, we were over in Spain, and we should have gone from Spain to Portugal. We
Right.
got delayed by a day in filming because we had the minor hiccup of having all the camera equipment stolen out of the car one morning that didn't exactly.
Oh, wow,
And
right?
then, because we were delayed leaving Spain, the day before we were supposed to go to Portugal, Portugal changed the quarantine rules, so we then couldn't go into Portugal because we were behind schedule. So we had to completely reformat, because it was supposed to be 50% Spain, 50% Portugal, and all of a sudden we were stuck in Spain. We couldn't go up into France either.
Oh my
So
gosh, I
we-
can't even believe it. You were stuck in freaking Spain.
How the
Let me
hell
tell
do
you what.
say stuck in Spain in the
Yeah.
same sentence when we've been in lockdown for 18 effing months? Really?
And he's
I'd
stuck
be so
in
upset
Spain.
stuck in Spain. I'd be
Listen.
so upset stuck on a beach.
You'll forgive
Stuck
us,
at a
right?
bar.
If we're not as
Like,
sympathetic.
Seriously. Really?
No, there's only so many tapas you can eat. You know.
Yeah, you'd be surprised.
Come
I'm little,
on.
but I can eat. I have a comment in the chat room. Mary Glenn said that the show is not in the guide for Discovery until the next 2 weeks in the USA. So it'll be in 2 weeks. Thank you,
for
Mary
that.
Glenn.
Right.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you for
Yeah,
that.
I'm sorry, we
Yeah,
can't.
we just don't
can't.
know. Can't help.
No, well, the production should be getting a hold of you and letting you know so you can promote it. You might want to call them.
Right? Yeah.
Good idea.
I mean,
Usually they send you the promo shot so that you can promote it for them. It's part of your contract.
I've never filmed with
So-
somebody that didn't send me schedules
No.
or links and say, okay, here's all when your segments are going to air.
Yeah.
Usually, yeah. I mean, I always know
The
when
cover,
everything's in
the
air because
banner.
they do want you to promote it. At least you
Yeah.
think they would want you to promote
You
it.
sign that when you sign the paperwork. It says
Well,
right there,
we
you're
did.
responsible for promoting.
Yeah, but we promote it really because we enjoy interacting with the people who
Yes.
are interested. So it's not like, oh, we've got to promote the show and get out there. It's a nice part of what we do.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying that normally they come forward to you before it airs so that
They're a
you
little
can
bit
get it out there
unorthodox,
because
though.
people follow you.
But
Yeah.
they're a little bit unorthodox, aren't they? Like you guys are just sort of not kept in the loop. It's like just show up, do your thing, and
Well, you've
Would
got
just be an
COVID
awful-
going on, don't forget. And it's like, everything's quite disrupted at the moment. So there's people aren't working in offices and working from home.
Yeah.
So the normal flow of communication's never going to be as it was in pre-COVID. But hopefully now things are simmering down a little bit. We might get back to some sense and how things normally work. But that's what I think's happened. I just think it's just gone a little bit awry with this pandemic.
Mm-hmm. So
you don't have to look at what Hamilton's just said before with regards to filming while we're away. It was almost chaotic, but we did manage to keep it together, and it was a bit challenging.
Mm-hmm.
Mary just corrected herself. She said, I don't know when it starts. The guide just only goes 2 weeks out. I've heard November, so I'm not sure. So you guys might want to get the answers for them so you can promote that on your Facebook
I'll go
pages.
look.
So
I'll go search it on my PVR.
She's in United States.
Yeah.
She said she can only get 2 weeks at a time, so she can't find it.
Is she on our fan page? Is she?
Yeah, join the fan page, Mary.
I got
Join the fan
something.
page, Mary, and you'll get it.
Sorry, Hamilton?
Yeah.
I got sent a screenshot off Discovery, which somebody sent me a few days ago, and it was something to do with Eastern time, because the broadcast was 10 o'clock at night Eastern time, and I'm sure that the date of it was something like 15th, 16th, or 17th was what. I didn't keep the screenshots, unfortunately.
But did you get the month?
Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, this month is what I thought. I don't know.
It's a little vague.
What the problem
it's just
is,
a little thing.
We get bombarded with so many messages all of the time. You turn the phone on in the morning, and there's like 30 things. It's just getting impossible to try and keep on top of it.
Tell me about it. I get over 100 messages a day just on Messenger. I'm just like.
And when they can't reach her, guess who they message?
What are you then? Yeah.
I don't purposely ignore people.
It's so much fun.
Kind of.
No. And I tell them, I'm like, she's not ignoring you, and I can't answer these questions for you. But anyway.
I'm still having to dig into the time when Series 1 come out, because we got that many messages on Messenger. I just couldn't answer them all.
Wow.
Yeah. It's hard to do when it gets some spare time. I scroll back and I find the ones I haven't sort of responded, and I get in touch, and I just feel quite lousy, that it's took so long to get back. But it's just impossible to do them all.
It would be a full-time job.
Yes,
just
it would.
Try and keep on top of emails, messages, and
yes,
it is. That's what a publicist does.
Impossible.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a publicist, an assistant. That's what they do, right?
Because
we don't have one of those. We don't have.
You can hire me. I work really cheap.
It's beyond questions, because people have stories to tell. People want to communicate.
Yeah.
And when you reply, it's like, oh my God, you replied, and it's very difficult because you can't keep going and chat.
Yeah.
Conversations.
That is part of the problem. Yeah.
And equally, you don't want to just do a sort of generic reply that sounds disingenuous.
I do. I have one free.
Don't even speak about communicating, Mr. Cookson.
Okay.
You know the score. Yeah.
Am I getting told off now?
I know.
No. You'd know it. You'd know it. Oh my gosh. Okay, I just asked the chat room to put their questions in there. Do you want to?
Yeah,
while we're waiting, do you want to do the rapid fire?
Yeah, we also have some that came in. I got some in Messenger too. So
okay, do you want to start that?
No, you go rapid fire first.
We're gonna do rapid fire.
This will wake you guys
before?
up.
It's a game. Okay.
Maybe.
So maybe.
Game.
No, it's a good one. So I'm gonna say to you, like I'll say to you, tea or coffee, and then you answer what you prefer. But I'm going to ask you different
people to
things.
get to know you guys.
No, you're going to ask Hamilton first, or me, or how are you going to do it?
Well, one of you answer first. It doesn't matter. And then the other one right after. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I think so. Give it a go.
I'm asking tea or coffee.
tea or
We
coffee?
lost.
Is that what you said?
Tea or coffee?
Tea or coffee? Who likes what?
Which
I
do you
can't stand
prefer?
coffee. It upsets my stomach.
Okay, there we go. Tea. Oh, the bread. The
Tea.
tea. I live with
The
a bread.
bread.
It's
Oh,
always
yes,
tea.
Okay.
sorry.
It's like
Is this
always
supposed
tea.
to be a one-word answer or an explanation?
Yeah.
Sorry, I've never done
One
this.
word.
Oh,
You don't need
it'll-
an
okay.
explanation.
For now, then it'll get
When
juicy.
I-
Don't worry.
It'll get juicy. When I
Yeah,
get
yeah,
towards
okay.
the end, I'm going to ask for an explanation. Okay.
Right.
Now
Yep.
we're just warming up. This is
The
like
clue
foreplay.
was
Relax.
tea or coffee.
Tea or coffee.
Yeah.
Okay. Facebook or Instagram?
Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook. Yeah.
Okay. Favorite dessert?
Apple pie.
Don't
Wow,
have
that's
That's
truly
also a
American.
Brit thing, I'm sure of it.
Oh, is
Really
it?
wanna
It's
say
very
it is.
American.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Don't
well, he
have
makes them though. You
Bakewell
don't have a
tart.
favorite dessert?
No.
Bakewell tart.
Hamilton
A
likes what?
Bakewell tart, like you're dating one, or
Yeah,
you're
what kind of
I
tart?
mean, like
That's a Liverpool tart. Actually, that is what
Should we have
call it.
R-rated this show?
I think so. I think we already automatically are though.
That's what they call a girlfriend in Liverpool. They say, "I'm going out with me tart tonight." And it's not.
Wow,
It's not
isn't that special?
It's not
Okay.
firm. It's
And Hamilton's like, I'm not answering this.
Brilliant.
Oh, good
Hamilton's just going to
Lord.
bow out
Okay.
gracefully.
Next question. Beach or pool?
We know Hamilton likes the beach because he's always burning.
Oh, he's burning by the pool.
And the beach.
I'm definitely beach. Well, Hamilton's decided I'm beach.
Yeah.
I'm really thinking
Well,
about it.
it's
This is
difficult.
waiting.
I'll just say beach because I would ask further questions that just complicates matters even more. So I'll just go with the beach.
Okay, here's the. I thought this next one. I thought this next one would be easy, but I'm not sure. Beer or wine?
Oh, tough one.
Ooh.
I like both.
Oh,
well, we're not
don't.
asking
This
me,
one's
are we?
easy for me. No, but this one's easy for me too because I hate beer. But yeah.
I like beer. Only important.
Oh, I hate the smell of beer on someone's breath. Makes me want to gag. Okay.
I love that. When my dad used to come out from the pub when I was a kid, I used to love him come in my room and kiss me good night. I used to think, oh, that smells great.
Because you thought, oh, in 4 years I'll be drinking that.
And Hamilton, how about you?
I would say at the moment beer. I'm a bit off wine.
Okay, so we
Okay.
rotate back and forth. I can understand that. Okay.
So, Carl,
next.
is it safe to say beer with you?
It is, but then if I can just add to it, I always start off with a beer, but then I absolutely smash the red wine. I just love it.
Yeah.
And then,
So
then-
both. Okay.
and then-
I choose.
Yeah,
I
don't
choose
drink
C.
either one of those
Both.
things, but
and then I
okay.
finish it off
Um,
with cognac.
Cognac
prefer
is good.
cocktails.
Cognacs good before and after meals.
Yeah.
That's something that I was taught to drink by my dad. That came out really wrong, but anyways. Okay, texting or talking, which do you prefer?
Say that again. I missed that.
Texting
Texting
or
or talking?
talking, which one do you prefer?
Talking.
Depends who you're trying to avoid.
I'm with Hamilton on that one.
See, now I feel really, really special because Michelle will say to me, call me anytime. So I feel really good.
I don't
Thank
tell
you.
anybody that. Even
No,
my
no,
family
no,
only
no.
hears from me once in a while.
No,
You
just like
lie?
just text me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Sure.
I would say
Okay,
the same.
so-
Call me anytime you like. I just don't answer the phone.
So you prefer texting. Okay,
Okay.
we're there. Okay, this one's easy. Dogs or cats?
Dogs.
Dogs.
Yay.
Yeah.
Michelle? I know she's going to say
I have
Well,
chihuahuas, okay? Can you really count that as a
okay.
dog?
Hamilton.
like a
Yeah, I
child.
know, really. Chihuahuas are like gerbils.
Teeny little
They're
things.
like hamsters.
Not they think they're
Okay,
Rottweilers.
Hamilton.
Yeah.
Celebrity. I don't even have to ask. Michelle's celebrity crush is Vlad. Celebrity
It's who?
crush.
Maybe
Is
Viggo
what? Sorry,
Mortensen.
What
not
is-
exactly
Hugh
again.
Jackman.
Who is your
I got a list
celebrity
long.
crush? Yeah, I know. Mine are bad. Okay.
No, can't think of one.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
No
Um,
There isn't a
celebrity
movie
crushes.
star
Wow,
or
that's
celebrity that you
interesting.
think, wow, she's hot or he's hot.
oh,
I
God.
have both.
I don't know.
No.
No,
But
no.
no,
How about
You think
historical
what it-
figures?
I
What's
don't
your
watch
first?
the
What's your
TV. I
favorite
wouldn't
historical?
recognise any actress or actresses anyway.
Okay, but
Give
anyone
me a
who's a
clue.
celebrity, it doesn't have to be a movie star.
No, like okay,
is
let's
it
go with
Judi
favorite
Dench for you? Like who?
historical figures. What's your favorite historical figure? Why don't we just switch it
You
up?
like some rock bands, don't you, and stuff like that? So you must be able to.
Go with
Yeah,
the
but-
singers.
Yeah, but they're men. That's still getting the wrong idea here.
Let's just be clear on that.
I mean, if you said historical
That's
figures,
okay.
I mean, well,
Be clear on that. No.
I'm just trying to think.
Okay.
Nobody,
You think-
historical figures. There was an interesting Japanese guy called Miyamoto Musashi who died in the 17th century. So I mean, that's not actually answering the question you want. I don't know. Just make something up.
I'm dying
I don't
right
care.
now.
Why not? Nobody actually specified that there had to be a year, like a limit on
Well, it's
something.
just somebody who's interesting.
Maybe like a dead queen or
know.
something. I don't know.
This is just too difficult. It's so complicated, these questions. I don't know. It's something simpler.
Tea or coffee?
You know
It's
how
damn
you can say
complicated.
it's like you see celebrity crush. I can give you 10 men on that list. Like seriously.
That doesn't really help me, does it?
It's like Jason Momoa, The Rock.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Idris
I'll give you
Elba.
that.
Let's keep going.
All right,
Okay.
next, please.
All right. So Carl, who's your
Oh, God.
celebrity crush?
Well, on geezers, on blokes who I think are good. I like John Voight. I think he's really good. Like listening to
Do
some
you
of
think
his,
he's handsome?
that's not the reason I like him. I'm not.
Okay.
So,
Not on the
Hey.
radar.
That's what
a
yeah.
real guy could say
Okay.
that's a good-looking dude. Like I used to model.
A good-looking dude, but probably
I think Halle Berry is stunning.
Now I could look at a woman and
no,
say
he-
she's beautiful.
Is classed as classically handsome, isn't he?
No.
Unfortunately for me, I grew up traumatized because I was told that girls only wanted tall, dark, handsome men. And since I'm not tall and I'm not dark, it kind of alienated me. I didn't know. You need a name like Jeff or Mike if you want to be.
Right.
Jeff. Hey, it's
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like a
I-
dude
yeah,
name,
see-
right?
See, for
Jeff.
me,
I'm
the
tall and medium-sized English, and it's
Hi.
got
medium.
It was.
Man, I must be like hermit size because I'm so short. My celebrity crush as a female is Halle Berry, believe it or not. Halle Berry, I love Angelina Jolie. I think she's stunning. I love Dame Judi Dench then and now. I think she's gorgeous. I won't even go to the men because there's too many. But
The one I
Michelle,
love is what's that? Is it Uma
I'm not
Thurman,
talking.
the one that was in Kill Bill?
Uma Thurman.
Uma Thurman.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
She's a bit special, isn't she?
Oh, she's a whole bunch of special.
She's a whole bunch of
She's-
special. Yeah.
She is. She's
You might want to
feisty.
read our regs. You might want to read our regs.
She's a feisty girl.
Since we're speaking of feisty, here's the next one.
Uh-oh.
Virtue or
Virtue.
sin?
Ooh.
Which
Do what?
do you prefer?
Virtue or
Virtue
sin?
or sin? And that means you, not someone else.
Sin.
That was easy.
I would just say yes, please.
You just
Okay, I'm
want
going with
to say you want to plead the
I'm going
fifth.
with sin on that one.
Don't answer at all.
Okay. All right. This
He
one,
normally-
you're gonna.
Hamilton normally says, tie me down and spray the whipping cream on me.
Oh my God. It is
Very
really
cool,
late
that.
for you, isn't it? It's just very late for you.
That's okay. It
so-
makes it that much more interesting.
Thanks for that
It's a good job
visual.
we haven't had a drink, isn't it?
Cheers, yeah.
You're allowed to drink. We're not, but you're allowed to.
Yes, this is true.
Um,
You guys
We're
can.
not. Sadly,
I was like,
we're not. But we
great.
are. We're drinking Folgers coffee here.
Excellent.
Okay.
Good choice.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Um.
You should
Okay,
get them to-
Hamilton.
You should get them to sponsor you.
I think so too. I think I have a
too.
friend. My friend in England should send me a chalice to drink my Folgers from.
Oh, cool. Excellent.
Just saying.
Did Sean make you
No
one? Well,
pressure.
he's in Scotland right now.
I know.
Okay. All right. Ready, guys?
Yeah.
Your favorite destination.
China.
I know it's going to be hard
Really?
because you're well traveled.
Really?
China.
China. Why China?
Yeah.
Oh,
Been
geez,
to
you just
China.
plucked a nerve with her.
I've been
No,
to China
curiosity.
a few times, and it's just where I went. I didn't go to like Beijing or Shanghai. I went into the Southwest Industrial Park,
Wow.
and I just loved it. I mean, it was amazing because I went to this little town called Chang'an City, which is about an hour from Guangzhou, which was formerly Canton.
Mm.
I met a mate there, this American guy, and he was starting a business up there. I sort of, it was really poor, the place, and he lived in this really rough block of flats, and it was just poverty stricken. And within 6 months, I'd been back 2 or 3 times. The place had transformed. It was about 6 times bigger than Liverpool. It
Wow.
was marble boulevards, shopping centres. I was just absolutely staggered by the speed and the development and the growth. And, it's so interesting when you're over there, the way they live. And yeah, I had a great time there. And I miss it, I'd go back anytime.
That's fantastic.
Hamilton.
I love it. Yeah.
Not China. Never fancy going to that part of the world.
You would starve. You would starve
Yeah.
there. I'm with you on that one.
China.
Yeah.
Too foreign.
Not for me either. Yeah.
No.
So where?
Favorite destination. It
Yeah.
changes because you sort of hook into a place.
It's true.
Okay.
And I
Last
don't know,
place
you
that
can-
you fell in love with.
Seychelles was very good. I went there quite a lot, and the Caribbean is good. Caribbean is very good,
Mhm.
Yeah, I could travel with you. I love the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Okay.
and they
Next
speak
one.
they speak English, and they've got chips, which works.
Chips.
Chips,
Chips or chips?
you know,
Chips.
potatoes.
Potato. Okay.
Potatoes.
So
I've been
next.
working on my accent. It's still not good though.
Not gonna
Okay.
go to China. Don't want to go there.
Yeah, I'm with you. Spicy or sweet? And we're talking food, not Michelle and I. Spicy or
Spicy,
sweet?
spicy.
Right, spicy, but not too spicy because it makes me unwell.
We can
Medium.
travel together. I'm loving this. Okay. Now, this one, let me ask you this other one before because I got a long question. Driver or passenger?
Mm.
Driver always ahead.
We know that by your show.
Passenger. I would
Okay.
love just to sit in the back permanently and put my feet up.
You own a Viper and you
Chauffeur.
prefer to be a passenger.
Yeah.
I don't understand where you're coming from.
Because I don't pay attention when I'm driving. I never
That's
have.
good.
And
I don't
there's
think-
always so many things to look at the places
It's
we
true.
go. And you spot a castle or a beautiful bit of scenery.
That's
I want
true.
to look at it. And if you're driving, it's not often convenient. It's
Especially in a Viper.
yeah.
You're not
I
going to
don't
see a
think I
whole
can
lot of
see
scenery.
much. Not if I'm driving, no. Okay, now I'm going to ask you this question and you have to be honest with me, okay, guys? Is it wrong for a vegetarian to eat animal crackers? Takes a minute at 3 o'clock in the morning.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what I think is wrong if you're a vegetarian.
Oh.
It's wrong if you're a vegetarian and you eat vegetarian hamburgers or vegetarian sausages. If you're going to be a vegetarian, why do you need to pretend it's an animal part? You just eat veg and enjoy veg, but don't go, oh, I'm having a vegetarian hamburger or I'm having vegetarian bacon. I mean, carrot strips.
Did I touch a nerve?
Yeah.
Hamilton's like,
Okay.
yeah, I don't dig that either.
well, I know, but I just thought it was a really cute question.
What was it
Okay.
again? To eat a what? A vegetarian
Is
what?
it wrong for a vegetarian to eat animal crackers? They're actually cookies in the shape of animals.
Ah, right. Oh, I would suggest they get psychiatric help if they even need to think about it. What a stupidity. Who cares?
Okay, so here we
Honestly.
go, and I bet I can answer this for Hamilton, but I'm going to stay quiet.
Well,
If you could eat only one thing for 1 week, one entire week, 7 days, what would it be?
oh, McDonald's. Go to McDonald's.
How did I know? Oh,
Are we
God.
promoting
I
them
couldn't even eat that
again?
once a year. Cross that one
Okay.
off.
So you
Carl?
like to eat over
No,
at the
actually,
Golden
I've changed
Arches.
my
Got
mind.
it.
I want vegetarian brisket shaped as animals.
He wants a vegetarian brisket.
Oh my God.
I could eat,
Oh,
I could
boy.
eat pastrami sandwiches every day of the week.
Oh my God, they're
Oh.
so good.
Oh,
They're so
okay,
good.
yeah,
My father used to make pastrami.
Wow. Especially if
Oh.
I used to go to that Carnegie Deli in New York when I used to
Oh
go there.
my God, it's so
No,
good.
I couldn't
But
believe
it's
it.
this high.
Yeah, you go in and you order, you sit on these benches, you have to queue up to go in. And they put you on a bench next to strangers, which is always good. And next thing, they bring a big bowl of gherkins and pickles out. And you order your sandwich, and it's like, you get a million choices of different breads, and you can have
It's so
pastrami, you can have
good.
salt beef. So
Well,
I ordered half and half, and it come out, and like in England, if you get a ham sandwich, you get 2 slices of bread and a thin slice of ham about 1 millimeter thick. Well, you get a pastrami sandwich in the Carnegie Deli, and it's like 7 inches in
You
between.
can't get it in your mouth.
I love the way
Mash it down.
I love the way you say it, Carnegie Deli. I love that.
Yeah.
Carnegie Deli is a historical location in New York. It's got tons of history, and they haven't changed their methods since the beginning, and that's what's keeping them there.
Brilliant.
But it's a
Right.
fantastic place. Yeah, it's a fantastic place.
What's the other one? There's another one in New York that's famous for the salt beef as well. Is it? Yeah, I'll try and I'll tell you on the next show. But there's another deli over there that's
Just
sort of
chime in anytime.
Is
and it's
it near a McDonald's?
There's loads of McDonald's right there.
There's one on every freaking corner, so probably.
Okay.
Well, since you've mentioned it, and you mention it every time, Hamilton, what do you order when you go there? Because people are probably wondering, well, what is he ordering? I know it's not pizza.
No, I always have exactly the same thing: quarter pounder with cheese, but plain. I don't like relish or those gherkiny objects, and a large fries.
So don't mess with your freaking quarter pounder, is what you're saying. Just
Don't
want
try
it
and put
regular.
anything that makes it taste of anything. No.
Got it.
Yeah, you don't want to be
When
with me because I eat everybody's French fries.
I can't.
Okay.
I can't
do
do
McDonald's.
I eat Michelle's French fries. She leaves them behind.
I can't do the Golden Arches. I
No,
can't.
I'm not talking about the Golden Arches. I'm just talking about French fried potatoes. You don't touch a lot of them. Michelle asked for a salad. I'm the one with the give me the meal and the French fries.
Yeah.
I
thing,
eat
and
it
I'll eat
once
all
in
of
a
it.
while.
You leave them behind because I'm always eating them.
Because there's too
But
many. How many do you
There's
want?
not a
My
lot.
ass would be the
They
size of friggin' Montana if I
It's
ate that many
so
damn fries.
small. You can never have too many French fries.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
The problem
So-
with McDonald's is that it's like it's almost like they've got a little implant in your head because you don't want one for months, and the next thing you drive the long
Or even
road,
years.
you go, I need a Mac, so you're excited and you head to McDonald's and
That's
you get
true.
there and you look at the images
I-
and think, whoa, look at that Big Mac, it's like that big,
Oh,
and then
can't
it comes and
eat
it's a
that.
little sandwich
I
like
can't.
that.
And then everything just
And
spills out of
then
it.
you-
It's like,
but
I
then
watch
you
people eat it. I'm like,
Yeah,
Oh,
but you
someone-
eat it, you eat all the fries, and then the second you've had it, you're so depressed and hungry.
Get another one.
Hungry. You know what? You guys don't
don't
have the
fill me up.
large sizes. Then I'm wondering if it's different there. Here, if you
No,
get the large size, It's a 12-inch plate of French fries.
No,
it's
we
not
don't- no, we
tiny.
don't get that.
I'm more Five Guys than McDonald's, to be
I
honest.
love Five Guys. I'm not gonna lie.
I
hope
know
they
it's all
stick around
fresh
one day.
cut. See, those are good.
Oh,
Like too many.
But their burgers are really good too. Their
But
hamburgers are really
again,
good.
Why is it that here in the West, everything has to be like giganticized? Honestly,
That's good.
I'm happy with like 5 freaking fries and a small burger, and you get a freaking big brown paper bag full of fries.
We're
over
so
there.
polar opposite when we're eating. It's not funny, but anyways, I'm like, give me all the
I
French fries.
watched her
Where's the
put back
rest?
a bowl of mac and cheese when we went out for lunch one day. I'm like,
After
Are you
appetizers.
serious? I mean, a salad. I'm like, you seriously going to eat all that? She goes, watch me. And it freaking devoured it. And I'm like, where'd it go?
We had about 2 or 3 appetizers before that. I'm not a cheap date when it comes to food. I'm a cheap date when it comes to booze, but not when it comes to food. No, food is going to cost you a fortune if you want to treat me.
Yeah, that
but
cheese is going to make you freaking pay for it. So,
yeah, lactose intolerant is not a good thing, but
no.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm okay. I can still fit into my jeans, so we're good.
All right. Next
Okay,
question.
favorite number.
Uh-oh.
8, 7. No, 8 or 7. It's a toss-up. But
Okay,
seven's
so
the one.
both odd and even.
Yeah, 7's the one I always choose, but I sometimes think 8's the one to go for. It's like that, you know.
Okay.
Haven't got one. That's a mental head question.
You know the problem with this. You know the problem with this rapid fire. We're giving you all our data for these password hackers.
I was just thinking that. Oh my god. Maybe that's what I'm doing. Maybe that's what I'm doing. Okay.
Should have gave me a drink alert.
Actually, can
That
I
one
tell
almost
you
went to the
something?
screen.
Through your nose.
Sorry.
Listen, Carl, just by sharing that post, they're tracing you. I'm just letting you know because I work in internet crime and sex trafficking. Just so I'm
Is that
letting
the
you know.
man with the hood?
Yeah, you'd be
They put
surprised.
the hoodie on, haven't they, hackers? You know.
Oh my God. Yeah. Meanwhile, so blue or green?
Blue.
Red.
There we go. Neither. I choose C. Go to the beat of my own drum. That's right. Okay.
Okay. All right. Fast or slow?
Depends what you're
I
doing.
think it depends what you're doing. Driving.
saying.
Let's put a car in there. Oh God. Well, you'd be doing both if you're really good at it. But so the car, we're gonna go for a car. Fast or slow? Oh my
depends if
God,
you
you guys bring out the worst in me. Fast or
We'll
Depends if you
say
want to look
fast,
at the surroundings, doesn't it? You know, if you want to pay attention to the scenery, you don't want to be zapping by at 200 miles an hour. And I'll go,
Okay, I'll drive the Viper. You can pay attention to the scenery. Okay.
It's gonna go by like a blur though if Michelle's driving. Just letting you know it's gonna be like a blur. Okay. Okay. Car or truck?
Pardon?
Car or truck? What's your favorite?
Car.
well,
It's
it
always a
depends
car.
if I want to go and
I
move
think-
some garden tools or a fence, obviously a truck. But if I want to drive to the south of France, a car. I mean, honestly, where do these questions come from?
It's supposed to be about every day. It's not supposed to be. Sadly, they come from my crooked mind, but I mean, it's supposed to be about every day, not. You know, I mean, if I'm going to drive across the country of Canada, I'm not going to want to take a car. I'm going to want to take an RV.
Well, let me ask you one: snowshoes or sandals? Well, it depends whether you're in the snow or on
Sandals.
the street.
Sandals, because I'd never be in the snow.
Oh, right.
That's
well,
just
okay.
me.
This is true.
I wear
Never in the
sandals
snow.
all the
No.
way up to November. No.
Right.
That's true.
On your
Yeah.
hands or on your feet?
Oh, hold on a second. I'm lost. Oh my God. Hold on.
Yeah, carry on.
I got tangled up. Hold on.
Everyone's head's out the screen.
You said
God.
hands or feet? I got tangled up. God. Okay, this is
What's that?
under the desk.
What the hell is
So
that?
you tell me, am I wearing sandals or am I wearing snowshoes?
I think it's a bit of both. No.
You know,
I think
You
I
can
would fly
spike right
pretty
through the
far
ice
in
with
these.
those things.
They get good traction on the ice. That's why I got
Yes.
tangled, because I'm trying to get my
Yes.
shoe off.
they're stilettos, aren't they?
Not all my shoes.
Ironically,
Even my boots are stilettos.
Okay.
Yeah. Even
Hamilton's,
my
that wouldn't
boots.
work for me. Okay,
No.
next.
Okay, this is the last one. And you're gonna have to think about this one because you're going to want to answer this with more than just a number. Your best age.
Best
Age.
age.
they've all been good.
Thank you.
Age.
Actually, I didn't like going to school, so that wasn't good, but I
Yes,
liked coming
yeah.
home. But
Uh,
yeah, no,
I'm still waiting for it.
Oh,
Okay.
that's good though.
That's very
good.
interesting.
Yeah, I agree. School was a complete no-hoper. That was a disaster. Didn't like that at all.
Well, let's go
I
with best
hated it.
era then. Like, for example, mine would have been the 80s. I was a headbanger 80s kid. And, you know, I modeled throughout that. I traveled, I partied. I had that for me, that was
I
fun.
hated the 80s. I thought it was the
Love
worst
the
fashion
80s.
era of all freaking time in history.
No.
It was the
It depends.
worst
And you weren't
fashion
hanging
ever.
with the right people,
Everything
man.
was
Seriously.
plastic. Well, I was in high school. I'm sorry. I was 14.
Me too.
I couldn't go
Again.
drinking and partying. I'm
So
so
what-
sorry.
Go with an era. If you can't pick an age, then what would have been your favorite era?
I had
Probably.
a great time in France when I was living
Yeah.
there in Monaco.
Yeah,
You know,
that's what I
probably-
was going to say.
205 to 211 was
Yeah.
just an absolute riot. I mean, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, the
But
time
then
down in
I-
Monaco, that was great.
Yeah, but I had tragedies as well, so kind of, well, not kind of, it obliterated the good times. But you know, if you look back, we had some amazing times over
Yep.
there.
Yeah, that was just a great, like, total little bit of life that was just, oh, it's brilliant. Yeah, it was fantastic.
So you're still living the adventure pretty well, even now. You know, you're traveling, you're still making like discoveries, you're still just
Yeah,
a
it's
different
just
kind of good time, right?
It was just like, I don't know, Monaco was just so odd. It was like being in Disneyland every day, but for adults. It's fantastic.
Dare I ask?
That's what I call Vegas.
Yeah, dare I
Disneyland for
ask?
adults. Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna get into some serious one because I've had some questions sent to me via messenger, and this person is from the UK, out your neck of the woods, and has asked to remain anonymous. Interesting.
Ooh.
I know, but I will abide by this. So we're gonna get a little. Well, let's start off with the most benign. Have the Knights Templar hoard been valued? If so, how much? And this is for insurance purposes. Like, it's not because they want to know what it's worth, but for insurance purposes. Now, you guys have touched on this before, right? Like, it's very difficult to put a price on something like this.
Well, it's an impossible thing to put a price on. And I mean,
Right.
I've had the question raised last week by my lawyer to try and sort out some insurance on it. And it's just an utterly impossible question to answer. There's nothing comparable like it exists.
Right.
Nothing's ever been sold you can compare it to. It's whatever figure you dream up.
Right.
It's an imprecise answer.
At the end of the day, it's ultimately down to who offers the amount of money that you would accept for something to take it off you. You know,
Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah.
there's different times and different prices. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's an
That's okay.
impossible question to answer. It really is. But I
Right.
mean, it's something that's got to be looked at because
it's more than a fiver, isn't it?
you'd hope so. Yeah. I mean, it's an amount of money that you would notice. Put
Right.
it that way.
I
Right.
wonder how they insure things like Tutankhamun's, exhibits and Monet and Van Gogh. Like, these things are touring right now. That just makes me wonder how they are
But you
insuring
compare
these things.
art. You can compare because usually with art, for example, they're different pieces. The Tutankhamun exhibit, it's pretty much a one of a kind.
Yeah.
I know. Like, how do you insure something like that?
Well, you can't insure it. You can't insure it for replacement value because you can't replace it.
No.
And you know, when you're talking of institutional pieces like that, you know, you've got to also look at the security that surrounds a tour with items like that. So the risk is lowered a lot by the level of security, and also by the sheer fact that if somebody tried to steal the golden bust of Tutankhamun, you can't go in the pub and go, "Oi, do you know anyone that wants to buy a knocked off Tutankhamun bust?" Because there's only one, you know, and the person who stole it can't really sell it to anyone. I know you get the idea in James Bond movies that there's these.
But there is a really big antiquity black market.
Yeah, there is. But you know, ultimately, everyone's got an ego.
Yeah.
And if you've got a nice piece, something special, you want to show it to people.
Right.
In order for it, you know,
but you've got to protect it too, though.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, that's the hard part. The second part of that specific question was, has Hamilton ever inherited anything, or are all the antiques bought from auctions or, you know, connections, things like that?
When I was about 17, I inherited a Ford Escort. No, sorry, not a Ford Escort, a Ford Sierra, and my father stole it and sold it. That is the sum total.
That would be considered an antique. You should have been more specific. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I then went and stole his gold watch. So there was a bit of a payback. But no, me inheritances, no, I'm in the wrong business.
Right.
Nothing.
Paid for it all. Okay, noted if you are listening. Okay, next. All right, we're going to get into something else here. Love life questions. Okay, let me read this. Sorry.
Oh, that's too personal.
I know. This is just getting right in it. So I'm like, all right. Does Carl or Hamilton have a lady in their life? Okay, so it's not too bad. Oh, then we get into, do they prefer blondes, redheads, or dark hair, black haired women? That should make them blush, she said.
I was just gonna say, not only that, but is this an offer
three-parter
on your part? Is this an offer?
I know. I'm just looking at this going, okay. She goes, that should make them blush. So this was an on-purpose question. So this is clearly somebody who follows you guys.
That's way too easy to make you blush. Do we have a name on who sent that?
Who's the one who asked the question? That's
what I just asked.
It's anonymous. I'm looking right at it in chat right now. Like, okay, you really want me to ask this?
One of them are dating her, and then what? If you better answer right.
I don't think so. Like I know her from Facebook, and I follow some of the groups and stuff like that. So
she's not going to tell us.
This is supposed to be a funny thing. So basically, that's what she says. This should make them blush. So obviously follows you guys and stuff. So love life question. Does Carl and Hamilton have a special lady? Do you prefer blondes, redheads, brunettes, dark haired? That should make them blush.
Oh God!
Why limit is what I'm saying.
I mean, I think both me and Carl have arrived at the age where even Catholic priests don't smile at us anymore.
So you're dating each other? That was too easy, Hamilton. That was just way too easy. You basically invited me in.
We just sort of hang around, hoping that one day somebody's going to notice us. Whatever. We'll let you know if it does.
Oh my God. We'll ask on the next show, see how it's progressed in a month.
I choose D, everything.
Everything.
Okay, noted. Okay. Then she goes.
I'll tell you what, if we're not here when you try and connect to us next time, the answer's probably yes.
There we go.
Wow.
If you're listening. Okay. Then she says, can you just scan around the room and show us more? Oh, that's okay.
Wow.
Push that out.
Like MTV Cribs.
What's
Standing
that?
around the
Do
room.
have to open
Outer Rim,
fridges.
TOR cribs.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
No, but you stand around the room now. Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
This is my little office. So this is my
Good
little
thing
drinks
it's
cabinet.
tidy.
Oh, there we go. The necessities. All
That's
right.
a great
Yes.
office.
Yeah,
we've got-
that's
Then we've got some bits and bobs, books and
right.
stuff and bits of stuff like that. Then we've got little 17th century marble French eagle,
Oh, very nice.
Wow.
and that's what they call a lampe bouillotte. It's a French lamp. And
Very-
this is just my
Did I
little
see a
office
guitar?
upstairs in the house.
And you
Did
paint.
I see a guitar?
Pardon?
You
Did
paint.
I see a good? Oh, sorry.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna say.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Well, I used to play that.
I have my father's guitar in my office. That's why it caught me right
Oh,
away. I have
cool.
my dad's guitar in my office.
I don't play it now. I stopped. I used to love music, and then I just stopped it in 2008.
Too much Zeppelin.
Too much Zeppelin, yeah.
Dazed and confused. I love that one.
That was the first concert I ever went to, was Led Zeppelin in Liverpool.
Oh my
no
God.
doubt.
When I was
No
12,
doubt.
and I was standing in the queue with my cousin outside, and I'd never been to a concert at all. I said, I hope these are famous. Do you think they're famous? He said, oh, well, I've been told that they're quite famous, you know. So that was the first one, and we went in, and I couldn't believe it. You know, it was like just a whole new world to go into. It's great.
That is.
It is
Wow.
something in the world for sure.
Yeah.
Hamilton, how
My
about you?
first
Hang on, let me-
Gonna give everybody a peek, or no?
I'll
Screw you all.
Put the phone first. Hang on, because it's on charge. Hang on a second.
Okay. All right.
poor guy is charging.
I
his
know.
phone.
Poor guy.
There we go. I've been
Hey, this is the
talking-
fans. I got nothing here.
Can you see anything here?
Yes,
Oh,
we can.
we have a question in chat in YouTube after.
Yeah, I have one more after this.
What else have we got? I mean, this is my desk. I mean, there's all manner of things on the desk. That's my chimpanzee I had when I was a baby, apparently.
Aw,
So I still kept him. That's
baby
pretty cool.
toy.
He still sits
Baby
there.
Hamilton.
Yeah, little Hamilton. What else is over here?
I love
I
it.
don't know if that's a Dali. Those are some medieval helmets.
Oh.
That's
We
a load of
can't see
Celtic
anything.
It's all
can
blurred.
see.
Hamilton.
I'm on a
took
big
Dali.
screen now.
You know
I've got a
what?
huge
That's
monitor.
right. I don't know how to do anything about it. I don't know if you.
Nobody's
it's just,
frozen on this side.
Oh, you're freezing. That's okay. Yeah, I can
Right.
see. Very
that's-
cool.
That's a cabinet full of gold. I don't know if you can see that. That's quite interesting. I don't know if you can see that. Can you just move that?
Can.
Wow.
Yeah, some
Talking
of
to
it.
two women, yeah, gold's a little interesting.
Just a bit.
Those are John and Cynthia Lennon paintings that one of their friends did when they were still at art college, which are quite good.
That's interesting.
Wow.
Yeah,
Those are interesting.
yeah.
I don't know. There's a pile of medieval swords. Oh, I don't know. That's an Ayrton Senna front wing from Monaco. What else is? Those are some shark's jaws from the Seychelles. I don't know. It just sort of rambles on, really. Oh, look at that. There's
Very
Oh,
nice.
gee, there it is again.
yeah.
I think you flashed that last
You know
time
how many
too. I
people
want
are going to be going through
freaking.
drive-throughs?
I want
after
sponsor
this
money.
show?
Just
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
Hang
Okay.
on, my monkey's just fallen off. Hold on.
And then we have one last quick question when Hamilton's done.
Okay, right. I'm back with you now. Sorry about that.
Okay. Last question from the same person. Let me just bring this up. Did Amelia ever get Hamilton's hat?
No.
Doesn't appear that way.
No.
No.
I'm still waiting.
No to the
Still
hat.
waiting. It doesn't have to be that one. It just has to be one that looks like it.
Okay.
That's
right,
all.
We'll see
I'll
what we can
even we can take a photo side by side wearing them. And I have a pair of stilettos if you like.
Oh, you could do a trade.
Well,
Stilettos for the hat.
for me.
I'll even sign them for you.
Look good on you.
Just not the ones under my desk because that's the only way I can reach my chair. Right.
Well, I mean, it's to the standard of the sort of the average type of messages and requests we get every day, really. So I mean, yeah,
That
we're
is
kinda used to
so
it, really.
funny.
Yeah.
Oh, they just keep getting better. I thought those are some pretty creative questions.
Wow.
So let's do a sponsor ID and we'll get to the other questions if that's okay.
Yes, we will. We will. Right now, you're listening to The Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and myself, Amelia Pisano. And tonight we have the amazing duo, Hamilton White and Carl Cookson, all the way from the UK. We are live 105.3 in New Orleans, the beautiful city of New Orleans. We love you. Streaming for you today, right now, on International Public Radio. But for the most part, if you're listening to this in archive, you can be on UFO Paranormal Radio, International Public Radio, or UPRN Talk Radio. We're hoping to come back. And we are fully sponsored tonight and every night by the great people at Folgers Coffee. Thank you, Folgers. We love you.
What is this, Hamilton? What is
Cheers. Salud.
Say it. Sound it out.
Folgers
No,
Coffee.
no, I don't know what that was.
Oh,
that
I
wasn't
don't want to
Folgers.
know what that bottle is.
That was Folgers. So
That's it.
thank you,
You know
Carl.
what I noticed? It's so strange. My nails are, believe it or not, Ferrari red, right? They match the Folgers label.
Fantastic.
Just
Hang
saying,
on.
Folgers, you might want to look into that because I'm pretty sure your color's copyrighted.
Question. We had another one.
No, don't know what that is. Thank God that is something that's just in the UK.
Oh, thank you. It's a thought
You
that
need to
counts. That's
send
what I
that
say.
to Michelle. She'll put it on in the background. Okay,
Absolutely.
you have another question?
Yeah, well, you said you had another question in chat.
I do. Mary Glenn in chat says, Hamilton, what is your favorite piece in your hoard?
There isn't one. It's whatever comes next. The favourite is always the next piece.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Always.
That's a great answer.
Yeah.
And how about
Carl's different, isn't it? You've got some pieces that you really like, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
No, I do have.
Oh, yes.
I think
Sorry,
he
Carl.
asked Carl, not you, Michelle.
Sorry, Carl. Didn't mean to jump in on your question.
That was so funny. Oh, yes. Like, I swear to God, it was like, I'm not even going to say what that
I got
sounded like.
temporary blood. Leave me alone. Damn it.
Apparently, it's very exciting.
No, I think it's the same, with cars and motorbikes and you're collecting. Then you covet a certain machine, and when you eventually get it, there's a big anticlimax. You're thinking, well, I've got to get this other one now, and then when I've got that, I'll be happy. But you're never happy. It's like chasing a dragon, isn't it?
Yeah, but with motorcycles, you can keep going. I don't know how much further you can go in this hoard. It could be challenging,
I just find it difficult to have a favourite because
Right.
to me, once you've decided that's it, that's almost the end of the line. That's it. I've arrived. I really like this one. That's it. So it's always whatever I'm doing, it's the next thing that's interesting. That's the favourite for about 2 days. Then it's time for something else.
It's almost like trying to decide what your favorite child is. You could sit in the middle of the room with everything and say, "Come to mama," and that's it. You just love them all
I
equally.
have a favorite child. Wait, I have a favorite child.
Yeah, right? So,
I only have
don't know.
one, so she's my favorite.
It would be difficult. So, okay, here's a question then. Now that you've got this like amazing hoard, guys, what's next? What would be the next, the next adventure, the next collection, the piece you haven't found yet that exists?
Well, the Ark of the Covenant would be fairly decent, wouldn't it? If you could get your hands on that.
Wouldn't that be nice? But what's your thought on the theory that there are like 4 of them?
I think there's so many different theories, isn't it?
But there's one for each of us.
Well, maybe that's the way it is,
I'm scared to open it. I don't know about you, but like I'm fine with just looking at it from a distance.
Well, if you think about it, Ethiopia is said to have one. There was a man who, in the 1980s, discovered one in Jerusalem. And there are photos of this. And he takes a picture inside this dig he was doing. And there looks to be in the rubble an Ark of the Covenant. He applied to excavate it to the Jewish government and authorities. He was denied, and it was reburied. There's two, at least.
Yeah, I suppose you can sometimes look at those
Theory.
stories a bit like the Loch Ness Monster, isn't it? You know, it's
Elusive.
Yeah.
great for tourism, but they just happen to bury it. Why would the authorities actually bury something if it was the Ark of the Covenant?
Well, you don't know, they didn't go back, but is the world ready for something like the Ark of the Covenant?
That was the same stark raving lunatic who claimed he'd found a load of dismantled chariots in the sea that proved that Moses opened the sea. He is a mental case.
Yeah, wasn't it the Sea of Reeds? What didn't they find parts of chariots and stuff in the Sea of Reeds, not so much the Red Sea? Is that like, you know, as biblical scholars will say, or theologians will say, well, it's the Sea of Reeds, it's not the Red Sea.
Well, whatever he discovered, I mean, I've read quite a lot about him. Israel banned him from ever coming back.
Right.
I mean, I'll find his name for next time because he's a really comedic character.
I will try. I didn't even think he was still alive. I'll have to try to find you guys a link to. There are clips of it, and maybe see if it's the same. Because isn't it the net that always finds something?
He's a guy.
Oh, careful. Careful.
No, because nobody takes him seriously.
Because
right?
He's a lunatic. He's a stark raving mental.
Yeah, but
Point made.
I thought that about a lot of
He's a
people in
lunatic.
history, right? I think. Well, I'm pretty sure History Channel covered and did a whole show, an entire episode on that, as well as Gaia.
Many times. Many times.
Yeah.
For sure.
Well, I only caught it once. That was enough for me. But,
So okay, so let's say the Ark of the Covenant would be, you know, that's the big piece, and the chances of finding it are, you know,
the Philosopher's Stone, maybe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
King Arthur's sword.
What about the Stone of Destiny, the real Stone of Destiny? There's a story attached to the Stone of Destiny. Obviously, for those who don't know what the Stone of Destiny is, every British monarch is crowned with the Stone of Destiny put under the throne. It's brought over from Scotland and just for the ceremony and is returned. Now, I think this was something like...
It hasn't moved in 100 years.
I know, right? But apparently, allegedly, it had been stolen by university students. Now, here's where it connects to here in Canada. There's a location that I did, you know, I did a lot. They brought me to a lot of public events at this place. And if you've ever heard of Sir Henry Pellet, he was Scottish. He was instrumental for bringing electricity into the city of Toronto. Now he owns a building called Casa Loma, or he owned.
And a winery,
now
right?
there's a replica of a throne that sits there, and under it allegedly is a Stone of Destiny. He got it from the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto. He traded his entire collection of authentic suits of armor for it. What would make a man who's got everything do a trade like this? Now, where it gets interesting is there was once a rabbi who was visiting from Jerusalem, and he noted to a staff member at the castle, he goes, there are two guardians watching this stone. And of course, the poor girl's going, oh, that's nice. Okay, you know. This thing would disappear. It was almost like something would veil it every now and then. It became an issue where people were starting to report this to the curator of the building. They said the stone is gone. It's a big freaking thing. It's identical to what you see, but there's that little bit of a twist for it. So it got traded from one of the biggest museum in the city for an entire collection of suit of armor. All these suits of armor are authentic, and they still sit at the museum, and the castle still has the stone. What are your thoughts on that?
Amazing what drink and drugs will do.
Maybe. Sir Henry did like to indulge.
Don't we have a winery with
He
his
did.
last name now?
Oh, he
we
had a
have a
really
winery
big
called
wine
it-
cellar. It's possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought it was a really cool story.
It is correct that a bunch of students did steal the one from Westminster Abbey and took it
Yeah.
to Scotland. That is correct.
Right.
Then I think it was returned to London. Then I think it was returned to Scotland again officially.
Yeah, I guess the monarchy agreed to let it go
Yeah,
home.
I think anyway. But
Yeah.
no, you don't know. I mean, with all of this stuff, you're going back. I mean, the Stone of Destiny goes back to like the sort of the Celtic kings and the independent kings of Scotland. So you're
That's
talking a story that's 1,400 years old.
Yeah.
Who knows? Something could have been swapped 500 years ago. We've been on the wiser.
So they
yeah,
stole the
it's
wrong
possible.
damn stone.
Maybe there was more than one stone, you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
could have been.
Maybe.
Yeah, fascinating. A great story. It's certainly, it's not an impossible thing. It's fascinating. There's so many things like that that we
Right.
just have no idea of things that were chopped and changed 500 years ago or 1,000 years ago.
Mm.
It will probably never prove it one way or the other.
What about holy relics?
well, it's like if you look at, say, Venice, for example, all of the places, in order to put themselves on the map as significant places,
Right.
if you're a city, you can have a cathedral, but to be a real cathedral, to really have all the bells and whistles, you had to have relics.
Yes.
So they've all developed stories why they've got a natural reason why this saint was there and that apostle was in this place. But it's kind of it's the Vatican, sort of building the values, the brand values in each church, in each town.
Right.
And some of them, some of the stories seem more plausible than others. If you look at, the story of the St. James in Santiago de Compostela,
Right.
where his body was brought back over. And then you've got the one of St. Mark in Venice, where two merchants went over to Alexandria or Egypt and smuggled his body out in a wicker basket covered in pork and cabbage leaves.
Jeez.
And they actually were stopped by the Muslim customs of the day. And obviously they had a look in this, lifted the lid off on this big wicker basket of pork and thought, ooh, take it away, put it on the ship. And they got away with the body of Saint Mark or the Apostle Mark, and took his body to Venice, and that was the crown and glory for Venice. Then they were a maritime superpower. And because now they've got the real saint's body, that's a powerful thing. If it's the real body, but it was.
That's just it, isn't it?
Yeah, how do you know?
No, exactly. I mean, you get the Spear of Destiny also, right? That's
not, is it?
Yeah, I mean, how do you know? I mean, Hitler was on his own, pilgrimage to, grab all of this stuff and was said to have succeeded in some. But how do you? That's what it is. I guess it just, you end up in the same situation. You can't prove it's authentic. I mean, you can carbon date it, but
the Spear of Destiny that's in Vienna, it certainly doesn't date from the time of Christ. I mean, it's a much, much later thing. It was either a Visigothic, it's sort of 7th, 8th century. But it doesn't actually matter, I don't think, if people are getting something out of it, going to see a saint's tomb or a relic or anything. If it's doing it for them and they're getting the buzz or the, what do you want to call it, the veneration or whatever out of it.
But wouldn't you want to see a real one? Why would you want to go see a fake one?
That's different.
Well, it's like the Valencia chalice or the Valencia cup. it's now known, it's a composite of 3 different periods of components, from the initial bowl to the stem to the top of it. But as Hamilton said, yeah, it doesn't really matter, because it's a focal point of veneration for people to look and introspect in a way. Because when you pray, you don't pray projecting out, you're praying inside your head.
Right.
And the fact that you're near something that you believe is or represents a certain thing is enough, and it does the job.
Yeah, you think of all the millions of people that have done the Santiago de Compostela trail over the last 1,000 years, whether they're the original bones of St. James or whether they're just a load of bones dumped at the end of it. It doesn't matter. The people are getting the buzz out of actually doing the whole, what do you call it, the pilgrimage.
Yeah.
When they arrive, you don't see any bones. It's just a little place in the bottom of the cathedral, but the fact is you've actually done it, so it's fantastic for everyone that's done it. Does it matter if they're St. James's bones? To me, it doesn't. No, not at all. It's what it represents.
You're going for the experience.
Our Lady of Fatima was just a vision, an essence, a spirit, and yet people go there all the time. One place you can go, and it is St. Pio. Padre Pio's body is still laying in San Giovanni Rotondo, and it's in the church there, so a lot of people go there. So if you're into that.
I remember when I was a kid, because on my mother's side, she's Catholic, and they all used to go to church, and one of them had a relic that they bought off the church. It was just a little piece of card, and sandwiched in with this tiny circle of fabric, and it was allegedly off St. Martin's robe. And I'm thinking, it was almost like them file punches that punch the little.
It's a scapula. It's a scapula. Yeah.
God, there's a lot of literally holy robes out there, because each one, this little item cost a fortune off. Church, and it's like you go to places in holy places and they sell you holy water in holy vessels, and
holy water should be free. You shouldn't be paying for holy water, just the vessel it's contained in, but not the water.
Well, that's what they usually do, though. They sell a vessel to you and you fill it up off the holy fonts, don't you? Now we've got places like in Glastonbury where there's the red blood font, which pours red water out, but it's iron oxide that's coming out, but that's being venerated thousands of years ago, and again, once again, that site is, an ancient site, but all the ancient sites have been taken out and usurped.
It's true.
Power's been usurped by newer organisations, whether it's the Vatican Church or any church.
So what's next for you guys then? You've got season 2 is airing. It's going to hit this side of the world, let's say in the next few weeks at some point. What's next? Do you know if you're filming a season 3? I know there was talk briefly about maybe a whole other possible gig going on for film.
There's a few things on the boil, but in terms of a series 3, it's out of our control. It just depends on what the ratings are, how many people watch the program. But it seems to be getting really good pick up in the UK, because what they've done, they've now took it not just from Sky History, but they've upgraded it and put it on what they call Sky Showcase.
Nice.
Which work for Sky One, so that's their mainstream channel where they put all the shows on, say Sky Sports, Sky Drama, Sky Movies, Sky History, and all the best of each channel goes onto the Sky Showcase.
So it's getting more visibility that way.
A much wider audience.
Wow! Congratulations, that's good.
And the other thing we've noticed is the commercial breaks are really long now, which means that they're getting a lot of space to sell advertising, which is a good sign. And actually the brands that are advertising are quite high net worth brands. They're not sort of local sort of cheap slot advertising. The global brands that they're using. So that's a good sign. But
what am I reading? What is this? Thank you. Yes, it is. Thank you. Brownie points for Hamilton.
What was it?
Folgers is great. Go, brownie points for Hamilton.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first episodes were being repeated something like 16 times within the first 6 days.
Wow, that's great, though.
Whether that means they're short on content or they're really trying to give it a push, we don't know. But I mean,
it's in your favor either way.
What they have said, though, is that the Lost Relic series was the highest rated series Sky history of a program.
Oh, congratulations, you guys. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Now, you have a new addition this season also. You have a young lady filming with you. Tell us about her and her role in all of this.
Well, her name's Dr. Janina Ramirez. She's great. She's a really interesting character. She's uber enthusiastic. She's a goth.
Very nice.
Goth, and she's beyond bubbly. She's infectious. Her enthusiasm is really infectious. I think I enjoyed working with her, and we had a good time with her, didn't we, Hamilton?
Yeah, I mean, she was only with us for a day and a half in total.
But yet she's on the banner, so...
Well, yes, that was a question as to quite why is she taking #1 billing. But no, I mean, she's very nice. She's really good.
I think she has a good sort of edge to her, because it's like you need somebody. Me and Hamilton do what we do, but then you couldn't just watch a show just with us yapping all the time. You've got to have someone to do a bit of that.
We're doing it right now. We're doing really well, actually. So I don't know. Just
good. She is good, and
yes,
you never know how it's going to turn out till you see the program. But I've watched it like everybody else, and I think she complements what we're doing. I don't think.
What is her role exactly? Like, how does she fit in with you guys?
Well, she just does the sort of, not just does, but she does the backup narrative, the visual narrative, and does a bit of research, and while we go out and actually discuss the items, and you'll see it. It's kind of like in the first series when we're experts or so-called experts in some cases. But I mean, it's just part of the format of the show, and she's kind of like, according to the feedback, even before people saw the episode, she's well respected,
Yes, yeah. It almost, when you said that, some so-called expert, Hamilton looked like he was in pain. So when you say so-called experts, so without naming names, did you run into any problems with experts? Yeah.
No, everybody's got the place in the job. We've all done our bit, and we've just got to stop it.
Right.
Stop it.
You're gonna get spanked.
I don't think so. Not everybody.
He's going to spank you. Careful.
I know, it's really hard. It's really hard. You can't fix everybody, right? So, but I think it sounds really excited. I'm looking really forward to seeing the series.
It's funny how it's worked out, because we thought when we done series 1, we could have we've got enough stuff to do 10 series just on templates. We could easily do 10-part series. And then when they wanted us to do series 2 and wanted some variation on it, we was a little bit confused, but actually how they put it together is brilliant, and it shows that it actually, from our perspective,
I think
shows that
it makes you more versatile. Also, I think the series can go on in many different directions if you're delving in different things. I think was the idea, right? Like, do you find that you're going to? I mean, you have diehard Templar fans. Do you think that's going to take away from them? Like, do you think they'll still tune in?
I think.
What's your feedback?
No, I think it's right, because the first 2 episodes completely fulfilled that. And what happens is the other episodes actually dial in, and it sort of stitches it all together, because usually, when people start getting into history, we're still talking again the same locations, the same stage sets, just with different characters playing in different times and different eras, and it's still as exciting and as interesting.
What was episode 2, Carl?
Well, it was both. They're both the Crusades.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I can't really go into what the others are, because until it's on your TV fixtures, but everything kind of links up in reality anyway.
Right.
And the show does that, and now it's got the same excitement, the same feelings, the same suspense, but with what we do that's slightly different than all the other shows. We actually have the stuff.
Was episode 2 with Sean?
No, that's episode 3.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. I haven't seen any of them.
Right.
Yeah.
No. Well, hopefully you'll be able to catch them. I mean, I'm really looking forward to it. It's it's a different twist for sure. I thoroughly enjoyed the first series. You guys are awesome.
I'll give you a clue how we went to. Well, I can broadly say on episode 3 we went to Short Cathedral, which was very interesting.
Yes.
And then we went up to Scotland, en route to Scotland, and we met Sean, and we had a good look around there. So, I mean, that was great.
So what was episode 2 then?
That was 1 and 2 covers going from Venice to Constantinople up to.
No, it doesn't. Venice and Constantinople's in the same episode.
I think they're on 2. You've got 2 items, haven't you?
The helmet and the sword.
It covers both. It covers both places, because you're discussing the and the.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's not fair.
I can't give you too much, but it sort of weaves back and forth, because we did travel back and forward anyway.
Oh, stop teasing, Hamilton. Seriously? That's beautiful. I'm just saying.
Sort of the first Crusades.
Wow, that's beautiful.
I'm confused. This isn't right, Carl. The helmet and the sword are in 1 episode. So what's episode 2 if Sean's episode 3?
I don't know, but we could do a show and tell, and you could just show us.
He sent us the clips. We could just send you the video if you want.
Did you want the clip?
Yeah, I don't know. Constantinople is 1 episode.
Well, we've created enough intrigue by the fact that both of us are not very clear about it. I'll have a chat with you tomorrow on it.
I'm lost on this. This makes no sense. We're missing an episode.
Oh, so that's just unacceptable.
3 episodes have been shown in the UK, and we've got 2 more episodes to do.
Right. Well,
the next one is to do with pilgrims, and the last one is to do with, and I won't say what it's about because it's, but it's where we went on the border between Spain and France.
Right. Well,
It's,
episode 2
or where you
was the
got stuck
Celtic one.
in
Stuck.
Spain. Terrible
Yeah.
thing. That
So-
was.
Wow, that's horrible.
So you know, it was like, if you think about it, there's 3 items you were showing on the the first 3 episodes.
Right. Okay. Well, this is good. Now people can be hanging on the other edge of their seat going, come on. I mean, you guys are all seeing it on that side of the world. The rest of us are just hanging here going, great. And of course, Hamilton has to, flash that sword. So now we're just like, great.
He's a right flasher on the side, isn't he, really?
Oh, yeah. It's just a big tease. That's what it is. Would you like to see my sword? Yes, please.
That's one that
Wait a
just.
minute.
As
Wait a
if
minute.
to show it his white man.
I love swords. I can't help it. I was like weapons in general, but
I'm glad you
I'll leave
cleared
that right
up.
there. So, but anyway, I know it's getting late for you guys. So tell everybody really quick how to find you, and then we're going to let you guys go get some rest.
Or have breakfast, whatever.
Yeah, we're good to go, but you guys are the ones. It's like 4 a.m.
I'll be making another cup of tea before I go to. So, well, we've got if you go on Facebook, there's actually a couple of fan pages. There's one of our friends started, which is the one we use, and there's another one which is good as well. But they're both very similar. They've both got images of me and Hamilton, and you could look at any, but they're both called Lost Relatives, and you can join both.
So that's what they have to go look for, and then they'll find stuff from season 2 as well. You guys keep the pages up pretty good. All the people really are interactive on your pages.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
Carl's doing
And it's
all of that.
Yeah, we put photographs up to let people see where
Right.
we're going. I think it gives you a flavour.
Right.
And then we're not really big on Instagram, but we have both got an Instagram account. And what's your address, Hamilton?
On Instagram, I think I'm Hamilton White Original.
You are.
I think that's me. But
You're
I
absolutely
don't-
original, and that's exactly what it is.
Well, somebody put it up for me. I didn't put it
Oh,
up.
Yeah.
I love that.
Somebody just told me I needed one. Oh, I'll do it for you. And occasionally I put pictures up, but I don't think there's anything on the program on that is that I'm aware of. I think that's just me.
Right.
I think.
Yeah, you get
Mine-
the odd thing.
And mine is it's all lowercase, so it's Carl CARL.Cookson.33, and that's a funny one because people say, "Oh, have you got any? Is that related to the 33 degrees in the orders?" And that it's not.
No, it's not like a get. Right.
What did he do? Did he do that symbol, or is that what they're all doing?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Zeppelin. Yeah, right. I know.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Getting
I'm with
chilly
you.
over there.
We're just ordinary
Seriously.
blokes. We're not part of any clubs or anything like that.
No.
Just everyone's out
Go
there.
to secret societies. You just do what you do.
I'm
and
probably
find the
more
good.
going to church
Nothing.
than I'm in a secret society. So
Right.
that's where we're at. But anyway, it's been brilliant speaking to both of you again.
Thank you.
And-
It's fun with you
Thank
guys.
you too. It's been so much fun.
We'll record the next one. How about that? So it'll be like
Yeah,
normal hours for you. Does that sound good?
And a big
Yeah,
thank
cool.
you to
However it comes, yeah.
fans, all your audience who are listening.
Oh.
And of course, we can't forget Folger's coffee, can we?
Can't
Certainly
forget
not.
them at all.
Absolutely
No.
not. No.
I know. We should just send you guys cups because you're regulars now, so you just have to start
Yeah.
using them.
At least have a 3 years supply of Folger's coffee.
Wait, I don't even have that yet.
Come on, Folger. Have just some coffee over.
He does watch the show, just saying. They do.
Yeah, they do. They do.
We want to get coffee.
Do you remember when the first time you were on and we came up and we said Folgers in your chalice? They freaking loved it. That's why I milk it. Yes. We all love it. So,
Maybe you can do a collaboration, with the chalice, the obsidian
Yeah.
chalice,
Yeah.
and
Do that,
soldiers.
put a little pasty Folgers on it, just a little piece of paper. There we go. big chalice. You know.
How does Hamilton White drink his coffee?
You do really cheesy, hadn't you? Couldn't you? You could have like people on fires and saying, "Don't get roasted, get Folgers."
That's right. Oh, see?
That's good.
Yeah, we
You
could
guys
organise
being
a
all
drink.
creative with it
Oh
now.
my
Don't get
gosh, you're
roasted.
giving it away. Take it easy.
I know. There we go. I love it.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, everybody gets brownie points. We'll record it next time. So,
Because I opened, I can't remember what it was, but I opened a bottle of wine the other week and it's got the Jerusalem cross on it.
oh, look at that. I like that. Out and out.
Comes up everywhere now. I've got one there.
Very nice. There we go. Up close and personal. Well, hopefully we weren't too intrusive. You know,
Yeah,
we'll have to blame the British gal for the real personal one. So I know I'm gonna take credit for
Wow,
it.
we
Seriously.
were lucky. We didn't get questions like, well, Joe, we did an unplugged with Joe, our producer,
Oh.
and he was very careful. He sorted through all of
Oh,
the questions.
really?
He said, don't worry, I've got all the bad ones aren't coming forward. I'm like, what do you mean by bad? He's like, all the personal ones aren't coming
Yeah,
through.
I
I'm
was
like,
like,
oh
I'm
my
not talking.
God.
Maybe you could do a dark
No.
web version of your show, and you could go into the sort of the real bad questions. You know, you bring them out.
Do you
Well,
know
maybe you
how
guys
hard
should
it
interview
worked
us.
to give this image?
That
Oh
would be
my
fun.
gosh, can you
You guys
imagine?
could interview us in one show. That'll be
that'd be
hilarious.
entertaining. Yeah, okay, we could give that a go.
You could give that a
Oh
go.
boy.
That would be entertaining. Yeah, we could certainly do that. Yeah, we could dream up some good questions, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sure you could. See, we're team players. We could take it as good as we give it. Believe me.
We'll give you one. We'll give you a segment. We'll give you like 30 minutes. That
She's like, I'm not
you
talking
can
any more
interview
than
us.
that.
On the
I
rack.
hate being interviewed. But yeah.
I'm used to it.
It's always
Okay. I
because
know how to
sometimes the
just
questions
slide
get
in
too
and out of
personal.
every answer. Don't want to answer it?
Yeah, they're just
Slide out for
We'll
that.
call that 30-minute segment Amelia and Michelle on the rack.
For real?
Do you know what
I
the
want a
rack
rack.
means here?
Well, I mean,
Do you know what
I
a
know.
rack means here?
I have a rack.
Okay, because
But a real one.
Bodies of torture racks. That's the kind of rack we're all about.
A friend of
Okay,
mine
a
who is
rack
currently
here is a chest.
That's right. That's why.
Okay.
That's why I said I kind of have one, but yeah. But a friend of mine who's deceased now actually bought the entire torture chamber out of Nuremberg Castle.
Oh, wow.
So I was
Why?
filming a segment with them, and she goes, "Oh, would you like to see the newest edition?" And his fiance brought me down, and she goes, "I go, yes, absolutely." He wanted to talk about relics. This guy had things that would blow your mind. Anyway, I said, "Yes, I would like to see that for sure." So I didn't know what it was, and they're filming me, and we walked down to start, corridor. There's an electric chair sitting on the left. I'm like, okay. So we keep going, and then they turn on the light, and I looked, and I went, I don't think they got the reaction they were hoping to get. Like, oh, I went, oh, you didn't tell me how to play with it. That was it. Cut. Just like, look at this.
Too much 50 Shades of Grey going
It's
on over there
amazing.
on that side.
I know.
Wow.
No, it was spectacular. You do not see stuff like this every freaking day.
Wow.
It took them a few years to bring it into
Oh
the
my
country.
God. Is
I've
that
got a
your
proper
collar?
torture collar. Yeah, that's a proper Catholic torture collar from the
I
Inquisition.
don't even want to say how I knew that, but
It's
anyway,
spectacular.
Yeah.
that is incredible.
I would
Yeah,
turn that into a
Is
necklace.
it cold? Is it cold when you wear it?
It's like, how did I
Never
know?
had the design
Should
to
I
try
ask
it on.
Carl?
I don't wear that.
Yeah, you won't be able to get it off. Don't do that. No one's next to you.
Yeah, but no, that's the proper thing with lots of little spikes on the inside.
Wow.
The idea was that it just
Ouch.
rubbed your skin and it just cut into it. But actually, even the little bit where the lock goes, it's
That's
thoughtfully made in the
That's
shape of a
beyond us
cross.
for them.
It's
Yeah.
a spectacular piece. I mean,
Yeah, very good piece that is.
Where's
That's totally
your flash pliers?
Hang on.
Yeah, these are good. These are these are pulling flesh off bodies. Actually,
Wow.
these are amazing. You've got
Wow.
like a crocodile.
Yeah, I don't know how
Freaking
well
church.
you can see these, but these are torture flesh pliers designed just to rip chunks out of your arms or legs.
Wow.
I mean, they're big old things. You can see if you look at the size of my
Right.
hand, comparing them to that. But
Right.
it's actually, the little thing is shaped like a crocodile, so it's even, or a dragon. So
Right.
it's sort of just
God.
designed to
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. Oh, it does. It has the little eyes in the nose. Look at
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
That's interesting. Wow.
yeah. I mean, again, from the time of the Spanish Inquisition, or when it was just simply, oh, go and torture your fellow man because he's not Christian enough. Well, that's a nice attitude, isn't it?
Get me started.
Very,
That's a whole
it's a
other
very
show.
Christian attitude, just saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a whole other show.
Yeah.
You know. But no, it's fascinating. They definitely were creative. That's for sure. I know another friend of mine's got an entire collection of different torture instruments from. His family comes from one of the Scandinavian countries, and he's got a friend who's got a museum there. It often comes across like unbelievable pieces because I mean they just you can go metal detecting, and a lot of this stuff just turns up. It's crazy.
The thing I find interesting about torture machines or torture tools is the creativity that those people had in the day to come up with these bizarre, ruthless. I mean,
Yeah.
I'd use a different word. Wow.
What kind of person do you have to be to do something like that?
Savage.
And how functional would you have been in society, really? To be
Probably like normal.
yeah, I mean, it's mind blowing, isn't it, when you look at them?
It
The
is.
horror that they inflicted on people is just, you can't even imagine how you could do that to a human.
Very barbaric. The
Yeah.
human race is the most barbaric race of anything on the planet. As much as it can be good, it's just so barbaric. You know, again, a whole other show. Yeah, I'm gonna behave right now. I'm gonna lose my sponsor. So, I know. Okay, so with that being said, go back, just jolly us. Thank you guys for joining us and doing the show and tell and answering the questions. You guys are really patient. You're really good sports. I have to say. So,
It's been good. Thanks very much again.
Yeah, it's always easy.
Oh, thank you. It's so much fun.
yeah, it was a challenge getting, you both on in the same place. Carl had StreamYard narrowed down, and him was like, nope. He gets on Skype, and Carl can't get on. I was like,
that's because Hamilton needs a new iPhone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just not interested in technology. I mean, my phone is, I don't know, 6-7 years old. My laptop is even older.
right.
Just not interested. The
But
phone.
you can get on Zoom. How do you get on Zoom when you can't get on StreamYard? StreamYard's more basic.
I can't do anything. So if I need something putting on my phone, somebody has to do it for me. I can do absolutely nothing, and I'm not interested enough to learn.
Right.
There's a possibility that someone could put StreamYard on your phone for you.
Well, I can ask.
And we could do the next one pre-recorded on StreamYard. Because then you can, if you want to share pictures, you can share them during the show on that one.
You can't do that on Skype unless you just show it up and go.
We can have a talk about this another time.
Yeah, I mean, I simply can't do it, and maybe my phone isn't even compatible. I can't answer the question. I don't know.
Oh, it would be. If you can download Firefox on there, you'd be good. All the phones have Firefox, and it doesn't have to be Chrome. Anything, any Microsoft
Internet
one works.
Explorer works.
It just doesn't like Apple for whatever reason. It just doesn't like Apple. So,
no,
it's
because
some
of
of us love it.
they have antivirus. Yeah, but it's all got to do with their protection of their software. That's why you have to use Chrome.
There we go. See, technical answer.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway,
sometimes I get them once in a while.
There we go. But guys, thank you, and I hope you have a good slumber. And I think we're going to be seeing you guys again. Da, 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 da. I'm going to go over there to
Sounds like Joe now.
November 10th.
Yeah. Let me write
November 10th. Prepare. Yes, prepare. We'll do what we'll do is we'll record it first and then it'll air on the 10th if you want to do that.
Get the rack built.
It's okay then. You do that, sir.
Oh boy.
There we go. Pictures. So, all right,
What?
guys.
What?
Thank you.
Good night.
You'll catch up.
Good night, everyone.
Catch up soon.
Good
See you soon.
night. Thank
Bye.
you.
Night, guys.
Bye. Yay.
Well, we have come to the end of another fantastic segment here on the Outer Realm. Totally unplugged, unexpected, you name it. It was a lot of fun. Thank you to everybody who tuned in. And again, apologies on the slow start. It was really difficult. There's a real time difference between us and our friends and guests from the UK, and sometimes it just does not work out the way we need it to. But again, big thank you to Carl Cookson and Hamilton White. They're good sports. They really let us, have some fun with them tonight. They're really good guys. Thank you to Joe for being very patient and getting us all up and running. Huge thank you to Folgers Coffee, of course, for sponsoring the show as always, and definitely got you guys some good promo tonight. Please remember to stop by the International Public Radio and subscribe. While you're out there, head over to Facebook and find us on the Outer Realm and give us a follow there, please. And thank you. Want to contact us, please go to the Outer Realm Contact at gmail.com. The Outer Realm Contact at gmail.com. Tomorrow night, for the very first time, we have Dr. Kimberly McGeorge joining us. She is very versed in everything from the paranormal, cryptozoology, ufology, ETs, you name it. She's got it. Looking forward to see what she's got for us tomorrow night. Until then, Amelia and I bid you good night, and we thank you. See you tomorrow.
The same way that we do.
Texas. Louisiana. New Orleans. New Orleans. And his talk is called Types of Aliens and Extraterrestrial Contacts. Joe is the International Director of ICAR, ICAR. International Community for Alien Research. He is also the owner of the Paranormal Radio Network, and he will tell us about the different types of aliens that he and his team have found in some of his 12,000 investigations, along with the different types of contacts people have encountered. Are ETs in your neighborhood? Would you know who they are or what they look like? Think again. You may be surprised. All right, Joe, welcome.
Well, thank you, Pat. I appreciate the introduction. And I am International Director for the International Community for Alien Research. I'll give you all a little view on who we are. We are the largest UFO organization in the world, on average 15 times larger than the 25,000 members. We have more than 12,500 abduction cases. And we're a little bit different than everybody else in the field. We do things, first off, we're very strict on what we consider to be legitimate information. And the organization has now been doing a comparison study for 11 years on contactees. Now, it all started, I was with MUFON for about 10 years with Walt Andrews. I was a senior field investigator for him. But Walt was really a nuts and bolts ufologist, as most people should know, if you're familiar with him. He's a very nice guy, a good friend of ours, also a member of the International Community for Alien Research. But we were looking to do abduction studies, not MUFON's bag of tips. MUFON is really a UFO organization, so I was getting a little disenchanted, couldn't get anything going, was getting aggravated, got together with a group of MUFON directors. We did a comparison study on about 4,600 cases that we had on file. We pulled from a bunch of different organizations. Went through it and we created what we call abduction criteria, which actually I'll be discussing tomorrow in the 303 lecture. But that got us the foundation for who and what we are. That's what got us started. it allowed us to start going through and saying, okay, we know the Greys are going to do this, the reptilians are going to do this, the humans are going to do this, the human beings are going to do this. The reason I really wanted, that's not a problem. The reason why I wanted to do types of aliens first is most people are familiar with the Greys. When I talk to people in general, they don't really know about the light beams. They're not sure about the little brown guys. Many people know about Charles Hall's tall whites. It's just not things that you hear in the field that often. But there's also a lot of misnomers. So I think what we're going to do, we'll start with the least known, or the ones with the least amount of information on them. I don't know how many people are familiar with the light beams. It's a poor description when we say light beams. They're more along pure energy, might be a better way of describing them. As far as we know, there's no physical technologies involved with this race at all. They seem to be able to move through time and space freely without any efforts. And if they are truly transforming aliens, it's them. They seem to be able to take any shape they want at any time they want. They're also the masters of the Greys. See, everybody always assumed the Greys work for the humans, or the Greys work for the reptilians, or so on and so forth. We learned about 15 years ago that the Greys are much more advanced than either the reptilians or the human race. And I mean much more advanced. Probably in the order of 500 million, 800 million years more advanced than the other two races. And we found this out because of military abduction research, believe it or not. Myself, Randy Copain, Melinda Wesley, and a few others that I work with, we started realizing that when the reptilians or the humans were seen with the Greys, they always gave way to the Greys. In other words, if there was a Grey present and there was humans and reptilians, they were stepping out the way. It didn't matter if it was the 3-foot Greys, the 6-foot Greys, the 9-foot Greys. It just didn't matter. They were getting out of their way. There was definitely fear there. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. All the contactees described it the same way. They said when the Greys were present, all the races, including humans, meaning us, all showed an abnormal amount of fear when it came right down to it. And so that was just to kind of get you out of where you are. As you can see on here, it says iCar, which I told you about. UFO on the Cover is a show I host on Wednesday nights. And we do discuss all this material with pretty much anybody who's anybody in the field. Matter of fact, most of the ufologists these days I'm friends with. I also do own the Paranormal Radio Network. I'm sure a lot of y'all are familiar with John Greenwald Jr. He's one of our hosts. Karen Dolan is one of our hosts. Yeah. Alfred Weber is one of our hosts. We have several actually affiliates. Tim Banal is another one of the affiliates that work for the station. Right now we have about 40 live programs dealing with variety, as I like to call it, because they like to talk about politics and God. Also, we have the UFO type shows, which I host, and my national director, Dee Andrew, hosts what's called the Eye to the Sky. She does nuts and bolts ufology and UFOs and things like that. And then we have the more controversial programmer, we'll call it, like a friend of mine, Paul Price Richard, who hosts the Prophecy Chronicles. It's a very, very interesting thing in itself. But before we get into this, the station's there for everybody. It's absolutely totally free. It costs nothing to listen to it. You can find it at paranormalradionetwork.com. That's our home site. .org is our archive site. I think right now there's about 2,000 hours of free archives there from, you name who they are, they're on those archives. The archive I just recently did with Travis Walton, if you haven't heard it, you should really listen to it. He actually talks about stuff he has never discussed in public before. There are several big ufologists that actually in the last year decided to share with me things that they have never discussed in public before. Also, there's one with Stanton Friedman that we did, not on ufology, mind you, but on what he used to do for a living when he used to work on nuclear aircraft. It's a very interesting interview, and it really gives people an idea of how aliens might be traveling. Coupled with the Michio Kaku interview I did shortly after that, it really lends credence to the physics of star travel, which is something we try to do. We try to legitimize this as much as possible, but getting back to what I was originally talking about. When dealing with the light beams, the Greys tend, I don't know how to explain it, but it's their demeanor. The little 3-foot Greys, I guess we'll call them the 3-foot Greys. By the way, while I'm on this subject, Greys are not gray. In case y'all did not know that, they're not gray. If a contactee walks up to you and tells you they've seen a gray alien, you might as well tell them go home. Then they haven't seen a real alien, it's something else entirely. They're kind of, I don't know if y'all are familiar with cobalt, electric blue, and the reason they are is we found this out after about 15 years of research. The Greys absorbed their food. they absorb it through their skin. It's something we learned very early on in our research. They actually absorb it. Well, they eat, or they absorb whatever you would call it. It's a blue plasma. Now, the blue plasma we found out thanks to contactee research, because the contactees kept having this problem with this weird blue. But what's important about this is when a gray first eats, his skin color is a deep cobalt blue. Now, as a few days go by, the color of his skin starts to fade. So you'll start getting a more of a light blue, and then almost, I hate to say clear, but it's almost a translucent color. So it kind of does give them a grayish, whitish, strange little hue until they refeed again. Also, the grays are, I think there's 9 varieties that we've categorized now. There's the 2 short gray varieties, which the people like to call the helpers or the workers. Well, one of those grays seems to be cyborg, or at least half human, or half gray and half machine. The other grays are just totally alive like we are, very advanced, much stronger than we are. It always cracks me up that people wonder how a little 3-foot gray could take a guy my size, I'm 250 pounds, and drag me out of my house. Even if you knock me out, I'm still a 250-pound guy. And this is a little gray, this big. I mean, come on, let's be honest about it. They're quite strong, quite a bit stronger than I am. They have a tendency, I don't know if y'all have seen the movie or the TV series Taken. There's a particular clip in there when contactees see it that really freaks them out. You'll actually see the grays. They'll start to move up the sides of the walls, move on top of the ceilings. It's a very freaky thing. The first time I seen it, it shivers up my spine. I was like, oh, okay, that really hit, you know. By the way, I am a contactee, but it really did send shivers up my spine. And that was a kicker for a lot of people. Well, we realized that they don't have physical bones the way we do. They're more of a cartilage type alien. And they're very powerful. And their immunity abilities far exceed anything that humans will probably reach for another 500 or 600 million years. We're nowhere in their ballpark. It always cracks me up when people tell me that, oh, you can do this with the gray. You can do no, it's not true. The grays are so far beyond us that literally it will take us at least 100 million years to catch up with them. They're well beyond where we are. They've been here for 10,000 plus years, and they've been doing this unabated for that long, and they're going to do it for another 10,000 years unabated, because frankly, there is nothing or anyone on this planet that can stop them. Not at this time. Maybe 10,000, maybe 100,000, maybe a million, depends on us. Or actually, I guess I should say it depends on them as well, where we're going to end up with this. They're, like I said, they're very powerful, very strong, and they seem, everybody always says they don't have emotions. Well, that's not really true. The grays do have emotions. They don't show them often, but they do get angry. We've had at least 100 contactees now talk about them getting angry. Most of y'all are probably familiar with what they call the reward and punishment program for what we call advanced contactees or keepers. These are people that are kind of working with the grays, for a lack of a better way of explaining it. And they do reward and punishment. If you do something good, you get to keep your memories. You go home, not too much bad stuff happens to you, you're on your merry way. You don't, you're going to pay for it. It's usually not a physical punishment, it's usually a mental punishment. And it's usually something that takes you some time to get over. Most contactees tell me when it happens, it usually takes them a week to 2 weeks just to get it out of their head. No one can ever put into words what's actually in their head, but it takes them that long to get the emotional strain back to where they can actually become a productive member of society again, which is a very strange thing itself. Now, a friend of mine, Jim Sparks, I'm sure a lot of y'all are familiar with Jim. This is something we discuss on a regular basis. Jim told me one time that he could remember 95% of his abductions. Pretty good, huh? I mean, 95%? Jim's older. He's in his 50s now. Now, I put this to him, and this is something that everyone needs to think about if they're going to do this kind of research. He was getting abducted weekly, sometimes daily. You figure 2 hours a day, times 30 days, 60 hours a month, times, it's about 700 hours a year, times 10 years. That's 7,000 hours. Now, he's a lifelong abductee, which means he's somewhere in the 40 to 50,000 hour range of abductions. There's no way he's retaining that kind of memory, ever. There's no way any contactee retains that kind of memory. It simply doesn't happen. It's a very strange thing because people just assume they hear something, they're like, oh, well, that sounds good. Well, no, stop, think, do the research. You know, come right down to it. See how long an average abduction lasts. Is it an hour, 3 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours? How many times does a person get abducted? That's important for people to understand because that's really, which I'll get into more tomorrow in the 303, but it is something they need to understand. But so you have the 3-foot ones who are doing most of the experiments. The 5 to 6 foot ones, which are about yay tall, they're funny. They're gray, they're white, and they're brown. And I say gray meaning the blue. It's just unfortunate the gray just pops out of my mouth. But they are about 5.5 foot on average. They have 4 fingers, and as far as I can tell, none of the toes perform from anything anybody's told us. And they seem to be, I guess you could call them the keepers, the middle guys. They kind of keep an eye on what the little grays are doing, but they're also assigned to each group of contactees. What's funny about this is we learned that contacts happen in family lines. They go back for generations. We know now that contacts will span an entire family. You can go back 10, 15,000 years. What's most interesting about this is a lot of times the same gray that abducted your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother is the same gray abducting you. So they're quite familiar with your family. They're quite familiar with what your breaking points are. They're quite familiar with a lot of things, actually. And as best I can tell, it's almost virtually impossible to get them to stop doing anything. Now, they do have a rule, though. They'll take, like, siblings. Let's say if there's 2 brothers, 2 sisters. They'll go into the family, they'll abduct all 4, usually pre-birth. Bring them back, do the whole 9 years. Usually 2 or even 3 of them will get dropped. They won't abduct them anymore. They'll just drop them. They're not what they're looking for. The other thing that's important about that is, and this is something no one really thinks about, is everybody interbreeds. I'm talking about us. If you're a great contactee, you marry someone who's a reptilian contactee, y'all have children, that child marries someone who's a human contactee, we have just created a new species. Now this is happening on a regular basis. So at this particular point, we're not sure where anybody is as far as how far advanced we are actually from them. It gets really complicated, but each generation you're getting more inbreeding between the contactee groups, the 3 major contactee groups. They're breeding with each other now. And it's not hybrids. It's not anything the aliens are doing. The aliens originally started it. Now these people are finding each other on their own and doing this. And it's creating for a very interesting group of people. But like I said, we'll get into that more and more. But getting back to the 5 to 6 foot aliens, they do tend to really keep an eye on everything. They like to know everything that goes on all the way around. And I would imagine, because from what we've been told, the 6 and 7 footers, I don't want to say they're vicious. They're just, well, let's just say you don't want to disappoint them and leave it at that. That might be a polite way of saying don't hack them off. They can be extremely mean. They can be extremely kind, but they can be extremely mean. And these 3 sizes, and it's kind of weird that the grays are caste system, meaning they start with the 3 foot, then the 5 foot, the 7 foot. They also seem to go that way in authority. The short guys do not have the skills or the powers that the other guys have. They seem to get a little bit more advanced and have a little bit more skills and a little bit more power as they get taller and higher. They also seem to have a caste system, like a hive system. We found over the years that there is at least one person, or one being in charge. I hate to use the word person, but we'll say one being in charge. There does seem to be at least a queen, king, whatever you want to call it. Since no one I know personally has seen him, we're going to say queen for the sake of argument, but as far as I know, no one has ever actually seen her or it or whatever you want to call it. It's just they have had, when contactees are discussing this amongst themselves, they will discuss what the other aliens are talking about. You know, when they're doing their contactees, one of the things we did early on is you can teach a contactee to eavesdrop. It's a real easy thing to do. It's real easy. They don't even mess with contactees unless they're telepathic. No, let me change that. All contactees, if you're truly a contactee, you're empathic. Every contactee is empathic. If you're not empathic, you're not a contactee. It's that simple. If you don't have an empathic ability, don't waste our time. You're just not a contactee. It's one of the prerequisites for being it. Most contactees have advanced telepathic abilities. Some of them learn it, some of them don't. I have no idea. It probably has more to do with how open you are to these things, where you are in your own evolution, and where you're going to see if you're going to ever awaken these abilities. Personally, I know a lot of contactees that use this every day. They use it for abilities. But that's one of the things that these aliens are doing. They're kind of pre-programming us to recognize, at least some of us, to recognize these abilities. And that's really what the big, tall guys are interested in. They're not really interested in your emotional well-being. They're not really interested in your health, even though they will intervene sometimes on health issues. I do have cases where 2 ladies in California, stage 4 cancer, 6 months to live. Get a phone call one night, don't have cancer the next morning. I said, whoa, remission, all right. No, Joe, the doctor said it was gone, never had it. It's impossible. Both of them, same night. Called. Don't know each other, by the way. Either one of them. Don't know each other. Both of them live in California, mind you. One in Northern California, one in Southern California. Got up the next morning, were feeling great, went to the doctor, had the battery test, called me and said, the cancer's gone. And from what the doctor said, there was no damage. All of the cells that were disrupted from the cancer were completely gone. So they do intervene sometimes. But then I also know contactees that have had other problems that they haven't intervened on. So that's one of those arguments. Why would they save this one and not that one? You know, it's a tough thing. I really think that has more to do with where you are on their list of what they need. A lot of people assume that when we're talking about this particular type of alien, that they're here to help us, save us, or hurt us. Now, you judge aliens just like you judge your neighbor. You judge them by their actions. They come take you against your will. They do what they want to do. They put you back. They wipe out your memories. Not a friendly act, not a hostile act. We do this all the time as humans. We take bears on a daily basis, tag them, probe them, take their blood, hang them from things to see how much they are. We're thinking we're doing a good thing. That's what we're thinking. So in the Gray's case, we can't assume that they're evil because they're doing this. All we can assume is they shouldn't do it. They should ask us first. Or at least say, hey, look, I'm coming to your house, just be ready. I'm coming, just have yourself. But no, they don't. So you have to judge them by their actions. And what's most important about this, Grays have been here for at least 6,000 years. They have not destroyed the planet, but they have not saved the planet. Which says this is about them and not about us. And this is a really important lesson. It was hard to learn this even for myself. Because being a human, I want to think this is about me. I'm a human, this is about me. They're taking me, they're doing this. It's not. They need something. It's not so much that they actually need it from us. They just need it. It's going to take time. They're going to work it out. But they're not going to stick their necks on the line for our species. They're not going to stop nuclear bombs from falling. They were here during World War II. I see we nuked the daylights out of Japan. They didn't stop it. I see what went on at 9/11. I see what's going on in the Middle East right now. They're not going to intervene on our behalf. None of the aliens are going to intervene on our behalf. This is something they want us to correct. I was hoping when we learned about the light beams that we might actually see. You hear about light beams, you're thinking peace, love, light, you hear hug. That's what I'm thinking anyway. Not sure. They don't seem to be real hostile, but they don't really seem to have an interest in saving us the way we are. Now, by saying that, contactees, this is a big argument, and I should say this for Mara, but this is a big argument on how many people are actually being contacted worldwide. Now, I just got in trouble with this with Alfred Weber and George Nord, but I'll go ahead and go over it. All contactees, all researchers agree on this. Myself, Yvonne Smith, Ray Rodwell, Darrell Sims, all the major researchers, Bud Hopkins, Whitley, a whole bunch of us agree on this. 10 to 15% of the population is being abducted. Okay, doesn't sound like a lot, 10 to 15%. 10% of 6.5 billion is 650 million. Okay, 15% is 1.3 billion. That's a lot of people. In anybody's book, that is a lot of people. And the fact that they're even taking half of that many people and doing what they want, I gotta say, just irritates me. But what irritates me the most is the fact that they come in and they take your kids. And they don't ask you, can I take your son or your daughter? They just take them. And they do what they want, and then they put it back. Now, granted, as far as I can see, with the exception of a couple of missing people cases, in general, you're less for the wear. You're a little sore, a little aggravated, got some emotional problems, but still, they put you back. You're alive, you're kicking, and you're going to live the battle another day. It's an interesting thing in itself, but that is pretty much where the Greys are. They're pretty much in that little ball of wax there. They're running their programs for the light beams, and they consistently. If you go back to, you don't really find them in the Sumerian times, but you do find them in the Egyptian times. Now, what I find interesting about that, and I'm going to skip ahead here a little bit, the Sumerians, which we all know date about 600 years, give or take a day or two. The Sumerians talk about a race of humans. Now, I know most of y'all are familiar with the human race. They say they're gorgeous, they're beautiful, long, flowing, blonde hair, pretty. Oh, that's a lie. That's an outright lie. I'll prove it to you. If you go back and look in the Sumerian text and look in the Egyptian hieroglyphs, you will see human aliens, but they don't look like us. They have long heads. They're long this way. Their heads are protrude way up this way. On average, they're about 7.5 to 8 foot tall. They're quite a bit bigger than us. They have bigger eyes that are protruding. They're not what everybody would like to think of the peace, love, light. It's not what they are. From what I hear, and what most of the ancient text says, this race came to this planet umpteen thousands of years ago. No one can really put a serious date on this, whether it was 6,000 or 600,000. That's up for debate. No one really knows. All we know for sure is the Sumerians say that when human aliens came here, they built 2 great white dome cities because they could not live on this planet. They created a race to stay on this planet, which is not us, by the way. That race, in turn, a couple of thousand years later, decided, and all this, by the way, you can find for yourself. This is all ancient history text. This is nothing. This is all easy stuff to find. They decided that why should we take care of the planet? Why should we mind the planet? We're just as important as these guys who created us, or why bother? They decided to create a race of humans that could do things like plow the field, procreate, have their beards, stuff like that. Nothing of any real consequence. Now, what I find interesting about this, the Christian Bible has the same story. So do most of all of the ancient worlds have the same story. It is the same story wherever you go. You have this human race of aliens. This human race that was running around a planet that was basically dumb. It's not us. I'm not saying that we're brilliant, mind you, but this race was particularly dumb. Well, somewhere along those lines, the Sumerians started talking about this reptilian race that was coming in. By the way, they're not reptiles, they're amphibians. But anyway, they're talking about this race that would come in, take their women, rape the women, and the children that were born were different. Now, the first time I ever read this, I thought, different. Oh man, they're horrifying. They've got things going on beside their heads. It's not what they meant. They meant that they said no. When the race told them to go plow the field, they said, you go plow the field. We became a self-aware species. Christian Bible says it's better than anybody does. The serpent gives Eve the apple of life. She bites it first and she doesn't get dressed because she realized she was naked. She became self-aware. This is in every ancient culture there is. You will find it in Sumerian text. You will find it in the words of the Dogon. You'll find it in the Aborigines. You'll find it in Mesoamerican tribes. You'll find it in Native American tribes. There is no escaping this story. So if you go by that, then it's not the human aliens that are here to help us. They're not the ones that were helping us. They were using us as slaves. The reptilians, on the other hand, or the amphibians, on the other hand, at least thought we should be sentient, at least have a fighting chance. Now, I'm not saying they're here to help us either, to be honest with you, because at this point, I really don't know. But they did seem to have a vested interest in our species. For whatever reason, they decided they were going to help us out, or I should say maybe they were going to help themselves out. Like irritating humans by making us Christian, I'm sure we made somebody's life miserable out there. I can see, 300 or 400 million humans running around that are now going, hey, why do I have to do that? You go to it. Sounds like New York to me, but anyway, we'll move on for that. But still, that's kind of how it was. So you have all this going on, and all of a sudden, about 1,000 years into the Sumerians' writings, the Egyptians start to, I should say, as the Sumerians wane, the Egyptians start to pop up. And lo and behold, a new race enters. And what we like to refer to as a grace. You will actually find them in hieroglyphs on at least 5 different temples, and at least, I think it's more than 50 of the walls of just different places. The pictures are everywhere. The ones that I find most interesting are the ones where there's crafts next to them. I found those particularly interesting. It also seems that around that time, the Egyptians started becoming a much more advanced society in general. They learned about the stars. They had a much better understanding. And we think, and I'm going to use think here, somewhere in this time, somebody imported us some knowledge, because you have the Great Pyramids, which only line up with Orion at 12,500 years ago. But more importantly, Leo only lines up, or the Sphinx only lines up with Leo at 12,500 years ago. But it gets more involved than that. Angkor Wat only lines up with Drago at 12,500 years ago. The seven statues on Easter Island only line up with the 7 sisters at 12,500 years ago. There's 11 different monuments on this planet that only line up with their respective constellations at 12,500 years ago. Now, that's 7,000 years before the first monument was ever built, which would have been the Sphinx, which would have been the first of all of them. Who knew about precession? who were teaching these aliens how to go back 6,000 years and build monuments that we could see 6,000 years after that, 12,000 years later, that line up perfectly with our constellations. There's maybe 2-3 people in this whole room that could sit down and work this out. And we're actually quite an advanced species compared to them. But yet, not only did they do that, but they managed to grid the entire planet map with a less than 2% error. That's as good as any computer you use today. And they had little computers doing this. Direct intervention, no doubt about that. I find it interesting because in the Egyptians and the Sumerians, they portrayed the humans, along with the Mesoamericans, as really vicious, really mean people. They were very nasty, very mean, and definitely believed in slavery. And you find this in all the cultures. What I find interesting about it is in all the cultures, they show the reptilians as coming in as the bringers of life or the bringers of equality. In the Mesoamericans, or especially in the Incans and Mayans, they're considered the bringer of equality. They actually were the ones that came in and leveled the playing field for whatever reason. And we still, to this day, don't know what the reason is. We can guess about it all day long. We can hope that it was because of us. In reality, I really think it was just to irritate the other ones. Now, what's important about that, and I know I'm skipping on y'all, but one of the things that's important in that is I don't know how y'all have heard of the map of the Creator. It's an interesting map. It dates 120 million years old. 120 million years. We weren't here. This is a fact, by the way. You can look this up. It's still posted on several Russian sites where the archaeologists who found it posted it. It's been reviewed by American archaeologists. The map is 120 million years old. It's an aerial resource map of a valley made 120 million years ago. So somebody 120 million years ago had resources. They could fly over a valley, map the entire valley out, put the resources where they go, and then save this map, put it down, and save it for 120 million years. We don't have that technology today. We couldn't do that today. We could make the maps, and we could create the maps and put the maps where they go, but they would be gone in 120 million years. So here we have this, and the reason I bring this up is because the amphibians, and this is thanks to Harvard, Harvard did a thing where they took a raptor, and they ran the raptor forward about 64, 65 million years. And the raptor looks almost identical to one of the amphibians. I mean, almost not perfect, mind you, but really close, really close. So a lot of us now, a lot of the major researchers are now thinking that more than likely the amphibians are native to this planet. They're not. It may be more that we're the intruders than they're the intruders. And it might be one of the reasons why so much of this stuff is going on here. Think about it like this. They're amphibians. The planet is 78% water. Now, why would a sentient species like us evolve on a planet like this? We're inhabiting less than 24% of the planet. And we're not even really inhabiting that. We're inhabiting, when it comes right down to it, as a species, we inhabit less than 11% of this planet. Don't sound like the dominant species to me. The dominant species would inhabit 75 to 80% of the planet. It's not us. It makes you have to stop and wonder, whoa, wait a minute. Here's some other little tidbit facts for you. The human biological clock is set to 24.25 hours. Earth's days are 23.75 hours. Any reason why that would happen? Optimal body temperature for a human is 63.7 degrees Fahrenheit. Not this planet. So what is this? And this is science stuff. There's no escaping this. This is all stuff you can look at, like the reptilian section of our brain. This is all, none of this is science fiction. This is all fact. It's all based in fact. It's real easy to find, and it's real easy to look up. So you have to wonder, where are we really from? Is this really our home? Or are we the squatters? Now, I ask this to people all the time when I'm doing these lectures. Let me say, usually since you're in the front row, let's say you inherit 50 acres of land in California. You look like a nice person. You go out to California, you're going to build this big house out there, you're going to move out of your land. You go out there and you find a bunch of people living on your land. You going to let them keep it? You're going to say, y'all can live here and be nice? Yeah, that's right. You're going to kick them off. So now we have 3 major aliens visiting this planet, with one of them that seems to have a claim to our planet. I'm getting a little tad bit worried. I'm getting just a little worried here that these aliens may have an agenda that may not appease everybody on this planet. It may be something it's not that it's so much dark. It really just comes down to, we were a created race, and there's actually DNA evidence now to back that up. There's 2 genetic studies that came out. One that cites the 4,000 pieces of junk DNA in the human body, which, by the way, is 88% more than any other animal on the planet. 88% more. Don't sound like we naturally evolved. Sound like there was some issue problems there. It sounds more like a created species. So, do we actually have a claim to Earth? That's what it comes down to. Do we have a claim to this planet? Or are we just 6 billion ants running around waiting for the exterminator to come along? At this point, we really don't know. We really don't. I'm hoping that if any of this is correct, that they're going to say, well, you know, they're not that bad. Let's at least keep some of them. And, you know, and really when you talk about this, and I shouldn't touch on this because I really was saving this for tomorrow, but there's a thing called the Holocaust dream that runs in contactees. 1/3 of all of our contactees have this dream. What's scary about this 1/3 is we have never published this anywhere. I barely talk about it at lectures, and these dreams are vivid. I mean, they are vivid. They are detailed. People will tell you, like the one lady was telling me about the one in Houston. She said all the buildings were intact, everything was intact, but there was military just rolling bodies in by the thousands, just with dumpsters. But there was no damage in these cities. The cars were in the streets. Pretty much what they describe as a pandemic. A very nasty pandemic that probably takes about 2/3 of the population. Now, you don't need aliens for us to do something stupid like that, let's be honest. I mean, we're building biological weapons all the time, so maybe they know something we don't. Maybe they know we're going to mess up. It's going to be their opportunity to take over. Maybe they're planning on doing it themselves. Maybe they want to see how we react to disasters like that. I mean, I have noticed one thing for sure. When there are major catastrophes, aliens tend to show up. Maybe we're like sport to them. Maybe they just want to watch and see how humans deal with certain problems. Or maybe they're just trying to figure out, oh, God, these guys are dumb. How do they survive? And, it's a tough call, but at this point, it is something that we're steadily looking into. Now, going back to the amphibians, and they are amphibians. All the contactees described, they look like lizards, by the way. Probably 6.5, 7 foot tall. The big males, or the mature males, are probably in the 7 foot tall range. 300 to 400 pounds. They're big. They're big. They're big. The mature males are the only ones that have tails, none of the rest of them have tails. Except for the mature females. And when we say mature, this is probably 5,000 to 10,000 years old. These are not your average run-a-day little children that are running around. The reason I bring this up is because I tell contactees out, because somebody had said something earlier when Pete was talking that got me thinking about this. One of the things we tell reptilian contactees is the immature males, the ones that are 5 or 6 foot tall, they're very aggressive. They're kind of crazy is what they are. But you can't tell them no. I don't know if you can, they probably wouldn't stop abducting you, but they may stop doing what they're doing, because they are extremely aggressive. I've had at least 100 contactees tell me they like to lock them in the room with the kids. There'll be 10, 15 of the little amphibians around, and they'll throw a woman or a man in there with them sometime to see how the human's going to react. Well, they're a much different society than we are. But it's not so much that they're a violent society, but they do things differently than we do. So they expect you to be commanding and say, stop, knock it off, quit. But you can't just go, oh, stop, because they're not going to stop. You've got to be convinced. From what everybody tells me, it's more of a, it's more that you're projecting the energy, is a better way of saying it. You're projecting it through your mind. You're just projecting it. And they'll stop. Now, I'm not going to tell you they're going to stop abduction. I know a lot of people say stop their abductions. I've got to tell you this. Everyone I have ever regressed that said they have stopped their abductions were still being abducted. Everyone, to date. There has been no one that has passed the regression test, not one. A lot of people, including Darrell Sims, which hates me right now because of this, but actually we're friends. But I put him on the spot a couple of years ago. I said, Darrell, you said you stopped your abductions. Let me regress you. Oh, no, Joe. You ain't regress. Come on, Darrell. I've interviewed you like 15 times. Come on, Darrell, come on. So he said, well, I ain't going to let you regress. I said, well, then you have to admit that it's possible you're still being taken. I said, they're taking your son and your grandson. Why aren't they taking you? I said, are you useless to them? It ain't because you're hunting, because they're sure not scared of you, Darrell. Come on. I said, dude, they can disappear you in a second. And this is a key point. How many people here think they can stop a military abduction? Most of y'all familiar with MILABs. Anybody think they can stop a military abduction? This is what cracks me up. If you can't stop a military abduction, how in the world are you going to stop an alien abduction? Because they are way more advanced than we are. Now, they will stop. Most of the time, what they will do is just not let you remember anymore. So as far as you're concerned, yes, the abductions did stop, but in reality, no, they didn't stop. They're still doing it. They're just knocking it out of your head, so there's no more reason for you to fight or argue about it anymore. It's a scary thing in itself. And I have noticed, too, that the human aliens and the amphibians, they will kind of bend to your will somewhat. The Greys just don't. The Greys have a, I guess, if we had to pick a hypothetical or a race that we've seen on TV, maybe the Vulcans might be a good description. They do have emotions. The Greys are an emotional race. They're just very controlled. But let me tell you what, I know a few times where they have gotten furious because contactees did stuff that, frankly, they weren't supposed to. But I also do know that they want communicators out there. I know Katarina Wilson personally. She's a friend of mine. Leah Haley's a friend of mine. These are people they want speaking on a regular basis. There are several contactees out there right now that are speaking. Now, I'm not going to tell you everything that the contactee is telling you is true, because it's probably not. There's probably a good bit of misinformation in it, not intentionally, mind you. They're not doing it intentionally, but you can only interpret what you see. You know, I mean, we're limited to our education and the way we were raised. So when you're on board one of these ships and all this stuff is going on, this is an interpretation, is what you're speaking about. And some of it's quite close, some of it's not even in the ballpark. But they want people to be familiarized with them. They want this to become an open forum topic, at least amongst us. And I hate to say this, but I don't think they care about what we term the norms now. I really don't. I think they're interested in their 1 billion to 2 billion contactees they have on this planet, and the other 4 billion, well, c'est la vie. I don't think they're interested in them. I don't, because people ask me all the time. Matter of fact, Stephen Bissett and I debate this all the time. Why won't there be disclosure? Well, because it's been disclosed. The ET is disclosed to everybody they want to disclose to. Every contactee knows there's aliens on this planet, and frankly, that is all the aliens are worried about. They don't care if the average person knows, they just don't. It's not something that matters to them in any shape, form, or fashion. All they're interested in is what we're doing, what they're doing, and what's going to come out of this. That's all they're really interested in. Unfortunately, we're stuck in there. You know, it's a strange little pestering thing anyway. But anyway, moving on. I want to go back to the amphibians because I love talking about them. As a race, we do know things like they do have a religion. Seems to be a single religion. Doesn't seem to be a multitude of religions. We know they can be very aggressive. We also know they abduct in family lines, but a little bit differently than the Greys do. The Greys abduct in family lines, meaning from the first point of contact. Whenever the first point of contact was with your family, the Greys continue to abduct in that family line, unless that family line becomes useless, which does happen sometimes. Reptilians are different. The amphibians, when they originally interbred with this population 10,000, 100,000 years ago, whenever it was, they created their own family lines. They are abducting inside their family lines. Any reptilian contactee is born with genetic memory. Their whole species is done that way, from the bottom up. The daddy, the grandpa, and on down. The material is just handed over. Every time one dies or one's born, the new one gets the information. Now imagine it takes some time to assimilate that much information because they're a very old race. But it does work like that. The way we found out about it was through the contactees. We have these contactees, we're having all these wild dreams and having all these recall and all this recollection on like different libraries of hooded aliens, of rituals and stuff like that. And at first, when I get 1 or 2 cases, I'm like, okay, whatever. We'll document it and keep it until we find something that matches it. When you start getting in the 300, 400, 500 case range, then you can start taking it serious. Then you can say, okay, there is something physically going on here that we need to look into. Well, what we found was the human cannot access the full genetic memory, but they can access bits and pieces of the genetic memory. At first, we thought these were abductions. We thought they were being abducted, and this is what they were seeing in abduction. But the timelines weren't right. Some of the times when they were seeing this stuff was back 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 years. So they were seeing images from like the great-great-grandfather of one of the reptilians. That's what they were seeing. Well, we didn't. It took us a little time to figure that out. Now we understand that. So technically, an amphibian, if you're being abducted by an amphibian, you're related to them, is what it comes down to. You're sharing common DNA with this species. And the reason I bring that up is because they're very funny. The big males will come into a room. If you're related to them, the way they mate and breed is they just do whatever they want at the time. Well, for human women, not a good thing. For human men, not a good thing. That's forcible rape in our society. In their society, no, it's not. It's the way they do things. But from what we've heard, if a woman is forceful or a man is forceful, and I mean forceful, I don't mean have to kick you in the head or anything, but you've got to mean it, they'll stop. And it's generally just the big males you have to worry about this with, but I have heard occasionally that the little immature males will try to, I guess. It's like when a kid going through puberty. It's the same thing. But they tell you to be forceful. What's really weird about this is they have a way. Because this is what really bothered me about this whole scenario. Because we try to stay out of these areas when we're doing research. What really bothered me is half the women said it was rape. The other half said it wasn't. Same scenarios now. Same exact thing going on. So I'm thinking, well, what am I missing here? I mean, somebody comes in, grabs you, does what they want. Okay, I don't see. Well, come to find out, the males, the mature males and the mature females have a way of, I guess it's an empathic energy. They just kind of portray onto you. So whatever they're feeling, you start to feel. Well, of course, they're enjoying themselves, so they're relaying that straight to you. So after a while, it just becomes a thing. Now, what's really funny about it is I actually have contactees now that tell me that they miss it. It's one of the things that floors me. It really throws me for a loop. But hey, you got to take the information for what it is. So we see those on a regular basis. When it comes to the human aliens, or I should say the second race of the human aliens, because the first ones can't breathe our atmosphere, they tend to be aggressive with both species on this planet. Or I should say with both males and females on this planet. The females are very aggressive to male men on this planet, and the men are very aggressive to females on this planet. It's something that goes on in contact on a regular basis. It doesn't go on for everybody. It's not going to happen to everybody. Maybe 1 in 10, maybe 1 in 100. I'd actually have to sit down and count. But it does happen. And it is something that we do see on a regular basis. So those kind of things we incorporate into our research, because somewhere along the line this is driving a point to something that we're looking for, something that we're trying to understand, something we want to know. Not so much what the aliens want to know, but what we want to know. Also, too, I don't know how long most of y'all have been doing this. We learned about 10 years ago from my car that the Greys especially changed the way they do abductions. How many of y'all here missing time on a regular basis now? It's hardly ever talked about. There's hardly any missing time ever talked about. Now, for decades, missing time is a sure way to know you had a contactee. Not anymore. They've gotten very, very, very advanced in the way they do things. Also, they don't use cover memories anymore. They use what we call looped memories. They'll go into your head, find something that you do on a daily basis, something mundane, something that you would never even challenge the thought of. They'll take it like, something maybe most people's like driving to work, sitting at your desk, just something that you do every day that you're not going to question the memory. And they just loop it. And as far as you're concerned, that's what you did that day. But, like everything in the universe, they do make mistakes from time to time. Every now and then, they'll loop a memory that sets off another memory. Like in one case, they had looped a memory, but they didn't take into consideration that the couple that they looped a memory to had gotten into a fight in that location. So when they looped the memory, the couple got into a fight. And while they were fighting, they realized, well, wait, this is a 10-year-old fight. What are we doing? That's how we would catch on the small things like this. Give you another example. A couple in Pensacola, Florida, left a hotel room, we're going out to the beach doing research there, and people we know personally, going out to do some research. Pulled up, parked the car, went out to the beach, did their research, went back. Right? Nothing happened. Right? They get back in the car, they got a ticket. Now you can see the car from the beach, but there's a ticket in the car. The ticket says 10:15. The couple didn't leave the hotel until 11 o'clock. Cop guarantees, got it on videotape. That's when the ticket was issued. The hotel and the 7-Eleven had the couple there at 11:05 and 11:12. But yet, somehow or another, that car and that couple were on that beach at 10:15 and got a ticket. But according to the hotel cameras, they never left the hotel. Now, how in the hell did that happen? Really?
Can you explain?
Yes, actually we can. What they do, the Greys, especially the Greys they got smart. Maybe it was because of Bart Hopkins, maybe it was because of David Jacobs, maybe it was because of one of the other researchers. Somebody out there put enough information out that they said, okay, we've got to change what we're doing. It's time to move on, it's time to change. The Greys tend to remove you from time. You can call it dimensional, you can call it whatever they want, they just step you out to the side. Time is going on. When they step you back in, it may be 10 minutes early, maybe an hour early, it might be the same moment within the time they took you, but they just put you back. Every now and again, we get couples that actually see each other as they're being going back and forth. So they're actually seeing themselves as they're being put back. That would personally freak me out like you wouldn't believe. I'd be like, oh, okay, wait a minute, now wait. So then I'd start asking questions, and of course they get aggravated with me. I'd get one of those penalties they talk about all the time. I have been known to challenge them. Occasionally it is not a good thing. Sometimes it works. I mean, I get some information every once in a while. Most times it's something I usually regret, but still, you got to do it. I tell everybody the same thing. I agree with what people were saying earlier. You always have to take the argument that you can stop this and you can fight. Yes, there's going to be repercussions. Yes, there's going to be other things. But the Greys especially, the Greys and reptilians especially, they kind of, I don't want to say they honor, but they kind of respect it. The fact that you're willing to stand up to a race as themselves. So in some cases, they may slack down or lighten up on the contact situation. Some things, but something I'll get into tomorrow is contact goes through stages. From prior to birth, to childhood, into puberty, into your 30s, into your 40s, and into your 50s. And it changes along the way on a regular basis. And the contact actually slows, and in some places almost comes to a complete stop. So a lot of times contactees assume that they're not being abducted anymore, because frankly they haven't seen it. They also like to do non-physical abductions and downloads, which is something that's also new. The download started about 12, 14 years ago. We started getting contactees that would just be driving along or sitting down watching TV and just, bam, all kind of stuff in there. In the psychic world, they call them walk-ins. Well, they're not walk-ins because they're still the same person. You know, it's just they're a much more brilliant person. They have a lot more ability. They understand things a lot better. And it does tend to pop into their heads while they're going along. I always did find that interesting. They'll say that they'll be doing something, and all of a sudden, bam, they just know something new. Now, we put this to the test because we like to test contactees. I'm very skeptical by nature. So we actually put it to the test, and we would take people that would tell us that they had maybe been learning something new, and we would go out and research the subject matter and test them on it. I was amazed people with 8th grade educations were doing quantum physics. I was amazed by this stuff. I mean, some of this stuff is beyond. Matter of fact, when I was talking with your kid about this, he was amazed. We got into pretty good in-depth, and I think I should catch that interview. That's a good interview. Anybody that can get Mitchie Cocky to admit that aliens may be real is a good interview, guys. Trust me. Because he's hardcore, but he's kind of changed his mind these days. But it's a good one, and it does give you a sense that even mainstream, if the argument is presented correctly and not way out there, will accept this. Now, I interviewed him, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and Dr. Paul Avalette. They all three were real hardcore against aliens when the interview started. At the end of the interview, they were much softer. As a matter of fact, Michio on Nova did a special on one of the things I brought up to him, which we called they always talk about having to have generation ships of travel in space and stuff, but you really don't. All you have to do is understand that it's called the stepping stone theory. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the stepping stone theory. Build a base on Mars, build a base in Zone 11, build a base on Io, Europa, somewhere out there, put one out in Oort cloud, put one halfway between Proxima Centauri, put one in Proxima Centauri. Now, by saying that, it takes 2 weeks to get to the moon. New technology, about 5 days. New technology will get us to Mars in about 7 months, maybe 6 months. We'll get out to Jupiter in about 2 years. Now, meanwhile, these are established bases. We've got people staying here, living here on a regular basis. Next step is Oort cloud, 2 years out from the base at Io. Next after that's halfway to Proxima Centauri, another 2 years. Next time after that, Proxima Centauri, another 2 years. Now, we're 4 years. Now, within less than 10 years, we've gone from Earth to Proxima Centauri and has established colonies the entire way. The reason I bring this up is our galaxy is only 100,000 light years across. Sounds like a lot, but we're already 1 million years old, which means we could have crossed this galaxy 5 times already. Now, the Greys are supposedly several billion years old, and the reptilians and the humans are hundreds of millions of years old, which means they've been crossing back and forth against this galaxy literally hundreds of thousands of times. They don't need faster than light travel to do this. Even though they do have it, they don't need it. And this is one of the things we bring to mainstream to help Not crowds like us, because we understand this a little better. Most of us are going to have a little better understanding about aliens and what's going on. But for the everyday American, for the everyday Earthling, I should say, this helps them to understand that you can explore our galaxy without the need of advanced space travel. You can get, 2-year trips are nothing. When they used to cross the Atlantic to come to America, they'd get lost out there 2-3 years sometimes. Even at the very least, it'd take a year to get across. These are things that we can accommodate. We can carry those many supplies. We can put X amount of people on ships. We can accommodate those kind of fuel supplies. But no, we cannot put 200,000 people in space and accommodate it. It's impossible. So we have to use stepping stone theories, at least until either ET gives it to us or we figure out ourselves how to use wormhole technology or faster light technologies, whatever comes first. Not sure what it's going to be. But it does allow us to leave our solar system. It allows us to leave and go explore other solar systems. There are literally, I think it's 140 other solar systems within 10 light years of our planet. 10 light years. That sounds like a lot. At half light speed, that takes 20 years. But if you've already been going from colony to colony to colony, no, it doesn't. You're going to be going from Proxima Centauri to Vega. It takes about a year and a half. Boom, you're there. You're going from Vega to the next one, another year and a half. So that's the point. It's unfortunate that science likes to say, well, no, y'all cannot travel in space. It's going to take 500,000 years. Well, no, that's a lie. It won't. Even at NASA's estimations, at a quarter light speed, we can explore the entire solar system in less than 200,000 years. So we're planning on living, at least I'm hoping we are, for several hundred million to several billion years, which means we have the opportunity to not only explore this galaxy, but we have the opportunity to explore this galaxy at least 100 million times. That's a lot, guys. That means we can establish colonies all over the place. Let's look 20 million years into the human future and see where we are. 20 million years, we have colonies probably in every major solar system out there. Now, we'll be doing what the Greys are doing. Oh, let's go up top. Let's get you. The Greys are talking us for 10,000 years. Let's go get in. Which is something we're going to do. No reason to lie to ourselves. We'll be out there probing people and taking them against their wills, just like we do to animals and like we do to humans here on our planet today. I don't see us changing that for the future. And I do think we'll try to keep it like the Greys and humans. We'll probably try to keep ourselves somewhat anonymous, but we do make mistakes. But it's a point that people need to understand, because frankly, when I talk to people on a regular basis, they really don't understand that we can explore space. Like the other day when I was hearing the Emperor speak about our space program, I got a giggle. Well, we don't need to go to the moon. Well, yeah, we do. We have helium-3 on the moon. Yes, we need to go to the moon. It's a power source that a hungry planet for power needs. I don't know. I'm not a major physicist, but still, come on. It's free energy. Well, it's not exactly free. We're going to build a ship to get there and back, but still, it's there. And it is there in an abundance. But yet, no. We're not interested in that. We're going to go to Mars. Well, I want to go to Mars. Hell, I'd like to volunteer to go to Mars. But I would really like to see a base on the moon. I'd like to see a launching platform out in zone L11, which is something that I've talked to with several major physicists about, because it's the halfway point between us and Mars, which means we could send stuff from the moon to there in a matter of days. And then from there, we need to send them to Mars or to anywhere in our solar system within a matter of a few months. And those are constructed programs for a space program. Building a little rocket that can hold 3 people and send them to Mars is a waste of all of our money. That's exactly what it is. You can't bring anything back. It's not going to do us any good, and it's not really going to help anybody that's alive today. If we're going to do this, we need to do it correctly. We need to put together we need to just go ahead and start sending stuff to Mars now. Large containers of products. Get them there, get them set up, and then just start shipping people, one after another, till you actually get a real colony. Then you can start addressing issues and getting to space. I don't think most people realize what is in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. There's enough minerals there that will supply this planet for the next 10 million years. They don't know for sure, but they think it was a planet about 5 times the size of Earth, and it is loaded. They found one nickel-iron asteroid, which on this planet is worth $109 billion. One. NASA estimates that there's probably 10,000 of these things floating. That's $1 trillion plus floating around out there. So these are things that we just don't want to talk about. But all of this is related to our good friends, because apparently the aliens aren't interested in any of this. They're not interested in the helium on the moon. and don't seem to care. Probably not a technology they need. They do seem to have a little fascination with Mars, but oh, by the way, in case y'all didn't know, Mars does have a 24 3/4 hour day, or 24 1/4 hour day, and also 58 million years ago, Mars' average temperature was 63 degrees, which happens to be the optimal temperature for us and the right body clock for us. So you got to wonder, what was that? Now, is that? I'm not a big fan of coincidence. I'm not going to lie. I'm always been kind of I don't really buy the coincidence thing. So I've asked many scientists about this, and they're all, well, Joe, no, that's not right. I said, well, hold on, I'll look it up for you. Well, I don't know, Joe. Don't make any sense. Well, I mean, we live on Earth. Our body clock should be 23 1/4 hour days, and our optimal body temperature should be 76.6 degrees, and it's not. And, of course, we know we've been here, at least in this form, for at least 10,000 years. Now, according to science, we've been here for 2 million. I would have thought somewhere by now we would have adjusted to this. Now, if we were a created species that's less than 20 or 30,000 years old, no, we would not. It takes several million years to adjust to this. So it's just more fuel to suggest that whatever created us was not native to this planet, and the race that's here today is still not native to this planet. The argument always has been, and probably will be for a long time, most of y'all are probably familiar with panspermia, building lots of brain dart here, creationism, God put us here, or the aliens did. Any way it goes, this race is not native to this planet. That's why I get so funny with my Gaia friends, because I say, well, why would Gaia love you? You don't belong here. You better go find a Gaia planet you're from. You want her to love you. I'm thinking, people need, but most people don't think about these kinds of things. Touch how crazy I am. I really do. It's stuff that makes me nuts that is constantly running through my head. And fortunately for me, I have a bunch of directors and a bunch of research people that are always, Joe this, Joe that, Joe this, Joe that. Joe, no, that's not right. Joe, you lost your mind. Joe, that's not entirely right. Like, I heard you mention Kathleen Baldwin. Kathleen and I are friends. I drive her insane, by the way. You'll find on my website the complete rebuttal of the Betty and Barney Hill case. Also, you'll find at the X conference in the lecture I did why Betty and Barney Hill were not abducted in the United States. It's a much better explanation for the case that went on. All the major researchers, including Richard Dolan, Grant Cameron, and the rest agree with what I said. It's a very interesting thing, and I'll get more into it tomorrow, but basically, and I never did figure this out. I listened to the Hills case when I was a kid. I listened to it. I've got the actual original regression tapes, which Catherine freaked out when she found out, but I actually do have the original regression. I've actually played them on the air for people to hear. There's at one point when you're hearing Barney, you know there's something going on. I mean, because the terror comes across like you wouldn't believe. I mean, you can, doesn't matter who you are, when you hear him, you can feel it. It's crawling up your back. You know something happened to that man right then and there. Can't argue that fact. What got me confused about this case early on was Barney said that they stayed in a hotel in Canada. Betty said the same thing, but they couldn't remember the name of the hotel. Okay, maybe you pulled in late at night, you didn't see the name of the hotel. Next morning, you had to check out. Still don't know the name of the hotel. Went across the street, had breakfast. Don't know where to have breakfast. Barney said they asked the policeman for directions. Betty said they asked the Irishman for directions. This is classic alien abduction, classic. Didn't know where they were, couldn't find the time, had no idea what was going on. They lost a whole day in Canada. A whole day. This is classic. 1960s, classic alien abduction. Never could figure out why this case got missed so much. The other thing that bothered me, they came to the United States, and 4 men with flares pulled them on the side of the road over and took them out. I have never, in 30 years of abduction research, heard any contactee tell me that 4 guys in black pants, black shirts, and black duck-bill caps came and removed them from their car and brought them to a ship. Also, Betty talks about physical paperback books. That's a first in abduction cases. Paperback books. Not something you really hear about. Drawers that slide in and out. But more importantly, and this is what always bothered me, anybody who knows classic the disease control centers have a special thing they do if they think you've been exposed to something and they want to check you out. They'll come in and take scrapings, nail samples, skin samples, urine samples, but they take physical samples. Well, the greatest reptilians and humans use a different type of technology for doing stuff. Everything that they described that night is what we consider to be terrestrial technologies, not something the extraterrestrials use. It's a real hard thing. It drives Kathleen crazy, by the way. Even though she did admit that she thinks they were mill-ads from that point forward. She just, it's hard. You got 2 books out, you can't really go backwards. But everybody who's read this, and even Stanton, kind of just got off after we read it, because it really is a much more plausible and a much better explanation for what happened to the Hills.
So do you think it was military ops that got them in New Hampshire?
In New Hampshire, yes.
Yeah.
I think the actual physical alien abduction happened in Canada. See, everybody got mad at me when I first came out. I said, wow, they're abducting. I said, well, why didn't you say they want to abduct these? I said, they got abducted in Canada in the military. For me, and Leslie kind of argues with me about this, but for me, they're really the true first MILAB case that we can really go back and say, damn, this was military. I mean, look at this.
She would argue with you on that.
Well, I'll tell you why she did. She had captured it. It just came out. You know, she's out on the circuit, just like everybody that's out there speaking, pushing this book. You can't stop her in the middle of pushing the book and rebut. You just can't. It's not good business for her, and I do understand her motives for this. So, but in the lecture that I did for X Conference last year, we actually go through page by page. The pages are actually listed in the lecture, so you can go back and see the discrepancies from the first book and the second book, from what Betty says in the first book and what Kathleen says. There's actual discrepancies in what's being said. And some of them is just stuff that just magically appears, so I'm not even sure where that came from. But there's several discrepancies. And then, anybody can do this, there's an audio place on the internet where you can go download all of the Hills archives from the 70s and listen to them for yourself. When you listen to Barney talk, there's no doubt that Barney was the contactee. He was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He was the one that was having psychological problems when he was growing up. He was the one that was seeing psychologists all the time. And his whole family seemed to have a disposition towards this. Betty was the one that always wanted to see a UFO. She actually admitted to that in 2 interviews. So for me, it seems like he was the true contactee. And in today's society, it's a little different because contactees have a tendency to find each other. So they're generally both contactees. Back then, it seemed to be a little bit more mixed. It seemed to be one was a contactee, one was not. Now, in Betty's case, I don't know if she was or she wasn't. I know for a fact that Barney was. In Betty's case, I'm still kind of skeptical about it because, like when she describes what's going on in the military abduction, they're really not doing her anything. Barney's the one they're really paying attention to. They've got him all locked up away, and in his dreams and in his regression, he's physically screaming. I mean, he's in terror, and she's not. She may be stronger constitution, stronger will than he is. I don't know. It's a tough call. Fear doesn't seem to really care if you're male or female. So she may have had a stronger constitution than he did, or maybe he was the one that everything was happening to, and she was just an overseer or a sightseer or whatever you want to look at. You know, there's always one on the side back then. There always seemed to be one on the side. They would, like with Whitney and his wife, they would freeze her there and take him. And occasionally she may have glimpsed something or seen something, but still, she was not the contactee. He was the contactee. And I've actually talked to him about that as well. And these are important things because as ufologists and people working in the field, when you see a case there's obviously something wrong, it's our duty. We have to correct it. You know, and one of the things I said in the lectures, why did I have to be the one after 44 years to correct this case? There's literally been 100 investigators look at this case. And I just couldn't believe the things that they just let slide because this was a staple case in ufology. Fine. But someone else is going to come along and say, well, no, this case was wrong, which makes us all look like idiots. So it's better for one of us to correct it because then at least they can say, well, the field is policing itself. You know, they're taking care of themselves. All right, they're doing the right stuff. These are people we can actually respect for the information that they're giving us. This stuff is important because you can't just let errors keep going. And there's other cases, there's other cases that's really good, like the Allagash case, one of my all-time favorites. As far as I can see, there's nothing you can debunk about the Allagash case out. Or I should say the Allagash, the Shattuck Harbor case. As far as I can see, there is nothing you can debunk about Shattuck Harbor. The witnesses were excellent, and what really, really stands out about Shattuck Harbor is everybody said the same thing. An airplane went down in Shattuck Harbor. We didn't find out until later on it was a UFO. So no one even assumed that it was an alien craft. Everybody thought it was an airplane that went down. Added a lot more credibility to the case. I helped it out. Now we've had a couple of Navy witnesses come forward about what was seen in the water. So those kind of things help. So those are good staple cases people can go look at. Nobody's arguing about. But I don't know how many of you have been watching. Roswell seems to be highly contested now. There's a big debate going on about, actually, James Cameron started it, by the way. They tried to blame that on me, but I'm blaming it on James. Well, they tried to blame, well, I got to be honest with you, about 5 years ago, or 6 years ago at the Crash Retrieval Conference, I gave a lecture on what possibly could be another explanation for Roswell. I said I didn't know because we were just exploring stuff. But James came out a little bit more hardcore about it, and of course that just sent everybody into a tizzy. Now everybody's discussing. My problem, I'll be honest with you, I have one problem with Roswell. As a Gray abductee researcher, I know the Grays are not going to leave their technology behind. I also know that their technology is seamless. Their ships are grown. They're a seamless technology. So you're not going to find little eye bars and stuff like that in the wreckage. Matter of fact, you shouldn't even find any wreckage. Either the ship should totally disintegrate or just impact into the ground. Because frankly, they can travel through time and space at speeds way excess, and even a particle could rip a ship in parts. So they have to have some kind of deflector ship, or they have to have materials that it withstand impacts much stronger than crashing into our planet. So you can rule out that it was a Gray ship. Now, they said there were Grays present, so okay. Well, we can say it's not a Gray ship, but there was Grays present. How could that possibly be? Little short story, 1911 and 1913, sorry about that, the Germans built 6 prototype saucers, 6 of them. The United States, from what I heard, retrieved all 6 of them. Now, this is stuff you can look up for yourself. A lot of people thought that they were just drawing these things. No, these were actually built, and yes, it has been made public. A lot of this information is public. So you can actually find these 6 ships. More than likely, what happened is we got our hands on one of them. The Gray said, look, we're not going to take it away from you because, frankly, it's not our technology. It just looks like ours, but we'll see if we can help you fly. There's always been this thing. There's always been 2 crash sites. One crash site, there was something found intact. Sounds like an escape pod. The other crash site was a debris of debris. And what always bothered me is that the 2 Cub Scouts, the ones that went missing all of a sudden after they talked about this, they said the second site, they seen 4 or 5 bodies that were pinkish and kind of meltish looking. I don't know how many of y'all have seen a human body that's been exposed to high doses of radiation, but it's pretty much the same thing. The body turns an inverted pink and then it starts to kind of melt around the bones. It's a really disgusting thing to see, but the description that they gave is close to the same description. Now, the other description was definitely Grays. So that's what it really sounded like happened. They crashed the ship, the Grays ejected. They said, you dumb humans, you're on your own, which apparently didn't help them out either, because from what I've seen, most of them didn't make it either. But it would make sense why the Grays would have left the technology behind. If it wasn't theirs, they left it. But remember this, if the U.S. crashed an F-22 and F-35, even if we crashed in Russia or China, we would retreat. You got to remember what happened with the spy plane. There was no way we would let the Chinese keep their plane, or our pilots for that matter. Frankly, the technology was too advanced to leave into their hands. Same thing with the Grays. They're not going to let us keep their technology. And frankly, the Grays, being more advanced than most of them, could just come in and take it out of your house like it's nothing to take it out of the military. So for me, it always has been, it's never bothered me that something crashed in Roswell, or in Corona, I should say. That's never been an issue for me because things crash all the time. What crash was always the issue for me? What was it that actually crashed? Was it really an alien crash, or was it something that we got our hands on, that we reverse engineered, or the Germans reverse engineered? And of course, if you knew about Hitler, pretty much everything he did was in line with the extraterrestrials. The genetic experiments, the experiments on twins, this is all stuff we hear in abduction scenario on a regular basis. In his book, Mein Kampf, he talks about these human-looking aliens, or human-looking angels that used to come and talk to him and tell him what to do. In today's society, we would consider them to be like Pleiadians or something along those lines. Kind of nasty. If you ask me if they were working with Hitler, you got to kind of go, all right, I want to be friends with you. I'll stick with the Grays. Even though they're kind of nasty, I'm going to stick with the Grays. So, but that's something we've been trying to get across to people. Here you have this human race that everybody has been saying for decades was here to save us, love us, and be kind to us. But the evidence doesn't bear fruit to that. The evidence suggests that they created us as a slave race, went to work with Hitler, worked with other races along the line, and the Egyptian text and the Mesoamerican text, they were very nasty, very evil type beings. And then the reptilians seem to be not so nasty and not so nice. Now, I asked the scientists about this. 88% of humans have an unnatural fear of reptiles. Why? How many of y'all have actually ever seen a reptile that you think's going to kill you or something? Now, I live in New Orleans where we have big alligators, okay? I mean, literally, after Katrina, they were swimming down Veterans Highway. But still, you know, it's just what they are. But humans have an unnatural fear. A lot of humans will just clam up and become stiff when they get around something like that. Why? There's no reason for. We have a reptilian section in our brain. It's science fact. Why would we have a fear of reptiles? According to science, technically we evolved from them. So why would we have a fear of them?
They're a lot bigger.
Well, they're a lot bigger, but because the race that created us made us genetically, they inbred it into us to have a fear of. See, they wanted to rule through fear and intimidation. Reptilians, not so much. I don't think they want to rule us. Actually, to be honest with you, I don't think they really care any way it goes. I think that they're doing what they got to do, and they might make friends with some of us, they might like some of us, but so be it. They've got an agenda that they have to serve, and whatever that agenda may be. And in all fact, when you're doing experiments on animals, you don't want to get too friendly with them in case you got to put them down or do something that you're not going to like. So I do think in some of the cases that is why the aliens are kind of standoffish, because there are going to be times when they're going to do stuff that, frankly, you don't want to be attached with that individual when it happens. And I don't want to get everybody wrong, because they're not evil. Okay, people ask me all the time, are the aliens evil? Well, not the way we think of evil. They're not really good or evil. They're really not. They're more like, you know, like the bumper sticker says, stuff happens. Since it's G-rated, we'll say stuff happens. But really and truly, that's more or less what they are. They're not wanting to save us. They're not wanting to destroy us. They have to fix whatever it is that they're fixing. You know, I've heard a lot of stories. Some people said that it was, you know, they had lack of emotions, lack of this, lack of that, or size. Let me tell you what, the Greys are not trying to change themselves. They are probably the pinnacle of evolution compared to us. Anything that's 3 foot, if they come through here and drag us all out here and do whatever they want without any consequences, I don't think they're looking to evolve. And they do have emotions, so I don't think they're looking to change that. They just seem to have a better grip on it. But they are looking for something, or they wouldn't be here. At first I thought maybe, you know, the reptilians and the humans were fighting back and forth. Maybe they came to kind of be the overseers. And in some aspects, the Greys are the overseers. They do keep the peace between the two of them. But that's not what the agendas are. And what's another problem? There's not one agenda. There's at least 4 types of aliens abducting here. They all have primary agendas, and they all have sub-agendas. So when you really start getting into this, you start saying, okay, we have the breeding programs going on, we have Star Child programs going on, we have all these different hybrid programs going on, we have the reward and punishment programs going on, we have the technologies, telepathic technology things going on, we have the emotional stress things going on. These are a lot of things that are happening. So it's hard to really figure out what exactly it is they're looking for. They're not looking for all of this. Some of this is simply to learn. So what is it that they're looking for? Oh, where are we at? Oh, actually, I am sorry about that. I kind of... All right, come on, let's slide. Actually, I wanted to show you all the pictures. I had brought some pictures with us of the different types of aliens.
That's what we want to see.
Including that. Yeah, we get it to behave itself. Including the different types of human... the different types of human aliens that came along. Because it was worth it. We'll let it sit for a minute. We'll let the boss come mess with it. Actually, I was looking for those photos I had, man, not the PowerPoint. Okay. But the reason I put those photos in, this is just PowerPoint that you know, gives you a breakdown of who and what we are, what we do, what we're involved with, stuff like that. Actually, tomorrow, there's a copy of this. I have in pamphlets. I'll just put it on the table. Y'all can take one. But it will be available that way. It's kind of a strange thing to see these types, and I know I'm getting short on time here, so I have to behave myself. That's fine. Let it go through. They can look at it. I was just looking. There's on that same on here. There's some pictures on there. If you find it. But the reason I wanted to show you all those is it does show like some of the takes of the Egyptian hieroglyphs. It'll show you like the elongated heads. Versus, you know, because at first you always see the long hats, and of course that's an assumption when you see the long hats. Well, just because they got big hats on their head, and they have big heads. But there are actually several hundred illustrations where they show the head being big. Now before we get all alien on this, there are other explanations for this. Inbreeding can cause a lot of problems. You know, it's always bothered me on some of the things, like they said, how we got here, why we're here, because like the out of Africa theories always drove me crazy. There is no possible way for 2 humans to create a population of 6 billion. The genetic flaws would be so great that half the population would be, well, not good. One of the things you find with interbreeding is sometimes it increases the good in everything, sometimes everything is bad. So it really depends on where that is.
We're almost there.
No, take your time. I ain't going over.
Is there a specific image you want to see?
Actually, no, I was just going to file through them. Well, there you go. You see that? Now, you see that's what everybody considers the typical human alien to look like, right? That's what I was taught when I was young. That was the human alien.
No, you can use your remote.
Oh, okay, thank you. But now I've learned. Well, he says I think he's tricking me.
Actually, it was going to work. Let's try this.
I don't think this thing's going to like me. If not, I'll use the. Oh, there it goes, there it goes, there it goes. You know what? Let me slide over here.
There's your.
We'll use the pad. We'll use the pad. Now, this is supposed to be male Palladians, which I always thought was kind of funny. Now, the stone thing is, I have heard about that on a bunch of occasions. They say it's some kind of device that just kind of numbs you out, mellows you out, and lets you go on your I guess, emotional way. Now, this is a pretty good depiction, with the exception of the wings.
Looks like the Mothman.
It does kind of that. It kind of does Mothman. Actually, it's a pretty good depiction of a reptilian minus the wings. They do have 5 fingers and 5 toes. It's hard to make one here, but there's a like a dew claw on the back, and then there's one on the side, and something with the hand. But it's a good structural picture, but it's not perfect by any means. This is another one that gets close, but it's not perfect. But they do have a tendency to look like this. But you know what's always bothered me? Is they always describe all the aliens like you see on Star Trek. They're all like buff and good shape. Well, they do back aliens. I mean, I'm just kind of wondering. I mean, is that all they have? I see I have issues with that one. Because, some of them look like they're quite hungry. See, now this is coming from the Egyptians. Now you see that, what's it called? The stone is the one that brings life. It brings you knowledge and life. I forgot what they call it. The Egyptians actually worshipped them. They weren't scared of them. The Mesoamericans weren't scared of them. But they were scared of the humans. And it's one of those things that, we just, for the and these of course, this one I think is about 5,000 years old, actually. You find this all throughout ancient history. There's just no way to escape it. Unfortunately, now this is one of my favorites. As you can see, there's the raptor. Harvard did this, not this very one, but Harvard did one like this, that shows the evolution of an advanced species. The reason Harvard did this is, most of y'all I'm sure are aware, there's been 1.1 billion years of life on Earth. And for us, we've only been here in this new evolution for 63 million years. Now, the reptilians ruled for about 350 million years. Now, we evolved in less than 60 million years. It's physically impossible that an intelligent race did not evolve in this time frame. And even if it didn't involve that, it would have evolved in one of the other 6 billion years before that. 600 million years before that. Harvard agrees with this, so does Cambridge, by the way. It is impossible that another intelligent life form did not evolve on this planet prior to us. They don't like talking about it because it's not good for tenured professors, but they do stuff like this and other things to get their point across. Raptors were very intelligent. We know that now for a fact. They were extremely intelligent. No scientist today argues if they would have lived, they would have been the dominant force on this planet. They would have been an intelligent life form. So what they're saying is since the first dinosaur, which was 300 billion years before this one was, more than likely something evolved. Of course, none of us were there to find it, but we do have the map of the Creator, which dates back to this time era, 120 million years ago. That's 60 million years before the extinction started, 60 million years prior to the Great Extinction. So these are things that we just can't get around because simply the math and the science is there for it. This one's kind of cute. He looks like a little kid. Is that a face a mother could love? No, that's it. Come get your kid. Let me go, baby, who are you messing with? This is just kind of funny. By the way, this is a fake picture, so y'all. There's a bunch of these put out. The reason I like it is it kind of gives the right hue color to it, and the structure of the head and the face is fairly close. It's not perfect, mind you, but it's close. There's a group of these put out. I got these from a girl in Pensacola, Florida. She sent me 9 of them and said this was in her backyard. Okay, and I was like, Okay, if you say so, sweetie. I was very polite, but still, I was having issues with it. And, you know, you can see he's kind of translucent. There's a reason I like these pictures, because you can actually see the kind of translucentness to his skin. That's what grays are going to have. They're not going to be that gray color, that typical battleship gray that people want to call them. They're kind of translucent looking. And like I said earlier, it depends on their feeding cycle, where they are in feeding cycle. This is true for the 3-foot grays and the 5 to 6 foot grays. The taller ones, it's not true for. We haven't figured out why it's not, but it's not. No one can put them in any of the plasma baths anywhere. Quick thing about the plasma baths, there was a bunch of people back in the 70s and 60s used to write about these tubs that they thought the aliens would put blood and body parts in to feed and absorb. That's not what they actually were. They were actually plasma baths. The plasma, this is what's funny about the plasma. This is a really useful tool. The Graves use it for food. The ship uses it for fuel. And the ship is a self-replicating food supply for both the ship and the Graves. What's also very interesting about it is they immerse the humans in it all the time. We started hearing that it all started over these weird color blues. People were like, man, I have this weird color blue. I've seen this weird color blue. I've seen this weird. No one could ever describe the color or why they were seeing the blue. Finally, we started doing pre-programmed contactees sometimes to ask questions. We'll take 50 contactees, give them something we want to know, give it all to them, won't let them talk to you, usually won't even let them know who they are. And we embed it in their head so when the next time they get abducted, it's automatic. As soon as they see that gray, they're asking telepathically, that question. And that was one of the questions, what was the blue? And they come to find out it was a blue plasma. Since then, they actually started remembering quite normally, but it's like anything else, you got to get it out there first. Oh, there's J-Rod. Y'all don't think J-Rod was real? I'm not sure. Was he? I don't know. Sometimes I think, he's a puppet. Sometimes I'm like, who knows? It's the government. You never know. It just cracks me up, the expression. This I found interesting. This is also a fake photo. Now, the person that sent it to me swears it was real, but I did a little research on it. It's a fake photo. The reason I like this photo is because we have hybrids that look like this. Gray hued hybrids. And I just found it interesting that this photo happened to pop up, but we really do have probably a couple of hundred descriptions of what we would call hybrids, 5 to 6 foot tall, sometimes with hair, sometimes not with hair, but they tend to have the features of both races. Now, in all fairness, I do not think the Grays are making them for themselves. So, also, while I'm thinking about this, because we're getting short on time, something we learned also early on with the Grays and some of the other races. Now, they swear this was a real photo, too, by the way. I don't think so. It's a good photo, but I don't think it's real. But I do like it because of the mouth itself. It actually shows the teeth, and it actually shows the eyelids of the Grays. Something people rarely ever talk about. But they do have them. They do have mouths, they do have teeth, and they do have eyelids over their eyes. Matter of fact, usually what you'll see, if you can look, let me see if I can go in a second. Usually what you'll see, around his eye right here, there'll usually be a black patch. It's they use it to enhance their vision. That's why they look like they have the big almond eye. It's not actually an eye. Also, they have pupils that are very interesting color. We call this abduction criteria, by the way. It's one of the things we use to find out who is truly been contacted. They have about 3 different colors they use in their eyes. Their pupils are a lot different than ours. But when you're up close and in their face, you can see them quite well. And I mean quite well. So it's one of the first things we ask contacts. Well, what kind of eyes are they? Well, they have big black almond eyes. Well, are you sure you've been abducted? Really? What color were they? Gray? Oh, I don't know. I've got issues now. And we started developing these criteria, frankly, because the amount of BS in the field was out of control. I do skate a lot of times. My directors give me trouble about this from time to time, about skating and my abduction criteria, which I will be doing tomorrow. We will get into a lot of the abduction criteria and a lot of the advanced abductions. Today was just kind of a little prelude for what was coming for tomorrow, but it is a very advanced course in alien abduction is what it really is. It's stuff we use for directors. Now you can see here, you can see the elongated head in the face. He even kind of looks like a hybrid. He really does. He's got kind of a hybrid look to him. But like I said earlier, it doesn't prove beyond any reason that that's what was going on. Here's another one. You notice he's also got the stump. Oh, he's just cute. I put this in here. Now, this is really true for the Grays. I have never met a Gray contactee that does not have their own form of writing. It's at first we thought, oh, the Greys are teaching a language to the contactees. Oh no. Each contactee has their own language. It's very advanced. Most of them will give you a key if you ask them. They'll make you a key for it. But it's their own, and you'll be amazed. They will write stuff in journals that way. They'll sew it into stuff. You will see it all over. But I can't read it.
It's Arabic.
Well, different ones are going to look different ways. That's what's strange. Sometimes I'll hear stuff like pictures, stuff like that. Sometimes they'll say it's like hieroglyphs. Sometimes it's version of letters changed around, things like that. But all the great contactees have it. It's a strange and weird thing. And this is what I was talking about earlier about the blue plasma dove. That is actually a representation of the blood dove, actually. If you look, you'll see that there's heads and skeletons and stuff like that. And the Greys are in there kind of having lunch. Not quite the truth, but, close enough. But it is what we call the blue plasma thing. And they do tend to use it a lot in contactees. Every contactee that's ever been in it is immersed. This is actually off of a temple in I can't remember. It's not in Egypt. I think it's in Egypt, but it's not in Cairo. It's in where was the bad guy? I can't think of it, but it's actually there, and it's in a couple other ones besides that. Now, if you look, you'll see in the drawing he's not wearing a hat, but he does have the head. This you will find on more than 1,000 hieroglyphs in Egypt. So this was a common thing in Egypt. This wasn't something that was a rarity. This was something that was common. Probably hybrids. Some people said maybe it was just aliens amongst us. It might have been because in the Sumerian times they did seem to move amongst us, and they may have in the early Egyptian times. Today's society, I don't blame them. I wouldn't have to hang out with them. Not that we're not nice people or anything, just frankly, we have a hard time getting along. This is one of my favorites, too. Getting along with each other. I like that because it gives a true representation of their fingers. Greys have really, really long fingers. It also gives a close depiction of their ships. Greys do use saucers. A long time ago, we put the aliens to each ship. Somebody, and I know y'all are all familiar with Greer and the Disclosed Project and things like that, where they said there was 56 different types of aliens. Well, you can rule that out. There's only 6 major types of aircraft. 6, that's it. And 10,000 years is all we can find is 6 types of craft. We don't count the little probe ones because we know the orbs and stuff like that are probes. But as far as the saucers, the triangles, the elongated saucers, the rectangles and those rounded ended rectangles, and the acorn and egg shape, which are all the predominant ones, that's all there is. There is nothing else. There's nothing else that you can find. Well, maybe half of them are coming over in those 6 ships, but the other half got their own ships, so why don't we see them? Why don't we see these ships? So you can rule out, oh God, that's definitely an ugly alien. We got to get off him, man. I'm scared. These are renderings from contactees. As you'll see, the Greys look a little different. You'll see a little differentness to the face. There's more design to their face. Their face isn't all smooth and plain like everybody thinks. We encourage all contactees to draw because it gives us a better understanding of what they really look like. This is Mesoamerican. You can see he doesn't look threatened by the reptilians. He looks like he's having a conversation with that's the chief talking to one. But if it was a human, he would show fear. So I think, dang, he looks kind of cute. Hey, bud, how you doing? But these are things so people can get an understanding of what it is they're looking for. None of these, by the way, are 100% accurate in any shape, form, or fashion. I got to be honest with you, we'll never put 100% accuracy in because I'm looking for specific things. And if I do this, it's too easy for people to lie to me or to lie to the other directors. You'll see these as well. You can't, I guess you can't see it's too small, but there's another one with large heads in there, and one of the Greys. It's in there as well. That was actually a Conspicuous article that they did, a full-page article with me and my wife about this particular thing. See, he's got that kind of translucent light color. That's the reason I put him in there. The 5 and 6 footers and the 7 footer Greys, keep calling them gray, they really do. You'll find like a blue-gray, a white, and a brown in those sizes for some reason or another. At first I was thinking of different aliens. Oh, it's brown, it's white. No, come to find out it's all the same species, they just are different colors. Which made sense to me since there's a variety of different colors of our own races, it actually made sense. At first it didn't, but as we got into it a while, I realized that yes, they are the same race. They're just different, diversities of the same race. It's kind of an interesting thing. But they're all in there. Now, I put him in there. It's not a true representation of the blue, but it's close enough that you would realize that it's not a gray. Any way you look at this face, you're not going to think it's gray. You're going to go, oh no. Now, you'll find out that some of the more famous contactees like Whitley and Katerina and all of them talk about the blue whale. They didn't until I started talking about it, but they do now. But they'll talk about it. And these are contactees that in one way or another have been verified. But we put them in there because we want people to get an idea that, like these two. These are put in there not because they're grays, by the way, because of how many children hybrid we have been told about on these ships. I cannot tell you how many mothers and how many fathers have been shown kids like this on board the ship that they said were theirs. Sometimes they got hair, sometimes they don't have hair. Some people get really upset about it, some people don't get upset about it. I have no idea how it affects different people in different ways. I guess it's your own way. Literally, a third or more, probably close to half of our contactees have talked about children on board these ships. Now, I've got to say, the children they talk about now in 2010 seem to look a lot more like us than these guys did. But they still have like almond eyes and their hands are a little different and their arms are a little different. I'm not sure how you would merge a human bone body with a gray body that's cartilage. And of course, I'm only human, so I'm not sure how they pull this off. But in their case, it is there. So we like to show this. Every now and then I'll get a contactee that, this is an old guy here. He's an oldie goldie. First person I've ever seen this that I talked to originally thought it was a reptile. Then somebody thought it was human. It's actually a gray. It's one of the 7-foot grays. They're quite tall, they're quite big, and they can be very nice, very nasty, all in the same breath. It's a close depiction of what they are. Grays don't have that smooth body that everybody thinks they do. There's actually definition to their face. And there's more definition the older they are. My problem with it is how old are they? All the contactees we talk about say the Grays have been abducted in their family line since the start, which could be anywhere from 10,000 to a million years. One alien. How long do these guys live? It seems like, as far as I can tell, in human terms, they seem to have unlimited lifespan. I'm sure that there's some kind of limit to how long they live. But in our grand scheme of things, in our little 80 or 60 years that we get, see, look, man, they have a little soda and hanging out, have a little drink. Somebody needs to give them a little burger or something. But here you go again. This is another one in the Egyptian. You find so much of this in the Sumerian and Egyptian text that there is no way to escape it.
That one to me looks like what might be called an insectoid.
Yeah, it does.
Are they types of grays or are they a separate branch?
That is actually probably the little 3-foot grays that we call cyborgs. They tend to look a little different than the gray. I couldn't figure, because people kept telling me that these road-bike grays. Road-bike grays, man. And there's no, I'm telling you, there's roads on. So, we looked more and more into it, and we found out that there was 2 types of the 3-footers. The other type, it's not all automaton, it's not all robot. It is partly alive, but it is partly machine. And they say their faces are more tilted, more slanted. A lot of people describe them kind of like praying mantises because they have these weird ridges on their arms. I don't know if they're not, if they are, but they do seem to be. They seem to be very pointed or whatever they're doing. They don't seem to slack off. Well, here we go. Oh, we already finished all these. Okay, good. One more quick thing, and I'll let y'all get. Oh, yeah. I like this one. Now, I'm not sure who the alien is here. Okay, I'm thinking it's this guy over here. Might not be, but or maybe we got 2 different aliens here. But this is what they say. Truly, the human aliens look like. Not these pretty guys that we've seen. Let's go back a little bit. What's past one? Not these guys right here. This is what common lore will want you to think that the human aliens look like. This is what the research suggests that they look like. So it's a much different beast than what we're all being told and taught and trained. Not to say that there may not be flaws, and not to say that they couldn't possibly be a hybrid. Can't ever rule out hybrids. Unfortunately, these days we can't move out of the highway. Yes, I see y'all telling me to get my butt off here. But I tell you what I'll do. Let me go. Oh, she's cute. Oh, I know him. It's, oh, now I forgot his name. You'll see him before. Yeah, there you go. Eddie Mine. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. That was a pretty good flip, actually. I enjoyed it. Yeah, it was. What they call racks. Yeah, Josh, that's it. Now here you got, you notice in the picture, now we're not going to say what they're doing, this is G-rated, but you do notice both of their heads are the same. These are all real hieroglyphs. None of this stuff is fake, none of this stuff can't be found on its own. I mean, I like to stick with stuff that I know people who go out and find with their own. Oh, here we go, he's 10 by. All right, now we're good. We're good with that. But any questions? I know we're getting ready to get out of here. Anything you got missed or anything? Really, this was a prelude, because I did miss the Tallways. I wanted to talk about Charles Hall's Tallways. I don't know how many of y'all are familiar with that. I really wanted to talk about the little brown guys. They've got a group out there. It's a rarity. We've probably got about 1,000 cases of this. There's these little brown guys, they say, that are probably 4 foot tall. Really, they look like old, just sprinkly, old-looking people. They call this a cleanup crew. Oh yeah, they say that we're dinner. Okay. And I don't mean that you and I are dinner. It's whatever they're cleaning up happens to be dinner. Now, the first time I heard this, I'm like, whatever. I'm like, come on now, get a grip. They're not flying all the way across the galaxy to have any human snack. And I'm sure they could just take a few of us and do us like cattle somewhere. But the point was made to me, it's not so much about dinner or snacks, it's the fact that when particular things happen or particular things going on, these are the guys that do the cleanup. They're like any cleanup agency you could hire. I mean, the little brown guys, they're the ones that you would actually hire to do the cleanup. They're the ones that are coming in and changing stuff or taking stuff away or disposing of particular humans that are no longer useful to the program. Yes, we really literally do have 1,000 cases of this. It's a scary kind of thing, but they don't look like they're going out and intentionally doing it. It's like they're assigned. This family, that family, this individual for whatever reason. I have no idea why. It is a rare thing amongst contact these, so it's about 100,000. Anyway, guys, anything else we did? Fred.
Is there any history of abduction in ancient times, Sumerian time, or Egyptian?
Yeah, actually there is. When you in the Sumerians talk about it a great deal. They talk about, especially with the reptilian humans coming in and taking their people. Sometimes for days, sometimes for months, sometimes for weeks on end. They would just take them and bring them back. A lot of times when they say they brought the women back, they were pregnant. The men had different attitudes than the women were pregnant.
Tomorrow when you do your second talk, maybe you can spend some time on the difference between the reptile amphibians and the quote-unquote dragons.
You know, that's an interesting question, and I will. We'll address that some because it gets a really strange kind of scenario when you get into that. There does seem to be some relation, but anyway, we'll say that for more. Okay, what you got back here? Pat's fixing to kick me out. Craig, you go on. Who's next?
Okay, well, any more questions we can take after the law.
Okay, well, I'll catch y'all. Let Pat have his back. He said he's got to go home now.
All right. Terrific.
Hello, and welcome to the Writers and Illustrators of the Future podcast. This is John Goodwin, your host. This podcast is dedicated to the aspiring writer and artist and will provide inspiration and tips from top professionals in the field. If you've been listening to this podcast or are new to it, I thank you very much. I would also appreciate if you took a moment and followed on whatever platform you use to listen to your podcasts. In this episode, we're going to tackle a very sensitive subject, often used and more often misused in science fiction, politics. This week's guest is Joe Montaldo. He's been a guest on this podcast before on our very fun New Year's Eve resolution show where we talked about the resolution to write and submit a story to Writers of the Future. Joe's a host on multiple award-winning shows, UFO Paranormal, News on the Flip Side, and The Centralist radio show. The Centralist is a political show. Joe takes the middle ground and focuses more on doing what is best for the USA and the world and not what's best for the politician. and from this platform, he has done hundreds of shows. He's also a very well-read show host, both fiction and nonfiction. I figure he'd be the perfect guest to discuss the topic of politics in fiction. Welcome back, Joe.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, John. It's interesting you brought that up because I was back playing around on y'all's site today. I think trying to get myself 3 credits. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about the site where you can go learn how to write because God knows I need all the help I can get. I'm not going to act like I can write. But John and Emily turned me on to this. I don't want to say how long ago. It's embarrassing. But anyway, I was thinking about that because I was reading. I was in about the middle of the book you sent me about L. Ron Hubbard. And for some reason, it triggered something in me that made me want to go back and look at the site on something else I wanted to add into something I've been thinking about writing, or maybe not thinking about writing. I've actually started writing, so it's more like I've been kind of putting it's like a jumble of paragraphs at this point. Let's just say it's like that. I got them spaced out and segregated because they're going to go in different places, but I got to go the way my brain works. Unfortunately, that's just the way it works. But no, I love this particular topic because built in to a lot of sci-fi is a lot of politics, and whether we want to admit to it or believe it or not, sometimes politics takes a side. Sometimes it don't. Sometimes it just gets in, throws it in like it should be. I've seen a couple of like the new Expanse series that's out. They're heavy in politics, but I noticed the show itself or the main characters itself don't so much take a side. They just take the course of what should be the right thing to do. And ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't seen the Expanse, you should really check it out. I'm not going to lie to you. It is heavy in politics. It gives you 3 factions to deal with. And it's very hardcore into its politics, but it lays it out in such a way that it doesn't matter what side you may be on, you can get behind someone. You can get behind the Earthers, which are probably more conservative. You can get behind the Martians or the OPA, which are probably a little bit more liberal, or somewhere in the central. So you can actually get behind a character and really enjoy following it through their politics. But they do present it as politics here on our planet are today. How can I say this politely? Miserable, aggravating, and irritating, and a few other words I can't say on the air. But so they do present it that way, so you can look into it. And it's always been a touchy subject because when I'm talking to someone, especially when I'm talking to younger people about reading anything sci-fi or watching anything sci-fi, I want to be real careful with mentioning the word politics, because in today's society it has very negative connotations, and so I don't want to turn someone off of a series because I bought something about politics. But in this series, you really can get behind it. You can really enjoy it for what it is. It is very politically based. It gets behind different factions, and you can walk behind it. It's also a great sci-fi. I'm not going to lie, it's a lot of fun sci-fi. It's not like Star Trek where, in Star Trek world, everything is great. In Expanse, everything not so much.
Yeah.
But it is really, and you can read them. I think all 6 years are available now, or all 5 years are available. And again, you're going to get more out of the book than you are out of the series. It's like anything else. That's any good book. Unfortunately, it's hard to take a really good book and make it into a really good movie. There's been some people who have done it, like Dune and a few others, but it's hard because even in Dune's case, if you go back and read the book, there's a lot missing in the movie, and it's a 3-hour. 20-minute movie full of just full to the tilt, but still, and that's another movie that has a lot of politics in it.
Yeah, Dune's definitely a lot of politics.
Yeah, it had a lot of politics, and he wrote that way. Now, depending on what writers we're talking about, or what directors or whatever, whoever the movies may be about, you may see a movie lean one way or another. I prefer when they do it the right way. They do it down the middle, and you can take whatever side you want to take and follow the movie or the series or whatever it may be along, because I want to enjoy it. I may not agree with this political view or that political view, but that's life. I'm not going to agree with all the views, especially in today's world. So I don't have a problem with that. And it does offer you sides, just like Dune did. Dune offered you sides. You didn't have to follow the guy, who was about. There's also, in case you haven't seen Dune, there's also a lot of religious connotations in there as well. Yeah. Just so you just, so it doesn't catch you off guard. If you haven't watched it, you should see the movie. You should watch the original. You can watch the remakes. They're not horrible. They're not great, but they're not horrible. You can watch those as well. I think there's 4, and of course there's a new one coming out. Well, last year it was supposed to come out, but anyway, sometime later this year, early next year, we should see a complete remake of the original series of Dune. I've heard good things about it, but until I actually see it, there's no way of knowing. But it does. It's going to lean heavy in politics. And
yeah. Well, the book itself is very much, Frank Herbert was very much giving a political side, because you've got the Harkonnens and
the Russians. That's who they were.
What's that?
So the Harkonnens were the Russians.
Yeah, yeah. So you've got that type of, all those different political factions and how the backstabbing, all the various things that gets done, the various intricacies with the politics. But then you've also got even earlier, Foundation with Isaac Asimov.
Yes.
The Moon is a Harsh Mistress with Heinlein. And then two of the biggest ones that have had the biggest comeback, I think, of late with all the recent cancel culture and some of the stuff that's been going on. You've got 1984 by George Orwell and Animal Farm by Orwell. Both of those have gotten a lot of attention. They did well on bestseller lists with only the newspeak that's happening right now.
Yeah. And people, if you haven't read 1984, you really should. Whether you agree with the book or not, because there's parts of the book I'm like, whoa, and there's parts of the book I'm like, oh. But still, if it's something, you should just read it just to experience it. You may not agree with it. You may agree with it. A lot of the cancel culture is going to agree with part of it. A lot of cancel culture does not agree with other part of it. It lays out society in a much different way than it is right now. And I think you should read it. I think for the uninformed, it would be an eye-opener. And that's the easiest way I can say it. There are good books like that. And somebody just recently told me they revisited The Day the Earth Stood Still. For its political, and when I thought about it initially, I didn't feel to be as political as he was making it out to. But when I went back and watched the remake, I was wrong. Of course, there is more politics in there than there is other things. But that's yet another way of presenting politics into this. He's saying, look, they came here to unite the planet, and the planet basically gave them the bird finger. So, I mean, because the factions of the world, meaning the powers to be, couldn't get along.
Yeah.
Everybody had their own agenda, which is politics today. And some agendas cross with each other and some agendas don't. And then some agendas are very hostile to each other. And you see that in movies like that. You see that in series like The Expanse. You see that in a couple of things that John was just talking about. There are things laid out that you can see. And you can go back, you can go way back to the first color sci-fi ever made. It was, it's going to go right out of my head, isn't just because I brought it up. Oh man, Leslie Nielsen was the lead actor in it, who turned out to be a comedian later on. Oh, I can't believe I can't remember. It was the first UFO I've ever seen on TV. I can't believe it.
War of the Worlds?
No, Forbidden Planet.
Okay.
And Forbidden Planet was a different kind of politics, but still, politics came into play there. And to what, the Earth just thought about the guy's planet, that he had the things he had found on his planet. Of course, Earth is greedy and wanted everything that was found there. It was just another form of politics. And sci-fi, out of everything I've seen, somehow or another, gets away with politics that you will not see in other genres. It has a way of stuffing, like Babylon 5. It's one of my favorites because Babylon 5 is now about 25 years old. And it has a lot of great quotes in it. But what's interesting about Babylon 5 is it truly presents how Earth will be in space. If you watch this series, you will really, just like Expanse, you will really get an idea of how we're going to move around in space, how we're going to start with a base on the moon, and then a launching platform, then a base on Mars, and then things out in the asteroid belts, and then things around the moons of Jupiter and Io and Saturn and places like that, and then out in the Oort cloud, and then finally we'll get out of our solar system. And that's truly how we're going to do it as a race. I mean, I've talked to Michio Kaku and Neil deGrasse Tyson about this on the air, and they agree we're going to take stepping stones to get out of here. And in both these series, it shows you the politics of the different sides at bay, how they're going to make their way through the universe. The only difference is in Babylon 5, Earth is united. Well, I guess it is. It's a united world. I guess it is in Babylon 5 too. So it's Earth against the other factions, but each faction represents, a faction here on Earth, like the Minbari might be. Well, they wouldn't be anything. It would be the Centauri. They would be like the Russians or the Chinese, actually. And then each one has a representation. It just shows you how on this huge space station in space, that politics going up. There's ambassadors there from Earth, ambassadors from a lot of different worlds, and they're doing their political thing every day. So we managed to get off Earth and get into space, and not only do we have politics at home, but we've managed to have politics with extraterrestrials. So I have to give them credit. It's a well done series. Expanse is a well done series too. It really puts you in the seat of where mankind may be in 100, 150, 200 years. And it's in real time for us because the politics will be the same. We will still be vying for minerals and resources and places to go in space, and it'll be there. The only thing I'm hoping is by then everybody won't be trying to blow each other up. But even that you can find in sci-fi.
Yeah, one thing, it's interesting with science fiction, because science fiction, I think, is inherently a political genre. Any future or alternate history it imagines a wish about how things should be and a warning of what could be. And I think one of the stories that, there's so many other, like The Man in the High Castle by Philip K. Dick, that was just an alternate America where the USA is being run as a totalitarian state where Germany and Japan won World War II. Or right now, the big, The Handmaid's Tale, that's a very scary future. But what is said that it's none of it's fiction. It's all can be seen out there right now. Different aspects of what is covered in Handmaid's Tale. Brave New World with Aldous Huxley, Ursula K. Le Guin with The Dispossessed, Fahrenheit 451, Ray Bradbury.
Ray, I forgot all about Ray Bradbury.
Yeah, definitely with that one. That's totally political there. The book burner.
Yeah,
And you're talking about Wells with the Time Machine, Starship Troopers, behind line.
Wells laid it out pretty hardcore, and then he did some other stuff besides that. Some of his shorter writings too, but it's just weird how you can't seem to escape it in sci-fi. You're right. It's just built in.
Yeah,
you get it out. I'm sure you can write or read or write or make a book or a movie without there being politics. Just following one alien along, whatever the alien's doing, or something along those lines, or maybe discovering a new planet where there is no politics. But you're right. Inherently, it's there. I don't think you can really get out of it. It's a hard thing to get around. We've been doing some time travel shows on the network lately, and what they call O parts, out of place parts. And ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know what out of place part is, it's when they find something like a battery or a cog or some type of wrench or something in a geode or a piece of coal that's 1 million years old. Remember, we're supposed to be the pinnacle of life on this planet, and we've only been here for 2 million years, and really we've only been civilized for about 12,000 years. So when you start finding things that date back 1 million, 1.5 million, 800,000 years, or 10 or 15 million years, like the one found in the coal mine, where did it come from? How did it get there? So sci-fi takes stuff like that and they just eat that up. So you can write something about, a civilization from the past, a civilization from the future. It's like if you were to imagine those two sunken cities off the coast of India that we found from the last tsunami that date back about 12,000 years. I imagine there's 2 really good novels there. How did the cities get wiped out? Some probably good sci-fi. And I guarantee there'd be a lot of politics of the time in there, which would have been the Indian culture at the time. But I would imagine you find that. And then when you look, a friend of mine brought me a book on Indian beliefs. And what I mean, I'm talking about India, people of country India, not Native Americans. And so in case you didn't know, they're a very political society, just in case y'all didn't know. But even in their writings, in their genre of things like flying things in the sky, 5,000 years ago, 7,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, it sounds like sci-fi, but for them, it's real. They don't think it's sci-fi. For me, it sounds like really, really good sci-fi with some really heavy-duty politics in it. Some kind of war blazing across the skies. But it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's old. You can go back 200 years and find sci-fi that fought. Well, look at Frankenstein. Somebody told me, well, there's no politics in Frankenstein. I said, then why did they chase him down and kill him? There's lots of politics there, man. So it was discrimination. I said it was a lesson to be learned there. And Mary Shelley wrote that, 150, 170 years ago? I'd have to look it up to be sure. But, when you look at things like this, you got to wonder, was this intentional? Was the politics of the lesson intentional? We know people, if you're watching anything that Gene Roddenberry wrote, it's embedded in there. He actually, even in his old Westerns, he embedded a lesson in everything he wrote. So that's just there. Whatever the lesson may be, like the first black and white kiss on television. That's a sci-fi. That sci-fi had that option. Not just that. Come to think about it, sci-fi had a lot of firsts on television that no other series was brave enough to touch. But for some reason, science fiction could get away with things that other people couldn't. So I found that interesting. I mean, and when you get into Star Trek, the politics Star Trek from the original series, it was pretty heavy in it. They were really trying. Roddenberry had a thing that he was trying to teach humanity lessons. Why? I don't know idea. I don't think it was about money. I don't know why Roddenberry did it. And even when the new generation came out, they were still embedding lessons in those series. Each and every episode had some little lesson they wanted you to learn. No, not the only ones who did it. Lost in Space did it. I mean, you can go back to what is his name? He produced all kind of weird sci-fis in the 50s and 60s. I'd have to go look at his name. Ian, what the hell is his name? But see, here's what happens. You get old, your brain goes. But he had at least 5 or 6 really popular series back in the day, from Lost in Space to The Giants and all kind of other series in between. The time traveler people, when they went back in time. And every one of those series had politics in it. You couldn't get away from it.
Yeah.
Somehow or another, they managed to pull. Well, what was the one 2000 Leagues Beneath the Sea? That's a 60s, maybe early 70s, late 60s. Serious politics. And we're talking about nuclear weapons. And yet, there it was. And somehow or another, they played it off. Got a movie and I think a 3-year series out of it. And yet somehow managed not to get in any trouble. I go back and watch these. I was watching Buck Rogers from the 25th century the other day. Stupidest thing you could possibly watch. Oh my God, if they were to say things like that today, the cancel culture would lose their mind. I mean, they would lose their mind. They had the little beagly robot hitting on girls. Oh my God, it would just not go over well today. So it does show that we've made progress. I guess you can call it progress. I don't know how much of what's going on today is progress and how much of it's just hate or something. But I have noticed that in like Star Trek Discovery, their politics have changed, and that went from a series of let's be light and love and change the world to, oh my God, the world sucks. If Gene Roddenberry was alive today, he'd probably lose his mind over that. And I'm gonna tell you this, people, it's a good series as long as you don't take it as Star Trek. If you take it as sci-fi, it's a lot of fun to watch. Got a lot of craziness in it. It's great. But if you take it as a Roddenberry piece of work, oh no, it is not Star Trek in any shape, form, or fashion. That is not what Roddenberry thought the future was going to be like. And he even laid down the future where that's going on. That's when Kirk was probably a first officer at the time. So we already had a good idea of what was going on at the time. And somehow or another, Paramount just said, well, we're going to rewrite everything. And you can't do that when you got a genre that's that long. I mean, what do we got? Series in it, 7 series plus all the cartoons. And even the cartoons, like Thundercats and the ones that Transformers, all of them had lessons in it, all of them. And they were usually something politically based. So even when we were kids, before we were even smart enough to know we were being indoctrinated, we were being indoctrinated. It's being put into our heads. You got to choose a side. Most people are going to choose a good side, or the guy in the right, the guy who's doing the right thing, but not always. So I've always found it funny that they usually sci-fi usually lay out at least 3 sides. I guess that way, for the middle, the left, and the right, everybody's got something to choose.
So now, when you do your show, The Centralist, so you basically take down the middle, so you can have your guests from either side and just be able to just carry on that conversation with them.
Well, that way it doesn't turn into a fight. When I used to do politics, hardcore politics on News on the Flip Side, it was different because we still took a middle view, but we didn't give the guests any leeway of whatever their crazy left or right views may be. Today, it's a little different. So today, usually, if we're going to have guests, we'll do a 2-hour show. The first hour will just be the news. We'll just present the news to you as news. No opinions, just the news. So we'll say, hey, look, this is the source of the news. This is where the news came from. Check out the source for yourself. We recommend this story, blah, 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 blah. Now, in the second hour, when we have a guest on, sometimes we'll go back and cross over those stories. We'll go back and see what the left or the right really believes. And today, when I was a kid, the left and the right were only about this far apart. Today, they're like this. I mean, it's like night and day sometimes. And what gets me is if the other one starts agreeing, the other one changes its mind. They're like a bunch of 12-year-olds, not even that, a bunch of 8-year-olds fighting with each other today. It's ridiculous. And I don't even know what to think about it. And these people get so mad. I got an interview coming up with Mayor de Blasio. And the more I listen to him speak, the harder I think this interview is going to be on me. Even being in Central, he is, I'm like, okay, well, we'll see how it goes. But look, when I did a bunch of scientists on the network, because I did it, 14 in a row, I thought it might be a little hard on our guests, and two, I figured, somewhere along the line, I'm going to offend someone, but no, it went over real well. We got into the science of what they wanted to talk about, and then we got into the science about what I wanted to talk about, and the show seemed to flow really good. I think that's one of the reasons Science and Beyond made it to the next level. And by the way, people, somebody podcast, to tell them Science and Beyond, Science and Beyond. Tell them go vote, because we finally got over there. But you've got to take a stance that allows you to see both sides, whatever it is. It really doesn't even matter in today's life what it is. If you're looking at one side, you're missing out on something. You're losing out on something. And even if you think the other side's crazy, there may be something over there that they're right about. So you got to watch. And sci-fi somehow or another throws that in your face. In a lot of ways, blatantly throws it into your face, and yet still gets away with it, and sometimes even gets awards for it. So you and I couldn't do that. If we did what some of the sci-fi shows did, we wouldn't even be able to talk. in 6 months. I don't know you can do that. You can do that in the UK too, so, and in Australia, but not here. You can't. You could try to kick one out in 6 months, but it's just not going to happen. I mean, they'd have to do something insane to get impeached in 6 months. And there is Article 25, which is basically a vote of no confidence, but it takes 2/3 of the Congress. And I mean, come on. No, I haven't seen anybody control 2/3 of the Congress. I'm almost 60 years old, and I don't think I've seen 2/3 of the Congress controlled by one party the whole time I've been alive. I don't know when you'd have to go back to find that. Maybe World War II or something. When the Great Deal happened, I don't know, but it's been a long time. So that's why impeachments are funny to everybody in America. We just laugh at them because we know nobody's getting impeached. It's just a word today. It used to have meaning back in the day, but today it's. Somebody told me today they were screaming at me at a lecture. Oh no! I said he resigned. Don't get upset at me. I'm not the one who made him resign. And I said technically they impeached Clinton, but he didn't lose, just like they impeached Trump and he didn't lose. So you can say they were impeached, but since nothing happened to him, it seems to be a moot argument. You know, it's kind of a waste of. And each time we do this, in case y'all know, ladies and gentlemen, it costs us $40 million. So it's $40 million that could have been going to your community that we wasted on something that everybody knew was never going to happen, including the people. So that's just the politics. But you'll see that kind of stuff like in Babylon 5. You'll see that carry over when they're trying to get rid of the leaders. You'll see that just in this series Expanse. You'll see it in this where they were trying to get rid of the leader like this. So you'll see it in these different series. And so it does kind of portray how America, not just America, is the world. That's one of the things I like about Babylon 5, because it's closer to portraying how the world would be as we get into the future, not just the countries. It really has a different layout about, you know, each alien race would basically represent a government on this planet. It's an interesting series to watch. And that, your boy uses quotes from some of the greatest writers in the world, or stuffed into that series here and there and there and here. And,
yeah.
You know, so it's interesting, but in today's world, the special effects are average. Back then they would have been good. Today they would just be considered average, but it's still good to watch. But I'm with John. I would start somewhere. There's a lot of good stuff that came out in the mid 50s. Get a chart, look through it. You'll be amazed at how much of that stuff still plays really well in today's world.
Well, there was Heinlein wrote this book, Starship Troopers, which like Heinlein wasn't. I mean, he was very pro-American. He was very much from the military. He was very much respected for that, and he was. I mean, he really respected the military and what it was doing there. But Starship Troopers was pretty much one of the more controversial stories that he wrote, because it was a world where citizens can only vote if they've served, where life as a soldier is being able to exercise that right is what's revered. So, you know, there's a definite, I guess with politics in science fiction, you can play out a what if scenario and just write it and take it out, because it is science fiction. It isn't necessarily science facts. So you can make a statement and say, okay, now this is my, I'm proclaiming this, or I'm stating this is my thesis, and here I'm going to write this in order to play it out to see how this goes. And so you see a lot of the science fiction will do that. It's interesting when one of Heinlein's good friends, Ron Hubbard, he wrote his book on Final Blackout, and there Hubbard was accused of being a communist by fascists. He was accused of being a fascist by communists. He was accused of being anti-socialist. It was just all this. It was pre-World War II that he wrote it, but it was talking about what if the war didn't end, and it was a concept of, you know, just it ultimately it would be the soldier on the ground that would survive a never-ending war as the unkillables, but the political factions that were constantly going on trying to do one up on the other person, irrespective of what was happening to the little man, the person that just needed to go on living their life. So I think that's something that's really important that people need to, in writing science fiction politics, is have a perspective. What are you trying to sell with this thing? What are you trying to communicate on this that's going to give it not saying, okay, I'm going to push for X, I'm going to push for Y, or push for Z, but tell a story which gives how X handles, how Y handles, and how Z handles, so that you can come up with your own perspective of the politics of that story or that setting.
I was thinking, because I was listening to some of L. Ron Hubbard stuff the other day, coming back from New Orleans. I was actually finishing up a story that I've been listening to for about a day and a half. And people, not a whole day and a half, for y'all think I'm insane. I get to listen. I get an hour ride in the morning, hour ride in the afternoon. So I'll usually plug in one and listen. If I don't have any calls to make them not work related, I'll usually listen. And I just finish it up now. He does get in the political side of some stuff in there.
Yeah.
And but he seems to do it in a very nonchalant way. It does well. Maybe that's not quite right, because there's some places that's kind of bold in the face, but for the most part, it's an underlying part of the story. It's not, even though politics is there, it's not the featured part of the story. Maybe they went to Mars or the moon, or they were doing this, or they were time traveling. Because I think there's 3 different time travel stories in there. And so he puts you in the future, he puts you in the past, and there is politics there, but it's underlying. It's not the outright part. It's not slapping you in the head, outright politics. Now, if you're paying attention and you're listening, then you're going to catch it. But a lot of people I notice on their first read of a book or their first watch of a movie miss a lot of stuff. And it always amazes me when somebody's watching something for the 3rd time. They're like, wow, I didn't hear that. Wow, I didn't see that. Wow, I didn't. I said, well, yeah, because now you've heard all the stupid stuff, or all the main stuff, I should say. And now your brain is actually looking and listening for different things. And it's the same thing with a good book. You read through it, even though you've read it, and I've watched people do this a million times. I've done it myself. I've read through and missed part of the story because I'm in a hurry to read through, or I've really gotten into it. I'm just reading at a faster pace than I should be. And so that's why a lot of times I'll go back and reread something within a couple of days or a couple of weeks after reading something. I can read it a little faster, but there are times I find that I miss stuff in it. And sometimes, like in a political thing, I may, how can I say this politely, glaze over it. Knowing that it's something political, I might just, but a lot of times if you do that, you may miss a good underlying part of the story that you really need to complete the story. So I know people, sometimes you get turned off by politics, but out of all the genres that are out there, science fiction does it usually in a way that it's not offensive. It can be in your face, and it can even make you want to take a side. But somehow they manage to do it without getting people protesting in front of their movie theaters, calling up the writers, calling up the publishers, and just having fits with them. I don't know how, and I don't want to give anybody any ideas, but somehow or another, for the most part of science fiction, and when I'm talking about science fiction, I'm not just talking about space genre. There are other genres out there that seem to be able to do this. Like time travel seems to be able to do it. Or some of the stuff like just recently, some dinosaur thing. But somehow or another, they had the dinosaurs, they had the people, then they had the tribes, and somehow they had politics involved in all of it. And I guess the politics of living in a place like that, I guess there would be some sort of politics. And, I guess you got to deal with the natives. There are 2 different types of natives. I don't know what kind of politics you're doing with the T-Rex other than shooting the SOB, but still, hey, Mr. T-Rex, please don't eat me. That's not going to work. But it's just so much of it incorporated in everything we watch. And in a way, I kind of feel for our kids because they're being indoctrinated into politics without realizing it, because it is there. But in another way, I feel like it's early lessons to help you choose your side. And like, I don't really choose a side. I like being in the middle. A good friend of mine the other day said, "You know what they said? If you're in the middle, you're going to burn." I said, "I ain't going to burn. I'm just fine up on the fence. I'm not getting stuck in no pickets or anything." I said, I like being there because I've learned over the years is what I've mostly learned over the years is the left and the right, whatever side you're on. If you're far left or far right, you're usually wrong. You're usually into things for the wrong reasons. You're too far out there, and you're not thinking about the majority of the people, which is the middle. In case y'all don't notice, ladies and gentlemen, independents and centralists make up the majority of voters, 56%. So the parties don't control that much anymore, about 20%, but they have the money, so therefore they control the power. And that's also portrayed in sci-fi. You see that in a lot of different sci-fis. I was just watching an episode of Voyager the other day when they go to this world, and it's divided up, through politics. Who they thought was better, who they thought was worse. A place that our world visited, I don't know, 100 years ago, 150 years ago. Wasn't necessarily slavery, They just said, well, you're from this family, so you're down here. You're from here, you're okay. So it was a bottom, middle, and a hierarchy, but not so much the way you see it today. If you were at the bottom, that was it. You were never getting anywhere. You could never get anything. And it just portrayed it like that. And about 100 years ago, you could 100 years and back, you could look at our world and say that was true in a lot of countries, especially in the countries that had monarchy. So, you see these in there, and your kids see this in there, and they get indoctrinated in this, and it absorbs in their head. And hopefully, it's lessons that they're learning that will actually better us in the long run. And no, I'm not talking about the cancel culture, because they're morons too. Anytime everything is wrong, then you got an issue. I like my country. There's a lot of things I like about it. I'm not always happy with the politics, but I am willing to stand up for it, and I am willing to get in the middle of it and say, hey, look, there are better ways of doing things. And I've learned over the years, compromise a lot of times is the best thing that can serve politics. And that's one thing you do see in sci-fi. Somewhere along in the story, there will be a compromise so that the heroine or whoever it may be can get to the end of the story. So you will see a compromise in politics there, which I'm hoping that children have absorbed that over the years. That's in their head, and they'll learn that that's what we need today is compromise. We don't need nukes. We don't need a bunch of crazy people. We just need to take all sides to agree and move to the next step. All sides to agree, move to the next step. I guess you and I will be long gone before that happens. Still, we can hope.
So now you've done a lot of shows with the Centralists. As both of those shows you talked about, the News on the Flip Side and Centralists, are those both politics?
Yeah, News on the Flip Side. News on the Flip Side was a way different show. So I hosted that with Stephanie Benetti. I was doing before Trump was president. We did it up until he won for about 4 years. This was a hard-hitting news show. It had 4 million followers. It was well on the way to getting several big syndications. So what we did on that show is we did the first hour, or the first 50 minutes was just hardcore news. No opinions, just hardcore news. Then at the last 10 minutes of that hour was just a segment from one of our hosts that came on and did a particular news segment. Usually it had something to do with the environment or something like that. The second hour of that show was sheer satire. We made fun of everybody. I mean, of everybody, everything and everybody was just great. It was great stress relief. And then the end of that show was another 10-minute segment, usually doing something with technology. The third hour was a little bit different. We had a third host came on, and it wasn't as much about opinion as it was just going over the stories that we talked about, adding anything in new, and just really presenting it in a much more coherent way than you'd see on the regular news. And then the last hour was always international news. We always did an hour international news. The show was fabulous. It was fun. It was packed. Stephanie was a great co-host. We had a lot of good times doing the show. Unfortunately, she's passed away now, but it was a lot of fun to do. The show was just nothing you had seen anywhere on the news. That's why it was growing at an extremely rapid rate because, just put this in. So, people give me trouble about Donald Trump and some of the other candidates. So this was my exact point when I seen the GOP put their people up, 21 people. I looked up and I said, Stephanie, is that a duck? What the hell is that yellow clown? I was all over Donald like white on rice. So we're going on. So he wins. I'm stunned that he won, by the way. I was just stunned. And so I'm still on him nonstop. And then Democrats went and Hillary's up. And I'm thinking, oh my God, the end of the world has come. It's just the end of the world. There's no doubt one of these two are going to kill us and wipe us out. We did hardcore hit news in both of them. We pulled stuff out of their past that even NBC and CBS was scared to touch. We got into all sorts of stuff. I had interviews from women that had they bring charges against Bill, and Hillary knew about it. They had said that Hillary came to them personally and paid them off. We had interviews with women that said Trump had done things to them. We had business dealers with both Hillary and Trump come on the network. And I actually got a call from NBC one time. I'm like, how are you getting these people? We can't even talk to them. So we're offering them money, and then they come and say, because they know. They come in here, we're just going to present the story as they're saying it. We're not going to doctor it. We're not going to edit it. We're going to put it out what they're saying and what we think about it. But that's how it's going to go out. I said, so that guest knows when he leaves that show, what he said is going out with no editation to it whatsoever. I said, you know as well as I do If you're on a big network, I've done lots of TV, people, not as much as some other people I know, but I've done a lot of TV, and it's never what I exactly say. It's always been changed, or some words have been put together, and some words have been stretched out, and it's irritating. It's just, I did a local political show down here, and they tried to get everything I said and twist it to the left. So I called them and said, please remove it from your lineup. And they're like, why? I said, because it's not what I said. And they said, well, you can't. I said, oh, yes, I have a copy of it, and I'm going to play it. And I said, you either can correct it or whatever you want. So they got real mad at me, threatened to sue me, all kind of stuff. And then I played the whole thing to City. I played it over City. And I got a lot of phone calls, and they're saying, well, they changed. I said, yes, they changed. I said, they always change. I said, big companies like that have an agenda, and they, I did another interview with NBC. I interviewed a big wig over there, one of their top show people. Until a couple of days ago, they weren't going to play it. It's 3 years old now. They paid me big money not to play it. But I got a recent call lately that they might go ahead and play it. I'll tell you why I didn't want to play it. It's a very hardcore left liberal leaning host. Well, the interview she did with me, she came off more in the middle, even a little right, than what she was actually doing on the air. So they got all paranoid. I got a phone call. Oh, Joe, we got an agreement with you. If you didn't like it, you can't. I said, yes, I understand that. And there was an amount of money agreed to if it didn't air. But it's a shame because it was her. It was her and her wife. And it was a great interview. They did a great job. They really laid themselves out on the table for the world to see. And the company said, we don't want the world to see it because they were scared it was going to cost them numbers. I mean, I understand why they did it. But they agreed to the questions. Anytime I do a really big interview with somebody, I will send them 25 questions. They'll send me it back, and I'll send it to them. We'll go back and forth, usually a week or two, and we'll agree on everything, and how it's going to be said. And we'll agree on everything. It's not that it's scripted, but it's like that, and it just comes out. And it's funny because while her and I were talking that night, she brought up sci-fi on 5 different occasions. She said because of the politics of these shows, I got into the news media. I mean, it was a great interview, and they just didn't want to do it. It's like when I did an interview with NASA. NASA had released these little series of, I don't know what you would call them. They were little cartoons, basically. And I had called up the interview with them, and I said, why can't y'all be a little bit more straightforward in your science? I said, it's fine that you're doing a cartoon, and I know you're trying to get kids interested, but why don't you, I said, kids aren't as stupid as they look. Why don't you give them a little bit more of the science mixed into the series? Well, they thought it was a bad idea. Well, guess what? The series got canceled because it didn't do what? It didn't have enough science in it. I'm thinking, you should have listened. I mean, come on, I've been doing this a long time. You should have listened. And it's hard to get interviews with people at NASA, by the way. But everyone, and I got to be honest with y'all, I have never interviewed anybody at NASA, and I've interviewed 12 of the Apollo Gemini astronauts, and I've interviewed about 14 of the shuttle astronauts, and every one of them told me the same thing. I got into this because of science fiction. I got into this because of science fiction. Now, don't get me wrong, they all were quoting different TV shows. Some were like, some would quote Star Trek. A couple of them quoted The Twilight Zone. And not just The Twilight Zone, the other one, the other version of The Twilight Zone.
Outer Limits?
Yeah, Outer Limits. So a lot of them quoted because of stuff they seen on there, and they felt the science should be more correct. So they got involved. And matter of fact, I remember the guy who invented the laser. First time I ever heard him interview, I was young. I was a teen. I wasn't even a teen. I was a pauper. He said because he had seen a laser on Buck Rogers way back when in the 30s, and he needed to invent one. And sure enough, he invented the damn thing. And it's not just that. Recently, they've got these new hospital beds that have these monitors on them. And the gentleman who invented it, when he was asked, he said he got the idea from Star Trek.
Yeah.
So, I mean, sci-fi is a good thing, people, whether it's politics or whatever. It gets people involved thinking in ways that other shows and other series just don't. I mean, you can watch a lot of garbage. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of stuff to watch on television today. I mean, really. Between the computers and your internet and your TVs, there's a lot you can watch. But how much of it really leaves you leaving satisfied and feels like, yeah, it may have made a difference in someone's life? Just because it's entertaining doesn't mean it can't change someone. And I actually talked to Michio Keiko about that. He agreed 100%. It can change it, and a lot of things can. And there's a lot of writers who don't get credit for how they've changed society, including L. Ron. He doesn't get the credit he deserves for changing society. A lot of people, because of their writings, opened up people's minds in a lot of different fronts, and it changed the world.
Yeah, a lot of the things I think that science fiction you do too is satire, which on recent surveys we found out that the baby boomers and millennials will understand what, or rather Gen X will understand what satire is. But when we surveyed some of the people that were the Gen X and millennials, they didn't know. I don't read satire, but we asked them, well, what about 1984 and all those things? They said, oh yeah, I've read all those things. Yeah, those are the classics, or those are comedy. They think satire is like The Onion or Saturday Night Live.
I'm not even sure if the Z-Geners read. I got to be honest with you.
What's that?
It scares me. So I'm not even sure if the Z-Geners read. Every now and then, I was given a science fiction lecture about 7 months ago, right in the middle of COVID. And about 200 Z-Geners showed up, and we were talking about things that any normal person, even a millennial, would have known, and they were just lost. And they kept asking me questions. What's this about? What's that about? I said, obviously, you've never seen any of these. Before I left that day, I gave a big, long list of books and movies they should read. And I gave them my email. I said, why don't you write back to me and tell me what you think? Out of the 200, 150 of them wrote to me and said, thank you. And I said, I'd never seen any of this. I brought up 1984. They were like, well, what happened in 1984? It's like, I said it was a boring year, but it was a good book. And they're like, wait, what? It's a book. And I went through a couple of others, and one girl said, Dune, well, it hasn't even come out yet. I almost peed on myself. And I said, no, baby, there's some good Dunes out there. I said, just because something's more than 2 years old doesn't mean it's not good. I said, just because it's more than 40 years old. I said, you will be amazed at how much science fiction you can find from 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 years ago that still holds up today. And they forget how many great writers they were back in the day. Somebody asked me the other day, when did science fiction start? I said, I have no idea. It officially, when I looked it up, it said 16 something. I forgot the name of the book. Because a lot of people were giving Mary Shelley in the 1800s, but this puts it back. I think it was like 1690 or 1670. And I'd have to actually look it up again to see the name of the book. And I was like, I never even heard of it, so I went looking for it. I was like, well, I've never heard of this. I got to find this and read this. And it was interesting to learn.
So with the subject of satire, it's that's one way of actually pointing out the foibles of a lot of it is politics. That it points out, and it shows the shortcomings of various, whether they're the politicians or a certain type of politics. But it's done by changing it. Like with George Orwell, you put it way into the future, so that you can kind of like people can look at it and have their own thinking of it. But if you're in Britain at the time that he wrote it, you won't realize he's writing about British politics there and British society.
Yeah.
So the same thing with these other Brave New World from Aldous Huxley, Men in High Castle, all these things here talk about by changing the location or the time that they're able to actually point out some of the foibles or some of the shortcomings of various systems by changing the settings. So like, okay, I can't say that it's right here and right now and these people here, even though all the descriptions or the activities represent who those people are. So that's something that science fiction is very known for and can actually effectively pull off. But I'm just curious for yourself, because you've done so much working with, interviewing politicians and people about politics and interviewing the people who interview the politicians. So the best way to like communicate it from your perspective, because you've obviously survived various, firestorms on politics by still doing what you do. What's the best way you've been able to do it? And because I know that people are reading this, they're listening to this podcast, are writing science fiction, and they've got their political bents they want to be able to communicate. How have you been able to do it to survive it and still live to tell the tale and continue talking about politics to weave it in?
Two things I do on a regular basis. I'm very honest with whatever I'm talking about, but I'm a big fan of satire. I use satire even in politics. Like Michael England and I will get on a show sometimes, so we'll pick out like 10 stories we're going to handle that. Like this week, we're going to be talking about Afghanistan and the border. But even in all this depravity that's going on, we will have satire woven into that. We will be cracking jokes about different things, so it keeps people's attention. So in other words, if I was just to do the flat story on Afghanistan, what's going on there, it would be 5 minutes. That would be all it would be, and people would either listen to it or not listen to it. So in the beginning of the show, we probably will do it, but then later on, we'll be talking about different things that go along with what's happening there. So we'll weave it in. And it's funny because both of us like science fiction, so a lot of times we'll weave in like a science fiction story with a little satire into the politics. People love it, and people stay and pay attention to it. And I've noticed the younger audience, the millennials and the Z-Geners, have an easier time absorbing it. The older ones, the X-Geners and the Boomers, they understand it for politics, but the younger generations pick it up because, one, it's not an hour long, it's 5 or 10 minutes. It's weaving in there, the satire is woven in there, the truth is still woven in there, but it's woven in with the satire. And people get and sometimes they get offended because we might pick on their particular, politician, but we pick on everybody. And now that's the truth. That is a one saving grace for me. Because when I got into politics, I remember this guy wrote to me one day. He said, "You are probably one of the most brilliant ufologists I have ever met in my entire life." He said, "But when it comes to politics, you're the biggest moron." He said, "How can it be?" I said, "Did you ever stop and think that the same research I do that makes me brilliant there actually is why I do here?" And he was just dumbfounded. Like, no, I can't be. Like, he could not be wrong. I said, "No, you need to think about what you just said." I said, "I got a huge team of people that work with me on all of this." I said, "None of them have the same political view, but yet sometime I manage to be able to keep them all together, keep them all talking and all having fun at the same time." When we do a political panel show, there'll be 7 or 8 of us. Everybody on that show has a different political view, from far left to far right to independent to central to libertarian to whatever. And somehow we can have a show, be civil, everybody can still get their point across and have a lot of fun while we do it, because we'll pick on each other through the whole show. And all our audience does is grow. It doesn't shrink. It works really well. It's a good combination for me. Hopefully the mainstream media has never figured out, because they don't do it that way, and people enjoy it more. They have a lot more fun. Matter of fact, a guy wrote to us just the other day, said, "Yeah, y'all make news fun." I said, "Well, it's news. I mean, some stories you can't because they're just horrible, but some stuff you can actually make fun and pick on it. Even hardcore stuff. We did a satire on. It was a political show, but it was on abortions, but we did it with extraterrestrials taking people and taking the kids. So it was a serious show, but it still had a little junk in there that people were like, so it didn't make it unbearable for the people like the Z-Geners and the millennials. The Z-Geners and millennials are not to that serious level that you and I and some of the X-Geners have reached. We're older, we've seen a lot of stuff in our lives, so we actually know what's right and what's wrong. But when you're young, you got hormones going and things flying around, and so I want to keep their attention. So I present it in a way that they would enjoy watching it, and I've gotten lots of positive feedback on it. And since the station's adopted that in the last 6 or 7 years, we had like 0.1% Z-Gen and about 3% of millennials. That's way change. We're pulling about 14% of the Z-Geners and about 22% of millennials now. That's the same as we're pulling with the X-Geners. Well, I'm sorry, with the baby boomers. So it's a comfortable group. People understand what we're trying to do. And since everybody in the network's versed in some type of science fiction because of some of the other stuff we do, it's on the other day we were talking about Jules Verne's, and a good friend of mine who teaches science at Harvard, at Tulane, tells me, he goes, "Man, it wouldn't be for sci-fi. I wouldn't know diddly squat about physics." He said, "I wouldn't know anything about science." He said, "That's what did it for me." He said, "When I first started watching the first generations of Star Trek," he said, "it was all right, and then it went away, and I kind of got, well," he said, "and my dad told me something." He said, "There's a library, son. Why don't you go check out some books?" And sure enough, he started checking out one book and the other book. And then he realized he started things that was in that science fiction he wanted to invent. He wanted to bring into the real world. Not just equipment, but attitudes. Because, a lot of sci-fi, once you move forward past where we are today, a lot of the attitudes are we need to work together as a society to move society forward as a whole. So that kind of stuff comes across, and I've been lucky. Because I tell you what, there are people that I know personally that would not mix with the other three shows I do in politics. They say it's detrimental to your career, but for mine, it's not. Because I do incorporate it, And don't get me wrong, John, I can do some hardcore news sometimes. But usually I'm going to, later in the show, I'm going to always incorporate some satire in there. And I'm going to bring the point home, but I want people to have a little fun while they're bringing it. And you'd be surprised how horrible some stories are that you can actually somehow make people smile after listening to it.
Yeah.
It's a strange thing, but sci-fi is great for that kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
Well, we were talking about what's not Mission Earth, the one with Travolta was it started. Battlefield Earth. And we were talking about that one and the remake, all of that. That poor movie, people, the book is just you need to read it because the movie just does no justice to it whatsoever. It's not that the movie isn't fun and campy. It is kind of campy and fun, but it just there's so much lost in the translation. And I didn't know. A friend of mine kept griping at me about it. He said, "No, Joe, the movie was great, but." He said, "You got to read a book. You got to read a book. You got to read a book." And when my friends start on me about that, sooner or later, one of them's going to send me a book, or they'll send me. A lot of times, they'll send me an audio tape so they'll know I'll listen to it. But an audio, whatever it comes in these days. But
so anyway, so this has been. I've really enjoyed talking with you on this last hour here, and I think the three shows that you've got that people should check out. It's on the United Public Radio Network. They just go to uprn.com. Is that?
uprn.com or urbntalkradio.com. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
UPN Talk Radio. And if you're going to come for me, you'll catch me on Friday doing Science and Beyond for the next 5 weeks because it's up for an award for People's Choice. So we'll be doing a lot of science on there. It's Science and Beyond. So sometimes it's hard science, but we've done things like we've talked about dark matter and different things like that. But we've also talked about like the shroud touring and things like that. A lot of other things that have to do with science, but also have alternative explanations. So you'll see a lot of that in there too. Matter of fact, John DeSalvo, we had, how can I say this, many heated discussions about this. But he's got a PhD, I've got a bachelor's, so I got a bachelor's in science. So we have a lot of fun talking about it, and it is. And then, of course, you always can catch me. Well, right now on Wednesdays, we're doing the Centralist. That's what the Centralist is. And on Monday, we do Paranormal Talk. But usually on Wednesdays, I do UFO Undercover. But it's kind of on hiatus right now because of where Science and Beyond and of course, because of a lot of other things going on. And don't forget, on Saturday, I host with the lovely Michelle DeRochier on the Gray Zone Uncensored. Now, I'll tell you a secret about that show. That show averages between 2 and 3 million listeners. But you can only get it on Saturday. Once it's done, you can't get it again. Eventually, it'll go back for pay for listen on YouTube, probably in about 6 months or so. But all of them right now, it's either listen on Saturday or not listening. We're doing time travel right now. And it's been, all I can say is it's been fun.
That's great.
Yeah, we've been doing a lot of time travel. We had to do UFOs for a month because, they had the big thing. The Pentagon's going to tell us the truth. I got cussed. I won a lot of money over this, but I got cussed by all kinds of people. I was doing shows all over the country. I'm like, no, they're not going to tell us anything. No, I bet you money. I said, I bet you $1,000. They ain't going to tell us nothing. I bet you 500. I said, I'm telling you, they're not going to tell us nothing. This went on. And then they released it. Of course, they didn't tell us anything. I think I got like $14,000 altogether. And it was easy money. I was like, I had a guy in New York. He said, I'll give you my Mercedes. I said, dude, don't do that because you're going to lose your Mercedes. I heard his wife must have been at home. No, baby, not the Mercedes. I started laughing. I said, she told you you don't know what you're talking about, not the Mercedes. But, and I'll say this before, I know we got to go, but people, if you ever want anything from the government, if you want truth from the government, you have to give them something. Okay, they're not going to spill their guts on whatever it is unless you're given something. And whatever that something is going to probably be amnesty for whatever bad deeds the government may have done in the past, that the people who done them are probably dead now. If you want the truth, you're going to have to give them amnesty because the government has done things in whatever genre we were talking about here that they shouldn't have. And they've experimented on people. They've done other stuff. You see, that's in a lot of the sci-fi books too. You're going to have to give them amnesty. That's the only way you're going to ever get the truth. Because I'm not going to come out and tell you the truth. I know I'm going to do 20 years in jail. You can forget that. That's not going to happen. And everything's so compartmentalized these days. You're going to have to give them amnesty to get to the truth. So just keep that in mind, young generation out there, because if you want to get to the truth, that's what it's going to take.
Well, that's been amazing. You're definitely going to. So thank you very much, Joe. And thank you for listening. Subscribe to the Writers and Illustrators of the Future podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. We've also been syndicated on the United Public Radio Network with Joe Montaldo himself, where you can find these podcasts as well by just typing in Writers of the Future. Again, I highly recommend you read the Writers of the Future series. They are, after all, who our judges have selected as the best of the best new writers and artists. They can be found at writersofthefuture.com, at Amazon, or wherever you get your books. Writers and Illustrators of the Future are contests created by L. Ron Hubbard to provide a means for the aspiring writer and artist to be seen and acknowledged. It is free to enter and open to amateur short story writers and artists of science fiction or fantasy. Again, thank you very much, Joe.
Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to the Writers and Illustrators of the Future podcast. This is John Goodwin, your host. This podcast is dedicated to the aspiring writer and artist and will provide inspiration and tips from top professionals in the field. If you've been listening to this podcast or are new to it, I thank you very much.
Welcome, everyone, to Science and Beyond. Hope everyone's having a great evening. Guys, I have John DeSalvo with me. He co-hosts with me, and we're going to be talking about them. Well, I'll let him tell you about that in a minute. A couple of quick announcements. Don't forget on Mondays, guys and girls, we do political and paranormal panels every week. It's a flip-flop. So last week would have been politics, but I was out of town, so we're going to skip it. And this coming Monday from 6 to 8 p.m. will be a paranormal panel. All the hosts, I shouldn't say all hosts, but a lot of the hosts will be there. They're great panels because we have a great group of hosts and a lot of fun to talk with. And then the following week, of course, we will be back to back to politics. So let me actually give you all a quick date. So this Monday's the 4th. This is going to be paranormal. Then the 11th will be politics. Then the 15th paranormal. Then the 25th politics. And then the 1st paranormal. So that's our Monday schedule for the rest of the month. So y'all can check it out. I never know what hosts are going to be there. All the hosts are invited. So I never know who's going to be there with me. Also, ladies and gentlemen, if you're a regular listener in network or a regular contributor or guest or things like that, you can also participate. Just drop us a line or give me a call at 504-273-7379 on the studio line, and we'll drop you into the conversation. Sometimes we have big panels. Sometimes it's just 3 or 4 of us. Sometimes it's 10 or 12 of us. You can get a little chaotic when there's more than 6 of us, but it's always a lot of fun, and we have a great group of hosts on the network. Oh, we have some new shows coming on. That was the whole reason I opened tonight and didn't let John open. Pete Haviland's coming back. Pete Haviland was hosting with Dean. A matter of fact, the slot that we're in right now, they used to host in. It was Supernatural Substation with Aline Pistanio and Dean and Pete. And they used to host every week. Now, Aline has retired, so their show left, and John and I took the slot. Pete's going to be on Saturdays from 5 to 7 p.m. with his co-host, Brian. And y'all be sure to, Brian Clune, I believe his name. Be sure to check it out. All the information is on the United Public Radio site, uprntalkradio.com. Go check it out. So that's another new show. In July, we're going to have another new show coming in, actually, at the end of June. It's going to be a late-night Saturday show. It's going to run from 9 to 11. It's going to come on right after Chasing the Truth, which is from Dark Waters Radio, their syndicated show on the network. So be sure to check them all out. I mean, these days, people write to me all the time, can I get a show? Can I get a show? In the old days, we used to give away a lot of free shows. These days, we just don't have them anymore. It's just that the station's not set up like that anymore. We have way too big of an audience for us to just donate time to people unless they are coming with an audience themselves, and then it's like a swap. But right now, no, we do have a few slots. We have some paid slots. We have some daytime paid slots. But really, the evening slots, Monday through Saturday, with the exception of maybe 2, are done. So if you're interested in those 2 slots, you can always write me at icarcox.net, or you can contact me at 504-400-7194. And any of those ways, you can get hold to me if you're interested. Anyway, that's enough about all of that. My co-host, John DeSalvo, is going to come right up here now and give you a good idea of what we're going to be chit-chatting about tonight. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, we won't take any calls in the first hour, but we may take some in the second hour. So 504-273-7379. John, welcome, baby.
Hey, thanks, Joe. And
you're looking sexy tonight, huh, ladies? Ooh, yeah.
Well, we got some also great shows coming up and got some wonderful guests. But let me start off by saying Mirror, Mirror on the Wall? Or do you remember Magic Mirror on the Wall? Luke, I am your father. Or is it No, I am your father? And do you remember Sex in the City or Sex and the City? Now, Joe, you could answer that one, right?
I'm not touching those, man. I'm just behaving. I ain't touching it. Y'all ain't get me involved in this conversation.
Well, basically, are these just different memories? A lot of people remember Mirror, Mirror on the Wall, and a lot of them remember Magic Mirror on the Wall. And what this effect is called the Mandela effect, because it started. Remember Nelson Mandela, who served in prison in the 1980s and then was released. Many people, actually including myself, remember him dying in the 1980s, and his funeral even was on TV. And I remember that very clearly. But historically, reality in our world, he actually lived and died December, was it 2003 or something? But a total different timeline. So when thousands of people thought he died in prison, but he lived another 20 or 30 years, the question came up, is this a trick of the memory that's being played on a lot of people, which the psychologists call false memory, or our universe changing? Is there something that changes the past? And certain people remember it certain ways and others different ways. And the two modes of thought on this. One is it is a psychological effect, and our history has not changed. And I have problems with that, which I'll address. I'm not a psychologist, but I also believe that there could be real physical effects in the changing of our universe in terms of the multiverse and overlapping universes. And to be honest with you, I keep both of those theories open. And that's kind of what I want to talk about tonight, Joe. And the other things people remember is the Bernstein Bears. Some remember spelling it Bernstein, and others Bernstein. So I just want to give you the answers to those questions first, and then I want to get your input. Mirror, Mirror on the Wall or Magic Mirror on the Wall? Which do you remember?
Actually, I remember both. Mirror, Mirror, I remember. Actually, the bad part is I remember Mirror, Mirror for two reasons. One, because of the nursery rhyme, and two, because of that TV show where the girl used to look through the little mirror thing at everybody. So I remember that one. And the other one I remember from a sci-fi show, actually. So, but the problem with all that is because the way time moves and when people hear things, new ideas come up. And then, see, like what we're talking about tonight, when we go through all of these, somebody might be listening to the show 2 years, 5 years, 3 years down the line. They may write a book or make a movie about something we were talking about. So then the effect that didn't exist now exists. But that's not really a Mandela effect. That's just a carryover from us. But go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, but it is Magic Mirror on the Wall. Mm-hmm. And it's like, wow. Okay, now science fiction. What do you remember? Luke, I am your father, or No, I am your father?
I really don't remember them. I do remember the father thing, but I just, for some reason, it's been so long since I've seen it. That was like 30 years ago, man.
I know.
And you know, the sad part is everybody says, because I guess it's like, here's another one for y'all ladies. You ever hear him say, "Beam me up, Scotty"? Not one time did Kirk ever say, "Beam me up, Scotty." In the whole entire series, he never said that. But everybody on this planet says, "Beam me up, Scotty."
Well,
so it's the same thing what John's talking about.
This one is, and I always thought it was Luke, I am your father, but it's No, I am your father. If you go back and listen to it, but there's a lot of there's a whole bunch of, like Oscar Mayer. Is it spelled Meyer? No, it's Mayer. Now, why I think it's more than just what psychologists call false memories, and I got a list of all the explanations. I read all their papers. But the problem I have is that it affects too many people, like tens of thousands of people. And
there's only a couple of things that could cause that too, John. But go ahead.
It affects too many people, and they all have the same alternative version of it. If it was more of a psychological Now, I'm a biophysicist. I'm also a neurophysiologist. So you would think I would favor the psychological interpretation, but I don't, because I would think just by a Boltzmann distribution law, there would be, Luke, I am your father. No, I am your father. Well, Luke, I may be your father. There'd be many variations, but there's always one alternative. Like something changed our past for everybody that was in that former past, or it didn't change at all. So the reason I got into this, basically, I've been working with a former NSA cryptologist for about 2 years, and we've been decoding different magical texts and different things. And he pushed me into looking into the holographic universe because I'm a biophysicist, and my specialty is string theory. And that's where I started looking into the Mandela effect, thinking I was just going to write it off. And it was really interesting. One of the things in the Mandela effect has to do with the JFK assassination. And another one of my best friends who just recently passed away, I was writing a book with him. He was a Secret Service agent to 4 U.S. presidents, Joe Paolella and JFK. And
JFK wasn't assassinated. He just went home.
Okay. Well, anyway, he... The Mandela effect is some people remember seeing 4 people in the limousine and others 6. Now, Joe was guarding the limousine, and afterwards in the White House garage was the one who discovered the bullet hole in the windshield and only told me for 40 years. But he said there were definitely 6 people, but I remember 4. So it's really interesting how even I knew some people directly involved in some of the Mandela effect claims. The big problem with it, and I always look at both sides, as you know, Joe, and I know you do too, and that's why I think we put on credible shows. I want to see a physical object with the misspelling of the Berenstain Bears, right? Or a mirror, a little kid's book with mirror, mirror on the wall. From what I know, there's no physical evidence that we have to prove that what I'm getting at, are there 2 different universes, 2 parallel timelines? Some are slightly different and they cross over, and some people are in that crossing over, and are their memories affected by that? So they see the history as the other timeline or the other parallel universe, and others that aren't in that crossover see it as we see it now. And so I think it's an interesting theory. I won't have time to talk about it tonight, but it really does boil down on the multi-universe or multiverse theories. Some think it could have been CERN that caused the problem. Others feel, I don't know. There's just so many possibilities. What am I thinking?
Well, there is. But see, for me, I don't necessarily agree with that. I only really think there's one possibility. I don't really think there's a bunch of possibilities when it comes to this. Knowing what I know about some of the other research I've done and some of my degrees in electronics and all, I realized something early on when it comes to the Mandela effect. There's only really one thing that can cause this. And they call them alternative timelines, but it's not really what it is. What happened is if someone travels backwards in time and they change anything, all the people who were with them or in the line will remember it. Everybody else will not. So the people, in other words, the people at the center of the storm will remember, but the rest of the people won't. This was actually a conversation that Michio Keiko and I had live on the air, and because we were talking about time travel. And it is an effect of time travel. What people consider the Mandela effect today is an actual effect of time travel. If you actually time travel, that's what's going to happen, because people don't realize this. So in order to time travel, you have to leave your timeline. You have to get out, step out on the side of it, and move backwards and step back into it. Well, when you do that, you automatically change the timeline. It's an automatic change, because for a while you didn't even exist. There was no existence for you. When you go backwards, you don't exist in the future anymore, so you only exist in the past. So anything you're changing is changing everything that was there in the future. So the people who are associated with it and contacted with it will remember, but no one else will. And since it's never anybody of any credibility that remembers, or at least that comes forward, you can't make anything out of it.
Well, it's funny because I have an equation actually that shows how to, and I'll show it in a minute for those who are watching on YouTube. You don't have to assume a timeline, anything with time changing. I'm going to hold this up, but I don't know if can you see that graph, Joe?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see it.
I'll explain it because for those listening, it's a bunch of parallel lines going straight with a red line in the middle, which represents our universe. And then what the mandala theory is, which I have graphed out, and actually I've put numbers to this, which I don't think anyone else ever did. You see that our universe bends, the red line bends over into the blue. Now the y-axis is the timeline, and then the x are the universes, and it shows that the time is the same, but as we move towards time, one universe is crossing over into the other and interacting with it. Now, it doesn't have to be everybody. This is a model I made of the spherical universes, how if they bump into each other, you see there's a red and a blue patch on each of the spheres, meaning that the world's two balls, let's say two balls, and you have ink on a little bit of one and not on the other. They bang into each other, and that ink is transferred only to the places it touches. So that's why you don't have everybody having the same change of memory, or you would never have discovered it. But it's where the worlds kind of bang into each other. So that's kind of that theory. Now, the number, this is interesting. I lost it. Using this theory, I mathematically came up with this graph that explains déjà vu and missing time. Now, ufologists would be very interested in it. I don't know if you can see this, and it's going to be impossible.
Actually, it's pretty clear.
I'm sorry?
It looks good. No, good. I can see it just fine.
It's going to be pretty impossible to explain it, but what I did was I mathematically tried to model the crossing of two universes, and would there be a change in the time? This is what you were getting at, and the answer is yes and no. It would be, but a very short, almost like microsecond or millisecond change. So if one universe crossed another universe a couple milliseconds ahead of time, that person already experienced the event, and then he's going to experience it again from the other universe, and that would explain déjà vu. And
but there's a problem with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Paul Levette and I talked about this because he does quantum mechanics. He's a quantum mechanic. In the other part, I can't remember, but we got into this in great detail. The problem is alternate universes will never touch each other. They're too far apart. Dimensions will rub each other, but they call the veil of the dimensions will rub against each other. But the actual universes, in other words, because most universes are going to run a different set of physics than we do. So if they were to touch or even cross, it would be catastrophic. It would be like the antimatter reaching the matter universe, and they touch together. It would be the biggest thing. It would wipe out the entire existence of everything.
Well, I could find just as many physicists that will say the opposite. Plus,
actually, these aren't physicists. These are quantum mechanics. This is way above physics. This is way above physics.
I'm in quantum mechanics.
Physics is a step down from quantum mechanics.
I took 3 classes in quantum mechanics.
I'm just saying. Quantum mechanics definitely believes that the universe.
Well, wait. Let me give you the science. Look at the graviton. The graviton, or gravity. Our gravity in our world is a lot less than it should be. Nobody knows why, but we think it exists in several other dimensions, and therefore they're all interacting with each other. So there's a lot of evidence in physics that actually the multiverse, the universes do interact, they do cross, but again, we've never observed one directly.
Couldn't have both. That's another thing, John. You couldn't have both. You couldn't have the universes and the dimensions crossing in. It would be chaotic. You can only have one or the other. You're never going to be able to have either one, because let's look at it from a different point of view. So we exist in this universe. So this other universe starts bumping up against us. Now it's negatively charged.
No,
so right off the bat, it's causing.
You don't know.
And it may even be spinning in a different direction than ours is. So the thing of it is we don't know how each universe, because it's an alternate universe. It's not the same as ours. That's why they call them alternate universes. So you don't even know what the physics in these universes are. But in a standpoint dimensional thing, like Earth, since there's 100,000 billion Earths that all exist on the same Earth, that's why the gravity you were talking about is different, because you have multiple Earths existing in the same time. That's why you get the Mandela effect, because they're moving back and forth across those dimensions in time. Because anytime you travel in time, you're moving in and out of the timelines. So you're crossing dimensions. But if you try crossing universes, that's a whole different thing. I'm not even sure, even if aliens have the ability to penetrate other universes right now.
Okay, wait, but here's the point. it's almost like black or dark matter. We have never seen dark matter or actually know it exists. It's a theoretical construct that explains 90% of the weight of our galaxy and why the galaxy spins like a pinwheel and not like a solar system. The same thing is with multi-universes. We've never seen them. This is all hypothetical calculations. And same with string theory. We've never observed the string. So
I don't believe in
okay, well, let me just say this, Joe.
either way.
You and other scientists can't make assumptions that, oh, these universes never touch. We've never even seen
Actually,
them.
you can because you know they're alternate dimensions. It would be reckless for anything that created the universe to allow for other universes to touch each other. There are going to be alternate energies any way it goes. Even if it's a universe really close to ours, it's still going to be a different energy than we are. We don't even know how it was created. We don't know how that universe was created. Okay. Was it created by a Big Bang? Did God snap his fingers? Did the aliens create it? So we don't know this. Okay, so I'm just having a hard time with something as big as a universe touching another universe.
Take a look at this now. What I'm saying is each of those blue lines further away from us, there's a larger change in the history. So a blue universe, a parallel line very close to our red line, very close, is going to have very small changes in the history. And we're not saying they're going to merge or bump into each other. They're going to cross over like fragments, segments, like in a gene splicing. And that's what is going to be transferred, or the memory of that.
But that can't happen, John, because you're not taking gravity and magnetism into account here. So you've only got two possibilities here. Either the two universes are attracted to each other and they become one, just like they do in our real time. Universes merge. I mean, galaxies merge all the time in our current timelines. They merge into like Andromeda. Even our galaxy is currently eating 17 other galaxies. So if two universes were to get that close, they would either pop each other apart because they repelled each other and create chaos, or they would merge together as one universe. It's too much energy to be that close together. The amount of power contained in a universe is ridiculous. We don't even have a number for it. So trying to put it close to anything.
The universe's charges are zero. And so universes like entropy or conservation of matter and energy, we would have a zero charge, and both universes would be equivalent in entropy, except for a few time changes. But essentially, their physics would be the same. So you're not going to have like a positive and negative.
The same. No, they're alternate universes. Why would the physics be the same?
Well,
you have alternate. The physics in each universe should be slightly different, and some of them should be radically different.
And as you move further away from that red line, you get to universes that are very different. So we're talking about millions. Like every decision you make, let's say, has 5 alternatives, and then those have 5. So universes
could be dimensional geometry is what you're talking about. That's not universal geometry. That's dimensional geometry. It's not the same thing. People get confused between, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people get confused between dimensions and alternate universes. Each universe contains a multitude of dimensions. That's what people don't understand. Each universe does. So when you start pushing these two universes closer together, not only do you have universes of different energies touching each other, but you have energies with multiple dimensions crisscrossing. It's just a recipe for disaster. When our galaxies merge, and because this is the same thing, when our galaxy merge, it is a disaster. I mean, it kills trillions of beings. It wipes out tons of planets. It changes everything. It reforms the landscape. It restructures everything. And that's what would happen if two universes got close.
But we're talking about different three-dimensional space-time. Let me give you an example from superstring theory, which is my other specialty, okay? In superstring theory, you have to, and equations are quite difficult, by the way. It took me many, many years. In superstring theory, you have to postulate the existence of 11 spatial, actually it used to be 10, now it's 11 spatial dimensions in order for string theory to work. And Ed Witten, one of my idols, is the one who saved string theory. Where are these hidden dimensions? They are wrapped into our spatial dimension. That's what we think. So we're interacting with these 11 dimensions. They're all interacting. They're all part of the same cosmos, and there is no problem. And so now actually there could be up to 30 dimensions in certain cases, but
shit. According to most science today, there are millions of dimensions.
Well, I'm saying,
but the reason they don't do that is because they're layered. Well, I don't believe in string theory because it's a loop. String theory just turns out to be a loop, so you can only go so far and so far back. You can't really travel in great length.
I don't know what you mean.
I don't believe it.
I don't know what you mean a loop, but they're open and closed strings.
It's a figure eight is actually what it is. It's a figure eight.
Well, there are open and closed strings. There's strings that are attached to the membranes or brains.
Every I've interviewed several scientists in the show about this. Everyone tells me the same thing. It's a figure eight. It only touches in the middle where the strings go across. Other than that, it's just an eight. And it's
that's not true.
These guys are brilliant, John. I mean, these are some of the top physicists in the country and quantum mechanics.
I would refer them to Michio Kaku's book or Brian
Green's book. What are you talking about? Michio Kaku and I talked about this. It's on his show. You can go listen to him when he's talking to him about this.
There's pictures of strings that are unlooped, looped, closed, hooked to membranes. Same with Brian Greene. So the thing is, we have never observed strings. You got to keep that in mind. This is all theoretical construct, but they believe that universes could actually bang into each other. And maybe that's what the Big Bang is, where one universe bangs into another, and at that point causes a Big Bang and a creation of another universe. Again,
you made a big assumption right there. You're making an assumption that the universe is enclosed.
No. That's Michio and Brian Greene. And
I'm just saying, anybody who's saying this is making an assumption that the universe is encased and enclosed. Knowing from our own universe, our universe is enclosed in. As far as we know, it's endless and it keeps going on forever.
Some physicists have actually calculated the radius of the universe and think it's a closed system. Others think it's an infinite system. Again, it's an open question.
It is an open question. It's a big one.
Well, it's like Stephen Hawking. He tried to explain, like people would say, I mean, this is really fun stuff because it goes to the basis of our existence. But one of the big questions which he was working on, and actually which led me into this, is that as you, things that go into a black hole disappear from the universe. So that destroys the idea of conservation of information. We say conservation of energy and matter, but it's really a zero law of thermodynamics, which is conservation of information. So how do you justify that? And the whole idea is, as you approach the black hole, the object starts to freeze and actually never leaves our universe, but projects a 3D image into the black hole. And that's what Stephen Hawking was trying to do to resolve the idea of conservation of information. So
I've read a lot of Hawkins. I've learned a lot of Hawkins' work. He was wrong about a lot of things, by the way. He's been proven wrong about a lot of things now. I read his book, The Universe in a Nutshell, which is a great book. In case you don't know, ladies and gentlemen, I have a bachelor's in science. That's when Jack just answered. Yeah, I have advanced degrees in avionics and electronics. I have a bachelor's in science. Yeah, I'm not ignorant when it comes to science at any means. I'm very well educated in all the theories we're talking about tonight. The thing about all this is you can't leave out the dimension. So knowing that we have multiple stacked dimensions all around us and that Earth is actually just layered one top, on top, on top, on top, on top, on top. That's why you can tell the veils touch each other. The veils get thin from point to point because the dimensions are rubbing against each other constantly. So they do wear spots. But if a universe was to do that, it would cause a major catastrophe. Just the sheer force of the two bumping together is enough to really wipe out a good section of one of them. But dimensions aren't stacked like that. Dimensions aren't like that. They're not self-contained. They're layered. Dimensions, that's why they call them dimensions. They're just kind of layered over each other. And they would be allowed to rub against each other. That's where you could actually move around. And that's why some people will tell you. I read a paper one day. I had this weird thing, and I woke up and I went for a walk, and I came home and read the paper, and I read all this stuff. And then I turned around and walked back the way I came. And then when I got home, I read the paper again. It was a different paper. Or they read the paper and something happened, down the line, like 2 or 3 or 4 days. Because some of the dimensions, timelines can be slower or faster than us. Probably not a lot slower or faster, but, a week or two in either direction. So it gives you that advantage. But if you start traveling backwards in time, which, I don't know, Jack, a lot of people say you can't travel in time because time doesn't exist anymore, forward or backwards. Because remember, everybody alive today is a time traveler. As I'm talking to you, I'm talking to you in the now, but the words I just said are in the past. What I'm saying right now and what I'm thinking about is the future. That's how it works. Your past, present, future all exist at the same time. And it's easy to prove because as I'm talking, I'm existing in all three realms. What the words I just said are passing away into the past. The words I'm saying right now are in the present, and what's getting ready to come out of the mouth is in the future. So everybody on the planet's time. That's a fact. There's no scientist on this planet will argue with the fact that it looks like time exists all in one spot. If that's true, then it's going to be way hard to move around in it. It's going to not impossible, just way hard. I mean, beyond our technology.
Yeah, in fact, what's going to be exciting is one guest I'm going to have on who actually was a guest on several times on my radio show. Was the one who's building the time machine at UConn. I can't think of his name. It's my buddy. I can't even think of his name now. But he talks about the time and the interfaces, and it was interesting. Ron Mallett, Dr. Ron Mallett, and who's that famous actor who's going to do a life Spike? What's that guy's name? That actor?
Spike Lee? Or?
Yeah. I think so. He was going to do his life story. But Ron Mallett is a theoretical physicist from University of Connecticut, and he is the only one. He's been on in New York Times, I think, the cover. He is the one who's building an actual. He showed me an actual time machine using lasers, and it's really interesting. And he'll be a guest on this show. I just got to set a date for him. Maybe we could do a video thing with him too, and he could show us his lab.
Oh yeah.
But the thing with time is, he's of the opinion we can't go forward. If I'm not, I don't want to quote him out of hand.
Probably is a lot of people we can't go forward because it doesn't exist. That's why a lot of people think we can't travel forward in time because, as we're talking, time only exists so far ahead of us, like a few milliseconds. At least that's what they believe. If that's true, then you can travel and think. But if that was actually true, then you wouldn't be able to affect the future from the past. So
it could be. Well, he believes we could go back.
A combination.
Yeah, he believes we could go back, but we can only go forward to where the time machine was invented, which is very interesting. But see, he lost his father. It's a very interesting story when he was a little kid, and he got a copy of the. Which same with me, a time machine, H.G. Wells comic book. And he always had the dream to be able to go back in time to tell his father not to work so hard so he didn't get a heart attack. And so that was his motivating factor for becoming a physicist. And when we talked, we also read the same books on Einstein, which motivated us. But he became a famous physicist. I didn't. But he... again, is the only one on this planet that actually has the equipment and scientific hookup that may allow him. It's like he would go back, it would be like milliseconds in time just to show that it could be done. Now, he hasn't done it yet, but he would be the one to do this. And it's interesting him talking about how he developed his theory. Now, I got sidetracked here, but I just want to mention, we really get good guests here. My theory does not involve a time differential because the y-axis of my movement of the universes are through a constant spatial time system. So what it is it's the movement in space, not in time, that produces the overlap. But if one universe, as I mentioned, overlaps another one just a little bit after or before, the person is going to see the same event twice who's involved in that overlap. And that's why you have the deja vu. Now, missing time could be a big overlap. And I haven't worked out any of those numbers yet. So, but maybe a lot of the ufology stuff where people claim of missing time could be explained through the, multi-universe theory. It's very interesting because, as you know, I think there are many possibilities. But it was really funny because when I started working out the equations and the graphs, it explained so much. This is, again, I wish more people would watch us on video. This is like what Hawkins' idea is: as an object approaches the event horizon, it has information. So if it went into the event horizon, which is the outskirts of a black hole, where if you pass that, light can't escape and nothing can come out, the object does not go in, but projects a 3D image of itself inside the black hole. So in a sense, it exists in two different realities. One is it exists still in our universe on the surface of the event horizon, and it also exists in the center of the black hole, thus keeping the conservation of information constant in our universe, but yet entering the black hole. It's really interesting stuff. And what it does show is that objects can exist in two places at one time.
It's interesting you said that, John.
Yeah.
A friend of mine who teaches at Tulane, Jack Walthall, he's a theoretical physicist, is what he is. And he theorizes that black holes themselves exist in two universes. They exist in a black hole here and a sun in the other one. And the reason he said that is because he said if you ever watch the sun's form or understand how the sun forms, when you get enough material, no matter how intense the gravity is, the star is still going to explode and activate. So he says what's happening is as it's intensifying here, and this is what I meant by different universes. So what he's saying is if there's he calls them sister universes. So we have a sister universe that's attached to our universe. So when these black holes form, they form a new sun wherever the other universe is. Well, that's an interesting theory since our galaxies all have a massive black hole in the center, which means their galaxies would have a massive sun in the center. Both are basically the same things. They're just massive gravity things that holds the galaxy intact. In case you didn't know that, ladies and gentlemen, that's what the black hole actually does. It keeps our mass intact. It keeps us in that swirl spinning and keeps us from just all shooting out into the deep space and disintegrating into nothingness. So it worked the same way if it's true, but there's no way of knowing. I mean, it's just unfortunately there's no way of knowing. And
that's the problem. So much of this is theoretical. I'm going to show this one because people will love this picture. I just lost it. Well, the science fiction people. Too bad. Where is it? I'm trying to find the one with Princess Leia. Remember when here it is. Let me get it. There we go. All right. Can you see that?
Yep, I see it.
And remember in there's like a holographic plate, and when laser light, a coherent light shines through the holographic plate, and I won't go into how it's made with two different lasers. Princess Leia appears in 3 dimensions, and that's kind of cool. Oh, Joe, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
My camera just blank screen. So now here's the interesting thing. Here's a question I have for you. All right, let me get a piece of paper that's blank. Let's say this is a hologram. I'm holding up a blank piece of paper that you shine the light through and you produce Princess Leia, okay? Now I rip it in half. Now I shine the light again. Do I get half a Princess Leia? Half of the princess?
2 of them.
I get 1 complete, not as high resolution.
Oh, I thought you were split and got 2.
Now I do it again, a quarter paper. I shine a laser light, it's the whole Princess Leia. I can rip it up into 1,000 pieces, and if I shine a laser light through this, I get the whole Princess Leia, which means every point on the laser plate encodes for the total hologram. Therefore, if our world is a 2-dimensional sphere, the universe, and light projects us and produces us in 3 dimensions, meaning if any of us could manipulate that 2-dimensional sphere, any point, we can control the entire universe and we could actually make changes. And that's what actually I believe magic is, being able to manipulate the 2-dimensional hologram that produces our 3-dimensional world. It's amazing the potential or the possibilities, but again, we don't have any concrete experiments. But that's kind of what I've been working with, and trying to find equations that would actually show this. But again, we're pretty far off. But interesting stuff, though. It
is. Neil's writing in from New York. Is it Mr. Tyson, Neil? How you doing? What do you have for us, man? I see you've been typing away with that group over there. I got a little science group started on Facebook. What you got? Oh, so you're saying Einstein proves time travel is real with EMC equals squared. No, I don't agree with that, but I know what you're saying, because as you approach light speed, we slow down. So in other words, if you're in a craft traveling near the speed of light, technically you're slowing down in time because the universe itself is moving faster. Well, we don't actually know if that's true. I mean, a lot of Einstein stuff turned out to be right on the money, but not all of it. So we don't actually know if that's true. And then that's taking the effect that we don't figure out inertial dampeners that can cancel the effect of the drag is what they're talking about. Because you have to remember, space has no friction in it. You know, whatever speed you achieve in space, you can maintain indefinitely. Because there's nothing to slow you down unless you get near a sun or something. You can slingshot and even get more speed out of that. So the real problem is if I was a slingshot around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sun, let's say I achieved half light speed and slingshot around Jupiter, I'm at 2/3. I'd do it again and come back and sling again, I'm over light speed. And by the way, we do know now as a fact that light speed can be broken. Thanks to Jupiter, we have found out two things. Light can slow down below the speed of light and actually exceed the speed of light as it's being pulled past Jupiter. This is actually science that's been proven. So what does it mean? It means, yes, light speed is not, you know, and here's another one for y'all. Before I was born, not much before I was born, they used to say that you would never be able to break the sound barrier, that it would kill you. Not only did we break it, these days we do Mach 40. Also, again, they said at Mach 5 we would be crushed. At Mach 10 we would be crushed. Like I just said, we do Mach 40 now when the shuttles re-enter or when crash re-enters, anywhere from Mach 25 to Mach 40. So all of that turned out to be a big lie. None of that science was true. None of it. Even though there was brilliant scientists all over the world, not just one, all over the world was saying you could not do this, and we did it anyway. So it's going to be the same thing with light speed. We're going to achieve light speed either by using inertial dampers to cancel out the effects of EM equals 2, or we're going to do other things. But I know what you're saying. The closer you get, the more slows down. So if you're on a 5-year trip, say we're going to Proxima, so it's 4.4 light years. Or Proxima Light 3.8 light years. Anyway, 4 light years out. So we're traveling 2/3 the speed of light for 4 years. On Earth, 114 years were passed, according to Einstein's theory. So that means, yeah, technically you did travel, because when you come back, another 114 years have passed. That's 218 years have passed in 8 years for you. So no one you know is alive. No one you even heard of is alive. Everything you understood is dead and gone. And it's a good chance in that trip that because of the time difference, that Earth will have developed a craft that actually goes faster than yours and will beat you to your destination. So it gets real iffy skippy when you start talking about that, because we don't actually know what the coalition drag is going to actually be. Technically, they shouldn't be any drag. And of course, Einstein theory also says that you can never achieve light speed because you can never get the power curve to get to it. It's infinite. Well, I don't think that's true. I bet you can achieve light speed with just nuclear reactors. I mean, just tack one up to a near explosion. I guarantee it'll send any small craft well past light speed. I've always said this, and I'm going to say it again tonight. Light speed will not be the problem for deep space travel. The problem is going to be is how you're going to see far enough ahead of you to travel at light speed. So if you're traveling 144,000 miles per second, what's going to keep you from, do you know a millimeter rock this big would rip through a ship, even if it was made out of something ungodly strong? At those kind of speeds, you're going to have types of shielding that can resist all of this. You're going to have sensors that can see out hundreds of thousands of light years ahead of you. Because if they can't, you might run into a sun, a meteor, a rock, dark matter, God knows, dark meteors. There's all kind of stuff in space that's dangerous. So without a way to see far enough ahead, well, Chris, we probably will go out and chart areas so we can travel faster. But meanwhile, you're not going to be able to just jump up to Mach 10 or Mach 20, or I should say warp 20, because you'll kill yourself. You've got to be able to see far enough ahead. And that's what the true trick's going to be. Inertial dampeners is something we're already working on developing. Once they're developed, it cancels out Einstein's theory altogether. There will be no coalition of drag. There will be no infinite power curve because there won't be anything pulling against it. So go ahead.
I want to address that person's question too, because it was a good one. And actually, I did quite a bit of studying on the general and special theory of relativity. But I got to tell him the typical science and engineering joke that E equals mc cubed for slow light. But I did research with an NSF grant in a superconductivity lab, who was the son of the famous Meissner. You heard of the Meissner effect? His son, Hans Meissner, was a full professor who I worked under in the superconductivity lab. And I know recently putting light in supercooling type temperatures does slow it up. And that's really interesting that we are able to actually manipulate the speed of light. Now, regarding going faster than the speed of light. It's very clear of Einstein's special and general theory of relativity equations. There's no way we can accelerate something faster than the speed of light. But again, physicists believe that particles known as tachyons, which I'm sure you heard on, they were created at the beginning of the universe, travel faster than the speed of light. So they were never accelerated past the speed of light, but existed at the creation of the universe, moving faster than the speed of light. And some people think there actually could be tachyons moving backwards in time. So the whole this whole area is just so fascinating, because what it does is it allows us to really contemplate the fabric of the universe. I think that's the book. I forgot who wrote that. Was that
Jeffrey? Tachyons, yeah, they're still theoretical. They haven't been proven yet.
But,
they're still theoretical. It's just like dark matter. But it's a good theory. It's not a bad theory.
I want to say something to students of physics and science, is that I criticize a lot of time that people put speculations and hypotheses out there without any fact. And that's fine. It's okay to speculate. That's how great discoveries were made. In fact, Einstein called his daydreaming thought experiments. He would daydream on what it would be like to ride on a light wave. And that's how he came up with his theories. But be very careful to all you students out there, and the new age people just drive me crazy with this. They take speculations and pure guesses and try to pan it off as fact. So make sure that if something is a fact, it's repeatable, it's mathematically explained, and you make predictions from it. So I just wanted to put that out. And we're not so concerned with the conservation of mass or energy. It's really information, because everything has information. And that's, and about traveling in space, I think the way we'll travel is by folding space. Like you take a sheet of paper and, because we believe the universe could be folded. So to go around it would take longer than if you go straight through it, which people call wormholes. And I think that is a bigger potential for space travel. But Joe, you're right that the amount of energy and to bring something up even like 95% of the speed of light would be, with our technology, fairly impossible. But again, I've learned never to say impossible.
Not with inertial dampers. If you create a bubble around the craft, Einstein theory doesn't work anymore. It doesn't apply. You're outside of the universe, so it doesn't matter. His theory can exist all along. You're still going to move way faster than the speed of light. That's what current science is working on, by the way.
But the problem, what I've seen is the problem is the interface. What happens at the interface? How do you mathematically explain that? That's the big problem.
Yeah, so, well, no, actually, what their big problem is so much as they're pretty sure this is not that hard for them to develop. They've been developing it for a while now. The reason, I'm going to tell you the actual real reason inertial dampers were being invented. Because any kind of fast travel would squish a human against a wall instantly. Like, could you imagine a nuclear reactor charging up to 2/3 its power? Let's just say like 100 megaton blast. So you take a 1-ton ship and connect it to a megaton blast, it's going to easily exceed light speed. It may go way beyond light speed. But the problem is, without some kind of bubble around it, it will disintegrate long before it ever gets to light speed. It'll be dust. The whole thing's got to be shielded so that the people inside are safe and the ship can actually achieve light speed. Because if you don't have a force field reacting against Einstein's theory, special theory, then you're done. You're never going to get there. The energy will be unattainable. You'd have to tap the entire known universe just to even get close. And that's just not a feasible thing for any type of advanced race. So it's more important that we develop these. I mean, Bowen started working with this because Bowen was developing gravity drives and magnetic drives. And they realized that even in space, at certain speeds, we need these inertial dampers. Like if the ship's got to turn real fast, it would kill everybody on board. We also know that there's other things in space that can cause a coalition drag on a craft. So these will cancel out. So they already realized when they can cancel that out, it will also cancel out Einstein's theory. So it would allow us to go much faster than the speed of light. But still, the problem with traveling at any light speed, let's say, all right, 10 times the speed of light will still take you almost a year to get to Proxima, okay? And that's close. I mean, that's close. No, I'm sorry. At 10 times, it would take you 6 months to get to Proxima. And Proxima is only 3.88 light years alone. So let's say we want to go somewhere like Lyra, 100 light years out. It's going to still take you 10 years at 10 times the speed of light. So for light speed to even be theoretically really good for us to use, you're talking speeds 100 to 1,000 times faster than light just to get around our little galaxy. Now, if you want to go to Andromeda, oh no, you're going to need something that's going to go 1 billion times the speed of light to get there in any reasonable time. So those kind of things are kind of way out there. So what happens is we'll probably end up developing a 3-tier system. We'll have light speed for moving around inside of places nearby or hopping between solar systems and stuff like that. So it doesn't take years, it only takes days. But more than likely for really galactic travel across, like our universe now has been upgraded. It wasn't 100 light years across, now it's 160,000 light years across. So for us, even at light speed, it's 160,000. Even at 10 times, you guys, come on, what is that? 60,000 years? I mean, you're going to have to, even at 1,000, it's still, 60 years. So the problem here is it's not going to really be feasible. And the type of power you're talking about for something to travel 1,000 times the speed of light, it's going to be ridiculous. It's not that I don't think we can do it. I think antimatter or dark matter might even be the energies to use, but I really think what you're going to see us use antimatter for is ripping holes in time and space, or in space, because time really doesn't exist. Time is a theory, ladies and gentlemen, in case y'all didn't know that. For the universe itself, time does not exist as a coalescent.
Well,
it just does.
Time actually has to exist because time separates events. So that's how.
No. That's for you. Time separates events.
No.
Linear thinking. No, that's linear.
Okay.
The universe does not work in a linear fashion.
If you look at every equation in physics, for 2 events to occur, you have to have a variable of time. If there was no time, there would be no events in the universe. It wouldn't exist.
But I guarantee you the universe does not consider time to be anything.
Is there any other questions? Any other?
Because matter of fact, most of the physicists I know now do not consider time to be a real thing.
You have any other questions?
I don't know. They'll come up in a little while. They're off doing something.
The other question I was going to say, if you were stuck for 5 years in a spaceship, who would you want to be stuck with?
I want to be sleeping.
People always like, how come we didn't get any questions about did we really land on the moon? I love that question because
anybody who listens to me is not even going to ask that.
Well, you know what? The reason I love that is one of my persons I worked on a secret project with was Colonel Jim Irwin of Apollo 15, who walked on the moon, and actually 3 of the Apollo crafts put laser reflecting plates where they landed at 3 different locations, which we know the coordinates, as you know, Joe. So if you shine a laser aimed at any of those locations, you'll get a reflection back. And my partner, Joe Parr, who passed away, was the first private individual to do that. And so the question is, if we didn't go to the moon, who put those 3 plates there?
I mean, we could have sent satellites and put mirrors down.
But it's interesting that we had those people that, I mean, I don't know, some of these theories are just so ridiculous. But
it's not. Well, people tell me all the time, well, you know why it's fake? Because it's 3 light sources. I said, let me tell y'all something. I said, if there wasn't 3 light sources, then it would be fake. I said, there should be 3 light sources. He's like, no, there shouldn't be 3 light sources. I said, you mean to think about it? I said, think hard. Why wouldn't there be 3 light sources? Because people forget there's Earth light. There's sunlight, there's a light from the lander, but there's also Earth light. Earth gives off light against the moon. And most people didn't realize that. And so, when you see those shadows, that's what it's from. And it's not even a hard thing to figure out. But the 2 biggest reasons we went to the moon is, 1, Russia never busted us. If we didn't go to the moon, Russia and China would have been blasting our asses all. They never went to the moon.
And all the amateur astronomers.
And that's the other thing.
But the reflecting plates are the really basic thing. Exact coordinates.
I don't agree with that, because you can drop a plate. We drop them on Mars all the time. We drop them on Mars all the time.
But then the craft went to the moon. I mean, that's really pushing it. Plus,
humans versus regular craft.
You can't orbit the moon and throw a plate and know exactly where it's going to land.
On Mars all the time. We got global surveyor right around the moon doing it right now. The
technology
technology, we have easy technology to put
Well,
mirrors
plus,
down.
I personally knew astronauts that I do
I know several
cosmonauts
astronauts.
too.
I've interviewed several of them, and I've had lunch and dinner with several of them. That's not the issue, but that doesn't prove they went to the moon. Mirrors and astronauts do not prove they went to the moon because any of that can be a lie.
I would like
set that down.
I would like to
Major proof for going to the moon is the fact that 200,000 people from 61 countries tracked it.
And that's the problem with ufology. We don't track the UFOs out in space. They're all close to the Earth. Very few. And that's the big argument I have with ufologists. There's millions of amateur astronomers. Like you said, they would have be able to determine if there was a lift.
They can't even tell you when an F-117's flying around.
But
anything with stealth technology, you're not going to see.
The reflecting plates are
black against black is going to be
your argument. I'm sorry, doesn't hold water with the reflecting
plates. Oh no, look, John, look. Just out of respect, I'm gonna let that slide because I can show you right now on Mars where there's 5 of them, and we had no astronauts on Mars.
Oh, you tell me, I'll have somebody shoot a laser and verify it. I know people at JPL.
Well, there's 5 of them on Mars right now. In case you haven't noticed, ladies and gentlemen, the reason we put these mirrors on the planet.
The rover.
But no man's been there. The argument isn't that we didn't go to Mars to the moon, John. The argument is that man didn't go to the moon. That's what the argument is. Not that we didn't go to the moon. That man didn't go to the moon.
So the idea
and setting down a satellite with a mirror on it and then blasting it off again. That's child's. You've been doing that.
Why not put the man in it? I don't know. Okay.
Well, I'm just saying that's what their argument is. I have no problem with we went to the moon, and there's lots of ways to know that we went to the moon. But the best one is to know how many people worked on the moonshot. There's no way you could have kept it a secret. It's impossible with all the people who stretched out across all those countries that tracked it. Because remember, once it went around the moon, we needed Australia to live.
Then I ask you, why is 99% of all the UFOs that are seen and tracked within the Earth's atmosphere? Less than 1% are tracked outside.
First off, there ain't very many UFOs ever seen. That's
very
just
few
old
were tracked outside.
You're not going to see it now. But in all fairness, we do have 2 spy satellites that have captured them. We have 4 shuttles. We've got about 2 dozen astronauts. Including one of the most famous astronauts ever, Chandler, who was a space shuttle pilot. He made a video of all the UFOs he's seen in space.
What? One video, and it still hasn't been shown to be authentic. It could be 100 explanations.
Oh, so you're no.
I mean, come on, Joe.
They proved those were authentic. No, even the astronaut. Look, just to help you out, John. Even the astronaut said himself, along with his entire crew of 7 people, said, "Oh my God, no! This is something of high intelligence around our craft that's been videoed."
Another scientist says it was ice condensation. So I mean,
ice condensation don't move on us, John. It don't change direction.
Why are they?
That's bullshit. That's a bogus argument, man.
Tell me why there are not more UFO observations in outer space, less than 1%. If they're coming in from extraterrestrial places, they would be concentrated outside.
I just busted that argument for you 5 minutes ago. They can't even see the X-117s and the B-1s flying around. They can't even track DARPA's plane that's up there. There's no astronomer anywhere to track DARPA's plane.
Joe, where were you in 1980? They mapped out the surface of Venus with a satellite, okay?
No, listen, John, they can't even get DARPA's plane. There's no amateur astronomer, not even a real astronomer, can lock on the DARPA's jet up there that's flying around the Earth right now. Been up there for 200 and some days. No astronomer down here has got it on film. Tell me why. Tell me why. Because you can't see it. And you can't use a telescope to see that close into Earth. It doesn't work.
But it's too
blown up. Satellites get them all the time. There are actually millions, hundreds of thousands of photos of UFOs taken by satellites.
The ones that I know, some of them they've caught, but like I said, if you start putting the numbers together, it's very few. So
it's not. That's where you're wrong. It's not. I can think of 2 dozen satellites right now that have gotten multiple pictures of UFOs. Multiple.
Well, we may be talking of hundreds there and millions here on Earth. It doesn't make sense.
Millions here on Earth.
The numbers
right now on Earth, if average on Earth,
they fly by stealth and then they enter the Earth's atmosphere and expose themselves. I mean,
they don't expose themselves. Most people will never see. Most UFOs that are reported today are not anything of extraterrestrial origin. Well, it's usually X-117 or things flying around because ET's not that stupid. You're trying to judge an extraterrestrial race by us. We're morons. They're not. If you can cross interstellar distances, you're not a moron. And you're not going to leave your craft vulnerable to us morons on this planet, period. That's just good science. And we do it today. The Chinese can't see when we're flying over their country, neither can the Russians. and we're just little peons. Think about it, races that can cross deep space. It's just not even an argument. That's a wasted argument.
Well, I agree with you there. I believe there's something that we're observing and catching on radar and people are seeing, but what are they? I think we still don't know. Like, remember we talked about the Foo Fighters a couple of weeks ago. We still don't know what they are.
It doesn't really matter what they are. All you can do is prove
that
they're
artifacts
under intelligent control. That's all it matters, is that it's a technology that's under intelligent control that we don't possess. So that's the question you got to answer. You've got all of World War II, every Air Force flying during World War II described the Foo Fighters and described them the same way. Very advanced, very fast, did all kind of maneuvers, definitely under intelligent control. These are some of the best observers in the world seeing these things. So there's no doubt that whatever this was, none of us possessed, and it was a technology far beyond anything. We can't even replicate it today.
We don't even know
70 years later, we can't replicate
What if it was an artifact of the radar system that we were using at that time? I mean,
because the Germans and the Germans and the
we don't know.
Most people didn't even have radar. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm saying
only the Americans had radar. And England barely had radar. I mean, they barely had radar.
Well, maybe it was so crude that it produced, phantom effects.
That wouldn't explain the ones in the Pacific. It wouldn't explain the ones over Germany. It wouldn't explain the ones over Russia or Australia. It wouldn't explain any of those. And none of them people had radars. That's like when people say, "Oh, that radar brought down."
Well, we're not talking about thousands of pilots that saw. We're talking about
we're talking about no. Just in the American Air Force alone, more than 300 pilots reported it. The German Air Force, about the same. From what I understood last time, about 5,000 pilots, not just pilots, seen them. People operating PT boats, people operating deep sea boats, people operating carriers.
Are you talking about Foo Fighters or?
Yeah, they used to buzz the carriers in the ships.
I've never heard those numbers, so I'd like to see those statistics. That's interesting.
Foo Fighters have been around for a long time, and they're not just limited to the past. They're still seen today.
Right, but the question is, what are they? They could be an artifact of something of our technology.
No, first off, we have no technology that can do that. Nothing. There's not, especially in the 40s and 30s. There's nothing we had that could, even today, there's nothing that could even come close to the movement of these. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, there's videos.
Well, if they were produced by a phantom, if they're phantom lights, then they would.
They're solid. They would move the craft as they buzz by.
What if they were reflections?
How would they physically move a craft, John, if they were a reflection? Because people would tell you, as they would zip by, it would create a force.
Reflections don't follow the laws of gravity.
Reflections are reflections of light, and they're not going to have any physical form, and they're not going to cause a reaction against the craft. These cause physical reactions. So no, it's not a reflection. A reflection is not going to cause a physical reaction.
I'm saying there's a lot of different possibilities what they could be caused by.
It's not really that many possibilities they can be. They can be demonic or they can be extraterrestrial.
That's a good point too. How do we know they're not a spiritual? Like look at the Marian apparitions, right? I mean, same kind of thing. I
pretty much rule out they're not spirits.
Here's what I'm saying, Joe. Which I really like to warn people to be careful of. When you observe something that we can't explain, we can't just go to one explanation and say most likely it's this. There may be a dozen that we haven't thought of
that
could explain it.
This is a 70-year-old phenomenon that's been examined by at least 200,000 or 300,000 people, and the overall majority agree. This is something that's very advanced, under control of someone who does not live here, that's either visiting here or surveying our things. This was somebody who wanted to watch our wars. They wanted to watch. They didn't want to participate.
It was a ball of light following an airplane.
Some of these things were the size of the aircraft. Several of these planes were engulfed in them. I don't even know. You need to read about Foo Fighters, man. You are way uneducated on Foo Fighters. Well, you need to read up on it. There was way more to Foo Fighters than what you think was going on.
A lot of it is testimony, and testimony can be
video. That's what I'm trying to say. And I just said this a minute ago. There is gun camera footage, both American, German, and Russian, of the Foo Fighters. And then there's carrier footage as well, where these things were tagging them. They were coming in the land. They would come in behind them, level out behind them. The guy out there running the pole would pop the light, and then the thing would lift up, come over, and hover over the plane as it came in and landed. And when it came down over the plane, it would push the plane left or right because of the physical force exerted by this object moving. So it had physical force. This is something that means it was a solid object that was moving at speeds that we can't produce today.
Well, like I said, artifacts and reflections could move faster than the speed of light. They can just move instantaneously.
Not many signs around today.
I can show you. You take a light, and you move it through space, and all of a sudden you
Again,
move it from
John,
one planet to another.
you keep doing arguments that are bogus. Light has no physical force.
Here's the problem: you're dealing
when
with
you have physical force,
a lot of
light
testimony without. You know, you may have a
there's
couple videos.
videotape. You don't have to go. I keep trying
How
to tell
many do you
you
have?
want to be hard headed. Okay, there are tons of video footage of Foo Fighters, tons of it.
I've seen video footage of Foo
Okay,
Fighters.
you can
I'm
tell
not
when
very
you look at them, you can tell it's
I
not
am
just a
not
light.
very impressed, and I feel they could be produced by some kind of artifact
You've
reflection.
never really seen a real video of a Foo Fighter.
What you know?
Because
What
there's a what is it? There's a fight. No, I'm sorry. There's a bomber coming out. Right, the bomber's coming in. There's 6 bombers behind him. This thing comes in underneath him, lifts up. As it goes under the plane, it lifts up. The plane just lifts back up. It actually pushed the plane up into the air, John. There's no way you can say it's a reflection of light of any kind. This is something physical. Not only did it physical, but it possessed a physical force that could move a craft without damaging it. We can't do that today. There's just no way to do that. Not just that. I mean, like I said, you had the ones that used to buzz. The radars kept going down over the UK as these things would just kind of float along as they went by. It would knock out their radar. It could jam radar systems.
Right.
It's a technology, and nobody even argues. Any pilot who's ever seen these will tell you the same thing.
I know,
These
but you know
are physical technology
when you
something
start,
far more advanced than us.
What I've learned was when I did studies,
and all the other Air Force always thought it was the other people.
And just a general statement regarding a lot of this. There's a lot of claims people make, and then when you go back to the original investigation and you interview the witnesses, you find out a lot of it was exaggerated. It was imagined.
These are not average people. These people were trained to observe.
False memory, you know.
But it's not. And these are not everyday Joe Blow driving a taxi cab. These are fighter pilots, and I worked with fighter pilots. They're extremely observant. They're not going to lie. They're not going to bullshit you. They're going to tell you exactly what happened and how it happened. That's what they're going to tell you. They're not going to fuck you around. They're going to say, look, I was there. This is what happened. If you don't like it, too bad, but this is what happened. And then, and wait, and it's not even just one of them. I mean, there's hundreds of them. It's just, they were flying in groups. They were flying in formations. I mean, you can't get away from these arguments because you have experienced pilots with experienced crews that have been bombing the shit out of Germans for 3 years. They know everything flying in the sky because it's their freaking job.
Let me just suggest people look up these terms. That could susceptibility. A lot of this is used in a court of law. Activation of associated information, incorporation of misinformation, and source misattribution. I can give you a bunch of other. Actually, Sigmund Freud was the first to investigate this whole thing of false memory.
Why you can bring up Sigmund? He's the biggest moron that ever lived on the planet. Nobody today believes anything that Sigmund ever said.
All I'm saying is,
wait, let's not finish.
False memory is historical. It goes back 100 years, Joe.
Let's not forget, psychology is considered what? A pseudoscience. It's not even considered a real science.
But those points are the problem in testimony.
Actually, it's not at all. I told you that psychology is a pseudoscience. So how can you trust anything?
So when you quote one pilot or a couple, I mean, I don't know, if it's accurate, what do you call it? Memory, visualization, misinterpretation.
Well, let me tell you, under your understanding, the United States better never put its fighter pilots up because we're going to all die. If they're that ignorant and that stupid, like what you're saying, we'd have never won World War II. We'd have lost.
Well, they're not infallible.
They're not, no, John. These guys were hyped. They're on the ball, buddy. Their adrenaline's pumping.
Well, a lot of
not only that, their senses are so far hyped up from either just the bombing or headed to the bombing that they're not missing.
I don't mean this to be negative, but people are people, and some of the pilots for airlines.
Okay, first off, people are not people. That's a bogus statement all around. Some people are brilliant, some people are ignorant, some people have nerves, some people don't. You have to go through special courses to be a pilot in the military, especially a fighter pilot.
100%
pilot. Psychological exams. You've got to be tested. You got to be at your top. Your physics is not.
But you're not saying 100% of the pilots 100% of the time are accurate, right? You're not saying that, right?
Every fighter pilot I ever met that gave me a description of an object.
I would disagree. I'd say maybe 95%, but I would not go to the 100%. And again, you don't know. Pilots have been found with alcohol levels in
But
their
it
blood.
doesn't matter. There's too many of them, and it's 7 air forces. You got 7 different air forces who were both against fighting each other.
Well, then maybe
giving you identical description. You got
they're
German
observing,
pilot saying the
artifacts.
exact same thing as the American pilot.
We're not going to solve this, but the point I'm saying
It's
is that
already been solved. You're not going to solve it. It's already been solved as far as I'm concerned.
There's going to be a dozen alternative explanations for this, and you can't
There's
just pick.
no alternative. No one to date has given a real alternative explanation. No one. All the pilots say the same thing. It's not ours. It's not from here, and it travels too fast for any craft. Most of them were clocked at speeds excess of Mach 60. We can't go that fast, even in 2020.
Well,
these things could stop completely. Go from Mach 60.
I can't think of an example, but if you go back 100 years, there are many phenomena that people would have said the same thing, and now we can explain it.
And 100 years ago, people were far more ignorant than they were during World War II.
Maybe that will happen now. That these 50 years from now or 10 years, somebody will say,
what you should really ask, John, the question you should be asking is where are the Foo Fighters? How come they only show up in hot zones?
Well, that's why I suspect that is an artifact of the equipment that was used in the planes at that time. It's almost an argument in my favor because.
Well, why did they show up? Why did they show up in Vietnam? Why did they show up in Korea?
Why aren't they? When's the last one? Okay, here's a question. When's the last Foo Fighter that was observed? What year?
It was in 2010 on the anniversary of the 50th year when it showed up in the.
Where have they been for the last 9-10 years?
They don't have to be around. They only seem to observe. They only seem to want to observe us in combat situations. They don't seem to be interested in anything else.
Oh, okay. So
that's the only time they show up, and they show up in different air forces. They only tend to show up. Well, let me rephrase that. They do show up in hot.
I don't think so.
3 Mile Island. They got them on video, hovering over the main stack.
But I mean, there were a lot of nuclear. What about during the Cuban Missile Crisis and things like that? I could probably come up with 50 historical events
I can find about 40 accounts during the missile Cuban crisis, by the way. There's no war that's happened on this planet that Foo Fighters hadn't been seen. And it's not just that. They've been seen in earthquakes, they've been seen near nuclear reactors, they've been seen near missile sites. Matter of fact, the ones that shut down the missile site in 1963 were Foo Fighters. There was a couple of them.
Well, we don't know that.
That's what I'm only telling you what the general in charge said. That's what he said. He said, I had seen him in 1950, and he said, then I seen him again in 1963 or 1967 when they shut down a nuclear facility. No one can argue the facility was shut down. Even the government does not deny that the entire missile base was shut down, and not just one.
But we don't know if the Foo Fighters shot him down.
Yeah, well, when they showed up, the thing shut down, so we do kind of know.
Well, a lot of things happen that are synchronicity. Any other questions?
It happened in Russia, too. This isn't just localized to America.
Well, is there any other questions about?
Which proves it's not from us, by the way, guys.
Yeah.
Anytime they showed up in Germany and Russia, the United States, France, England, Australia, it showed right there that they're not from this planet because they're not.
I'm not denying.
They would have picked the side.
Okay, let me make this clear. Okay, I am not denying these people aren't seeing something. I'm denying that we don't know what they are. We can't.
No. We're denying that you don't know what they are.
Well, you can't.
Don't speak. No, I can. I can easily do it. You just want to argue because you don't want to be wrong. That's all that is.
As a scientist, if you know what they are, you can recreate them, right?
Actually, you can recreate them. Just create a disaster event, and they'll show up. It's that easy, and it happens all the time.
Well,
so because I had forgot about that. So the last time that I know they were seen was during Fukushima. I had forgot about Fukushima. That's the last time I know they had been seen. There was about a dozen of them had been seen on 3 different days over Fukushima. They were there, I guess, checking out how we were going to react to this disaster. But they were there, and even the Japanese government mentioned them. The president of Japan talked about these weird balls because he called America.
You told me you don't believe in extraterrestrials. Where are the Foo Fighters coming from then?
I never said I don't believe in extraterrestrials. I guarantee
you. You said that before. You said you don't believe UFOs are extraterrestrial origin. I thought that's what I
never said that. No. First off, let's clarify. UFO only means unidentified flying object. That could be any damn thing. I don't even use the term UFO hardly at all because I don't believe it means anything.
The objects,
flying objects, which could be any damn thing in the sky at any time.
Do you believe they're of extraterrestrial origin? That is intelligent life from another planet.
All I can say is that it's intelligence, and it's not intelligence from here because it does not interact with us personally.
But you're not saying for sure it's from another galaxy, world.
No, it could be from another world. It could be from another dimension. I can't rule out that it could be
Foo
a
Fighters
dimensional
is from
barrier.
another dimension, or like
That's
I
what
said,
I'm saying.
the operate.
It's still the same thing. It's still alien.
Well, I want to
If it's
see
from another
evidence
dimension, it's
because,
still
like I said,
alien.
100 years ago, there were strange things that people didn't know, and then we discovered, as our science invented, that certain things were artifacts, certain things were natural, and they actually were not of supernatural or unusual origin.
Well, I find that most supernatural stuff I find is bogus, and I find that most UFO stuff I find that is bogus. The whole reason I got into all of this stuff is because it's the cases like the Foo Fighters that you can't explain away. Those are the important ones. There's nothing any scientist today has ever said that can explain away the Foo Fighters. And it irritates a lot of them because they're still trying, even 70 years later, they're still trying to explain them away, but they can't. These are technologies that cannot be reproduced in 2020. They were flying for at least, well, you know what? You want me to tell you the first known case of the orbs? 1580 in London, downtown. There's a guy, actually an artist out there, who documented the whole thing. Not only did he document it, but the news guy came out and documented the whole thing. So there's an article about these orbs, these things flying around through London, and there's an artist who actually drew them. They came through. And what was interesting about that was
not great testimony. And
well, not
also,
the same. What happened, but still, it's
maybe it was the fake news at the time, right? You know, I mean,
fake news because
it's like the cathode.
It doesn't mean it was Foo Fighters.
It's like the cathode ray tube in the pyramids. They resembled lotus leaves too. But all the Egyptologists who want to show alien origin will say, "Oh, that's a cathode ray tube," and it's not. It's a I mean, this happens all the time. We interpret these things in terms of our culture.
Well, the one with the long shoe with the snake in it, with the thing connected to it, it does look like a tube with a wire connected to it. You can't really argue that. Even if it isn't, that's what it looks like.
I can show you a dozen things like that people attribute.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying what it is. I'm just saying that's what it looks like. Wait, let me finish. You can't disprove that's not what it is. That's the real problem here when it comes to Egyptology. You can say it's not that, but you can't prove it.
People had drug trips even in those days too, so they could have seen.
You got to be able to prove that's not what it is to discontinue the theory, and you can't. That's the real problem when it comes to Egyptology. You can't. And there's some other weird stuff when it comes to Egyptology that people have theories of that can't be disproved. It can't be proved either, but they can't be disproved. So the real problem comes to all of this stuff. When you can't prove something, you can't disprove it. There's nobody who's right or wrong.
Well, that's why
I like fighters, though, you can actually prove the existence of the Foo Fighters, the way they behave, and that they're intelligent. So there's no doubt that you can prove all of that. It's already been proven that they move under intelligent command. And today, if it was today's world, I would have said these were, how we do mass orbs now. The guy who invented makes the drones all go together and can fly a couple hundred drones at a time. It would have been that kind of technology. But the problem is, it's still far beyond anything we have available today.
Well, that's the problem.
Glenn, I've never heard of them seen in space. The orbs.
Technology
I've never heard of them seen in space.
Our technology should have been advancing. Our space program should have been advancing instead of standing still for decades, and we would be in a lot better situation.
They were told, "Stay your little asses at home, humans. You're not allowed out here yet. You're morons."
Who knows what? What's funny?
I'm gonna say this right now, John. Look, it'll probably happen after I die, but look, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'll be 100% right. When this planet unites, you watch. Within 5 years of the uniting of this planet, we'll be in deep space and we'll have made outright.
I hope so. I think I have a lot of faith.
Because right now, there's nobody letting us out of this solar system.
I have a lot of faith.
I would never let a planet like this into deep space. You've got 200 comments, 50 of them got nukes. No way. You don't deserve to be in space.
I like SpaceX. This is an interesting sideline. My buddy who was a Secret Service agent to 4 presidents, I asked him because he was right in the White House. Have you ever heard any discussions of ufology or anything like that? And he was actually, boy, the stories are amazing. He said he never heard one story, overheard anything, any of the presidents, and according to him, going to 4.
He needs to buy a hearing aid. We've had actual presidents talk about it on TV.
Well, what I'm saying is that, there doesn't seem like there's anything that is totally
they must have been
secret.
using him for disinformation because Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, that's recent.
Well, he had a psychic too. Reagan had a psychic too. So, I mean, let's say
the problem being here is
they saw something, Joe. They saw something. Who the hell cares that they were president? They saw something. That doesn't give them more credibility as a witness.
No, but it does say that the president's had an interest in it. We know Bill Clinton had a major interest in it because he tried for years. He was actually told, and this pissed him off so bad. First, Hillary started. They wanted to know what was at Area 51, and the government said, you don't need to know, period. You don't have the security clearance. President or not, a first-term president is never told anything because you don't know if they're going to make second term, and there's no reason to tell them. Even second-term presidents are very limited to certain technologies they can be told because they can't be trusted.
Well,
they might, like Reagan, when senile. That's not an assumption. That's a fact. No, that's a fact. That's not an assumption.
A president has never said that. What? Tell me one president that
Bill
said
Clinton did. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, did he say?
God, John,
wait, hold it, Joe. Did Bill Clinton say he was deprived of top secret information of any kind?
He pissed off about it. He threw a fit. They told him he did not have the clearance to know. He launched a big project. He even got what's the guy, the Hughes family involved to try to get this information. The Hughes family, you know, with all the money used. So he got their family involved. He was even dealing with one of them directly. They had big meetings at Camp David. This was well documented. And the thing about it is they told him, you do not need to know. This is not something that you're going to deal with or is even going to bother you in your president.
Probably it had to do something with. It probably had to do something with spying.
Oh no, he was only asking about extraterrestrials. He was not asking about anything else.
Here's the thing. After you get the top secret, what it's called is, and we had a discussion on this. There are higher classifications, but it's called compartmentalization, meaning that
I have a class 10. I got one of the highest clearance on the planet.
That doesn't matter if you're not permitted to go into certain classification areas. You can't do it even if you have top secret. I know this is a fact.
Let me explain something to you. Actually, no, you don't. You don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe been asking about a spy, maybe a spy.
He was not. John, I'm trying to explain to you. This is I'm giving you his words, John. Just stop, okay? You make yourself look bad here.
Well, thank you.
This is the President of the United States on television talking about his government would not allow him to see information on extraterrestrials. That's a quote. Okay, well, he said this, and then his wife, Hillary Clinton, came right behind and said it again.
He assumed it was extraterrestrials, so they must have told him something.
Assume anything. You're not listening. You're not listening. All he did was ask to see anything extraterrestrial related. He didn't say anything. He didn't even ask.
Right.
And they told him, you do not need to know about the ETs. It's not anything that's going to apply to your presidency in your lifetime.
But it could have been a spy information.
It was not, John. It was a specific question. He didn't ask about spy equipment. He didn't ask about jets. He didn't ask about anything but extraterrestrial.
They didn't say to him, we have extraterrestrial.
Because you want to try to win this argument, you're going to try to middle around, but that's not what went on.
No.
You've got the president. You got Ronald Reagan talking about it too.
Let me get my question in. Did they say to him, we have extraterrestrial information we're not giving you access to? No.
That's what they
said. The question you have about extraterrestrials, we're not allowing you to see.
That's not what he said. He said, and I just quoted it to you, and you're still going to go try to change it. He said, I want to know what we have on extraterrestrials. And he said, you do not need to know about the extraterrestrials. It's not going to be applied to your presidency. That's what he said.
Who told him that?
That was whoever was in charge at the time, the Minister of Defense or whatever they call it. Okay. He told him you did not need to know. It's not something. This is somebody who had been serving in this position for about 8 years. The only one that we know for sure that actually knew what was going on was Daddy Bush, and he's now dead because he served as head of the CIA, and then he served as vice president, and then he served as president. He knew what was going on. That's why Ronald Reagan was always going around saying, you know, what happens if we get invaded? Why don't we build Pine Gap? Why don't we build the Hart facility? Why don't we build these giant lasers? Which, by the way, all three Reagan did. All three of them Reagan did.
By the way, you know why?
Was scared that somebody was coming for our planet. This is the president of the United States, the most powerful man in the world, scared.
This whole thing is the biggest PSY operation a country ever.
Well, that don't explain 2,000 years ago. Then. And it don't explain how it happened in all the rest of the countries in the world.
The government, and you know, I was talking to certain people, want the people to believe the government is covering up extraterrestrial visitation. It's a psychological warfare that's going on since Roswell.
I have a few more connections in the government than you do. And none of them saying that.
I really doubt it.
Oh, I don't doubt it, not even a little bit, my friend. You forget what I did in the service, my buddy.
Well, I'm saying now, maybe 20 years ago, but not now.
Oh, yeah, definitely now. Come on, dude. Senator McDonald came and picked me up at my house and brought me out to discuss UFOs.
When was that?
It was about 8 or 9 years ago. Oh, no, it was about 14 years ago. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Before he died, as a matter of fact.
I mean, maybe you do. We would need, yeah, I don't think that matters so much, but my information is that and that's a very recent information that
knew.
It's a big psychological warfare operation.
But that doesn't explain Australia. It doesn't explain Brazil. It doesn't explain Hawaii. It doesn't explain Russia. It doesn't explain China. It doesn't explain 100 years ago. It doesn't explain 500 years ago. It doesn't explain 2,000 years ago. This isn't a new phenomenon. We tell everybody all the time, if you want to learn about ufology, start in the past and work your way forward. This has been around as long as man's been around.
Well, I'm saying is we don't know what it is.
It can't be a psyop because who was doing psyops 5,000 years ago? Nobody.
Well, we don't know what they are, where they're coming from.
Wait, I forgot something else I got to tell you about the Foo Fighters while I'm thinking about it. So in England, I mean, not in England, in Germany, there's a cave that dates back 52,000 years. Inside of it, there's some pictures on the wall. I love these. So there's like, I forgot what it's like, 6, 7, 8 deer walking. They got them like walking space. And then as you go down, there's some more deer. And then these 3 disc things sitting over the top of them. As you go to the next picture, the discs are sitting there and there's a beam coming down and hitting the one. When you go to the next one, the deer is gone. This is actually on a wall. Not just there, it's also in America. It's almost an identical picture. The only difference was they had buffalo instead of deer. And then you find it again in South America. And these are 5,000 to 55,000 years old. There's no doubt that these guys seen something flying in the sky. And more importantly, throughout our entire history, people have been seeing stuff flying around the sky. Well, until 150 years ago, we didn't have the ability to fly.
But we don't know what they are. That's what I'm saying.
If they're under intelligent control,
everything is an assumption that they're intelligent, that they're from outer space, based on observation.
That's not an assumption. It's easy to prove intelligence. Intelligent control is an easy thing to prove. That's not a hard thing.
Unless it's an artifact. Unless it's an artifact that's obeying laws of the object that's being produced by, which is not intelligent.
All right. So the thing pulls in front of the craft and stops. Then it goes down, then it goes up, then it comes over, then it comes under, then it comes around, then it loops.
I've seen reflections.
That's not a reflection because it's moving the craft as it's doing.
I mean, okay,
maybe forgetting that
maybe the source is something. The source could be something of the plane itself. Those were basic primitive technologies at that time. We didn't know a lot about.
Why is it happening to F-20s?
It didn't. Okay, I don't know the percentage, but maybe there was a commonality, like certain. You're into electronics. You know certain things with crystals and tubes and integrated circuits.
We do not have hologram technology today that could reproduce that, John. Not even today do we have hologram technology. We don't have nothing that can produce that.
And hologram, of course we can. Are you kidding me?
The best hologram that I've seen came out of Area 51 when they put the Indian in the sky. That's the best thing we have. That's the state of the art, top of the line. There is nothing better than that, and that cannot do what the Foo Fighters did.
Well,
it's just not. And besides that, you're talking about things that are happening over other countries. We can't go over other countries and do stuff. It's an act of war. Well, it doesn't work that way. You have to remember, this is not a local American thing. Okay. This is a worldwide phenomenon that happens in every country.
Maybe our level of proof to believe something is different, and what we require is different. Simple as that.
People with closed minds have a hard time with these things.
You know, it's like UFOs. I would want a piece that I could test and find an element or an isotope not of this world, and nobody has come up with one yet.
That's not even true. That's not even true. There have been on 5 occasions.
If there was, I spoke to a guy a former NSA guy. He said if that was true, that would be on every news station within an hour.
If he's a former NSA guy's moron, you can contact MIT.
You're telling me that if a lab came out with an isotope or element that was not of this world, and scientists looked at it, it would be on every station across the globe.
This has been on television, and the government has talked about this.
Bullshit science they're doing. Okay, they never do it.
You're calling MIT bullshit science? Oh my God, John! I don't want to talk to you anymore. Let's just move on to a different subject. If you call MIT bullshit, I don't want to talk to you.
MIT come out and show me a molecular isotope.
They're posted to the web even today. You know how they got there? Dr. Roger Lear retrieved these from individuals and brought them to MIT. MIT said this: the first 3 pellets they organized. This is a quote. I ain't telling you shit. You go find it yourself. This is a quote. These materials are not from this planet and have never been on this planet. Even though the material itself was on the
I
periodic
told
table,
you I had
it was
a, I had
not
a
the
meteorite
material
with
itself.
materials that aren't on this planet, but they were naturally occurring, and they form different types of configurations.
Well,
But
how they get in human
but
bodies,
they
John?
didn't form different
They
isotopes or
form in
molecules.
human
It was
bodies. That's bullshit. And you know that's bullshit when you're saying it. There's none of these shits are just forming in human bodies, and they're not just forming in human bodies in the same places. Okay,
I
no,
got a
that's
printout
bullshit.
from the government of not the government of a lab, of pages of what the composition of the this moon meteorite I have is, and there are things in there that say unidentified, but that doesn't mean they're extraterrestrial or they're life systems. So the point being is, an isotope, a molecule that we didn't create, that is not of this earth, has not ever showed up. If it did, it would be on every news service across the country.
Okay, think about what you just said. That's one of the most moronic statements I've ever heard you say. First off, how many elements did the periodic table start out with?
Those are all
Just answer the question.
elements
Answer the question. Answer the question. How many?
Joe, you don't even know
How
the
many
periodic table.
elements did the
You
periodic
don't
table
even know
start
the
out with?
periodic table,
Answer the
Joe.
question. How many elements did it start out with?
Joe, those 103, the last one.
Okay, let me ask you a question, John. Let me just ask you a question. It's an
created
easy
in the
question,
lab.
John. Are the periodic tables today the same as it was in 1940?
No, because we created
Of course,
these different.
you don't know that. You don't know if that wasn't a technology that was
Yes,
obtained
we
in
did.
somebody. You don't.
Nuclear
You
lab.
assume it's an assumption. That's an assumption. You do not know that. You were not there when it was created, so you do not know that. That's an assumption.
I mean, come on.
And you act like people don't lie. You just got through telling me people lie. Now all of a sudden people don't lie.
Okay,
you got to have one way or the other, man. Come on.
Let me just say we have 93 natural occurring elements. Then the ones that go up to 103 and beyond were synthesized in nuclear reactors, and they have like microsecond half-lives. So we made those. None of those are from outer space or unknown. We synthesize those. Pick up any physics textbook or chemistry textbook.
That's an assumption. You're still making an assumption. Besides, there's 118.
What assumption? What am I making?
There's 118 on the periodic table to start over, not 103.
Well, actually, there's more.
Okay? And you don't know where those 18 came from. You do not. You weren't there when it was done. You don't. I'm asking. Did you see it happen? Did you physically see it happen? You did not. Now you're lying. Now you're lying.
Public information. Just you can search on the internet.
John, everything is public information, but everything that's public isn't true. We already know the government lies out its ass.
What's 103? Lorentzian? I can't remember. Go look at number 3. Look at the lab, the nuclear reactor that synthesized it, and you can pull up all the data for every one of those elements.
Yeah, after the fact. That's after the fact.
We made them. We made them.
Everything you just said is after the fact. You were not in the lab when it was created, so you do not know. This could have been an element that was retrieved somewhere, and then they got to put it public, so they just make it out, write it out, and say, hey, this is how we found it. But you do not know that's how it happened. You don't know.
I think
you can't prove it, and you don't know.
One scientist, I have difficulty finding one scientist agreeing with that, but anyway.
Why? Scientists don't lie, or scientists don't do what they're told so they can keep their grants. Get the shit out of here with that. Well, I've had major scientists on here tell you they will lie to keep their
30 years, since nuclear reactors. So, and part of
so you're making an assumption that every element that we have, man created, and nobody else interfered or gave them to us. That's a big damn assumption.
Because I want evidence to show that it wasn't.
I want evidence. I want you to prove that every element. Okay. I want you to prove beyond any shadow of a doubt that every element.
Well, let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. You want to prove? You can find the 93 natural occurring elements in nature. Okay, if you go around, you can actually.
But that still don't mean that they went and found them. That doesn't prove that somebody didn't tell them they existed. According to Galileo himself, he was told stuff.
Okay.
Okay. I'm just telling you what he said himself. He's one of the most brilliant people on the planet. Okay. He says himself.
This bottle of water was laid here by aliens. Okay, that's basically.
I'm not saying that it was laid here by aliens. You're making an assumption. How freaking demon could have told them about it? You're just making an assumption that there was no other way to get that information. That's shame on you. That's being closed-minded.
Well, all I'm saying is that every element we have is either naturally occurring or was man-made to a nuclear reactor and the ones that were man-made.
Again, you're making an assumption.
They have microsecond half-lives. So they're
really
not.
You got to be there to make that to prove that, and you weren't. So you might as well just move on from that because you can't prove it.
All right.
It's you can't prove that somebody did not tell these individuals about these elements. You can't. Even Einstein admitted to the fact that there are something going on because some things that have been happening doesn't make science sense.
Right.
You got to take it for what it is. He's not the only scientist.
Any other questions? Any other questions? I wanted to get back to the Mandela effect. Any other questions?
Actually, Chris is like, Mandela effect my ass. He don't even believe it. He's like, he doesn't believe. He says he thinks it's just ignorant people. You could be right. You could be right. You know,
read this question again. I missed that. I'm sorry.
No, he said he doesn't believe in the Mandela effect. He said it wasn't a question; it was a statement. He said he doesn't believe in the Mandela effect. He thinks it's bullshit, and he thinks it's just ignorant people. He said, "You ever seen a cop line up and 10 people who witnessed the same scene? All 10 of them give you a different description."
UFOs, but no, those people are all accurate, right? Oh,
what are you talking about, John? What are you talking about? UFOs. What does UFOs got to do with the Mandela effect? It has nothing to do with it. We're talking about the Mandela effect.
Okay,
so I know, Steve. I agree. Look, they booing you right now. They booing you. I know. I'm with y'all.
Screw up.
You can't win this argument. He's gonna try to do whatever he can. I agree. That's hard-headed stubbornness is what that is. That's exactly.
By the way, I tend to favor the psychological explanation at this point too, because, like I said, as a scientist, I really would like to see. I could mention a comic book with Bernstein Bears or a videotape or some kind of material crossover. Unless that could, now the other possibility is maybe it's impossible for material to cross from one. What I want to mention too is if people want something fun, on Amazon Prime, there's a series called The Man in the High Castle. Did you see that, Joe? The Man in the High Castle. It's actually about an alternative universe where the Nazis win the war. And it's one of the most amazing series.
Like that. I mean,
it's great. It's about the Mandela. Actually, it actually is more like the Mandela effect and parallel. It's called The Man in the High Castle on Amazon Prime.
Chris, I agree with you, Chris. When it comes to any eyewitness, I've always been anti-eyewitness because I've watched too many times from UFOs to crime scenes to all sorts of things, ghosties, whatever you want to see. If there's 20 people or 10 people there, odds are you're never going to get an exact. You might get 2 or 3 that might be real close, but usually it's going to be different.
Okay,
because we let our own views affect what we see, unfortunately.
And Chris, let me give this to Chris again. This is in psychology. When a person recalls something that did not happen or recalls it differently, there's a list of like 20 things that it could be. Oops, here goes my microphone. I have it with sticky
tape. When you get into mass groups like that, that means something happened. It just means people didn't see it the same.
But I mean, there's terms called susceptibility, activation of associated information, incorporation of multi-information, source map misattribution. I made a whole list of this because I thought this could all apply to the Mandela effect, misinformation effect, which is really false memory. So yeah, I mean, in fact, that's all lawyers are really familiar with this in the court of law. And so that is the question. And there's also the suggestion, like let's say there was an accident, but there was no stop sign. And I say to you, Joe, did you go through the stop sign? Or tell me about the stop sign. You may then recall it, even though you didn't see it, because I suggested it. So
I won't. My brain isn't that weak.
Well, no, the problem is this is very, very common, what you just said. And I'm saying, you're applying it to testimony. Well, I apply it to testimony with other areas.
You're right, because that's the problem. When something happens, but see, that still means it was an event, John. That's what you're missing. Even though they're getting different descriptions, there was still an event. Something did happen. Even though people may have seen it differently, there was still a physical event that occurred. So you got to wonder why, when there's a physical event like a murder or an accident, why people see different things. Even though you know it was an accident. Here's a good instance for y'all. Y'all remember Michael Brown in St. Louis when they said he chased the guy down the street, shot him in the back. And in the end, we found out, no, he never left his car. The guy actually reached in the car and tried to take his gun, and that's how he got killed. Okay. Well, all these witnesses, you got at least 24 witnesses said the kid was walking down the street with his hands up and got shot in the back. Well, that didn't happen. But you still had a bunch of witnesses that seen the event, and that's their take on it. And there was other takes of the event besides that one. In the end, because the other witnesses and the blood on his shirt and inside the car, we know what happened.
And that's classical false memory of all the classifications that I gave.
The point I'm making is, the point I'm making isn't that there was false memory, it's that there was an event. There had to be something to trigger it.
Right. No, we're saying the information of reporting it was false because of all these different ways the mind plays tricks and incorporates stuff. And so that's why
why aliens and UFOs, I never take the descriptions seriously, because unless we get, matching descriptions from a lot of other people.
That's the other problem too, when you get testimony in court and it's a year or two later, that's even worse because the memory is even more prone to, let's say, disinformation and distortion. Can you hear me okay? Because my mic fell and I put it back on.
No, you're good.
I want to make sure I didn't disconnect.
Dora,
what else you got? What else you got there?
Dora, is that your name? Look, Oh no, Dory, this show going to do 1 million listeners, and I guarantee you. No, John and I are having fun. That's part of it. The discussion is the argument. Oh, whatever. Go on. We ain't looking at your question. Now, let's move on.
We have fun.
Wait. Okay. Let's see what Carol's got to say. Carol says she thinks she's experienced a Mandela effect because she remembers being in an accident and even having surgery. But when she went to the doctor, nothing. She couldn't find any recollection of it. And then one day she went in for something. She had twisted her ankle or her knee or something, popped her knee out. That's what it was. And she went in and they did an X-ray. And the doctor asked her, "Had you ever had surgery before?" And she said, "Well, what do you mean?" He said, "You got a scar down your bone, a pretty good one." He said, "But there's no outside scar." So something happened, but you know what it was. So she remembered something happening, but for some reason or another, it switched over. And it was like a partial memory, and then I call it a cover memory, but it might have been another real memory. Wow. It might have been in between, floating around somewhere.
Ask me how long ago this happened. I'm just curious. How long ago?
Where'd you go? Oh, y'all scrolling too fast. Come back up with the question.
I'd love to get more information from her. That's fascinating. But I'm on Facebook too, or my website.
She said about 8 or 10 years ago. Any other thing? Let
me give out my contact information too. I usually do. I'm actually easiest to reach on Facebook, and it's just John DeSalvo, and a picture of me with my hat, sunglasses, and 007 in Maple Lake, Minnesota. I also am director of the Great Pyramid of Giza Research Association at GizaPyramid.com, GizaPyramid.com, and just you can email the director. It's an incredible website of pyramid information. I was the spokesperson for the Russian research for 8 years. I worked with the director of the Russian State Defense Enterprise. We formed the first research partnership, and that's all up there. And it's an incredible website. A lot of students use it for research. It's all free, of course, but you can email me there, or on Facebook. I do a lot of teaching. I answer my messages. I'm very accessible, and I never charge for anything. So I like to. I was a professor most of my life of biophysics and biochemistry. And I like helping students, giving them guidance and direction. And so that's an interesting story.
Raymond's writing in. He works for the International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry, the IUPAC. He said that they've been discussing phantom elements that are probably extraterrestrial in origin. Now, when he says this, ladies and gentlemen, before you start jumping to ET, that's not what he's talking about. He's talking about elements that are phantom elements that they theorize about, that are probably extraterrestrial in origin, meaning you might find them on Jupiter in deep space, dark matter somewhere. That's not unheard of. Yeah, that's not that stuff. No, that's not.
I actually own some of those elements.
For lack of technically, every element we talked about is from deep
space. Not the ones. There's some that half-lives are so short, but that they originally may have been in the samples that I had. Interesting.
Well, if it's a natural element, it's from space, guys. Yeah, because everything's made from star stuff, so everything comes from the same place.
There's a meteorite. Munchin. Oh, I used to be a meteorite collector.
Now he's talking about a meteorite they found in South America, and it's a metal that they're not quite sure what it is. He said that it's definitely extraterrestrial in origin, meaning it's from another world or another place. But he said that he's not sure what it is. And he said what's really weird about it is when he did samples, it pinged on the computer that there was a sword made somewhere in Europe that has the same element, which suggests that somebody made a sword out of a meteorite, by the way, guys. It's not ET.
I have a keris from, a keris sword, which is a ceremonial keris from Somalia or whatever. And I had it tested. It's meteorite iron. It's about 100 years old, and it's a beautiful piece. I actually posted it on Facebook. So yeah, meteorite iron has been used for amulets and all.
The metal one he found is it's not defined the periodic table. They're just not sure. They can tell it's 3 or 4 metals that not normally melt together because there's some aluminum in there and there's some steel. And usually steel and aluminum separate from each other when you heat them together because they heat at different temperatures. And so they're kind of confused. Somehow or another, they think this thing was involved in some kind of nuclear reaction. Maybe a planet explode, maybe a sun going nova, could be any damn thing. But they're not sure. But none of the materials are haven't been found before. They're just been put together in an unusual way.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with that. That's
that's fascinating stuff.
It's good. Oops, there goes my mic again. Good comment. Okay, I need Better stick
guys,
with
we
that.
got like 5 minutes. Y'all better spit them out. What's that? Oh, you must have missed that, Gene. No, we talked about time travel pretty good in the beginning of the show. What do you mean? Do I think it's possible? Theoretically? Yeah, anything theoretically is possible. I'm just going to put that out there. If it's a theory, it's possible.
Even Elvis could be alive.
So yeah, and Elvis could be alive. He might have went home, just like Kennedy did. They came pick him up and brought him home. He took, what's her name? I was going to say Madonna. What was her name? What was the blonde's name? Marilyn Monroe. Yeah, no, he picked her up and took her home with him.
Oh, my friend was a Secret Service agent. Could tell you stories about that. But
I can imagine. I've heard some.
And I promise never to reveal. Oh, by the way, something I just lost my train of thought. Elvis Presley. I wrote, as you know, I published 12 books. One of my early books, I was a science editor and kind of co-authored it with Frank Adams, who wrote a book called Scientific Studies on a Face of Jesus, who we then wrote a book together called Sinden. And that prototype book was the book Elvis Presley died in his hands, and his daughter confirmed it with me. And it's actually on the internet. You could look it up. So that's kind of cool that people would say, don't take any books DeSalvo wrote to the whatever.
Okay. All right. What was that, Ronnie? Why do I think Einstein's?
He was getting. Oh, by the way, I would say Elvis was getting very spiritual.
There's a couple other people that
towards
said
the end
that
of his
too,
life, and
he was kind of
very interesting.
Well, he was when he was real young. People don't realize that he came from a very religious family.
He was very interested in Eastern philosophy and religion, and I had the opportunity to get some of his books from his library, but unless there were notes in them, who cares? I'm not an Elvis fan. But
actually, guys, I don't think Einstein's theory of special relativity was wrong. And what we were talking about earlier was a way to cancel it out. We didn't say he was wrong. We were talking about ways that it might be able to be canceled.
There may be ways, like how Einstein replaced the Newtonian physics. There could be a new type of physics that replaces that. That's a higher level, that explains.
Yeah, in one of Einstein's journals, he talks about faster than light speed travel. No, he actually believed we could go faster than light speed.
Well,
he wrote that. He said that his theory was based on where we are today, and this is what would happen with current technology. He's actually got into this. He gave many lectures on faster than light travel. He did believe that one day man would achieve it, but he knew the way we're talking about now, rockets and crap like that, we can never achieve faster than light speed with the technologies or the direction we're moving with technology today. Now, there has been some fusion and fission technologies that might get us there. We're still working on a lot of that stuff.
Hey, can we get Elon Musk on our show? I love the guy.
I don't know. We can ask. I mean, all we can do is ask. He likes science. Maybe if we ask him if we smoke a joint with him, maybe he'll come on.
I was going to say, people don't. I just got to say, some people don't know us. We're good friends, and we do like to argue.
Oh, yeah, John, we're going to argue, guys.
You and I are different than most people. People get emotionally involved. We just enjoy it. But
man, John,
I tell you what, I promise you, we get Elon Musk on, we won't argue.
That'd be a whole different thing because we'd be trying to impress him. But no, guys, I'm going to tell you a little secret about John. Okay, well, not so much about John. When John was hosting with Seraphine, who's one of our hosts on there, really sweetie, I realized that John's the kind of person who has to be challenged. If he's not going to be challenged, he's going to be bored.
That's true.
Okay. So I'm gonna challenge his ass all the time. He's gonna challenge me. We both got science degrees, and we're gonna have good discussions. And as I can see from this group of people, he has been steadily doubling in size the whole night. So without that, they've been enjoying it. John's a great guy. I love it.
And by the way, that's the way science is done.
We both have science-based things, and we're going to discuss.
Defend your thesis. You get attacked by the professor, and that's all. I mean, you don't take it personally.
Guys, have y'all never been to a science convention? Oh, these guys are rude and nasty. They tear it. Wait, this is so funny because I tell you discussions at Tulane. They'll get nasty with each other. I mean, be cussing each other. They're like a bunch of little poor rotten brats. And then at the end of the thing, they're all friends going out to dinner, chit-chat. Because the kind of sciences we're talking about, most of this stuff is theoretical. Right, so there's lots of arguments here, whether it's extraterrestrial or elements or any kind of science we're going to be. That's what this show is about. We're going to be discussing a lot of science here. But we're going to do it in a different kind of fashion that is more enjoyable for y'all. Because, science can get a little boring. Yeah. Tonight wasn't, boy, I agree with you. Stephanie's in here going, yeah, y'all going good. But we got to go, guys. We got to get out of here soon because Kathy's going to be coming on. But and remember, guys, you can come on the Power Talk room if you want to talk. I think Skype's working again, so you can try to 504-273-739. I know for a couple of weeks it was giving us trouble there, but I think it's back to normal again. So you can always do that. No, we love questions. Actually, this show is gonna open up for a lot more questions. I mean, we took about tonight, but
I hope we do, Joe, because, again, I was a professor most of my life, and I always enjoyed the questions a lot more than lecturing and talking because they're fun. So, yeah, I hope we can do that, get more questions.
They got a Nick in here, Rocky Raccoon. He says he's from the future. Time travel is real. He just came back to listen to the show. Now he's headed home.
Oh, tell him to say hi to Guido in the 23rd century.
Oh, man. I love that comment, by the way, man. Oh, we famous in the future? Well, we probably both did. Oh, so we did. We like Elvis. He's saying we like Elvis.
Art Bell, you remember he used to call in the time traveler? I love that guy.
Yeah. Oh, man, I interviewed him. I can't think of his name right now, but I interviewed him actually.
That was great, wasn't it?
Man, some of that stuff was so hilariously funny.
Well, this is fun. I got to say,
No, indeed not. Well, if they stupid guess, we might be, but for the most part, we're not going to be really good guests. Oh, no, I'm planning on inviting Neil deGrasse Tyson and Michio Kaku. There's quite a few.
Dr. Ron Mallett will get in and talk about it.
If I can get hold to, I always pronounce his name, Dr. Paul Levette, I always pronounce his last name wrong. He does cosmic thing, but he also does quantum mechanics and quantum physics. But he also does the whatchamacallit theory, about the black hole gives off a gamma burst every 26,000 years. And what it does is, and he's proved this theory. I forgot about that. They were taking core samples, and they found out on Earth every 13 to 26,000 years, there's material deposit on our planet that comes from the core of our galaxy. So what they think happens is it gives off a burst, and as it moves outward, it creates a cloud. And well, when we see it, we'll watch this blue cloud coming towards Earth for probably 30 or 40,000 years. When it finally arrives here, though, it will completely blot out the sun. It'll fill our entire solar system with clouds. It'll trigger off a global warming, which of course will trigger off an ice age. And they say this is fairly common. And now that they've been cycling the ice ages, the ice age cycles almost meet the cycles of this 12 to 26,000 years. So it's interesting science. We'll get him on and talk about it in more detail. What do you mean, do I believe it? I don't know. That's not my science, guys. I can only go with what these guys tell us. I mean, it's not science that I've actually stuck my face into. Because what do I know about the core? Just what I've read. I keep up on space science because I got a big interest in space science, but there's a lot of it to keep up with, my friends. You got a bunch of space agencies, you got all kind of physicists out there. Oh no, if we can get Michio would love this conversation we had tonight. Oh God, yeah, he'd love it. Well, I introduced him to the stepping stone theory, which I'm sure he was familiar with, but not in the way I presented it to him. Well, no, because it shows you that ET could easily come to this planet without faster than light technology, and done on many, many times. Because real quick, because we got to get out of here. So let's say man decides to go to Proxima Centauri. It'll take us probably 10 years to get there at the speeds we have today. So once we're on the way, we'll establish a base on Mars, one on the moon, one out in L7. We'll establish one probably on Titan, Europa, and then we'll put one out in Oort cloud and probably out there, and then we'll put one halfway to Proxima, and then we'll put one at Proxima. So now we've got bases from Earth to Proxima, so we can people don't have to be on the ship all the time. They can change around. Like I said, it'll probably take 10 years to get there, but it won't be 10 years on a spacecraft. Sometimes you'll be in a base, sometimes you'll be moving, but you'll constantly be moving in that direction. So once you get to Proxima, you'll go to the next one, then the next one, the next one. Well, at half light speed, you can explore the entire known galaxy in 320,000 years. Oh, that sounds like a long time, but man plans on living on this planet for another 3 or 4 billion years, which means we can explore our entire known galaxy over 50 times in that period of time. That's only at half light speed, and that's assuming that we'll always start from Earth. Once we've expanded in the entire galaxy, exploring it's not even going to be a big deal. That's why one of the reasons they're working on tachyons, because they need faster than light communication. That's one of the big advantages if they can, make tachyons work. Well, no, it's still a theory. It's not been proven. No, theories don't mean they're proven. It just means they're a theory. What do you mean? Evolution is still a theory. Believe it or not, evolution is still a theory. No one's
exactly right, and there's actually variations on it. So yeah,
it's still a theory. But I know we got to go. John, one more time. Y'all catch him on Facebook. Oh no, Sarah.
GizaPyramid.com.
Is this Seraphine? Is this a different Sarah? Oh, you don't know who Seraphine is?
Which chat room are you on, Joe?
I'm on Facebook. They got a group chat going on Facebook.
Oh, I didn't know that.
We've been doing it for about 3-4 years now. They just log into it. They started and then they harass me is what they do. But so you're not that Sarah? Okay, so what? No, that's $9.99 a minute. You want to see him dancing like that? Oh, and I get half, by the way. I don't want you to be there, Sarah. Why don't you dance naked for $9.99 a minute? That's just rude. That's just rude. You sure you ain't the other Sarah? No.
No, she's. I know she. I spoke to her before. She's not. She's not up.
Okay. No, okay. So it's a different Sarah. So you got two Sarahs. Oh, okay. Maybe I get three. Oh, so maybe this is the Mandela effect going on here, man.
Parallel Sarahs.
Anyway, we got to go, guys. We had a great time tonight. I hope y'all enjoyed the show. John and I are going to be having a lot of fun as this show grows and expands. I really expect these audiences to get unbelievably big. After discussions, I know, I see y'all. Y'all have been enjoying this discussion all night long. Questions going on, shit flying all over the place. And remember, always feel free. That's what we're here for. We want y'all to join in. We want you to participate.
Yes.
Well, guys, y'all can always post. If you don't want to be in groups, you can always post to my main Facebook pages. I'll catch them there, too. I'll keep them open. And there is the Pile Talk chat room, which, by the way, is empty. Well, there's about 6 people in it right now, but for the most part, it's empty. But yeah,
they can send me questions ahead of time on Messenger.
You can send John questions,
I read them all usually. So I mean, I'm very accessible.
Yeah, don't feel free to write it whatever you want. And Hushin Chai, is that? I'm not even close, am I? Huchin Chai, is that right? Close. Okay, Huchin Chai. Okay. Where you from? I can't pronounce that province in China. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know what the hell that is. Which, real quick, and then we got to go. Real quick. Oh, you know what? Save that question for next week. John and I, before whatever guest we bring on, we'll touch it real quick. So you're thinking the COVID thing is a Mandela effect. That in one spec, that's why China only part of China.
That's interesting.
Well, we ain't got time tonight, but John, keep that in your head.
I love that guy. Good question.
So keep that for next week, and we will definitely take on that. I promise you, we will take on that question next week before we bring anybody on with us, or if because we're not going to always have guests because we like to talk. But
yeah, I actually my favorite shows are when just you and I are on and we chat and argue. It's fun. I love it. So
I bet you money this one will be a record breaker. But anyway, we will keep that question for next week, and we will take that question. I'm surprised Kathy hasn't told me to get my big ass off the air yet. Oh, you mean when I almost said the F word? We have a delay box that catches that stuff. I think it's a 5 or 7 second delay. It catches it and it wipes it. Yeah, for the FM broadcast, because I was informed yesterday that we'll be back full broadcasting in New Orleans again pretty soon. Because they're going to open us up to get back to our computers. Yeah, they're tearing down the Hard Rock. They're going to remove the bodies, as a matter of fact, I heard. Anyway, that's enough of that. I got to get out of here. Again, guys, thanks again for tuning in the show. We had a fabulous time tonight. I hope everybody enjoyed it. Any moans, groans, bitches, gripes, or complaints, write to John, because you know what I'm going to tell you.
Hey, thanks for listening, and thanks, Joe. God bless everybody.
All right. We're going to get, guys, hang on for Quantum Leap with Kathy Bell.
Tearing it up on the ones and twos. It's your boy, DJ Mo.
Hello, and welcome to the Writers and Illustrators of the Future podcast. This is John Goodwin, your host. This podcast is dedicated to the aspiring writer and artist and will provide inspiration and tips from top professionals in the field. If you've been listening to this podcast, or if you're new to it, I thank you very much. I would also appreciate if you took a moment and followed it on whatever platform you use to listen to your podcasts. I have a very special friend as a guest this week. Todd McCaffrey I met via his mom, Ann, who was a lovely woman who was one of the first judges for the Rise of Future contest. And actually, I guess I should say his mom, not his mom. Anyway, Todd has been I guess he's continued on with his mother's legacy on both as a judge for the Writers of the Future contest and as a New York Times bestselling author with the Dragon Riders of Pern universe, as well as the many stories he's co-authored with the Winter Twins and that he's created in his own universes as well. So, because I read a couple of the books in the Twin Souls series, so I am prepared to talk about that a bit as well. So I'm happy to introduce Todd, who is also, just so y'all know, he's also an honorable mention in the Illustrators of the Future contest. So he's a man of all seasons. Welcome, Todd.
Hey, John, thanks for having me. And yes, I was wondering if you're going to mention that honorable mention thing. I'm still chuffed about it. I'm waiting to see what next quarter brings. It's Brianna Winter who said, and I'm going to quote her badly, but she said something like, if you're creative, then you're probably creative in many different fields. And I took that as a challenge with art. In fact, it was Britt Winter who encouraged me to consider applying for a Master of Fine Arts degree, which I got in 2018 from Claremont Graduate University.
Wow.
So it's been fun. Yeah.
That's amazing. So have you always been an artist, but just never really let it blossom, and then does positive influence from the Winter Twins help that blossom, or were you always just kind of like dabbling in it and just waiting for that right moment?
I had some bad advice when I was a kid. I was told that because my straight lines weren't completely straight, I could obviously not become an artist. So it took me a number of years to overcome that particular parental advice, not my mother. I had taken some art classes at the local community college in Norco and had gotten encouragement also from one of the professors who was teaching me, which really helped and helped break it out. But I started off as a mechanical engineer, and all the original engineers, all the greats, you go back to Da Vinci, Archimedes, Newton, they were all excellent artists, at least for sketches and more. And so I think the two overlap.
It makes sense that it would, because it's that whole creative bent to a personality, to a mindset that you want to be able to do that. And that's great that you can. We've had, I guess, maybe half a dozen, not even that many, maybe it's only like 4 winners who have done both contests. They've been a winner in both the writer and the illustrator. It's an amazing skill that somebody can, if they can actually do it. And so I'm totally impressed with your ability to do this.
Well, thank you. Yes, and I'm going to keep on trying. As Joni Labaki famously says, an honorable mention means keep trying. You're close.
That's right. That's exactly right. And we've had some people gone over, nearly 50 times of entering the contest before actually winning. So it is a matter of persistence, and we will discuss that a bit too. But first, let's just get on to your mother was a wonderful person. I adored her. She was great. She loved root beer, and every time she came out here, I always bought her a whole different, veritable plethora of types of root beers. And even on the Crystal Singer, she inscribed in her book saying, she thanked me for all the hires and the other root beers that I'd gotten for her over the years. But what was it like to walk into her shoes and take over Pern?
Well, you can't really take over. We, in 2000, Mom had a heart attack. And then that was in the fall. In the spring of 2001, she had a stroke. It took us a while to realize what the stroke had done to her. It kicked out her short-term memory, which is really bad. But we realized at that point that we were on golden time, that every day was precious. We didn't know when we would lose her. So we made the best of it. And Mom and I had talked about collaborating. And so we collaborated on Dragonskin and went on to do several more. It was quite interesting. She was leery, shall we say, of letting anybody else play with her characters because she knew them so well, and I understood that. So I worked us into the third pass on Pern, which is an entirely different place in the Pern time frame from where Lessa is, who was all the way up in the ninth pass on Pern. It's like 2,000 years in the past. But we had a marvelous time doing that, and we established a few collaborative ground rules. Number one was let the New York Times bestselling author win. And then the other one was let your mother win. So mostly we had a great time. It was fun. It was incredibly bonding. It was golden time.
Yeah.
So she was always. One of the big things and one of the reasons Mom became a judge for the Writers of the Future is she said, don't just return a favor, pass it on. And so part of her being a judge was passing it on to future writers. And we try to live up to that legacy.
That's actually very, very good. She was so adamant about that. And she was also very adamant about being a judge. And she definitely had no problem sharing her mind on the fact that, I think she was the first female judge for the contest. And this was, at that point, that was in 1986 when she became a judge the second year. And was very proud of it, but has also made it very clear that this is for everybody. And that's been something that, Mr. Hubbard's had all along wanting to be able to do, but she helped to make sure that in the here and now, even with him having passed, that she was going to make sure that his wishes that it was for everybody really was held true.
Yeah.
So anyway, I got to your preamble now on whatever you want to call you're doing with Pern. You're not taking it over. You're assuming guardianship, or you have tackled, because your sister also writes into Pern Universe too.
Yes, Gigi's written Dragon's Code, and that is the latest Pern book. Actually, going back, Mom and I wrote 3 solo books in the third pass, and Mom and I wrote 5 collaborations. And by that time, that had been nearly 10 years. And so she said, and I agreed, that we needed to take a break or we wouldn't be fresh. And so we did. And unfortunately, before we could get back to work, she passed away. But the Pern universe is a very special place. There's a lot of room to tell stories, and I would like to see more of them. Mom, however, was adamant in her will that she only wanted Gigi and I to write on Pern. So, we're still working on that. I also had discovered several stories that I wanted to tell, and I have been doing that a lot. And then, of course, I met up with the Winter Twins, and everything changed. But we still look at Pern and love it. I know the fans would love to see more. They'd love to see Mom write more books, but that's just not possible.
Did she have any other outlines for any other stories, Pern stories that were locked in some safe that all of a sudden is going to get found out, like what happened with Herbert?
Who was the author who magically had stuff discovered well after they passed? Somebody was waiting for the ink to dry or something like that. No, she was working on one, but by that time she'd had a number of medical issues hitting her. She'd had, more than just the one stroke. It wasn't working. So we've sort of looked at that and looked at what she wanted to do with that, but we haven't moved forward with it yet because we spent a lot of time recovering, and for me, I've got a lot of third pass stories I'd still like to tell, and there's a number of other stories there, but there's nothing hiding in a vault waiting for us to go, oh my gosh.
Yeah,
it's just not there.
Just had to ask.
Yeah.
So now, how many books have you? So you said you wrote 5 books with Anne?
We collaborated on 5 books in the third pass. That'd be Dragon's Kin, Dragon's Fire, Dragon Harper. Now I have to slip over a bunch of books. Wait a minute, I'm missing somebody. Dragon's Time, Sky Dragons, and no, that's all 5.
Okay.
Yep.
And then how many have you written now since on your own?
Oh gosh, the number's becoming insane.
It's that many. Okay.
Well, with the Winter Twins, we have 20 in the Twin Soul series. We have one standalone novel, The Magpie's War, which is sort of awaiting the start of a sequel. We have one nonfiction book, The Right Path World Building. I have 3 more, and I've got a 4th out with alpha readers right now. So it's kind of like 30. And I wave my hands when I say that. Amazon tries to tell me that I've got 84 imprints out there. It's counting things where I have short stories and things and so on. And it's kind of like, well, that's a very flattering number. But, I tend to say I've got at least 30 books out.
Okay. Well, that's very nice.
Thank
you. Now you publish with all the Dragon Riders, that's all with, or all the Pern series, that's all with Del Rey?
Yes, it's with Penguin Random House Del Rey.
Okay, good. So that's pretty much, you just have that locked in, and that's you're good to go on that as long as they're alive and kicking as a publishing house.
Hopefully. Yep.
Okay. So that's on the Dragon Rider side. Now on the I guess I call them the indie side, working with the Winter Twins. So how does that work then? It's obviously you've got a good gig going there with Del Rey, but on the indie side how does that work?
Well, it's really interesting. When you're writing in the indie world, you are your own publisher. So you're not just the author anymore. You've also got to be the person that puts the book up on wherever you want it to be. You have to understand formatting. You better have an editor or be a really good editor. You have to line up all the fun stuff like get yourself a cover, get yourself first readers. And then when you get the book up, you have to market it. You have to advertise it. You have to let people know what's happening. So this adds a whole bunch more. On the other hand, it gives you a greater amount of freedom. I am almost embarrassed about the number of times I've changed covers on books now because I can do it so easily. Also, if somebody tells me, hey, there's a typo in your book, I can actually change it within about 24 hours, which is something with the traditional publishing world you just can't do.
Right.
And the other thing is the traditional publishing world, because of what it has to do and where it lives, it pays a lower royalty amount than the independent. Now, on the other hand, with the independent world, you generally tend to charge a lower price because you don't have that huge marketing machine behind you. But it is quite possible as an independent to be your own boss and to totally make a decent living. It does require work and it requires persistence, but being a writer always requires work and persistence. And if there's one thing that every author I've ever met says is the key to success, it's don't give up.
Right.
So we set up the Winter Twins. Really, they were at the very early forefront of the whole independent publishing movement. They were back in the dinosaur age, as it were. They published 12 years ago now, and when they did that, they had to find a printing house that would print their books. They had to warehouse them. They brought them to Comic-Cons and places and sold them that way. And then finally, when we got Kindle and KDP and all these other ebook things, they could put their books up on ebooks, but they were available before ebooks were a thing. So they sort of started way back in the Stone Age and came forward, which was an entirely different world from where we are now. There are so many helpful tools to get you published. Also, there's the latest one from Amazon called, if I got it right, Vela, which allows you to publish shorter works and get paid for it. So you could write short stories and novellas and so on. So the world has become huge and open, and you now find yourself in the same problem that everybody has found themselves in, which is how do you get noticed in this crowd of people?
Correct. And from what I've observed, at least up until a year and a half ago, the Winter Twins, and once you connected with them yourself as well, conventions was a major tool that was used to meet people. You had the booths there, plus all the different panels and stuff. Was that that seemed to be like a really good way to get yourself known and to be able to sell your wares?
I'm still evaluating that. You can sell at a convention maybe 300 copies of a book if it's a really good book and you're lucky. And you can sell you can sell a number of books, but you kind of want to be selling 300 books a week. And so conventions aren't going to quite do that. They do give you visibility. They're a marketing tool. I like to see them as a selling tool. I like to go to a convention and believe that I'm going to make a profit doing it. And it's very hard to sit there and say, okay, I saw 1,000 people at this convention, at this comic convention, and that means that I've sold so many books because I saw them. Very hard to translate that back into something you can go ahead and put a figure on. So, you're shooting in the dark a little bit with that. But some of those people will become your lifelong fans. And lifelong fans are gold. They're the people that will buy your next book and your next book. They're the people that will stop people in their tracks and say, you got to read this, which is what every author wants to hear. And that's the sort of stuff that starts what we call viral marketing. People go, oh, wow, in a hole in the ground, there lived the hobbits, from J.R.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit, that sort of stuff where people are just quoting things at you. The litany against fear from Dune, which has become, used by so many people now. So it certainly helps. I'm sort of not, I don't know the magic. I think the magic, somehow you make your book go, international USA Today bestseller. That's a formula that everybody's trying to find and nobody's got.
Yeah. I mean, one thing that we try to do from Galaxy Press is attend conventions, and we obviously try to break even at least on the cost of doing the convention. But the main thing we go for is capturing identities. People like you're talking about, they're getting that lifelong fan. If you get somebody that buys the book and they give you their identities, then that gives you the ability to continue to market them, because we have a lot more books than that one or two they're going to buy at a convention.
Yep.
That gives us the opportunity to pitch them, and then all the new releases, all the new Rise of the Future books that we come out with, that gives them the ability to purchase that. And so that's at least the concept for us and a lot of other direct marketers. They like to go to the conventions so that they can then get the either subscriptions for their product line or get an identity so they can continue to market to them afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear that the comic conventions, as they were pre-pandemic, were a great way to gain legitimacy.
Mm-hmm.
If you had a booth there, you were seen as at least somewhat real and credible. It was also, writing is a hard job, and a lot of times you're in a dark room by yourself trying to make sense of a world that nobody else has seen. And being out there and finding fans or having fans come up to you and tell you how much they liked your work is stuff you stoke up. That's fuel you store up for the darker days. And that can be invaluable.
Yeah.
So that's really worth it.
Yeah, I think that's just an important aspect to it, because if you're going to go independent, you do need to pick up all these different hats that a regular publisher, which you're paying for that with your reduced royalty, but they're covering all those other things ostensibly, that need to be done to sell your books. But if you do it yourself, you have much more cause on getting a result, provided you actually do what needs to be done and know what you're doing and actually do it.
Now, there's a group in this line or in this vein called 20 Books to 50K. Craig Martell and Michael Anderle are the powerhouses behind it. The thesis is that if you publish 20 books and they're good books and you do everything else, you should be able to see $50,000 a year in income, hopefully net, not gross.
Right.
And they have founded a huge organization, or really it's an association of like-minded people, and they swap success stories and ways of doing things. They have an annual convention in Las Vegas. They have a few others around the world, but the big one is 20 Books to 50K Las Vegas, which is coming up in November. For people who are working in the writers of the future vein, my suggestion would be win the writers of the future. And then if you're thinking of being an independent publisher, check out 20 books to 50K. I wouldn't try doing it the other way, but also, I mean, if you're multi-talented and you're writing so many words and you've got novels in the back corner, you may want to do that. You may want to look into 20 books to 50K and look at what happens. But one of the things that's come out of the whole indie movement is people don't need agents anymore. People don't need major publishers anymore. They can still make an awfully good living, sometimes better than if they went through the traditional publishers. The world is changing.
That's interesting. So I've done lots of interviews talking with people about this, but you're the first one that's come out just like in so boldly with that premise there. So
I'm looking at so way back in 1990 or so, or maybe it was even 86, I toyed seriously with the idea of quitting my day job and trying to find a way to make electronic books, because I thought that was the wave of the future. Now, we may, flash forward to 2021. Oh, look, I'm right. But I wasn't Jeff Bezos, and I didn't have the capital to do it, and so that didn't happen. But the point being that this has changed the world. This has changed everything. Right. Anybody who is willing to do the work, and it can be some work, can get published these days. The barrier to entry to becoming a published author is so incredibly low. Really, it's, the reason you don't do it is because A, you don't have the book yet, or you're allowing yourself to fail. And because that barrier to entry is so low, we're having an explosion of printed material that we can read. We still have the problem of finding the printing material we like the most. Everybody's different. One of the things that 20 books to 50K shows off is there's a large, broad swath. There's range for everybody. I've been doing some research, and along the way, I discovered, much to my surprise, that George Martin's Game of Thrones, the first book, what was it, A Song of Ice and Fire?
Yeah.
It took 15 years before it got on the New York Times bestseller list. It was published 15 years before it got up there. And part of the reason it got on the bestseller list was because of the TV series. But persistence pays, right? Again. So when you get into, if you say, I'm going to become a full-time writer, I would suggest you consider that that's something that's going to take about 5 years to actually start becoming something where you can give up the day job.
Right.
It takes that sort of persistence. Also, if you walk in there knowing that it's going to take you 5 years or even 15 years, you can plan accordingly. And I think that's really huge. But today, the barriers to entry as an author, they're not the old ones. They're not I have to find an agent. Oh, the agent has to go submit it to a publishing house. Oh, the editor at the publishing house has to put their reputation on the line to get you published. Oh, and so on and so on and so forth. The advantage of that old school way was there were a lot of people who signed off on that particular literary work before it got on bookshelves. The disadvantage was there were a lot of people along the way who could say no. So, what you get in the independent world is you get the ability to do what you want, but you have to understand that a lot of what everyone wants is going to involve making mistakes along the way.
Correct.
So, but I would say, yeah, if you want to, if you want to, don't let the I have to get an agent, I have to find a publisher stand in your way. I would recommend against that these days.
Okay, well that's a good thing to know. Now, when you write your books with the Winter Twins, because obviously the ones that are going to go through Del Rey, you have a universe you're contributing to. As long as you're consistent to that and true to that, that's going to continue just to roll along there. But on your indie published books, how much do you do SEO in terms of titles or putting certain keywords or phrases in the chapter titles, or as you're writing the book? Does that play a factor at all if you're counting on Google and analytics to be able to help spring you along?
I'm not counting on Google and Analytics to help me spring me along. Google and Analytics are so far from my potential readers that they're useless. I've played with a couple of things. There's something called draft2digital.com that allows you to upload your books and converts it to ebooks and markets it to many markets, including Kobo, Nook, Amazon, Apple, long list. They take a 10% royalty off the top, but they put it everywhere for you. Conversely, you can go what we call narrow, and you can just go with Amazon.com. Amazon will allow you to put up your ebook, to get print books up there. Now they've got a beta program to do hardcovers. You can use Audible ACX to actually record books and put them up. And you can also enroll in this thing called Kindle Unlimited. Kindle Unlimited with Amazon requires that you not be distributed anywhere else. So you have to work with Amazon. You can't put it up on Nook. You can't put it up on Kobo. There's a trade-off. Some people believe that going wide, going to all these different platforms, is more remunerative than just sticking with Amazon and locking yourself into a monopoly. But you're not really. You can get out of there pretty quick. My personal experience when I tried the experiment was that Draft2Digital was not working as well for me as going with Kindle Unlimited. With Kindle Unlimited, you get paid by the page read. And you get some people, they may not complete the book, but they may read, 70 pages out of 88 or 200 out of 300 pages or something. You get paid for all the pages they read. And right now, that's pulling in about, for my own personal Fox-Ray books, it's pulling in maybe a third of the money I'm making.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, okay. And certainly for what we're doing, oddball, well, as the Winter Twins and Todd McCaffrey, yeah, close to the same. We're actually making a little bit more on selling ebooks than we are on Kindle Unlimited, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So you have this other opportunity. And then the advantage of that is Amazon allows you to do Amazon ads. So you can advertise, you can set up targeted ads to the potential people who are going to click on the buy the book or download the sample or I want to read the Kindle Unlimited. So you're much closer to your audience with that.
Right.
And that's an awful lot better than SEOs or anything else, because the people who are looking for books aren't going to be looking for my website. More than anything, they're going to go to Amazon and say, I want to read something. Now, a lot of times they say, I want to read something McCaffrey. And that's where they find me. It's been kind of like, what? But I put all these great little blurbs and everything out and all this stuff. And they're going, what's the latest by McCaffrey? Which is, I like that.
For sure.
But it means that at some level, that audience is already locked. I'm not finding new people who are, if they're searching for McCaffrey, I'm finding people who are either looking for books by my mom, me, or my sister. They're not looking for different things. So they're an existing audience, and you always need to grow your audience. What is it? 65% of all customers are returning customers. That 35% are new customers, and you want to keep on growing your market, so you got to find those new 35s.
Exactly.
Anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah, we could talk about marketing for hours because it's something I'm trying to learn.
Well, this is something also that a lot of people are interested in on how does it work, because there's a lot of people, you go to Amazon, there's a lot of books out there, like they got 0 reviews, 1 review, they've got, it hurts seeing that, and like things that they could actually do. I've not read the story to know if it's any good or not, but in giving the benefit of the doubt that it is a good story and somebody's gone through and done some editing to it, so it's not chock-a-block full of typos and poor grammar, then there's got to be some tools they can use that can get it so that people will know and they can build that audience. And if they start off with 0, then it's going to be 100% new.
Yeah.
But I'm looking on Amazon right now, and I get Kindles. I get the Kindle Unlimited, so I see all these Twin Souls series, the Steamwalker, the Magpie's War. I get those all. The Kindle edition, I get them all at 0 because I'm Prime member, and so I get all that. But otherwise, just $7.99 to buy, $9.99 to buy. So how does that work then in terms of yourself making money on your books?
Are you talking about how do we split this or what happened?
Yeah.
Okay, so a couple things. With Amazon, you can set your royalty rates. Typically, people go for the ebooks with the 70% royalty rate, and Amazon will charge you for a certain amount for downloading the actual bytes to somebody's Kindle. And they take their profit off the top, so you get your profit after that. But you roughly, if I say I'm selling a book for $8, that means I'm making $5.60. That's coming to me. That's actually it's $7.99 by 0.7, so it's a little bit less than that. But for a ballpark number, you're looking at maybe $5 a piece.
Right.
Now, because we are a group of writers, we split that 3 ways. But even so, it gives you an idea. I mean, and then you get the huge arguments. If I lower the price, now with the Twin Soul books, they're small, they're novelettes basically and novellas.
Right.
So because of that, we priced them down. We spent some time experimenting, and we found that the $2.99 price point for those books is working really well. For the Magpie's War, we have it.
Yeah, but it's at $7.99. Yeah, it's at
$7.99. And we're looking at that. One of the things you can do is you can do Amazon has this cool thing called a countdown deal. So you can sit there and send out to everybody and publish online and say, hey, for so many days, this book is going to be 99 cents. And, you can get sales boosted that way. Obviously, while you're selling it for 99 cents, you ain't making that much money. But the idea is, again, people who have never seen your books might be more inclined to try.
Right.
And this is something I'm still learning because with a Kindle book, you can always download a sample. So why you wouldn't download a sample of something that's got you a little bit intrigued and just read that instead of saying, well, I'm only going to buy it if it's 99 cents. And there's stuff on Amazon that's permanently free. I don't know. I know some people swear by this notion of giving your first book away for free. And then people will pick up your series and go on. It's an experiment I haven't tried yet.
So what's the system you got now? You say you've got this other thing that Amazon does now?
Which one? You mean Amazon ads?
The sample?
Oh yeah. Every time you go to Amazon, if you look at a book, I mean this has always been there. If you go look at an ebook, well, for that matter, with a book. With a book, you can get a look inside. If you go to an ebook, you get a look inside.
Oh, the look inside covers that.
Well, look inside. Yeah, that's part of it. But also, there's send a free sample. Right now, the way Amazon's got it set up, if you look to the right side of an Amazon listing for a book, you'll see Kindle Unlimited, you'll see buy now with one click, you'll see buy for others, and then underneath that, there's a little box that says send a free sample and where to deliver it to. So you can get a free sample of a book sent to you. You like it, you can go ahead and buy it. You don't like it, you don't have to buy it. And I think that's a really good thing. Amazon's had that for forever. But I think it's a really great way for people to say, okay, do I like this book or not? Again, if you're a Kindle Unlimited member, you get to kind of do the same thing.
Yeah.
You get to read the whole book if you like it, and you're paying for so many pages a month or whatever it is. So that can be really useful. The other thing that Amazon has is it has the ability to set up an account to do advertising. And that's kind of like a whole world in its own right. Actually, if you look, I'm going to get myself an example book here to look at. If you look at selling books because of these marvelous people in 20 books to 50K, there's a lot of stuff they talk about how to do it. You know this, you've been in the business long enough, but the first thing in order to sell a book, ebook or otherwise, the first selling thing you've got is your cover.
Yeah.
So your cover should give people, they should tell them what genre it's in just by looking at it. In this case, I'm looking at a copy of the Jupiter game, and the Jupiter game has the planet Jupiter. It has some sort of spaceship that we can see in Jupiter, and it has somebody in a spacesuit in the foreground. So we know, just looking at this, that this is something to do with science fiction. straight off, and we can guess that the woman in this spacesuit is one of the characters in the story. And so, I mean, the purpose of a cover is to get you to pick up the book and then turn it over and look at the back at the ad copy on the back,
right?
The blurb. And you read that and you go, do I like this or not? And then maybe you look inside, or you say, if you're at a Comic-Con or something like that, you hold the book over to somebody and say, how much is this? And if it's too much, you say, oh, no, thanks. And if it's not, you say, yeah, I'll try it. And that's sort of those are techniques that as an independent author, you have to learn more. This is where the traditional publishers shine, in that they have whole departments dedicated to figuring out what sort of cover works for what sort of genre and what sort of stuff to put on the back cover or even the front cover to help the book sell. So this is a whole bunch, and it's a very different skill set from straight author, see Jane, see Jane run, that sort of stuff, actually writing a story. It's a different way. You have to think of things like taglines, something that just grabs somebody and they say, oh, what's going on here? What did I do? I had first contact. Aliens have reached out. That's in bold. Okay, so that's kind of the tagline. That for this book, that tells you what's going on. And then more, enough for you to either be able to make a choice as to whether you want to read this or not.
Right.
Now, the people in the 20 books to 50K, there's a whole bunch of different independents there. There are a lot of them who have looked at this whole side of the world, and they've published a lot of books, and they do workshops and classes on it. Dean Wesley Smith and Christine Cashman Rush, of course, who are also fellow judges, have done a whole bunch of workshops, both on improving your craft and working in the world of independent authors. So they've got some really amazing stuff out there, and I look at them. I'm sort of the opinion that if I read a book and I get for marketing or selling or any of that realm, and I get one good idea out of it, then it was worth all the time, because I don't believe I know everything.
Right.
And I'm still learning and still trying. I mean, I guess one of the other tricks would be to have a good set of guidelines for when I'm successful, and what does that look like? Is that when you're Jeff Bezos? Is that when you're, when you've bought your own mansion at Malibu? What is your success criteria? Is it you can just pay your bills? I don't know. Everybody's got different things. And there's more than one thing on the list. Some people may say, well, I want to win an Illustrators of the Future award. And other people may say, I want to win a Writers of the Future award. And still others may say, well, I want to be a #1 New York Times bestseller. By the way, if you want to become a #1 New York Times bestseller, independent is not the way to go. The New York Times does not really deal with independence too much. The best you can get a USA Today best-selling author, because USA Today actually looks at this stuff, but not our buddies in the New York Times, at least now.
Yes, yeah. All right, so then a lot of people listening to this, because this is the Writers and Illustrators of the Future podcast, are very much interested on, okay, I've got a story. What do I do? How to make it go? So this has been fascinating on, because you're able to play both sides of the coin here on as an author. So that makes you one of those rare perspectives to be able to interview and just to get
well, to be fair, this has been going on for a while. I'm kind of late to the game. We call ourselves hybrid authors. We're kind of like the Prius of the universe. But actually, Kevin Anderson and Rebecca Mesta are also hybrid authors. Dean and Chris are hybrid authors. There's a lot of hybrid authors wandering around out there. It's becoming more and more. This it's nice when you can have a major publisher who's publishing at least some of your stuff, but there are people who are making insanely good livings who have never been seen by a major publisher. There are also people who started off as hardcore independents and got picked up by major publishers. Andy Weir would be an example. An earlier example would be Christopher Paolini.
Yeah.
So the world is changing, and it's getting quite interesting how it changes. Now, there's another thing I should say about Amazon. This is a shameless plug. But if you go to Amazon and you look for Sky Dragons, 2 words, the last book that Mom and I co-authored together, you will see that it is listed as an editor's pick best science fiction and fantasy book.
Wow, congratulations.
Which is another, thank you. Yeah, I'm thrilled. It's another tag recognition that helps sell your books. The other thing is there are, Amazon does rankings. They do rankings in different categories. So if you're into fantasy adventure fiction, that may be one category. If you're looking at in the UK, the teen and young adult steampunk ebooks, you'll see that Winter Wyvern, the first of the Twin Soul books, is listed as number 5 right now, if you do it at this very instant. We've been pottering around there for a while. There's a different, in the US, it will actually have a slightly different ranking, obviously. In the US, where are we today? We're number 27 in teen and young adult steampunk ebooks. So obviously that's something else to think about. You may discover that you have a bigger audience in the UK than you do in the US. You may get more sales out of that, even though the nation itself has got a smaller population. So there's a lot of amazing room in this world of independence. And I really wouldn't have gotten into it. Well, I was kind of into it, but I really got into it a lot because of my exposure with the Winter Twins.
Yeah. So how did you actually connect up with them?
Writers of the Future. They were guest presenters at one of the 2016 events.
We had just met them at WonderCon. Kevin Anderson introduced us to them, and then the relationship blossomed immediately. And then we invited them to be guest speakers. So that's amazing.
Well, they have this amazing problem. They're both gorgeous. They're both small. They're like 5 foot, and they look very young. So everybody sees them. They go, "Oh, this is a drop dead gorgeous girl," and very few people spend the time to discover how amazingly intelligent they are. They're genius class.
Yeah.
So they have this marvelous thing where people will look at them because they're so gorgeous, and then make the mistake of thinking that that's all they can see. I got into a conversation with Britt about art. And she was showing me some of her art, and I showed her some of my art, and we both agreed that we should be doing more art. And that's actually where it all started. And then I discovered that they only lived half an hour from where I lived. I thought, "Ooh, writers group." And we got together and we hung out a lot. And somewhere along the line, they had the idea that it'd be really cool to collaborate with, the famous New York Times bestselling author Todd McCaffrey. And I got the idea that it'd be really cool to collaborate with these amazingly vibrant, smart young people. And with great trepidation one day, I said, "Hey, have you ever thought about collaborating?" And they were like, "Yes, thank you. That'd be so cool. We've been afraid to ask you." So that's kind of where we started. And then it's been really fun. One of the things is the twins have been writing together since before they could speak. They have a lot of really cool, amazing ideas. And they learn to separate their egos from the story. They're not saying, "Oh, this is my character, you can't do this to it," or "Oh, that's my character." They work together to try and build the best stories possible. It's a leave your egos at the door writing style. And I was very interested in doing the same thing. And since we'd all been writing, it was very easy for us to go ahead and just leave our egos at the door and work toward a good story. Brianna had some ideas she wanted to explore. One of which was she had this great starting line. She said it was, "Kreia was bored, and when she was bored, bad things always followed." And of course, that is the first line to Winter Wyvern. And she had some more ideas, some of which are still kind of in the backstory that we're not going to release until the story gets more developed. But there were a lot of things we wanted to look at. We wanted a world where there were gods that walked among men. We have a world where certain magical creatures require two souls to exist. One is the animal part, and the other is the human part. The winter wyvern is one of those. And that allowed us to tell this really cool story. And when we were done, we published it and we got it out there. And I thought, So the start of this story, we find out before the story actually starts that the first airship ever built, equipped with guns, has fired at a wyvern and a dragon, and Kreia discovers that the wyvern has been hit by the airship. But I wanted to tell the story from the airship point of view, and that's how we get Cloud Conqueror, the second book. And things just kind of went on from there. And we know easily that with these books, because they are shorter books, we can probably write for the next 20 years and not exhaust this magical world we've invented. And so we love that. And that was our first endeavor together. The other thing we did is we built this really amazing world and plot and science for our The Magpie's War, our full-length novel. And we spent 3-4 months in intense discussions, throwing out ideas and playing with stuff. And so instead of having a good idea, we had this marvelous weave of magical thinking and beauty and a whole bunch. You can't see my hands; they're way up high. But we had this. It's this amazing story, and we're totally in love with it. We know where it's going. We have at least the next 2 books outlined in our heads, and probably more. And we had so much fun writing that. So it's been a blast.
Yeah, I've been preparing for this interview where I read the first couple of the Twin Soul series, and I didn't know you wrote steampunk. So I was like, wow. So how did you end up in the steampunk?
Well, we wanted a magical world, but I wanted a magical world that was getting more technologically advanced, as it were. Not quite. So we have this world where we have flying airships, we have mages, we have wyverns and dragons, and a whole bunch of other creatures. And we were playing with it. It's a pure fantasy world.
Sure.
Which means it kind of breaks the whole steampunk idea. I mean, steampunk is more science fiction usually, and sort of steampunk. When I think of it, I think H.G. Wells and things written in that vein. And this isn't in that vein. This is an entirely different world for that. So we're in a very odd position, which makes it much harder to get people hooked onto our series. Once they're in, I think they're in for a long while. I got people asking me, when is book 21 coming out? And it's this amazing world, and we're only scratching the surface on it right now. But yeah, we're gonna see what we call technology coming up. We have steam engines, we have locomotives, we have steam airships. We're gonna see some more things coming along. But steampunk is actually based on magic. We have lifting spells to make our airship balloons lift the airships. We still have steam engine locomotives to make the propellers turn, but they were started off and built with magical thinking as well. So it's kind of this very odd world mixed together.
Wow. Okay. I thought it was being like, wow, okay, steampunk. It's not steampunk.
Not quite. It falls in steampunk, and the majority of the readers find it in steampunk, but it's sort of. Steampunk has become a broader field and almost should splinter. It's becoming harder for people. Because some people are looking for steampunk and they're expecting Jules Verne, with things like Around the World in 80 Days and 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. He had everything. He had submarines before there were submarines. He had airships before there were real airships, and he was the originator of a lot of stuff we consider steampunk. But then people came along and expanded steampunk. They said, well, so I'm just hang on, let me go see. Okay, so there's this series by a guy named Dan Willis called The Arcane. The series name is The Arcane Casebook Book. I'm up to book 6, We have a steampunkish world set in New York, in Manhattan, in the 1930s. World War I has happened, but there are sorcerers, there are alchemists, and there are rune rites. And these are the magic, and they do all sorts of fun stuff with that. So you've got this noir detective in a world where we have magic, and he's also a rune rite, so he writes magical spells that way. So does that fall into the regular steampunk world? No.
Right.
But it is listed in steampunk fiction. It's, so it's kind of like, it's also listed in paranormal and urban fantasy books. So that's one of the nice things that's happening now. We have such an explosion of talent, such an explosion of possibilities that we're splintering all over the place. Science fiction itself splintered. Really, I think the explosion of science fiction into different categories was probably in the 70s, I'd say, 70s to the 80s. Where we started moving more and more from science fiction in the 20s when it was E. Doc Smith and the Lensman and all. That was, okay, you got a spaceship, you're going to go someplace. And then all of a sudden you get people like Roger Zelazny writing Lord of Lights. You get you just get this huge proliferation of different things. You get Harry Harrison with the stainless steel rat. The world had changed, and now it's exploded even more partly because we have more people writing.
Yeah.
But it's cool. It makes it harder to find something you want to read, though.
Yes, that's absolutely very, very true. Now, we're down to about the last 5-6 minutes or so here. Now, your mom was a great fan of L. Ron Hubbard and remarked very favorably about several of his works, and also just how much she appreciated his having started the Writers of the Future contest back in 1983.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, do you have any particular favorite either story or essay? Because you're also with the Writers of the Future contest, and if so, why is that?
He wrote an incredible amount of stuff. I haven't gone through all of it. I got to say that for me, and I saw it only as the marvelous stage play, the Auto Magic Horse was just a ton of fun.
Yeah.
I really, really like that. That's probably my right now top of the list. Now we also did To the Stars, which was interesting, and some of his side dialogue in that is just amazing. He was talking about I'm going to misphrase it, but he was talking about basically the poor and the unwashed who are grumbling and threatening to overthrow things. And it's like, yeah, that's still the case today, and It was really well done. And of course, I read Typewriter in the Sky, which was just fun. But that's sort of where I am. You guys have those marvelous books that include his whole thing about how he was working out what he was going to write, how much money he was making. I mean, in the Great Depression, this guy was making a full living as a writer, and that's going some.
Yeah.
So that's impressive.
So okay, that's a good answer. Thank you for that. Now, in terms of being a judge for the Writers of the Future contest, what do you get? What for you is the most, I guess, the most value you see in the Writers of the Future contest?
Well, there's a couple of ways of looking at the world. For me, I like to say that it's all selfish and self-interest because I'm desperate for good books to read and good stories to read. And so the more I encourage people to enter the Writers of the Future and become story writers, the more stories I have to read. The reality is that, it's an amazing opportunity. It's the best opportunity as a new writer of science fiction or fantasy that you can find. You're being judged only on the quality of your work. Your name is removed before it's sent to the judges, so we don't know who you are. We're just looking at the words you put on the paper for the story you wanted to tell. And that's huge. And I'm glad that this is amazing. This is a classic example of, don't just return a favor, pay it on. And this is paying it on massively. We know that a lot of our current judges were past winners of the Writers of the Future, which to me is kind of, that says it all right there. Dr. Nnedi Okorafor, for example, would be one of our shining examples. This is something worth doing, and it's a great way to learn the craft. You write a story, you submit it once every 3 months, you keep on doing it until somebody sends you a lot of money and a plane ticket to Hollywood. What could go wrong?
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and especially right now with the way that the pandemic's hit, it's even made it harder for the arts to be to really accelerate within the arts because the schools aren't there to help you along, and
yeah,
it's definitely something but for either the writer or the artist contest. All right, so
hang on, I was going to add. The other thing that's out there that's at least to my way of thinking relatively new, it may have been there for a while and I just missed it, is the forums. There's a lot of some of the past winners are out there helping new people and offering critique, help, support, and everything in becoming a Writers of the Future winner and becoming an Illustrator of the Future winner. And so you have this beautiful community of people who are trying to make things better, and you get a lot of help there.
Exactly. That's the Writers of the Future Forum. That can be found at writersofthefuture.com. And just for people who don't know, writersofthefuture.com is pretty much a one-stop shop for all things Writers of the Future. You've got the forum, there's the podcast, there's a blog, there's the Writers of the Future online writing workshop. All these things are free. So we got something for everybody to help you along as a writer. And it doesn't mean you have to write science fiction or fantasy, because a lot of the tools for how to write a story are the same cross-genre. And a lot of our past winners for the contest have gone on to other genres that they're writing in. So anyway, so now Todd, for someone who's not familiar with your works, what would you recommend as a Todd McCaffrey primer?
Oh gosh, I'm one of these people who likes to write, as they say, broad. My mother was the same, really. Mom is known for the Dragon Riders of Pern, but she also wrote the Tower and the Hive series. She wrote The Ship Who Sang, which is a collection of shorts turned into a novel. She had a huge bunch of books. She also wrote the Freedom series, which is a ton of fun. So at some level, it's kind of like, well, what do you like to read? If you like an alternate history, which is young adult in nature, then you should look at the Steamwalker. If you're curious about first contact with aliens and you like a humorous slant, you should go look at the Jupiter Game. If you're interested in what the first artificial intelligence might be like and not an evil monster, I highly recommend L.A., which used to be called City of Angels, but unfortunately pretty much every book in existence has been called City of Angels once at a time. But L.A., the first AI, was the last book of mine that my mother read. And she said to me at the time when I said, well, what do you think? She says, I think you've got a blockbuster there. And I said, well, can I quote you on it? And she said, but I'm your mother. And so I have not, notice how I have very carefully quoted her on it without officially quoting her on it.
That's very
Sneaky.
good.
Yeah. So it's a big book because it's a big subject, but I'm still very proud of it. And it is the only one so far that has been made available as an audiobook because I am the voice for the audiobook. So there are those three. If you're interested in quick reads, they're a lot of fun. Go check out the Twin Soul series, starting with Winter Wyvern, or because we knew people would want to do this, there's an omnibus version of the first 5 books, Twin Soul series Omnibus 1.
Which is what I'm reading right now.
Oh, yeah, good.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's it's interesting because we took, basically we've taken a bunch of comic link things and slapped them together. But yeah, that's a lot of fun. We're looking at the at ways we can maybe make this more approachable. Because we started off talking about Kreia and her journey, and then we spent the next 2 books talking about Captain Ford and his journey, which is for some people probably what they call in the field an eyeball kick. So we're actually looking at producing a Kreia's journey, which is the first 4 or 5 books dealing with Kreia alone, or dealing with Kreia as a central character. But so we're having fun with this series. I would, check that one out. If you want a magical murder mystery set in the aftermath of World War I. And using the Magpie's rhyme, then you should check out the Magpie's War. We're pretty proud of that one too.
Well, that's great. So I've really enjoyed this conversation. It took a direction that I wasn't really planning on, but I'm really glad we went into on marketing. Really be able to how to market yourself as a writer going through the indie route. So this has been a really, really fun interview. I'm so glad that you took the time to help clear out some of the different points for the aspiring writers to be able to learn more about it.
Well, thank you very much. It's been an interesting learning experience.
Yes, no doubt. And thank you for listening. Subscribe to the Writers and Illustrators of the Future podcast wherever you get your podcasts. We've also been syndicated on the United Public Radio Network, where you can find these podcasts as well by just typing in Writers of the Future. Again, thank you very much, Todd.
You're welcome. Thank you.
On ABC's The Ultimate Surfer, 14 of the world's best surfers compete head-to-head on Kelly Slater's Perfect Wave. But what happened behind the scenes? Find out on the Ultimate Surfer Post Show podcast with Cassie Randolph and me, Joe Turpel. We've got episode recaps, breakdowns, and reality TV insights. Listen, download, and follow on Spotify, Apple, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
Appreciate it. And we continue on here. Did I ever send out that tweet? Yeah, I did. All right, good. Just to make sure. Joey Hayes, good to see you. Good morning to you over in the UK. Kurt Seltzer with a splash of lime. Nice to have you here. Hey, YJ, how you doing, buddy? Jose, nice to see you, my friend. The gorgeous Pam Mixie has arrived, everyone. We can officially start the show. Waylon, good to have you here. Bassmaster, good to see you, bud. The gorgeous and talented Kara McIver is here, everyone. She's in Saskatchewan. Give us a wave, Kara, so everybody in North America could see you. Sweet Donnie D, nice to have you back. And I said gorgeous Helena already, but there's another one. And 416, gorgeous Donna C, how are you two? The stunning Science Melinda from Australia. There's the gorgeous Cosmic Fleur. There she is, just sneaking on in, just like that. Kevin, what's going on? Ozzy, oi, oi to you. Uncle Dale in your Power Stash. Looking great tonight. The Power Stash in Austin, Texas. If you find Uncle Dale, rub it for 3 weeks of good luck. Julio, nice to have you here. Bob Berkins, nice to see you. My brother Eugene, thanks for coming on in. The gorgeous Tammy Finnegan. And we're going to have to call it right there after the Ronald Penton, because it is time. Get your horns up. Let's do it right now. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. Here we go. Troy Taylor is the author of more than 130 books on ghosts, hauntings, true crime, the unexplained, and the supernatural. Yes, he is also the founder of American Hauntings, Inc., which offers books, ghost tours, events, and weekend excursions. Born in Illinois and raised in the Midwest, Troy began his writing career in 1994. Over the years, he has created nearly a dozen different ghost tours and founded Haunted America Conference. Hopefully one day I could speak at that. Maybe if I just beg tonight. Because I like talking some ghosts every now and again. But you know what? This is only his second time on Spaced Out Radio. His website, AmericanHauntings.net. I highly suggest you check it on out. Troy Taylor, thank you so much, my friend. It's been a long time since we've chatted, but it's good to have you back here on Spaced Out Radio, man. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. I'm glad to be back. So when somebody from the show, a producer, got a hold of me and wanted me to come on in the middle of the night, I said, man, I'll only do it for Dave. So that's it. I'm nobody else. This is past my bedtime.
It's past mine every night, man. It's past mine every night. But it's good to have you back, man, because, I'm going to be honest with you. Since you were last on the show, I literally dropped the amount of paranormal stories that we and adventures we have on this because the paranormal always seems to be going through a constant state of change where you have a lot of credibility, you have a lot of people new coming in because of the television shows, and everybody's an expert now. Demonologists running rampant. You've been a paranormal investigator for 3 weeks, but no, you're going to be our demonologist. They don't know what the hell they're talking about, throwing around the word science every now and again. How have you been able to stay away from that crowd to have your own success?
By kind of staying to myself and doing my own thing, I guess. I know what you mean about that. I don't, and this is, we literally had this discussion because I remember you and I talking about this. We were talking about all kinds of equipment and stuff and how useless it was. I mean, this was the last time I was on, and really, my mind really hasn't changed much since then. I kind of still feel the same way. I don't see how, with the, most of the current crop of things that are going on, based, like you said, on whatever television show someone watched last week, people are always talking about how they're going to scientifically prove there are ghosts. No, that's never going to happen, ever. Science, for one thing, would never accept it. And B, in order to prove something scientifically, you've got to repeat it over and over and over again under controlled settings. Now, does that sound like the actual paranormal to you? No, there is no controlled setting. So, yeah, that's never going to happen. I think that's why I have always been such a proponent of the history of not only the history of ghost hunting, but as far as the history of different locations. If you're gonna try to come up with actual evidence of something, it's history that's going to do it. But it's just tough, and that's not something. History isn't something that plays well on a 1-hour television show. So that's never going to happen either. So I don't know, man. I'd like to say I've got some kind of big secret, but I really don't. I just kind of continue to embrace the same way I've been doing stuff since like 1994, writing about the history, writing about the events that have happened, writing about the people who have had the experiences. I think that's what, I don't know, it's what makes me happy, and it seems to appeal to the people who are normally out there buying my books. So I just keep doing what I'm doing.
For you, as you kind of stand on the outside looking in of this mess that we like to make fun of, the paranormal, there are some very good, talented, smart individuals in this field. It's easy to rap on everybody who is doing things wrong. It's easy to focus on the negative, but everybody wants to blame television for this. Television is the one that created everything's a demon. Television is the one that created everybody can be a ghost hunter, because there is no education in the field to expand horizons. There's no bachelor's degrees or even associate degrees or anything like that. But for you, do you blame television for the downfall of the paranormal, or do you think it's the people in general who are not taking that time to learn?
Well, you can say that television, sort of enhanced the issue, the problem, but it's been around longer than that. I mean, it's even before there were all these television shows, you had the same kind of thing. People would, in that point, they would, read a book and just decide that, oh, I know everything there is to know, and that would be the end of that. Television just made it worse. I mean, the whole demon thing, that's television embraced something that was already running around out there. and blaming demons for every ghost story and every haunting that takes place. You can trace that back, unfortunately, you can trace it back to people like the Warrens who were pushing demons, back in the early 80s and late 70s. They were already pushing that. And a lot of people, and it was weird because when I first got started, when the internet was born, was about the time I'd had some writing I'd done before that, but I really started to make more contact with people across the country rather than just around Illinois. And as I did, I began to find these people who were talking about demons all the time, and all of them seemed to be from New England. So I always had this thing in my head that, like, these people in New England are crazy. I don't know what's going on up there, but it's, but you'll find that it just depends on what part of the country you come from. So we can't blame it all on TV, but it has definitely made everything worse. People have, will watch something on television and then they immediately assume that to do an investigation, a thorough investigation of someplace only takes an hour. Even if it's a time lapse thing, in one night you're going to know if a place is haunted. No, it doesn't work that way. But it's hard for when people are getting excited about it. You don't want to just shut them down. For all we know, there may be somebody out there who saw an episode of a television show that they enjoyed and decided that they want to get into ghost hunting. And for all we know, that person may be the person who comes along with some kind of really great theory that really opens up some doors. Assuming they actually get out and do more research rather than just watching television. So no, I don't blame it all on TV. I just think it's made it worse. But when we do events and stuff, and we do the conference every year and that kind of thing, we don't do. Probably everybody at this point. Is there anybody in the field that hasn't been on at least a TV show? I think everybody's. Yeah, well, most people seem to have been on one or something. And usually it turns out to be a bad experience in some way. But but we don't really go and seek out people who are, oh, I've got a TV show. I don't have anything to say, anything really to talk about, but I did do a TV show. Well, I don't want to hear about your, the episodes of the shows that you filmed and that kind of thing. And not at a conference. We want it to be a speaker-based thing. So I tend to try to avoid that kind of thing as far as the big celebrity thing goes. It's just not really my thing. I'm old enough at this point to be like the parent of some of these people who claim to be experts in the field. I could be their dad. They've been around for such a short amount of time. But I don't know if that just makes me old or makes them too young, or I don't know. But yeah, TV is one of those things that people get all excited about. I don't really understand why, but they do. And I don't know. I said I can't blame it all, but I will say it's made it worse. How's that?
Well, let's talk about something positive here for a quick second. What actually drives you after almost 30 years of doing this to continue the paranormal? What do you love about this field?
Well, I really love all the history behind it. That's my big thing. That's what I dive into first. It's always the history, because without it, you don't have a good ghost story. Well, without it, you don't have a haunting at all. So you've got to have a good history. And I was telling you before we went on the air that during the pandemic, I wrote like 9 books because I didn't really have anything else to do. But the thing is, I would be doing it anyway, as long as I have the time. I've always got, like 10, 15 projects lined up. I'll never stop. So I think that I just really love the mystery of it all. I don't think that there's a lot of things we'll never solve. There are a lot of things. I have a list of things that I need to know the answer to when I die. I actually keep a list. I'm like, I don't want to make communication with anybody that's still here. Do I want to stay around as a ghost? Well, sure, absolutely. That'd be a blast, to mess with people. But I have a list of things that I'm going to need answers to. So I think that's probably one of the things that keeps me going, is that somewhere I'm always going to have a question about something, and so I want to research about it, and so I can write about it, because I really love what I do. I really do love it, whether it's, writing about true crime or writing about the paranormal. It's all about the history, and I think that's what keeps me excited about it. I do love it.
See, one of the things that absolutely interests me about the paranormal, Troy, is, like you said, it's the history. I don't care about Waverly Hills. I don't care about Alcatraz, or, how everybody has to head to Gettysburg every year to go find the soldiers still fighting the battle. What I love to hear, and if I had the money to put together a real good television show, I want to be traveling across North America in a motorhome filled with paranormal and UFO gear and whatever else we're looking for, and literally go to all of these small little towns that are buried in the hills, way off the path of the major highways, because all of those towns have their own little quirks. They have their own little ghost story from the Midwest, or up here for the Gold Rush Trail. And these stories are just sitting there begging to be told, and nobody's touching them because Waverly Hills, Gettysburg, and the rest.
Yeah. I don't. I've gotten most of that kind of stuff out of my system over the years. So a lot of the stuff that I write about now is a little more obscure, which that's the beauty of being able to do whatever, write about what you want, is you can just pick and choose your projects. I don't want to write about Alcatraz or Gettysburg or any of those places anymore. I've already done all that. I want to do something else. And I agree with you that every town has its ghost stories. There are so many obscure stories that people don't know that are just as fascinating as, the famous places, and a lot of times much more reliable. One of the books I wrote last summer was about a series of supernatural related axe murders that happened in Texas and Louisiana in the early 1900s. There'd never been another book written about it. I got it all from newspaper stories and archives. And it was probably one of the most fascinating stories that I've ever gotten a chance to dig into, because all of it had this, mystical kind of supernatural cause behind the murders. And it's been one of those things that, I have to explain it to people so that they'll buy the book, because they've never heard of it. Well, come on, that's the whole point here. Don't you want to hear about it? So yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, and that would be, not only would it be a great show, but it would also be a lot of fun just to get to do it.
Oh, and that's exactly the point, Troy. I think of my community that literally in 1988, there was a lady named Miriam Delicato, and we're coming up to the 31st anniversary or 33rd anniversary of this, where her and her friends were followed by a UFO for about 150 miles. And literally, just on the hill outside of my town, the car was pulled over by the UFO. The 3 other people in the car were put into a zombie-like state, and she was taken for 3 hours. And I look at, my community is only 1,800 people. Those are the stories that I want. Those are the stories that excites me. Or you have some bar that was, in a big shootout in some dust devil town in the middle of Arizona. Mm-hmm. Then the bar, maybe the bar building is gone, but the bar is still there with the bullet holes. The stories that could tell.
Yep.
That's what intrigues me.
Yeah.
How do we get there?
Yeah, I know. It's I wish there was more time in every day because there just isn't enough time in a day. I was working on stuff today. I looked down, it's like 2 PM. I'm like, what happened? How did I get here? I don't think I was abducted at any point. So I assume I've been sitting there at the desk, but I lost some time, and it happens far too often. And so I don't get as many projects done as I would like. And I can lose myself in an archive, in an online archive, and hours go by because I'm digging for some story about a guy who, jumped out of a window of a hotel, and, now this ghost haunts the place. Nobody's ever heard of the hotel. Nobody knows anything about the story, but I don't care because it's fascinating. It's so fascinating. I grew up in a town about the same size as yours, 1,700 people. As a matter of fact, a farm community out in the middle of nowhere in the middle of Illinois. And when I was a kid, and I was in high school, I was already collecting, ghost stories and things from around town. And I knew some folks that lived in this house that they claimed was haunted, and they tell me all kinds of stories. And, and I always just thought, wow, that's a cool story, and I thought, well, I'll probably never do anything with that. Then a few years ago, I was working on a book about farm murders and ghost stories attached to them. And I started digging through this newspaper archive about this guy who had murdered his wife with a straight razor, this farmer, and then had killed himself, had cut his own throat, and left his son alive. And turns out, not only was it in the town where my parents lived, where I had grown up, but it was my friend from high school's haunted house. And so it all just sort of gelled together, and I had no idea that there was a real story behind his story. But nobody in town knew that. It happened in like 1905. There wasn't anybody who knew anything about this murder-suicide that had taken place there. All we knew is that, Brad lived in a haunted house. That's all we knew. So, yeah, there are great stories out there. It's just a matter of digging for them. It really is.
Out of all the digging that you have ever done, what's your top 2 that you never knew existed? You found them and you're like, holy crap.
Wow. Well, one of them was a hotel. As I was kind of on that thing about the hotel, there's a hotel, and it's in Chicago, but it's not a famous place. I mean, most people outside of it have never heard of it. I only knew that it was haunted because I knew some guys who worked there at one time and were telling me ghost stories about this place. And I'd always heard it was haunted, and I'd heard a lot of, kind of BS stories about, well, maybe it's this, maybe it's Teddy Roosevelt who spoke there, or maybe it's, all these people that, all these supposedly famous people. So I was working on some stuff about hotels, and so I started digging through literally daily every mention I could find of this particular hotel in the newspapers for 100 years. And I found that there had not only had there been, about a dozen different murders there, there had been about 150 accidental deaths and about 75 suicides in a century in this hotel. Well, is it any wonder that it's so haunted? So it kind of got away from me because I had to write down every single one. I had to document every different one that was anywhere odd. I had to document it. And so, yeah, that was one of those kind of rabbit holes that I ended up getting.
Want to get a hot and perfect body fast? Just eat lots of bananas, but peels only. And always be sweating, but never look sweaty. That's disgusting.
Don't follow extreme routines. Do your own thing at Planet Fitness. Join now through September 16th for just $1 down and get back to a real routine with tons of equipment and free fitness training in our clean and spacious clubs. Join today for $1 down, $10 a month, and cancel anytime. Deal ends September 16th.
Join today for $1 down. Offer ends September 16th.
See club for details.
On ABC's The Ultimate Surfer, 14 of the world's best surfers compete head-to-head on Kelly Slater's Perfect Wave. But what happened behind the scenes? Find out on the Ultimate Surfer Post Show podcast with Cassie Randolph and me, Joe Turpel. We've got episode recaps, breakdowns, and reality TV insights. Listen, download, and follow on Spotify, Apple, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
Stuck in. beyond that, I'd have to say that it was in the late 90s, I moved to a little town on the Mississippi River. And at that point, there really hadn't been much documentation done about, any of the hauntings. Everybody talked about it being haunted and such. So I started to kind of research and collect some of the history about this place. And I guess probably what was the most interesting about it is there had always been this ghost story about this woman that people had seen that, smelled like a jasmine perfume, and that she was the ghost that haunted this staircase, but nobody knew why. They just kind of made up stories to kind of explain it over the years. And it turned out there had been a woman, even though no one had ever died on the staircase, there had been a woman who had committed suicide in one of the rooms there in the building, in the hotel. And there was a big scandal over it. She went unidentified for almost a week before her husband finally stepped forward and said, "Oh yeah, by the way, that's my wife." Needless to say, not a great marriage. But there was a backstory to this about her depression and her need to have children that she'd never been able to have, and all these kinds of things. And this was all, it was all interesting. It was fascinating, and it kind of made sense. Well, maybe she's the ghost, but there's no way to figure that out until I had the chance to meet a guy who came to the hotel because he was her nephew. And this was in 1965 when she died. And so he's quite a bit older. He was only 6 when she died. And he had come there because he knew that's where she had taken her own life, and he wanted to see the place for himself. So I gave him a little tour and took him up to the room where she had died, and it's still intact. And he was weeping, telling stories about, growing up, being a little kid, and her just being gone one day. And, he kept talking and how much he enjoyed her. He would stay at her house, after he got out of school, before his parents came home from work. And one of the things that he always disliked about, the only thing he disliked about staying with his aunt, was that whenever he'd go home, his mom would always make him take a bath because she couldn't stand the smell of his aunt's perfume, this really strong jasmine perfume that she always wore.
Troy, I'm going to get you to hold on right there because we are going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. When we come back with the amazing author, Troy Taylor, fantastic beard. I know you can't see that on radio, but just fantastic beard and hair combination. He is going to get into exorcisms. What is an exorcism? And the big one in St. Louis way back, the year my father was born in 1949. We'll be back with more Spaced Out Radio coming up right after this. Before we go any further, we got a birthday in our chat room tonight. The gorgeous Cosmic Floor has turned 30. 30th trip around the sun. Happy birthday, Cosmic Floor. We'll give you a few claps. I hope you have just an absolute wonderful evening, and thank you for allowing us to be a part of your birthday. So much love to you from all of us at Spaced Out Radio. There we go. Got that out. I always like to do little things like that. That makes me feel good. It's her birthday, and she's here. Yay. Michael Huntington is listening in. Big fan.
I know Michael. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Very good guy. Yeah, let's see here. What else do we got? Anything else exciting happening? Let's see here. Well, hey, it's good when you got a Chad Smith birthday wish good. That's right. Yeah, Kurt Seltzer says it good here, Troy. With a big beard comes big responsibility. Black Rabbit, how you doing, man? Good to have you here. Oh, man, this is good stuff. Good crowd tonight. Good crowd. I'm just pumped up for this show, man. Are you still getting tattoo work done?
Oh yeah, well, off and on, off and on. Not as much in the last year, obviously. So, things have slowed down a little bit, but
yeah. I got to try and get some more. They're addicting.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, that's yeah. Yeah. I always laugh when people go, "I like your tattoo." Well, I mean, I guess it's so much. It is just like one now. It's all connected, I suppose.
It's still
but,
plural. It's still plural. I'm going to move my mic here. I'm getting a little bit more feedback here, so I'm just trying to reposition my mic here so that way. I think. Okay.
Oh, somebody asked about my shirt. It's an Edgar Allan Poe shirt. I didn't know I would be on camera tonight, so it just says, "I do not suffer from insanity. I enjoy every minute of it."
That's
Edgar
a beautiful
Allan Poe.
one.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful one. All right, there's gorgeous Jessica McCreary. She has returned, people. Yes, she has returned. All right. Anybody else come on in? And no, we're good. We are good. Hmm. Nine books during the pandemic. Your fingers must be killing you.
Yeah, I'm used to it. I'm used to it.
I write for like 2 hours on a computer. My fingers are killing me.
Yeah. Well, I did. I think I came down with. I did come down with some. Well, I called it writer's elbow, but tennis elbow, for a while. But I don't know that it was from that. It probably was, but it doesn't matter. I'm not going to stop anyway, so I just kept doing it. So.
How do you not get writer's block?
Writer's block?
Yeah.
I don't know. Never had it.
Oh, you're lucky.
I don't know. I just, it's just one of those kind of. I just don't ever. I don't know. It's just not something that has ever really bothered me.
You're lucky.
I mean, I've got days that are harder to start than others, maybe, but not. Once I get going, I'm fine. But no, it's just not really. I've just got so many. I don't know. So many plans, so many ideas, so many projects I want to work on that I'm always afraid that I'll, for whatever reason, won't be able to write anymore, and I won't be able to finish them, and I have to finish them. I have to get them out. So,
I'm going to get you to hold on right there because I got to just say thank you to Cat Chaser for the awesome Super Chat and kicking things off tonight on the Super Chat. It's a great way to support what we do on this show. Thank you to all the veterans out there who are listening in. You always got a safe home here with us at Spaced Out Radio. And to all our regulars who are tuning on in, we absolutely love you. Here we go, the second half hour. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Really do appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We got a plethora of features for you. Our brand new site launched yesterday. Highly suggest you check it on out. Lots of cool features, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire, Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. We continue on tonight with author Troy Taylor. AmericanHaunting.net is his website, and we're talking ghosts, paranormal. And we're going to start off way back in St. Louis in 1949. There was an exorcism there. A lot of people, Troy, may not know what an exorcism is. Could you break it down for us?
Well, let's go with the Catholic Church definition of an exorcism, which is the removal of some sort of demonic entity from inside of someone's body that is causing them to behave in a way that is outside the norm. There is criteria that has to be reached before an exorcism can be actually gotten permission from the hierarchy of the church. A person who is believed to be possessed has to have spoken in a foreign language that they don't already know. They have to be there have to be movement of physical objects around them by paranormal means. There would have to have been knowledge of events, future events, or events outside of their normal range of knowledge that they would know something about. They would also have to have an aversion to holy objects. There's a list of things that fit the criteria of someone who is possessed. And if a priest does encounter someone that he believes is possessed, then permission has to be granted by the local bishop or archbishop for an exorcism to take place. And they're not like the movies. When an exorcism does occur, they can last anywhere from 3 days to 3 months, sometimes longer. Sometimes they go on for years. And there have been cases. Now, I'm saying all these things as if I absolutely believe everything about exorcisms or possession. I don't have any special knowledge of the reality of possessions or exorcisms. What I can tell you is that historically speaking, I can find in this particular case, at least with the St. Louis exorcism case, is that something did happen to this child, to his family, to the priests who were there, to the monks who attended to him. Something happened in this case. There's something. Now, whether or not it was actually a demon or whether there was some sort of other explanation, and there are lots of theories, most of which don't add up, but there are lots of theories out there. This is, as far as I can tell, one of the most legitimate cases, at least as far as witnesses go, as far as documentation goes. Normally, there isn't this kind of material on a exorcism, but the 1949 exorcism was a little different than anything that had happened in this country before. And so it was modern times. The only thing they didn't have that I wish they had been recordings of everything. But they did document the things that happened in what was going to be a how-to guide for future exorcists. But it didn't work out that way. They decided to keep everything a secret. And in fact, we wouldn't even know about this exorcism if it hadn't been for several coincidences that happened in the 1970s that actually got the information out there that we were able to learn about it.
So in this specific case back in 1949 in St. Louis, what happened there?
Well, it started actually in Maryland. It did not start in St. Louis. And before I get into this, let me preface this by saying that just last week, I was able to put out a new edition of a book that I wrote about this case. Originally came out in 2006. And at that time, everything about this case was still pretty mysterious. Not a lot of information had been released. at that time, while I knew the names of everyone who was involved, I had to get I gave a promise to the boy who was the center of this exorcism that I would not release his name as long as he was alive. So I didn't. He passed away in May of 2020. And so then when I did a new edition of the book, I'm able to use his name. So I will use it tonight. I've never used it in a live interview before. So this is the first time that I've actually ever spoken his name out loud live. But when I spoke to him in 2004, that was the condition that we had. And since he has since passed away, I don't feel that I have to keep that promise anymore, obviously. But the case itself started in Cottage City, Maryland. And the reason it ended up back in St. Louis is because that's where the family was originally from. The boy's mother, Edwin and Odell Hunkler, were natives of St. Louis. They had grown up there. They had family there. But he had moved to the Washington, D.C. area in electrical business was what he was in. On June 1st, 1935, they had a son named Ronald. So Ronald Edwin Hunkler was the boy's name. He went by the nickname of Ronnie and had a fairly normal childhood, other than he was probably what we would consider today a diagnosis today of probably like ADHD, something like that. He was loner, didn't have a lot of friends, was often picked on, and in turn would pick on younger children. But he also lived with a mother and a grandmother who just were super religious and just smothered him. But we don't have to get into every single detail in this case. What I should shoot for is that on January 15th in 1949, strange things began to happen in their house. There were banging sounds, there were scratching sounds, there were weird noises. Nobody knew what was going on at first. Edwin had contacted an exterminator with the idea that maybe it was rats or mice in the house. He couldn't find anything. He said, I don't know what's going on, but you don't have mice. But this continued, and it became more obvious that it was not, rodents under the floor. It was banging and it was knocking, and soon the bed was moving. When Ronnie would go to bed at night, he would get onto the bed. It would start to shake and vibrate, move across the floor. His mother and his grandmother began to believe that it was his aunt who was haunting him. Now, they came up with this idea after she died, which was about 11 days after all the strange things happened. So to me, it seems very unlikely it would be her ghost, since she wasn't even dead when everything started, but they were convinced it was. And that was one of those things that became a big part of the early part of the case. Eventually, this stuff kept going on and happening. And then at night, Ronnie would often go into these kind of trances where he'd start to yell and scream and make all kinds of noises and bark and growl, and he'd contort. Scratches started appearing on his body. He had to be taken out of school because one day he was sitting in class and the study desk that he was sitting at began shaking and vibrating and moving across the floor. And the teacher, of course, said, what are you doing? Stop doing that. And I'm not doing it. And it's actually just moving. So his parents took him out of school. He didn't go back until the following year. But as this stuff started to escalate, they contacted their Lutheran minister because they were still thinking that Ronnie was being haunted by his aunt who had died in St. Louis. They had been really close. It was his Aunt Matilda, or Tilly as she was known. And there have been all kinds of stories about how Aunt Tilly gave Ronnie a Ouija board. None of those stories are true. That's the thing. Not only did I dig in and do all the research on this stuff, I mean, not just newspapers and archives and not just the priest's diary, but I actually talked to the people who were there. I mean, I talked to family members. I talked to the last living priests. I talked to the last living witness who was an Alexian monk. I even talked to Ronnie, but he didn't really have anything to say. He always told me he could never remember the actual exorcism. So, but I still was able to kind of put some of this stuff together, and there was no Ouija board involved. That was a case of the movie and the book influencing our version of the stories, because in the movie, Reagan has a Ouija board, but in real life, there were no Ouija boards involved. So you can leave that part of it out. But anyway, as things went on, he contacted the Lutheran minister who, set up prayer circles and things. I mean, they don't, Lutheran ministers don't really deal with exorcisms or possession. I don't even think he was considering this idea, at least not at first. But he was there to witness some things happen, things moving around, things flying across the room. One night he invited Ronnie to stay at his house, thinking maybe if I get him out of his house, if this is all a hoax, then, I can prove it because he'll be at my house. So Ronnie is in a twin bed in the master bedroom, and as soon as he gets into bed starts to shake and bang against the wall. So the minister is still thinking, well, this could just be a hoax. He puts Ronnie in a chair on the other side of the room. Well, the chair starts to shake, and then it tips forward and dumps him out onto the floor. So one last thing, he decides he's going to just have Ronnie sleep on a pallet on the floor. So he lays down on some blankets, he gets on a pillow, he falls asleep. About 15 minutes after he falls asleep, Reverend Schultz, this Lutheran minister, looks over and he sees Ronnie sliding across the floor of the bedroom and slides all the way under the twin bed that he'd been sleeping on. Well, at that point, he knew that there was something to this, but again, he didn't think it had anything to do with ghosts or demons. He thought that it was a poltergeist case. So he contacted J.B. Rhine down at Duke University in North Carolina and to tell him about this case. And by the time that J.B. Rhine was able to come up to investigate for himself, the family had already left and gone to St. Louis. So he missed that case. But the story goes that the Lutheran minister told the family that since Lutherans don't know anything about exercise.
Want to get a hot and perfect body fast? Just eat lots of bananas, but peels only. And always be sweating, but never look sweaty. That's disgusting.
Don't follow extreme routines. Do your own thing at Planet Fitness. Join now through September 16th for just $1 down and get back to a real routine with tons of equipment and free fitness training in our clean and spacious clubs. Join today for $1 down, $10 a month, and cancel anytime. Deal ends September 16th.
Join today for $1 down. Offer ends September 16th.
See club for details.
On ABC's The Ultimate Surfer, 14 of the world's best surfers compete head-to-head on Kelly Slater's Perfect Wave. But what happened behind the scenes? Find out on the Ultimate Surfer Post Show podcast with Cassie Randolph and me, Joe Turpel. We've got episode recaps, breakdowns, and reality TV insights. Listen, download, and follow on Spotify, Apple, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
They should contact the Catholics because the Catholics know about these things. Now, I'm positive he never said that, but it's always a good line, so it's always fun to say. But they did contact the Catholic Church because, well, the Catholics know about exorcisms. There was a priest who was involved, Father Albert Hughes, and he never met with Ronnie. He just listened to the story over the telephone and gave the family some prayer candles with the idea that maybe that would help. Maybe they could, say some prayers and whatever was going on wouldn't hurt anything. Now, again, we get into the false part of the story about how Father Hughes tried to do an exorcism on Ronnie in Georgetown Hospital, and Ronnie slipped out of his restraints and slashed him with a bed spring and injured him so badly he was never able to lift his arm for the rest of his life, and he had a nervous breakdown. And none of that's true either. I know what Father Hughes was doing in 1949. I've actually seen the records at the church, that St. James Church in Mount Rainier, where he was the pastor. I've seen the records. I know he was doing baptisms and funerals and all kinds of weddings and everything during the time he supposedly was locked up in a mental hospital. So there are a lot of parts of the story that just don't add up. But on the other hand, there are some things that are a little tougher to explain, like how the family ended up in St. Louis. According to their version of events, what they told the Jesuits in St. Louis, that Odell, Ronnie's mom, was discussing with her husband out of Ronnie's earshot, nowhere nearby, that maybe they should try taking him to St. Louis, that maybe things would get better if they did. And then she hears a scream from the bedroom. goes running in where Ronnie's grandma and a couple of cousins were there. And on Ronnie's chest is the word Lewis that has been written, and it's bleeding. It had been written into his skin. And supposedly Ronnie never touched it. So they decided that seemed to be a sign, and they should go to St. Louis, which is how it became the St. Louis exorcism, because that's where the exorcism actually started. They managed to make it there, moved in with some relatives in a little town called Belnor, which is a suburb on the north side of St. Louis. And things just did not get better. They got much worse. Ronnie had an older cousin who attended St. Louis University. It's a Catholic university in St. Louis. And she went to her advisor, a man named Father Raymond Bishop, told him about what was going on, and that's how the Jesuits got involved. He went to the house to give Ronnie a blessing, saw things were completely out of control. There were things flying around. He's screaming, he's howling, he splashes holy water on Ronnie and it stops. The bed stops moving, all kinds of things. Finally, he gets another priest involved, Father William Bowdern, who is essentially, he's Father Marin from The Exorcist. I mean, that's who he's based on. And he's this kind of wise, priest who's seen a little bit of everything, and he becomes convinced that Ronnie is possessed. And they were able to get permission from the archbishop at the time to conduct an exorcism. But they had to keep it quiet. Not because the church was embarrassed, but because the church was in the middle of desegregating all of their churches and schools at the time. And the archbishop had recently said that anyone who went against this order of, allowing African Americans into the churches and schools, if anybody went against this, he would excommunicate them. And this became a huge deal. And so the last thing he wanted was word of an exorcism taking place in the archdiocese. So they were supposed to keep everything really quiet. And this exorcism went on for almost 6 weeks. During that time, Father Bowdern lost about 40 pounds from the stress, and the time was spent. They were conducting exorcism rituals every single night while doing their regular day jobs during the daytime. Father Bowdern was a pastor of a church. Father Bishop was a teacher, and they had an assistant named William Halloran, who was a seminary student at the time, and he had to attend to all of his normal things that he did during the day. So Walter Halloran outlived everyone else. I was able to interview him several times before he passed away in 2005, and he turned out to be a really great witness to a lot of the stuff. One of the first times he was ever at the house, and the reason he was recruited is because he was a big guy. He played football, he was a boxer, and because exorcisms can be so violent, they needed someone who could hold Ronnie down. And that's kind of where we get into this, you start to question the reality of a lot of it, and then you have to kind of step back and go, well, why in the world did it take oftentimes 4 or 5 grown men to hold down a skinny 13-year-old boy? They had to hold him down onto the bed and sometimes couldn't do it. Father Halloran, who later became a priest, Father Halloran often said that, they could barely hold on to him. He could fight. He once punched Father Bowdern Father Halloran in the nose and broke his nose. All kinds of very violent things that he did. And, there was the screaming and the howling and the using different voices and the thrashing and the fighting and the constant urination and the smells. And he said that Ronnie could get up onto the bed and could vomit, like spit vomit, 8-10 feet across the room and hit people in the face with his eyes closed. Now he's witnessing this. This is a guy who was there. So you can hear all the stories you want, but when you hear it from a guy who saw it, it takes on a new reality. And as I was getting back to the very first time he was ever there, he said that he was standing at the foot of the bed, and Father Bishop and Father Bowdern were on both sides of the bed. And he's knelt down because they're praying for Ronnie, and they're in the middle of the exorcism ritual. And the the bed that Ronnie is on is shaking so hard that the mattress starts lifting. He said it lifted several inches off the frame. And he looked over at Father Bishop, and Father Bishop just shook his head and go, "Don't worry about it, Walt. Just keep praying." And I'm thinking, okay, about that time, I'd probably run for the door. But so, which I guess gives you an idea of these guys were pretty brave, no matter what you want to believe this was. Well, like I said, the exorcism went on for weeks and weeks, and it eventually ended up at the Alexian Brothers Hospital, which was it was the first psychiatric hospital in St. Louis. They didn't use straitjackets or handcuffs, but they did have secure rooms where patients could be strapped to the beds, which is what they had to do with Ronnie. And that's where things really got out of control. I don't want to get too deep in the story. I know we're going to have to take a little bit of a break, but I do want to tell you that one of the witnesses there, one of the Alexian monks, I was able to interview 7 years ago in 2014. His name was Greg Holowinski. He was a monk. He'd been a monk his entire life. So here's a guy with no reason to lie. I mean, what would be the purpose? Especially because he has cancer and he knows that he doesn't have long to live. So his family had contacted me and said that Greg wanted to tell his story because he'd never told it before.
Wow.
So obviously I jetted on up to Milwaukee to get the story because I didn't want to miss this. And he was there. Again, he was one of the people that was there. He saw these things happen. He saw Ronnie reach out and grab a prayer book and have it disintegrate in his hands. He saw Ronnie grab the stole around Father Bowden's neck and watched it fall apart into threads. He had a glass pitcher fly across the room when no one else was in the room and shatter against the wall, narrowly missing his head. And the one thing that really got to me was that he said that he was there trying to hold Ronnie onto the bed one day during one of the exorcisms one evening, and he swore to me that Ronnie levitated 12 inches off the bed. He swore to me. He said to me, "Troy, the devil was in that room. You could feel it."
Wow.
I mean, I asked him 6 different ways, "Are you sure he was possessed?" And he said, "You'd have to be an idiot not to think this kid was possessed." So, you know, I mean, we could talk about all the causes and the theories when we come back. I don't want to, get in the middle of something and have to take off. But this is it's a fascinating story. It's just so. I mean, I've been digging in this story for like 25 years. I mean, obviously you can tell I'm a little jazzed about it because I haven't stopped talking for like 20 minutes straight. I don't think I've even taken a breath hardly, but. I have to leave out so much because I got to make this. I got to get this story in here so you can hear it. But it's one of those things that can keep you up at night, man. It really can when you start thinking about it hard enough.
No kidding. I mean, my goodness, man. I mean, I have so many questions for you regarding this case because, there's a lot of people as society becomes more agnostic and more leading towards their own spirituality rather than, any type of religion. We're not hearing a lot of these true cases of demonic possession anymore. I don't know why. Maybe they're dying off. Maybe they're congregating on the other side for a war. Who knows? But we're going to continue this conversation. Exorcism in St. Louis, 1949. One of the greatest storytellers of the paranormal is here, Troy Taylor. You can find him. AmericanHauntings.net is the website. He's got over 130 books, people, to add to your paranormal collection. And they're all damn good. Damn good. Troy Taylor continues the exorcism story when we return for hour 2 of Spaced Out Radio right after this. All right, dude, we're clear.
Okay, cool.
Dude, I think all of us were just like on the edge of our seats listening to
Well,
this.
yeah, it's one of those things where, I mean, if I start telling this story, it's the whole 2 hours. So I don't, I can't, I don't want to do that to you, but
Oh, you can. A story like
there's
this,
stuff
you
in
can.
there I want to get in there because it's just so weird, And I don't even know. I think that as far as demons go, I think that the Catholic Church and I have a different idea of what demons are. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that they can't exist. I just don't. I don't know that they're fallen angels and all this kind of stuff. I don't know. I really don't know. But I think there's something to this story. I really do. So I don't think it was made up, and I don't think it was a lie. So.
This is just incredible. It's funny because when I get the echo in my headphones, it sounds like I'm on a ghost box in the background. Do you have a light on that goes on behind you? Or is that a TV or something that's on?
I think it may be the TV.
It's just weird because all of a sudden the wall behind you will light up. And
Yeah. I think it changes scenes on the TV. I don't have any sound on, and it's just on. And when the scenes change, it flashes a little bit. So
right.
Yeah, I'm not used to doing this in my living room. I usually do this in my office, and I thought, I'm not going back to the office. I didn't know I was going to be on camera. I'll just stay here.
Oh, so. Hey, the hair looks great. The beard looks great. Everything's working for me, man. Hey, Rich Hilke, how are you? Just everybody in our chat rooms, just so you guys know, I want Troy to finish this story, and then what we'll do is after he's done the story, we'll take some questions. I don't want to interrupt him because I think like you guys are all like me right now. We're all kind of on the edge of the seats trying to just envelope ourselves in this story. So let's just hold off on the questions until Troy is completely done, and then we'll get to some questions from you guys because I know you guys already have questions for him. So I know you'll be cool with that. Jenny Met says, Troy, you look great.
Oh, well, thanks. Somebody asked about the radios, but I lost it somewhere. I don't do very well with the words moving on the side of my screen. That's like an old man. All the words moving over there on the screen. I saw somebody ask about radios. Yeah, there are a bunch of radios behind me. So I don't know who that was, but I've got this like a bar area in the back of the movie room, and it's lined up with old radios. So
well, here's
one of those things.
Here's an interesting comment. Beth says that her dad performed exorcisms in their house.
Yikes.
That's a story.
Yeah, no kidding.
Hi, Troy. How you doing, buddy? Wow, different Troy. This is Troy SR71. Yeah, wow. That's a book right there, Beth. Beth, you should, if you remember any of those, I'd like to bring you on to talk about them. Holy cow. Bigfoot Anon, how are you? Project Blue Book, good to see you, buddy. We've got about 2 minutes here, just over 2 minutes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Fantastic radio.
Well, apparently Gina Armstrong is listening on here somewhere, but I don't know if she's in the chat or not.
She isn't in the chat.
She's hearing us now.
Very cool. Hi, Gina. Let's see here. Yeah, Beth, we need to talk offline. I want to hear about these. Can you message me on Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram to send me a DM? That would be great.
I assume her father must have been a minister of some kind.
Yeah, I guess so.
Either that or a witch doctor, one or the other. Some kind of shaman, I don't know.
Hi, Paula on Twitch. How you doing? I like it when people pop into the chat room because then I can see where they
Yeah.
are. We got about 1 minute. Yeah, her dad was a pastor.
Oh, okay.
Fab. Unfortunately, Lynn did not break off her engagement yet. I'm sorry, buddy. No, those aren't spirit boxes, Paula. We're getting some weird echo happening where my voice is coming through on Troy's end.
You want me to try to turn it down some more, Dave?
No, we're good, man.
Sure? Okay.
Yeah, we're good. All right, big thank you to Cat Chaser for the awesome super chat. It's a great way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. Thank you to all the veterans who are tuned on in. We absolutely love you, and you always got a good home here at Spaced Out Radio. And all our regulars on Twitch and YouTube, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We love you. Here comes hour number 2 right now.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Here we go with hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Want to say hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Umbratilus. Umbratilus is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. We continue on tonight with an incredibly exciting true story of an exorcism back in 1949 in St. Louis. Telling us the story tonight is paranormal author Troy Taylor. And Troy, what a storyteller you are. His website, AmericanHauntings.net, if you want to check it on out. Troy, right before the break, you were talking about this young gentleman named Ronnie, a young 13-year-old who was possessed, allegedly, by demons, and the priests, both the Catholic priests, other priests, monks, all trying to figure out how to get this possession out of him. I mean, this is just incredible, my friend.
Well, it's one of those stories that, like I said, it has, haunted me, that's too easy, but it has. For about 25 years or so. I've been digging into it ever since then. I think I first got interested when I found out that, I'd always heard that The Exorcist, I'm a horror film buff. For those of you you can see the posters behind me who are watching this online. I'm a horror movie buff, and so The Exorcist was always one of my favorite films, even as a kid. And then I found out that it was based on a true story, and that the true story came from St. Louis, which was awfully close to home. So I started digging into it and found out that the true story was just as frightening as the fictional film. In fact, even more so, because not only was it true, but that in the movie at least there's an explanation as to why this girl gets possessed, but in real life we don't know why this boy ended up being possessed. We really don't. We just know that it went on for about 6 weeks, and it wasn't until around Easter of 1949 that things really started to sort of shake loose. The priests involved knew that whatever was going on was going to get worse before it got better, and it did. In fact, just before Easter, Ronnie then began, not just in the daytime, or not just at night, but even in the daytime, began to act very much unlike his normal self. with the fighting and the screaming.
Want to get a hot and perfect body fast? Just eat lots of bananas, but peels only. And always be sweating, but never look sweaty. That's disgusting.
Don't follow extreme routines. Do your own thing at Planet Fitness. Join now through September 16th for just $1 down and get back to a real routine with tons of equipment and free fitness training in our clean and spacious clubs. Join today for $1 down, $10 a month, and cancel anytime. Deal ends September 16th.
Join today for $1 down. Offer ends September 16th.
See Club for details.
On ABC's The Ultimate Surfer, 14 of the world's best surfers compete head-to-head on Kelly Slater's Perfect Wave. But what happened behind the scenes? Find out on the Ultimate Surfer Post Show podcast with Cassie Randolph and me, Joe Turpel. We've got episode recaps, breakdowns, and reality TV insights. Listen, download, and follow on Spotify, Apple, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
And the howling and the cursing and the using different voices and the urination and all the stuff that was going on, was just unlike this, polite kid that, people knew during the daytime. Well, now even in the daytime, he attacked 3 of the Alexian monks. He had attacked Father Bowdern, physically attacked him, and all kinds of things were happening. And they knew that they were going to have to bring this thing to an end. And eventually it did end. According to Ronnie, he had a vision of, he said that it was St. Michael, or at least an angel with a flaming sword, that drove this creature into a cave that he locked the door behind. And that's the vision he claimed to have had. And he sat up after that and said, he's gone. And that literally was the end of the possession, if it was a possession. And that's where we get into an area that there's a lot of debate over, because a lot of people think, a lot of people have explanations for this, because it is, don't get me wrong, it's hard to believe. I mean, the stuff that I've even and I'm not even getting into the details. I'm just getting into an overview of the story, and even that's hard to believe. And I understand that. And I do know that there's a way that you question this stuff. It's not that hard to question it, especially some of the early stuff when you find out, as I did with the research, that some of it wasn't true. Some of the more dramatic things that happened in Maryland didn't actually happen. The stuff that happened in St. Louis, at least I have eyewitness accounts of, and it does make it easier to believe, but even so, there are those who say that this was all just some sort of practical joke, but honestly, for a 13-year-old kid to play a joke that would go on for 6 weeks, where he would be subjected to an exorcism every single night, at some point you're going to go, okay, I give up. This isn't real. And that never happened. I mean, instead things just progressively got worse. I mean, there are people they blamed it on, the religious mania of his mother and his aunt and even the priests involved. All kinds of things. People say, and probably the number one thing I get from people is, well, it was just a mental illness. He obviously had, some sort of childhood schizophrenia or, multiple personality disorder or whatever, and that's a common explanation that I get from people. But, I've looked into that too. And I've talked to a number of different psychiatrists and psychologists and try to explain all of this to them. And all of them have said, okay, I can see where this or this could be, diagnosed as this, but there's no one diagnosis that would explain everything that happened in this case. But let's say there was, okay? Let's say that there is one diagnosis that would explain everything. How do we explain the fact that when the exorcism was over, Ronnie was miraculously cured of whatever this mental illness was? Because he didn't have it at any other time in his life. Once this was over, he went on to lead a normal life. In fact, his life was much more normal and much more straightforward than it had ever been as a kid. He'd had a troubled childhood. He didn't have a troubled teenage year. He grew up, he went to college. He mastered in engineering and psychology. He went to work for NASA. He holds a patent on the foam that they put on rockets when they come back into the atmosphere, they don't burn up. That's the Exorcist kid. Patented that. Got married, had kids, had grandkids, passed away last spring after retiring in the year 2000. And this guy went on to lead an absolutely normal life. So how do we explain, if that was a mental illness, what cured it? So that's as baffling as an exorcism would be, or possession or demons or whatever. So I don't have an easy explanation for what happened, but something did. Because this family would not have picked up and moved halfway across the country. Didn't matter, they were from St. Louis. They lived and worked in D.C. So this guy, Edwin, jeopardizes his job. They jeopardize their home, everything, to move halfway across the country, hoping that moving there or going back to St. Louis would help them. Well, it didn't. Well, eventually it did, but not right away. I mean, it made things worse in the beginning. So, obviously something happened here. What it was, I can't for a fact tell you it was a possession. I can't tell you it was paranormal, but it was something. And if I had to guess, I mean, after, believe me, I went through all the stages of grief with this story, I guess. With me not accepting it, not believing it, being angry about it being a practical joke or a hoax, and then went on and looked at all kinds of different things. And believe me, my opinion changed several times, and it always changed to the more mysterious, the more people that I spoke with who were actually there. And when I spoke with Brother Greg in 2014 before he passed away, I got to tell you, I left that visit with him, my interview with him, I left there really kind of shaken up because I thought I had answers. And instead, I'm talking to a guy who witnessed the worst of the stuff. And he witnessed it without any doubt in his mind that Ronnie was possessed. Now, I mean, even Father Halloran would say, well, I can't tell you for a fact that I know he was possessed. I'm not qualified, but Father Bowdern believed he was. Father Halloran would actually said to me one time, he said, I don't know for a fact he was possessed, but there was this one time that I saw the bed levitate about 8 inches off the floor. And I'm thinking, what? And that doesn't convince you of anything, So I don't know, man. I think there's something to this story. I really, really do. So, and you've got questions. Ask me your questions.
I do. Did Ronnie ever have any recall of what happened, or was he just completely out of his body?
No. When I spoke to him, that was one of the first things I asked him. What do you remember about what happened? And his answer was that he felt like that it was someone else's life. The only thing he remembered, he remembered going to St. Louis, he remembered being around his family, but didn't remember anything about the actual exorcism. He remembered being taught the catechism and things like that, because they believed that, having this information would help him in his spiritual battle as far as becoming a Catholic. And he was eventually baptized into the church. But he remembered some of those things, but he didn't remember the actual exorcism. And he said that, it seemed like to him, the reason it seemed like someone else's life is because all of the memories that he had weren't his, they were other people's. His family who told him about things, but that's all he knew. He didn't remember any of it himself.
So he had no recall whatsoever on how he picked up this spirit or whatever it was.
No, none at all. And that's the thing about the stuff in Maryland, became part of the record secondhand. It was all told by, Ronnie's mother and grandmother to the priests. And they wrote it down in the Exorcist diary. Everything else was firsthand. So some of that is fairly confusing. And I think that might have been part of the problem where when it ended, the church did an investigation of it. The Archbishop had a Jesuit professor at St. Louis University investigate the case, and he believed it was inconclusive. Not because of what was seen, because there were 48 people who signed a record stating they had seen a possession and they had seen paranormal activity. 48, that's a lot of people. And but he decided it was inconclusive because they couldn't really figure out how it all started. And so they decided to keep it a secret. Ronnie's name was never used. They wanted to protect his identity. They filed it all away. They took all of the copies that Father Bishop had made of his diary and they filed them away. In fact, we would have never have seen any of them if there hadn't been a couple of people who passed them around, and if not for the fact that the head of the Alexian Brothers Hospital, Brother Cornelius, locked a copy of the exorcist diary in the room where the exorcism had taken place. He put it in a drawer in the room, they locked the door, and they never used it because the Alexians truly believed it was a real possession, that it was genuine, that it was authentic, and they did not allow that room to be used. Well, in 1978, they were tearing down the hospital and rebuilding it. There's a new one, and they were tearing down the pieces. And workmen found that diary and gave it to their boss. That's how it originally got out. It was a coincidence. We probably would not be talking about it. And that sounds like an urban legend that somebody found the Ark of the Covenant or something. But it really did happen that way. And it was just one of those fluky things that it got out there and people started to hear the details about it. I mean, now you could get it. I mean, I've got a copy. I've had one for years, and you could get a copy of it now. But at one time, it was, not available to the public. So there was no other record except for this diary that Father Bishop had kept during the entire exorcism.
My goodness.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised that they labeled it as inconclusive.
I think that it had something to do with, I think there was a combination of things. Part of it, I think, was that they couldn't figure out how it started. And the other thing is that, again, this is not information this is not something they wanted out there. In the middle of everything they had going on and all the politics that was happening in St. Louis at the time, Archbishop Ritter would have really been on the hot seat if his enemies, and he had a lot of them, because we're talking about 1949 here. This is 6 years before Brown versus Board of Education, where we start, trying to integrate things. He was way ahead of his time. And so him doing this in a city like St. Louis, which was highly segregated, and always had been, because Missouri is pretty much a Confederate state, even though St. Louis wasn't part of the, it was still in the Union during the war. The rest of the state wasn't, but it was still a volatile area at a volatile time. And I just don't think they wanted that out there. I mean, it looked like something out of the Middle Ages to most people. I mean, those people who had even heard of exorcisms at the time, because that's not something most people talked about in the 1940s, which would have made it even weirder. Now you could probably put something like that out. People wouldn't think that much about it. They might laugh. There'd always be the skeptics. But, but at the time in 1949, I mean, these guys, when Father Bishop and Father Bowdern were given responsibility for doing this exorcism, neither one of them knew anything about exorcisms. Nothing. They'd been taught nothing. They knew nothing. They had to do a crash course. But the Archbishop couldn't bring anybody else in because they wanted to keep everything so secret. So putting these two guys in charge, I mean, yes, it did work out okay, but it was really a risk, because if you believe everything that the church doctrine talks about when it comes to exorcisms, they can be extremely dangerous, not just to the victim who's possessed, but to the exorcists themselves. So, I mean, if you believe all those things, and you put two guys in charge who've never done it before, technically you're endangering those guys' lives. there's a lot of sloppy stuff that went on with this. I mean,
Right.
in my opinion, that at that point in the possession, in the alleged possession, Ronnie had not filled the criteria for an exorcism. At this point, he had not spoken in a foreign language. That came later. He had not predicted any kind of future events or spoke of anything that, he shouldn't know. In fact, we don't know if he ever did, because some of the things that he said during the exorcism were so vile that Father Bishop refused to record them in the diary. So we don't know everything that was said. I have a general idea from Father Halloran, but I mean, come on, I'm not going to question a priest about, and tell me about exactly what he said about masturbation. I'm not going to do that. So, come on. So I don't know all of it either, but there's a lot of stuff there that, we may never know that is part of that record. So, again, there's so much that I wish I could tell you that I knew that I don't know. But on the other hand, I feel like I know a lot. Probably more than I need to for a good night's sleep sometimes.
Did this spirit or entity ever give up its name?
Yes. Eventually it did. It said that it was known by the name of Spite. Now, that's what it passed on in a message to Father. There was a lengthy couple of hours one night when the exorcism was still going on at Ronnie's aunt and uncle's house, Leonard and Doris Hunkler in Belnor. And there was a night where he was passing on, he was saying things, and his cousin Janice, who was older than he was, she was in college, was writing down everything that he was saying. Now, she couldn't get everything, but there is a transcript of some of these things. And he was talking about, he would be there for 10 days. He would go away for 4 and would return. And that its name was Spite. That's what it said. Now, Ronnie, who was, as far as we know, in a trance at the time this happened and was, unaware of what was going on. At the end of the exorcism, when he was describing the angel with the flaming sword that had driven the creature into the cave, he told the priests at the time that when this creature was locked inside the cave, that there was a sign above the door that read Spite. Now, theoretically, he would not have known this, ahead of time. So, I mean, you kind of have to leave that up to you to decide what you think about that. I can't guarantee that that's, legit. But on the other hand, that was the name that it gave to the exorcists.
Very strange.
Very strange. Well, it also claimed to be the devil a few times too, and we know that's, actual devil. So,
but spite, isn't that one of the 7 deadly sins?
Is it?
I believe so.
I don't know, man. I'd have to count them all. Is it?
I think
I'm
so.
not sure, to be honest with you.
I'm looking it up right now.
Okay, great.
All right, so we have pride, greed, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, and sloth. Sorry, so
okay.
It is not.
It is not. But is that the same meaning as one of the other ones though? Spite, wouldn't that be hatred or
greed
or envy, something?
probably.
I don't know.
Envy probably.
Well, regardless, that's the name it gave. And like I said though, it also claimed to be the devil a couple of times, which is pretty much like somebody who's in a sanatorium claiming they're Napoleon. But on the other hand, maybe it was talking more metaphorically. I don't know. I don't know. I know what was said. I know what was written. That's what I know.
Wow. I mean, this is just... I mean, the fact that the guy came back, because we got about 45 seconds left, came back to live just a prominent life of education and prominence within NASA and being able to take care of his generations with that patent. I mean, that's just incredible.
I know. Yeah, it's and again, if he was crazy or if he had some sort of illness, what happened to it? What happened to it? It just disappeared. So
no kidding. Troy, I'm going to get you to hold on right there because we are going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. When we come back from the break, we'll take your paranormal questions. And, of course, we will also get into some more haunted tales with Troy Taylor from AmericanHauntings.net. Troy has over 130 books out on paranormal, supernatural, true crime. This man is an encyclopedia of the strange and weird, and we love him for it. We'll be back with more with Troy Taylor on Spaced Out Radio coming up right after this. Troy, I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back, okay?
yeah, I will do the same.
We're adding to the entertainment online.
Be right back. All right, I'm back. Do 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 do. That was an awesome story. You guys have to admit that was an awesome story. So stellar, my friend. So stellar.
Oh, good. Good.
Oh. Hi, Ozzy Steve and Mr. Cowley.
Want to get a hot and perfect body fast? Just eat lots of bananas, but peels only. And always be sweating, but never look sweaty. That's disgusting.
Don't follow extreme routines. Do your own thing at Planet Fitness. Join now through September 16th for just $1 down and get back to a real routine with tons of equipment and free fitness training in our clean and spacious clubs. Join today for $1 down, $10 a month, and cancel anytime. Deal ends September 16th.
Join today for $1 down. Offer ends September 16th.
See club for details.
On ABC's The Ultimate Surfer, 14 of the world's best surfers compete head-to-head on Kelly Slater's Perfect Wave. But what happened behind the scenes? Find out on the Ultimate Surfer Post Show podcast with Cassie Randolph and me, Joe Turpel. We've got episode recaps, breakdowns, and reality TV insights. Listen, download, and follow on Spotify, Apple, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
Dun, dun, dun. Welcome back to the show. Oh, Mr. Cowley loves his spaced out radio. That's all I got. That's all I've created. All right. Who else? Ivy Smith has joined us, everyone. Yes, Norm MacDonald, good comedian, good Canadian kid, passing away today at the age of 61 due to cancer. 9-year battle with cancer. That sucks. He was funny.
Yeah.
Funny.
It'll always be Turd Ferguson to me.
Yep. You know, my favorite role of his was Adam Sandler's dipshit friend on Billy Madison.
Yeah, we were laughing. I was watching all of his Saturday Night Live Burt Reynolds things today. It popped up, so it was really funny.
Hey, Glenn John McEnroe, the pride of Wimbledon. How are you? Mm-hmm. You have a podcast too, don't you?
Yeah.
What's it called?
American Hauntings Podcast.
Yeah, very cool.
We're at the end of our 5th season now, so
nice.
Yeah, it's fun.
Where can people find it?
Just anywhere, literally anywhere. iTunes, Pandora, Spotify, Stitcher, all that stuff.
Yeah,
it's all over the place.
Sweet, man. Sweet. Who showed up here? Devil Wolf, how you doing? Welcome. We've got about just over 90 seconds. Jeff Elder in the other chat room and Spreaker, how you doing, buddy? Is Bill WD-40 still with us? It's good stuff, man. Good stuff. Young Jazz, it's your bedtime. Mom's going to come in your room and give you a spanking. All right, we got about 1 minute. Always sing Mr. Cowley if he comes in late. Always. Film a lot. How you doing? Welcome to the program in our chat room, man. Big thank you to Noble Patrick and Cat Chaser for the awesome super chats. Really do appreciate the love and support you guys give us on a nightly basis on this show. A super chat is a great way to support what we do. Thank you to all the veterans tuning in tonight. Really appreciate it. And, of course, to all our regulars in the chat rooms, YouTube, Twitch, and on Spreaker. We really do appreciate you guys. Here we go, everyone. The second half of the show starting right now, so stay tuned. Second half of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears. Reminder to all of you that if you miss portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. We continue on tonight talking paranormal. Author Troy Taylor is with us. He has over 130 books on the subject of ghosts, ghouls, goblins, and every cranky spirit in between. His website, AmericanHauntings.net. If you want to check it on out. Troy, welcome back, man.
Hey, thanks.
Tell everybody about your podcast.
Oh yeah, well actually it wasn't my idea. it's the American Hauntings podcast, and this guy comes up to me one day and says, "Hey, I wonder if you'd be interested in doing a podcast." And I said no. Immediately said no. And but he talked me into it, and he's now like one of my best friends. But we're also 5 seasons in, so we have a good time with it. It's a lot of fun. We usually, what we do is we pick a topic for each season. Like our very first season was about Alton, Illinois, because that's the town where he grew up, and so he wanted to do something with it. And then we did St. Louis. Then we did a season on the Villisca axe murders and all the other murders connected to them. And we did a whole season on New Orleans, and then now we are finishing up a season on Hollywood ghost stories. So it's been a lot of fun, and we're having a good time with it. So I think people, if you like this kind of stuff, I think you'd like the podcast. So.
Right on, man. Well, you're one of the top guys out there, and that's why we love having you here as well. I want to continue down the paranormal road with you, and I say that no pun intended, because you have a series of books on hauntings along Route 66.
Yeah.
How did you do that, man?
Yeah, it's I put that together, and I'm actually I'm 3 books in out of 5, so I still have 2 to go. So I still need a couple more. I still have to finish a couple more of them, but I always had a thing about Route 66. I mean, I grew up in Illinois, a spit's throw away from Route 66 through the state. So I mean, this is where it started, was in Chicago, and so I just always had a fascination with it. I like the era. I like road trips. I like it. So, I mean, I've driven as much as Route 66 as I can. Years ago, I did the trip, and I've done it quite a bit of time in between, jumping on for a while. And it just seemed like a fun series to do, a series of books. I mean, you couldn't put it all in one book, not if you want to cover every weird story, because it's true crime, and it's just oddball stuff and vanishing hitchhikers and ghost stories and a little bit of everything. So, yeah, it's fun.
Well, I want to ask you, because, I'm Canadian, and a lot of our listeners are around the world, and even some Americans may not understand the full history of Route 66. Could you give us a little bit of a story about this highway, why it's so
weird? I have a lot of friends out east that'll go, what's the deal? What? they don't get it. Route 66 wasn't the first national highway, but it was really the first one for automobiles. And so when they put that together, it ran from Chicago all the way to LA. And they took a lot of small highways and put them all together and turned them into one big route. And it just sort of became, I mean, this is in the mid-1920s, when they were really getting this up and running. And automobiles were just becoming a thing. And by the 1930s, everybody had a car. So, people were going on road trips, and this was an easy way, especially for people like in the Dust Bowl areas and stuff, to get to California in the 30s during the Depression and things. And it just sort of became this iconic highway. I mean, we get people who will come to this country just to travel Route 66. I mean, they come through all the time. Through the area, and they will, they'll come through in buses and all kinds of stuff, because it's just this fascination that with the idea, with the nostalgia of it. And it's not for everybody. It's one of those car culture kind of things, I guess. But it is pretty cool. And I know that it is lost on people who don't live along Route 66 or have any kind of connection to it. But yeah, I get that a lot from people out east, and I didn't even think about friends in Canada. It's really lost on you guys.
Oh yeah. Like we hear about it, we know about it.
Yeah.
But I mean, outside of Bobby Mackey's, we don't know a damn thing about the ghosts along there. Tell us about some of these missing hitchhiker stories.
Yeah. Well, there's, I mean, it starts in Chicago, and Route 66 passes by like the most famous area of where Resurrection Mary haunts. I mean, it goes right by. In fact, there is just steps away from Resurrection Cemetery where, Mary is supposed to be seen out sometimes on the road. People pick her up, give her a ride. She disappears from the car. Right near there is, in these books, and for me as a traveler, as a road tripper, which is something I love to do, as important for me as that ghost story is right near there is one of my favorite fried chicken restaurants. So it's all about, Route 66 is all about, not just the ghost stories, but the cars and the food and the weird places and the strange, unusual places, the TP Hotel, the car Stonehenge, the crazy giant statues on the side of the road. This is all part of it. And so with ghost stories connected to a lot of these places, with haunted bridges and haunted bits of highway and haunted restaurants that have been there forever. That's just all part of the whole atmosphere of Route 66. Even people who don't really have a big interest in ghost stories and the paranormal will embrace the ghosts of the roadside attractions and the highway and the Route 66 and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
So these hitchhikers who have gone missing,
well, no, it's not like that. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have specified.
Okay.
It's not that people that were hitchhiking on Route 66 and disappeared. These are like that old legend of the vanishing hitchhiker, with the guy who's driving along the road at night, picks up the girl, says she needs a ride home. He takes her there. He goes up to the porch. The girl disappears from his car. He goes up to the porch, knocks on the door, and says, "Hey, listen, I just brought your daughter home, but I don't know where she went." And, when the woman who answers the door always gives him a story about, well, my daughter died in a car accident on Route 66 10 years ago. And he doesn't believe it because he spent the whole evening with her. And she says, well, I can tell you exactly where, her grave is if you go out to the cemetery. And, the guy goes to the cemetery. When he gets there, he finds the jacket he loaned the hitchhiker neatly folded on top of her tombstone. I mean, it's just one of those stories that's been around forever. But there's a lot of them around any kind of big highway areas, especially Route 66, which has become famous. It's very near the Hornet Spook Light, another one of those kind of things that's been around forever. Dating back to before there were automobiles, people were seeing this ghostly light appearing along this bit of highway right next to Route 66. Now, Route 66, of course, wasn't there yet. It wouldn't come for another 25 years, but it made a convenient place for people to stop. They opened up a spook light museum there, and it had an area you could sit and watch for the light. And I'm sure it had some sort of natural phenomena, but of course, it's a ghost light, so everybody had a ghost story that went along with it. But people would come out to see it. They'd line the roads, and I don't do that so much anymore. It seems to kind of be fading away, but for probably 50, 60 years, people would go down there on a regular basis to watch this light come bobbing along the road. And there's lots of places like that along the highway. But again, it kind of goes back to our discussion in the very first hour of little towns being haunted that nobody knows about. Well, the people that live there do, and they've been talking about it for years for the most part. Every town, everybody goes, well, how come such and such town has so many ghosts? Well, because somebody decided to write them down. Because every little town has a ghost story, at least one, if not more. But they have to be collected. They have to be saved and preserved. That's why I think ghost stories are such an important part of our history. And it all goes back to that again. So we're back to full circle from the very beginning of the show, talking about how important the history is to ghost stories. Just like preserving the history of Route 66, a highway that was decommissioned in 1985, the last stretch of it. It hasn't been a real highway in 40 years practically, but we still talk about it. We still travel what's left of it because it's important to preserve that, and the ghost stories are a part of that, just like with any of these little towns. I mean, it's it's an integral part of all of it.
Troy Taylor is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. And no, that's not a ghost in the background. I promise you. Shar has a question for you. How has all of your investigations changed your belief system?
Well, yeah, that's when I first started doing actual investigations. I was going into it with the idea that places I was going to probably weren't haunted, but I wanted to see if maybe something would happen. And a place not being haunted was, or at least active, seemed in those days as important as ones that were, because when something did happen, it did sort of build up my belief system. But over time, as you and I have talked about before, Dave, I don't do a lot of investigations anymore. A couple of reasons. One, my hearing is not nearly what it used to be. But secondly, I sort of got away from all the equipment and the gadgets and the gear because I'm not really sure that that's really doing anything. When my interviews with people have been much more revealing And for me, created more of a belief system that there really is something happening. Because, I mean, just for instance, just an example I give all the time. I had a house that I had some people contact me, told me their house was haunted, described what was happening in the house, what the ghost looked like, etc., and asked me if I could find out anything about it. Well, that was right up my alley because I got to dig into all the history of the house and found out that there really had been some pretty scandalous things that had taken place in the house. And even, in fact, a guy who had stolen a lot of money from a local bank had been the original owner of the house and had committed suicide. Not in the house, but he had killed himself while living in the house. Anyway, I found his photograph, and I showed the photograph along with some other photographs to the people who lived in the house, and they were able to pick out his photo, the guy who owned the house, from all of the other photos I showed them, and said, "That's our ghost. That's the guy we're seeing." Now, that's compelling enough, but then as I was going through digging up the history of the house, I found that some of the previous owners, before the people who were living there currently, were still around the area. I contacted them. Several of them agreed to talk to me and told me they too had seen a ghost. They described him and then managed to pick out the exact same picture of the guy. That didn't have anything to do with gadgets, gear, gizmos, recorders, nothing. But as far as I was concerned, they had just proved that house was haunted. That was as good evidence as you're going to get right there. And so to me, that became kind of a turning point for me in the kind of investigations that I did. And as far as belief systems go, I would say that, things I've experienced, as far as, I'm not a psychic. I don't talk to dead people or anything. If I do, they don't talk back. I don't hear them anyway. But I have had enough experiences that has convinced me that there is something to these things. And I think that was, just like going back to this, the St. Louis exorcism. I could read about it all I wanted, but when I hear from people who were actually there, that was compelling. So when I would go to some place and, I would hear a noise I couldn't explain, or I was touched, or I would hear, something, moving, or would, in a couple of instances, actually saw an apparition. It only happened to me twice ever in all these years that I've actually seen a ghost. But that was compelling to me, along with the stories, the firsthand accounts. So I guess really my belief system changed my investigations instead of the other way around. Me being able to be introduced to the history side of things and my own personal experiences kind of changed how I felt about investigations, which is why I don't really do them much anymore. I love to go to places to be there, to experience it, so that I, see if something's going to happen, but I don't know that anything ever will. But if it does, then I've just become part of my own story, and that's kind of fun sometimes.
You ever bring any spirits home?
No, I never have. I've lived in a couple of haunted houses, but they were haunted before I ever got there, and they didn't move with me when I left. So,
well, let's get into another story here. We got about 7 minutes, 30 seconds before we have to go to break here at the top of the hour. For you, whether it's Route 66 or any of the crazy battlefields that you have done stories on in the history on, is there a story that really sticks out for you that hit you emotionally?
Well, gosh, yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, there have been plenty of, I guess really as far as emotionally goes, the only place I've ever been that I was actually scared enough that I wouldn't spend the night, was and I know it's kind of a famous story, but the Bell Witch Cave in Tennessee. When you know the whole story behind it, it's pretty scary. It's a 7-year haunting of a family where the ghost actually claimed credit for killing one of the people involved. That's kind of scary. And there's a cave on the property where the farm existed that, I'd been to, I don't know, man, I've been there probably 50 times. But one time in the middle of all that, I had the opportunity to spend the night inside the cave. by myself. And it's the only place that I've ever actually left, and I would not stay. And I can't even tell you why, because, man, I like I said, I'm not a psychic, but man, it got to me. I mean, it was the only time really that I've ever been that scared, is that place. And I don't think it's because I thought that the Bell Witch was going to get me. There was just something overwhelming about it. And that's the only time I've ever really had that kind of feeling. And I've been to plenty of places where I've been unnerved or, chilled or whatever. But that's one that really got to me. I mean, there are other stories that, as far as emotionally goes, that I feel like I've gotten kind of overly connected to. That would be the St. Louis case, this exorcism.
On ABC's The Ultimate Surfer, 14 of the world's best surfers compete head-to-head on Kelly Slater's Perfect Wave. But what happened behind the scenes? Find out on the Ultimate Surfer Post Show podcast with Cassie Randolph and me, Joe Turpel. We've got episode recaps, breakdowns, and reality TV insights. Listen, download, and follow on Spotify, Apple, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
Life gets more magical when you dream. So dream of a Disney cruise filled with magic and wonder.
Hiya, pal!
Sail from Florida to Disney's private island paradise and get ready for a dream come true with Disney Cruise Line.
I think I've gotten probably too deep into it. In fact, this is the only book that I've ever written. Back in 2006 when I was working on this book, and I'm trying to watch the time. When I was working on the original book, I was living in a house that was completely unhaunted at the time. And I was in an office, completely unhaunted. There were no ghosts around. There was nothing going on. But when I was working on the book about the exorcism, I had things disappearing. I had things moving around. I had things I had left in one place that would show up somewhere else. I had parts of the book that were disappearing and showing up in other files on my computer. All kinds of crazy stuff, that to the point that I really wanted to be done with it, and I was. And I thought, well, that's the end of that. I'm never working on anything like this again. And then, the opportunity came for me to update the book and put everything into it. Over the summer, I was working on this book, and my office is not haunted. The building I'm in is not haunted. And, the same stuff started up again. I actually had to replace my computer halfway through writing this book. It just got so wonky acting. I had things disappearing again. I had some letters from Father Halloran that I had sitting on my desk that still haven't turned up. And there's not been anybody there but me and my cat. So it's not like I've got somebody coming in moving things around. But I just said to somebody the other day, but the book's done now, and so you buy it. It's your problem. It's not mine anymore. So I'm not going to tell you that anything comes with your book, but all I'm saying is that now that it's done, I don't have anything going on anymore. Thank goodness. I don't need that. So yeah.
Yeah. I don't blame you there at all. For you, I'm gonna save a question from the audience here for when we come back, because I think it's a great question. But for you, with having that emotional tie, getting back to the Blair Witch Project, or not Blair Witch, sorry, the Bell Witch. What hit you emotionally in that cave?
Yeah, I don't. I wish I knew exactly what it was. I mean, this was a story I'd worked on for quite a while, and I had always been interested in it. In fact, when I was a kid, I think I was like 11 or so, and my family, we'd go on road trip vacations. It's probably how I got into this in the first place with all the traveling. But we would stop at all kinds of oddball places. And we were driving through Tennessee, and they had seen a sign or heard something about it. So we went to the cave when I was about 11. That was the first time I was ever there. And I met the guy who had opened it up as a tourist attraction at the time. And nothing weird ever happened. So, I had an interest in the story all along. And so I started, collecting things and doing some research into it, and wrote a book about it, about the cave and about the Bell Witch and all that. And so I never really expected anything like that. I mean, I knew how haunted it was supposed to be, and I knew about all the weird things that happened there, but I didn't expect that it would happen to me, I guess. And I got into the cave, and I got back about halfway into the cave, where I was just kind of hang out, in the dark and just be there, spend the night. And I don't know, man. It's caves are weird places. They make a lot of weird noises and things anyway. Water dripping, rocks moving, all kinds of stuff. But man, I've spent a lot of time in caves over the years, but Jesus, there was just something about this. The noises and the stuff. I was convinced there was someone in there with me, and I finally just, man, I'm done. I can't do this. I made it about an hour and a half. I don't even know how I made it that long, to be honest with you. I really don't. But I have never thought that I would try that again. So, and I haven't. I have not.
I just don't do caves, man. Caves,
yeah.
Whether it's Bigfoot or like my area here, man, you go into caves, there's a good chance you're going to run into bears. Black bears, grizzly bears, cougars, Bigfoot, Dogman, you name it. You just don't do caves around here. But I could just imagine, with everything that you're going through. You're a pretty level-headed guy to get hit like that energetically. That had to be just phenomenal.
Well, the first time I saw a ghost, I screamed like a little girl. So for no reason, I don't even know why. It wasn't like it was attacking me or anything. I just, the emotion of it just hammered me, and I freaked out. And then when I recovered and tried to chase after it, not knowing it was a ghost, I thought it was an actual person. It looked like a living person, and followed it into the room it had walked into, and found the room was empty and there was no way out of it. That was enough for me. I was ready to leave,
Troy, I'm going to get you to hold on right there. We have author Troy Taylor for another 30 minutes on Spaced Out Radio. AmericanHauntings.net is his website. And after that, the Magic 8 Ball is going to get warmed up for your psychic questions when we come back on Spaced Out Radio. All right, there we go. Hey, PBR. Hello, gorgeous Gloria. All right. There we go. If you could just, when we get to break at the bottom of the hour, Troy, just stick with me and I'll give you a proper good night during the break.
Sounds good. Okay.
Did I ever show you this ghost picture? Let me see if I can find it here. Where do I have it here? You'll like this one. Of course. Now it doesn't want to show up. I'll show you this one. But I want to show you the other one too. Where is it here? I just had it out the other day and now I can't find the damn thing.
It's usually how it works, unfortunately.
Right. Right. It's ridiculous. And, when you're in a time crunch, too, then it really has to become an asshole. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So, try this. Take that one there. And where's the other one? Come on. Where did I put you? No, you're not in there. Try this again. What the hell is it? I just had it here the other day. You got to be kidding me right now. This is ridiculous.
It's because you're looking for it and you're watching the time at the same time. So
I know where there's one online here. Photos. Where are we here? There it is. Move this over here. And let me just figure out my time here. Yeah, we got a couple minutes. All right, so we got this guy twice at a local barn. I'll share this with you here. Here, let me just expand that. Get rid of Heidi's comment, and then we'll go here. So this guy right here on the stairwell. Yeah, he doesn't exist.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see that.
He lives up here, and when we were doing our ghost tours, we'd have to leave him so he wouldn't attack people. He would want a shot of whiskey and a cigarette. Left on the stairwell, and what really pissed him off. This picture here didn't piss him off. We were surprised. We didn't get him. One of our tour people got him. But what really pissed him off was right there. Was when we got the second one of him. There's his face, one half of his face right there. And if you brought the two together, you would actually see that the same mark right there is the same as the mark that you could see
right there.
Right there on his photo. So we got him twice. And he, after this second photo, he basically said, absolutely no more photos of me.
Yeah, and that was it.
Yeah, he attacked me. He attacked my buddy Mark. But here's a cool photo. I wish the person wouldn't have outlined it. But here's a really cool photo. This is in the barn on the bottom floor. And you can see the horse face.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So one of the issues that we have at the barn for our tour, which we don't do right now because of COVID, was one of the idiot volunteers who he was a firefighter for 35 years, so he doesn't believe in the paranormal because he was a firefighter for 35 years, and he'll let you know that. He decided in that stall to build a jail cell.
Okay.
And ruined it all. It all.
Great.
1 second here, boss. Thank you to Jose, Patrick, and Cat Chaser for the amazing super chats. Thank you to all the veterans listening to the show. We're going to kick off hour number 3 coming up here right now. And we got Troy till the bottom of the hour. Here we go.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears. We want to say hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. What you got to do is go to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Umbratilus. Umbratilus is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the password is set each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. It's a brand new website. I hope you check it on out. We got some really cool stuff on there for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. For the final time tonight, we introduce our guest, Troy Taylor. He is the creator behind AmericanHauntings.net. He's got over 130 books out there on the paranormal. You can find them on his website. Once again, AmericanHauntings.net. And here we go. Troy, thank you so much for joining us.
Sure. Hey, glad to still be here. Awake.
Is there any paranormal topic you won't delve into?
I don't know. Some stuff just doesn't interest me that much. You know what I mean? I think probably because I'm not one of those people who, has psychic abilities or anything like that. I don't really get into all of that too much as far as, psychic readings, that kind of stuff doesn't interest me that much. It's maybe because I don't have any of those kind of abilities, it all just seems so subjective that I just don't get into it much. But I really love, pretty much anything else. I don't do a lot of UFO stuff either. Just I don't know why. It's like somewhere you have to draw a line of how much you can fit in your brain. So
absolutely.
I know I don't have any erotic ghost experiences, but I wish I did. So I wish I could say I am.
Up here at Barkerville, we actually have an old brothel at the Barkerville Museum where my buddy Merle tells a story of prostitutes who used to come into your bedrooms at night, and all you'd have to do is leave money on the table, and they'd come in and for their nightly encounter. And he actually tried this one night. It didn't work. I have a feeling it's because it's Merle, of all people. but he actually tried it one night, and the legend is that some people who stay in those rooms at night will actually get approached and feel a ghost crawl into bed with them and try to have sex with them.
Well, that's interesting. I wrote a book about sex and the supernatural, and there were a lot of erotic ghost stories in that book, but none of them were firsthand. So...
Well, Patty Negri did the same thing, too. Do you know who Patty Negri is?
I don't think so.
She's been on Ghost Hunters a number of times. She's a psychic medium out of Hollywood and a ghost tour provider there. So, yeah, she did a whole book on ghost sex. And,
yeah?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I don't know. I've never experienced it. Don't know if I want to.
No, me either. There was that lady a few years ago that claimed she was married to a ghost pirate. Remember that?
I do remember Ghost Pirate Lady.
Yeah.
Totally. All right. I've asked you a number of paranormal questions tonight, but for you, and I know the thrill of the story is the big part for you, what's the ultimate story you would like to cover?
Oh, boy. I've got stuff. I've got a list of projects I'm working on, but at the moment, I don't have like a holy grail. I pretty much just write whatever I want to write kind of thing, so whatever strikes my fancy, I'll write it up. And, I've got a list of stuff that I'm going to do, but honestly, that's my honest answer. I don't have a holy grail right now. I really don't.
So for you, if somebody comes up to you and says, "Hey, I want you to investigate this," what are you looking for in an investigation?
Well, I said I don't do a lot of investigations anymore myself. But if somebody comes to me and says, "Hey, my house is haunted, and I think it has something to do with, back in the 1920s, it was a speakeasy," you got my attention, because there's a history there. I did speak to someone recently about a house they were living in. So, and there had been a murder there. So really, I guess what I'm looking for is some kind of background behind this story. And they don't have to provide it. I mean, it might be something that, just like that case I was talking about earlier, when I had the different generations of people who lived in that house who all had the same experience. I did the work on that myself. I just needed to know that there was something there that seemed to have some history behind it. And I think that's the key for me. That's what I'm looking for, is some kind of history to build this haunting from.
Don't blame you.
Yeah.
Don't blame you. Are there any paranormal subjects that are just off the table? A lot, like, for instance, I know a lot of paranormal investigators hate dealing with cases with children. How about for you?
That has not actually always been a bad thing in my experience. I've had some different places that did have, kids there and kids involved. The thing about kids is they have they live in a different reality than we live in a lot of times. So sometimes the stories can be pretty wild. But on the other hand, them living in a different reality means sometimes they're more in touch with something than we are. Dogs, cats, and kids, all seem to see and experience things that maybe adults don't. So that's not really a no for me. Usually what becomes a no for me is I'm not really super into, getting away from ghost stuff. I try to stick with hauntings and the supernatural rather than, things like UFOs or Bigfoot or something like that. That's not really my area of expertise / interest. I'm not saying that I don't believe that it's all possible. It's just not something that I don't have the attic space in my head to get into all that too.
Would that include something like black-eyed children?
See, that almost fits. That goes beyond ghosts into the realm of, for me anyway, into the realm of things like Men in Black and that kind of thing. I'm not saying they don't exist. It's just some of this stuff. My general belief on some of it is that it's much more multidimensional than it is supernatural or even paranormal. I think we live in one timeline, so to speak, in a general term. And I think that
on ABC's The Ultimate Surfer, 14 of the world's best surfers compete head-to-head on Kelly Slater's Perfect Wave. But what happened behind the scenes? Find out on the Ultimate Surfer Post Show podcast with Cassie Randolph and me, Joe Turpel. We've got episode recaps, breakdowns, and reality TV insights. Listen, download, and follow on Spotify, Apple, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
Life gets a lot more magical when you dream. So let's dream of a vacation unlike any other. A magical Disney cruise.
Hiya, pal!
Where new stories meet tales as old as time.
Enchanté, mon ami!
And your family will be cared for the moment you step aboard. Sail from Florida to Disney's private island paradise and get ready for a dream come true with Disney Cruise Line.
I've always thought that's where UFOs and Men in Black and some of that stuff come from. I don't think it's our world. I think they come and go from one world to another. And that is based on absolutely no research. That is just based on me, things I've read, things I've thought, that seems possible. And there we go. Just like I think, hey, maybe there's Bigfoot out there. People don't realize just how much open woods there are still around, even in places like Illinois where I live. There certainly could be something living out there, but how come we haven't found a dead one? I know there's all these, arguments for all of it, but I guess I choose to be a healthy skeptic. In other words, I don't necessarily believe everything, but I'm open to the possibility of it. So I will, a lot of times with some of this stuff that gets out of my, my easy feeling about ghosts and hauntings and that kind of thing, I'll get into, and think that maybe it just comes from another dimension, and we'll leave it at that. That's just easier for me to just put it there,
I don't blame you.
There's an awful lot of things, and you can only handle so many at a time.
Do you believe in UFOs, though? This comes from Patrick, and how that might affect religion. Do you have an opinion on it?
Well, I mean, my opinion, I think, would be fall into the same place of this other stuff. Is there's a couple of different ways to look at it. I think that, for one, we would be super naive. Well, let's put it this way. Only humans could believe we were the only living intelligence in the galaxy, or in the universe, rather. I mean, I think there's got to be other sentient beings out there somewhere. It's just too big. It's just too big. We can't be the only one. Now, whether or not they would, again, how arrogant are we to think they would travel multiple thousands of light years to come here to see what we're doing, which is not that interesting. So there's a bit of that. So you think maybe still, again, it's possible. But for me, I think it gets into that whole multi-dimensional thing. I'm not convinced UFOs are coming here from anywhere. They're here. They're just not here. Does that make sense? I mean, not really. They're in another version of our world, maybe. I don't know. Maybe they're from the future. I have no idea. Honestly, I know nothing about UFOs other than I like the X-Files. That's pretty much where my UFO knowledge comes from. It can only go so far. But on the other thought, though, getting into the religious thing, if UFOs did show up or aliens landed on this planet, I think that it would upend religion for people who are religious. Because then they now have to consider the idea that the God they believe created them to be just special here on Earth. You're not really that special, because he apparently did it somewhere else too. So I guess it just all depends on how you feel about those kinds of things. I'm giving you these off-the-cuff answers about something I know nothing about, so I apologize.
All right, let's get to John's question here, where John is asking, what are your thoughts on ghost trains?
I think that the majority of hauntings that we write about, talk about, do research on, I think that the majority of them are what I've always called residual hauntings. It's just a memory. A history that's left behind, a memory on a place, and it repeats itself over and over again. And I think that explains a lot of sightings of ghost trains. There have been so many over the years of firsthand accounts collected from people where there have been, horrendous accidents. There have been stories of people hearing crashing trains when there's no trains there. People have seen trains on the tracks. There's a really great story about the big Florida Keys hurricane that happened in the 1930s, about this brave railroad engineer who ran his train backward to try to rescue people, to get them off. The only way to get out to Key West at the time was by the railroad that had been built, Flagler's Railroad. And so this guy had taken his train and ran it backward to try to rescue people. And since that time, whenever there have been hurricanes in that area, people have seen a repeat or have heard this train repeating itself in the same spot. It's a great story. I mean, I can't vouch for it firsthand, but it's one that's been repeated over and over again. One that I've always had an interest in is the train of Lincoln's funeral train, that ghost train, which is, traveled after Lincoln's death, President Lincoln. His death traveled reversing the route he had taken to get from Illinois to Washington for his inauguration. They reversed it so that people all over the North could view his body. Became the very first public viewing of an embalmed corpse in American history, was traveling Abraham Lincoln across the country. And since that time, there have been lots of reports across New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, even Illinois, of this train repeating itself around the anniversary of middle of April, the anniversary of the assassination and the trip back. That's one of those stories that has been around for 165 years now, and people are still telling it. Do I know that it's an absolute factor? I don't know if it's just an urban legend, but as many times as it's been collected in newspaper accounts and first-person accounts and people who swear they've seen it, I really think there may be something to the story. Maybe it's just a residual thing, but there's your ghost train answer. See, there's something I knew something about. It's not UFOs.
The Fraser River here in British Columbia, in the lower portion between the ocean where Vancouver now sits, Richmond now sits, and Yale before you end up in the canyon, actually used to have a lot of paddle wheelers on it, more so than the Mississippi River.
Wow.
And what I'm surprised with is, before I get to Gloria's question, is that nobody ever reports seeing these paddle wheelers.
Really?
Yeah, I'm just blown away by that.
Yeah, we have those on the Mississippi. We get a lot of Phantom River boats, so I'm surprised.
No, exactly. Let's get to Gloria's question. Do you have any favorite EVPs that you have heard over the years?
Not really. I really don't. I've heard some that have been interesting, but that's one of those things. For me, this is just for me speaking. If you go into an EVP, if you go into it skeptically, or even just, trying to apply too much logic to it, they can be anything. And unless you're there when the EVP is recorded, it's kind of hard to know if it's absolutely genuine, because anybody can make an EVP and say that it's something. Probably I'll tell you exactly when I started. There's all kinds of criteria that I've said that this is how you should do an EVP. Set it up with all these cameras so that you can monitor the whole thing the entire time. That way, for sure if something comes up. But I stopped kind of just genuinely believing in wandering around, picking up things, asking questions into a tape recorder. This has been years ago, but we had done an investigation at this spot that used to be it really was a speakeasy and a gambling parlor back during the 1920s and early 1930s. And we'd gotten access to it. It had been abandoned and had been opened up, and we were able to get in there and do a bunch of investigations. We had a lot of really good information and photographs and things out of it. But we were in there one night doing an EVP session, and you can hear on the tape when we're listening to it as our group, we got together, we're listening to all of our audio, and you can hear me asking questions. Is anybody here with us? The standard stuff. Well, at one point I said, you can hear my voice on the tape say, is there anyone here with us? And you hear a voice that goes, hello, just like that, plain as day. Now, I knew it wasn't no one had spoken, and we hadn't heard it spoken aloud. It had just shown up on the tape. Well, we made a big deal out of this. I played it for everybody. And so finally, after about a week of this buddy of mine that was there with me that night takes me aside and says, listen, I got to talk to you about this tape. You got to stop playing it for people. And I said, why, man? This is really cool. And he said, that's actually my stomach. I had chili right before the investigation. And I was sitting by the tape player, and it was my stomach making a growling noise.
Sure.
Because I needed to go to the bathroom. And I thought, man, you got to be kidding me. So at that point I went, okay, we're going to come up with a much better way to do this. And so I don't know. So I've heard some cool stuff, but it's just, I don't know. It's hard to say.
We have about 3.5 minutes left with you tonight. And, I love this creepy audio from your speaker that keeps picking me up. add some creepiness
Sorry.
right to it tonight, but that's okay.
I was not prepared for this. I'm sorry. I did not know I was going on camera and all this. I thought I was just answering the phone. That's the way we did it the last time. So I was ill prepared, and I apologize.
Handsome beard like that, we got to have you on camera again. but the one thing that I am going to announce right now is that I'm not going to wait another 2.5, 3 years before having you on again. This was just way too much fun tonight, man. Way too much fun. With this, what is your advice to people as we start to close this out who are wanting to experience something paranormal? Should they go looking for it? Should they just let it happen? Should they put themselves in those locations?
Well, I mean, that's what I do. I like to put myself in the location. I mean, I don't ever go anywhere. I'm not one of those people. I don't confront people or taunt, anything that might be there. I don't believe in that kind of thing. I think I mean, if we really believe that these ghosts are the personalities of people who've died and are now returned to this place, just being a jerk to them doesn't seem like the best way to go. Not to me, anyway. But I do like to go to these places and put myself into the situation. I think probably one of the coolest things that somebody came up with 100 years ago or so were trigger objects, things that could be connected to the time period or the place, whether it's music or whether it's a thing, and just take it along with you and put yourself out there like, I don't know, kind of like bait, not necessarily bait. I mean, you're not waiting for somebody to attack you, but just to go out there and, and put yourself in a situation where maybe something will happen. I mean, that's what I like to do. I like to go to the places, experience them, and see what might happen. Spend the night somewhere if you can. Sit in a dark room, sit in an old graveyard. Just make sure you have permission to go to these places first so you don't get arrested or something. But go out there and do it. You can't sit at home and watch TV and expect for something to happen unless your house is super haunted and, doesn't like ghost shows on TV. The best thing to do is turn off the TV and go out there and experience the stuff for yourself.
For you, what's your plans from now until the end of the year?
Work. It's that time of year. It is that time of year. Everybody always laughs, oh, ghosts only come out of Halloween, ha ha. No, it's because this is the time of year that we have to cater to the general public. I mean, all you guys who do this and all of us who do this all the time, we know that any place that's haunted or if there's ghosts, it's all year round. But to the general public, they want to come out in October because they think they're supposed to. So when you're in this business, you got to make hay while the sun shines, as my farmer relatives always said. So that's pretty much. I don't have another weekend off until Thanksgiving. So
very cool, very cool. Troy, I want to say a big thank you for you coming on Spaced Out Radio once again and sharing an incredible story about exorcisms and everything. You're one of the best out there, my friend, and I mean that wholeheartedly to you. That. And definitely going to bring you back on much sooner, probably in the next 4 to 8 months. That's for sure.
Sounds good, man.
All right. Troy Taylor, everybody, his website, and I suggest you check it out, AmericanHauntings.net. You can find all of his books there. There's 130 to choose from. Yeah, that's an author. Never puts the fingers off the keyboard. Coming up next, I'm going to warm up the Magic 8 Ball. Let's get psychic here. See what we got for our audience with their questions next. All right, brother, that was awesome.
All right, cool. Thanks, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I really appreciate that, and it's so good to be to reconnect with you.
Yeah.
You get so damn busy with.
Oh, I know.
So no, I really appreciate it, and thanks to my team for tracking you down. We'll make sure that we get you in here. Probably January, February, around there to make things happen again and kick off. Get you to do a review of the Ghosts of 2021 or something like that.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
All right, brother. I'll let you go get some sleep.
All right. Well, take care.
Take care.
All right.
Good night. All right, Troy Taylor, everyone. How fantastic was that? That's good stuff. Hi, Thurston Howell III. Sasquatch. What's happening? Got the Magic 8 Ball here. Starting to warm it up. Yeah, man. That was a good show. Fun show. Sorry about the audio there, guys. Sorry about the audio. He wasn't in his office. Hey, gorgeous Tristan Stevens, how are you? He wasn't in his office, so he set up his computer at home and he didn't have headphones, so the feedback was coming through his speaker, so that's why it sounded like I sounded demonic every now and again. I was just going to mention this, Chad Smith. Thank you. Our new website and merch store. Go to spacedoutradio.com. Check it on out. Ben from UFO Garage has literally taken the idea of a cool website right out of my head and put it right on the internet for you guys to check on out. We got a great store there. Today we sold a number of t-shirts. Today. And we also sold a Merle hat. Yes, a Merle hat. How cool is that? So make sure you check it on out. We got some really cool swag. It's another great way to support what we do. And then when you get your swag, what I want you to do is I want you to take a picture of it, because we have a cool section on our website that is a fan zone. So if you haven't seen our new website yet, I'll quickly show you here. Let's go spacedoutradio.com. We'll share the screen here. Oh, look, there's Lynn Wallington right there. Little Lynn Wallington. Go right here, shop. And check all the cool stuff out. Look at that, a Chad Smith shirt, everyone. You can look like Chad Smith by your own Chad Smith t-shirt with a wrench on it. Yeah. How cool is that? A Chad Smith t-shirt. El Ovni Volador. There he is. El Ovni Volador. The Woo Factor shirt. Bigfoot. We Own the Night. Another version of We Own the Night. I love this color. SpacedOutRadio.com. You got aliens? Right there. Merle. Tomorrow night, by the way. Merle. The Woo Train shirt. And if you click on these, it's not just shirts. No. You can click on, let's say this Chad Smith shirt here. And look what we got here. We got Chad Smith stickers. Chad Smith mask, if you're still into wearing one of them. And, yeah. That's how it goes. That's how we roll around here. You know, let's see what else we got here. Let's check out this one. What do we got here? Look at that. A We Own the Night hat. How cool is that? How cool is that? Friggin' cool. What else we got here for swag? Hoodies, shopping bags, coffee mugs, water bottles, camper mugs. Yeah, that's how we do it here. That's how we do it. SpacedOutRadio.com. Maybe I will get some Chad Smith undies. I'll have to talk to Ben about that. Thank you to Ozzy, Steve, Jose, Patrick, and Cat Chaser for the amazing super chats tonight. Really do appreciate the love and support. And get your questions ready, because it's time for the Magic 8 Ball. And we need your questions, so fire them up here, people. Rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for using us as your entertainment source for the night. Want to remind you that if you've missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. Speaking of the night, here we go. Once again, it's time for the Magic 8 Ball, where we are going to ask some questions from our audience in our chat rooms to see what is going on psychically in their lives, because that's all part of the woo factor that we do around here on the Mighty SOR. We're going to kick things off with Sandra here. Sandra is asking, because we just built our new website, we've got a new store there, and...
Want to get a hot and perfect body fast? Just eat lots of bananas, but peels only. And always be sweating, but never look sweaty. That's disgusting.
Don't follow extreme routines. Do your own thing at Planet Fitness. Join now through September 16th for just $1 down and get back to a real routine with tons of equipment and free fitness training in our clean and spacious clubs. Join today for $1 down, $10 a month, and cancel anytime. Deal ends September 16th.
Join today for $1 down. Offer ends September 16th.
See club for details.
On ABC's The Ultimate Surfer, 14 of the world's best surfers compete head-to-head on Kelly Slater's Perfect Wave. But what happened behind the scenes? Find out on the Ultimate Surfer Post Show podcast with Cassie Randolph and me, Joe Turpel. We've got episode recaps, breakdowns, and reality TV insights. Listen, download, and follow on Spotify, Apple, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
You know, we've got stuff for Merle. We got stuff for Chad Smith. Who's going to outsell who? Magic 8 Ball. This is who Sandra wants to know. And Sandra, reply hazy. Try again. Too early to call right now, Sandra. Too early to call. Merle is up on Chad Smith right now. All right. Amy down in Vegas, looking lovely tonight, Amy, by the way. She is asking, will Michael ever contact me back in the near future? The answer is, for Amy O, Intel looks good. Intel looks good. There you go. All right. Good luck with that, Amy, by the way. Sasquatch is wondering, is Dave ever going to eat breakfast at 10 p.m.? The answer is no. Let's see if we got a smart-ass Magic 8 Ball tonight, or if he's actually going to tell the truth. Levels are positive that I will eat breakfast for 10 p.m. No, Magic 8 Ball. Are you joking around with me right now? Let's find out. Are you joking around with me? Intel looks good. See? It likes to play me there. Likes to play me there. Let's go down to Australia. Science Melinda is asking, does my mother-in-law need an exorcism? Without shaking the Magic 8 Ball and finding an answer, Science Melinda, the answer is yes. 98% of all mother-in-laws out there need some sort of exorcism. I will never forget my first marriage. I was dancing with my ex-mother-in-law, and she whispers in my ear, I am going to be your worst nightmare. And I laughed it off. Oh, I should have never laughed it off. Ever. The spawn of Satan was so rude to me, she didn't even acknowledge my child for a long time. Truth. Personally, I think she was still upset a house landed on her sister. Yeah. So, let's see what the Magic 8 Ball has to say for you, Science Melinda. Does the mother-in-law need an exorcism? Intel looks good. Yeah, you get her some God's holy water very, very quickly here. Do that. And be careful while you do it. Mother-in-laws are scary. If I had a choice to come face to face with a ravaging grizzly bear in the British Columbia forest here, or my ex-mother-in-law, I think my chances of survival are better with the bear. I really do. All right. Race Fan is asking, will Taco Bell open up a location in Dave's town? So fast food-wise, the only thing we have is Tim Hortons, Subway, A&W, and Dairy Queen. No KFC, no McDonald's, no Wendy's, and surely no Taco Bell or Taco Time. You know, I'm sure there has to be some executive from Taco Bell Canada that lives in some place where we're being broadcast. Help a guy out. Get a franchise here. Dave's hungry. The answer: levels are positive. Oh, let's hope. Let's hope. Oh, that would be so generous. Maybe somebody from Taco Bell is listening. I hope so. Fabster wants to know, is Vinny still breathing? Yeah, Vinster's been a little silent for about the last 10 days, so let's find out. Is Vinny still alive? Where's Vinny? Magic 8 Ball? Don't count on it. Ooh. Maybe that's not an answer that we want. I don't believe that. Vinny's just on hiatus. He's just on hiatus. I hope that one ain't true. All right. Fat Bass is asking, should I go astral in 2022? It is decidedly so. You need to. Yeah. Go for it. Go for it. Go astral travel. It's fun, man. Go for it. John, Fedora John, is asking, Dear Magic 8 Ball, if I lose my virginity to a ghost, am I still a virgin? I don't even know what to think about that one. Let's ask the Magic 8 Ball. If John loses his virginity to a ghost, is he still a virgin? Reply hazy, try again. All right, we'll try again. Infinitely yes, John. If you lose your virginity to a ghost, you are still a virgin, according to the Magic 8 Ball. B. Hoff is asking, Magic 8 Ball, are the stinky aliens and demons the same thing? Good question. Stinky aliens, demons farting out sulfur, like they've just eaten 14 dozen rotten eggs with some onions and some asparagus mixed in. Answer is yes and beyond. Ooh. Wow. Aliens and demons. Maybe the Christians have this one right. Maybe the Christians got that one right. Lynn Sows is asking, is there an SOR bar on the other side so we can all hang out someday? Good question, Lynn. In hypersleep. Well, of course, we're all going to be dead, Magic 8 Ball. That's why she wants to know if there's an SOR bar on the other side. Can you answer that? Do we get a bar? Don't count on it. Why not? Why can't we have an SOR bar on the other side? That sucks. Chris Mo in Austria wants to know, are you being snarky tonight, your Magic 8 Ball? Sensors read no. I think it's got an attitude tonight. Maybe not snarky. There's a little bit of an attitude. Let's go over to Jennifer's question. Jennifer's asking Magic 8 Ball, is the bridge cursed? What bridge? Now I'm curious. It is decidedly so. Yes, it is cursed. So if you see a Mothman all of a sudden flying around your area, Jennifer, get the hell out. That bridge may collapse. Just saying. Been proof of that in the past. All right. Sinister Vax is wondering, should I go into early retirement? If you're in sales and you take that retirement, you come see me. We may need you. Levels are positive. Retire early, Mr. Sinister Vax. Retire early. Go for it. Enjoy it. You've worked long enough. Worked hard enough. All right. Ivy wants to know, Magic 8 Ball, will the new Ghostbusters movie be good? All clear. Should be. Should be good. I'd like to see that. All right. Sasquatch is asking, Taco Bell got rid of nacho fries. That's terrible. That is terrible news. Should I contact my senator? How do you get rid of nacho fries? That's the perfect side to a burrito. Oh, don't tell me this horrific news. Magic 8 Ball says, Sasquatch, as I see it, yes, contact your senator. There's no way Taco Bell should be doing that again. They already screwed with the menu a couple years ago. See what else we got from our audience. Michelle wants to know, instead of a bar, do we get an SOR spa on the other side? Out of fuel. Try again later. Not liking that question. Man. Logan is asking, Magic 8 Ball, my wife passed gas at the store today. Had beans and ham last night. Did anyone walk into it after she ran away out of the aisle like a bandit? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is a brilliant... Oh, I love my audience. Love my audience. Oh, that's good. Yes, and beyond. Oh, my goodness. Oh, the Magic 8 Ball. This is why we love it. This is why we love it. Logan, you can tell your wife that she literally disturbed some people in the supermarket or wherever store she was in by breaking wind. Hey, we all got to do it sometime. Sandra, will Dave find a bear in his yard? You know what's weird about that, Sandra? Is right before the show tonight, I picked up my boy from guitar lessons, and I looked up in my trees, because I got 8 tall trees in my front yard, and that was the first time ever I've actually looked up in my trees to see if the bear was up there. Because he knocked over my recycling last week. Wasn't happy about that. I gave the ghost in my yard a little crap for that. I said, what is that? What is this all about? Anyways. Out of fuel. Try again later. Haven't seen the bear around lately. I don't know if he's moving on or into a different area. But that doesn't surprise me, that answer. And we got time for, 1 or 2 more here. Sasquatch is asking, will Logan's wife throw him out of the house tonight due to embarrassment on Spaced Out Radio? Levels are positive. Logan, you better go get a hotel room because you are in trouble tonight. You are in trouble. It's either the couch or the hotel. Maybe a Motel 6. She might even not even grant you a hotel. You might get stuck at a Motel 6 for this one, man. You just might. I feel bad for you right now, dude. Feel really bad for you. All right, let's get to the news. The news is always changing, which is why we bring you the SOR News Wire. At the back end of every show, we'll get to the weird, the strange, the wacky, and sometimes the taco lovers. Video streaming has made sitting through commercials a thing of the past for many. Could a subscription model change the game for taco lovers? Taco Bell is now testing its own monthly service in Arizona. The Taco Lovers Pass costs between $5 and $10, depending on your location. Guarantees the holder a free daily taco for 30 days. Where has this been all my life? Getting a little emotional here. Anyways, the subscription runs through Taco Bell's app, and users can buy the pass at participating locations between September 9th and November 24th. Then, a secret Taco Lovers Pass category will unlock on the app, on the menu. Customers can then use the app to order the following: Crunchy Taco, Spicy Potato Soft Taco, Crunchy Supreme Taco, Soft Supreme Taco, Doritos Locos Tacos, or Doritos Locos Taco Supreme. Now, if that doesn't make your mouth water, you just aren't living right now. The taco purveyor isn't the first chain to test out in life the so-called subscription economy, in which you could pay monthly for nearly anything, including children's toys, curated wardrobe editions, and even cheesecakes. Panera offers a monthly subscription for unlimited coffee or tea, iced or hot, for $8.99. Pret A Manger is rolling out a similar service in the U.S. in September that includes unlimited specialty drinks for just $19.99 a month. Taco Bell's trial started at 17 participating locations in Tucson September 9th and is slated to run through November 24th. No word yet on possible expansion of the trial. Hey, Len down at Apache Junction for the Rattler. You know, the Rattler where we broadcast, even though someone out there says we don't broadcast on any radio stations, but we're actually on the Rattler. Anyways, get me one of these, man. Get me one of these. One of these days I am going to go down to Arizona, probably before I'm 65 and retired. You know, before I'm like, get off my AstroTurf at my campsite for my long, ugly motorhome. I want one of these. I got to test it out. This thing's like heaven. Heaven right now. Now, imagine being me right now, living in a town with no Taco Bell. Horrible. Here's something weird on Facebook. Finding dolls creepy has a long and storied past for the actual phobias of dolls, pediophobia, by the way, to generally accepted theory that dolls are often unsettled due to their uncanny valley effect. Yeah, there are museums devoted to collecting horrible little mannequins, but here's something strange as we continue on. Spooky Doll Hour. What's this all about? The group represents the hyper-absurd end of usage spectrum for the platform. Facebook's groups are widely used by communities to connect over anything, and now spooky dolls. Who wants this? Who wants it? I'm not even doing this story. I don't want this. Dolls scare the hell out of me. Mandy the haunted doll almost killed Merle. Captain Shirk trying to scare me there. Shirky poo. Moving on. This one I want to see happen. Bringing extinct creatures back to life is the lifeblood of science fiction. Almost tantalizing, isn't it, thinking Jurassic Park and its stable of dinosaurs? Well, due to advances in genetics, scientists are thinking of cloning endangered animals and can sequence DNA extracted from the bones and carcasses of long-dead extinct animals, and geneticists led by Harvard Medical School's George Church aim to try and bring the woolly mammoth back to life, which disappeared just 4,000 years ago. Imagining a future where the tusked Ice Age giant is restored to its natural habitat. The efforts got a big boost on Monday with the announcement of a $15 million investment. Proponents say bringing back the mammoth in an altered form could help restore the fragile Arctic tundra ecosystem, combat the climate crisis, and preserve the endangered Asian elephant, to whom the woolly mammoth is most closely related. However, it's a bold plan fraught with ethical issues. Not many think that it should come back, and that when you're one, you're done. Oh well. Oh well. Let's see what else Shirky Poo has for us here. And squirrels on a survey. New boa constrictor species found for the first time in 133 years. It's actually kind of cool. In the tropical arid forests of the Caribbean, a new species of boa slithered undetected by scientists for over a century. The tiny snake, dubbed the Hispaniolan vine boa, has wide eyes, a unique zigzagging scale pattern, and a square snout. Real cute guy. If you like snakes, I'll keep it in a picture if you don't mind. And you know what? I think we'll call it the night right there. We'll call it the night right there on the news. Thank you, Shirky Poo, for the wonderful news for tonight. We really do appreciate that. And a big thank you to everybody playing along on the Magic 8 Ball. And to Troy Taylor for coming on in, hanging on out, telling some really, really cool paranormal stories. His website, AmericanHauntings.net. 130 books he's written over the years. 130. That's a busy guy, man. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at work, at home, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight on YouTube, Twitch, LGAB, Revolution Radio, Spreaker, Facebook, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio.
I know you're out there somewhere.
Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends,
Make a mistake, we're watching.
We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo Train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night.
On ABC's The Ultimate Surfer, 14 of the world's best surfers compete head-to-head on Kelly Slater's Perfect Wave. But what happened behind the scenes? Find out on the Ultimate Surfer Post Show podcast with Cassie Randolph and me, Joe Turpel. We've got episode recaps, breakdowns, and reality TV insights. Listen, download, and follow on Spotify, Apple, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
Life gets more magical when you dream. So dream of a Disney cruise filled with magic and wonder.
Hiya, pal!
Sail from Florida to Disney's private island paradise and get ready for a dream come true with Disney Cruise Line.
Hey, good evening, everybody. This is Sean Kelly from the Pittsburgh Paranormal Society, and welcome into the night. tonight's this is going to be just to talk about different paranormal things and talking about witches. Um, I was my guest tonight. She didn't come on. She had other things to do. So um, I just want to talk a little bit about how I think that witches have been persecuted for no reason at all. I mean, they're it's something that they totally believe in. All right. It was sad when I was doing some research, and oh, my friend Jessica Wolf, she did some research for me too. And so it was like I was reading all this stuff, how they were persecuted, how they were with the dealing with the devil and stuff like that. But let me tell you something, everybody. I know a lot of witches out there. I really do. And they're not bad. They're not bad people. In fact, some of them are like some of the nicest people I ever met. And so to me, they get a bad deal. Um, do you know that back, I think it was either the 16th or 17th century over in Europe, that they had witch trials? And I think the number was 800,000 were convicted of witchery, and 80% of those were women, you know? So to me, I think with the high, the bad stuff that we were taught, um, they got a bad deal, and I don't think it's right. Okay, because we're in the 21st century now, and from what I read earlier, they're still hunting witches, especially over in the Africa, over in that way, and it's not right. Right now our world is really, really, really bad, and there's a lot of stuff that's going on, and I don't like it. And everyone, in fact, I've talked to a couple people that actually thought that everything's happening now because a witch cursed everything. Well, you know what? You can go either way with that. If you don't have to believe in that curse if you think that a witch cursed you. You don't need to believe that. No. It's something that you kind of like fight, or just don't even think about it that you've been cursed. I believe that shit happens. Okay, shit does happen, and it's not because you let a witch into your house or cross your threshold or whatever. So the other day I was down Russ's house, and we were watching this one story. I forget what it was called. A haunting on. I'm not quite sure about it. I forget the name, but it was about this guy who his house was like pounding and pounding and pounding. I mean, it was possessed. Okay, and across from them, there lived a so-called witch, and I'm watching the whole story, and I'm listening to the people, and it's like, maybe it could have been a witch. Maybe it could have been her. It's real hard to trust what I see on TV now because a lot of that's make believe. Look at your paranormal shows. Okay, I mean, everybody watches them. I have a hard time watching them. I really do. Because what you see on TV is not what you see in real life when you go investigate. I mean, they have to do it for the cameras. They have to get evidence so they can keep their people. Well, back 7 years ago, me and Marty Patterson, we decided to do a TV show, and it was called Raw Fear. And the whole deal about Raw Fear was that we took 8, young adults. I mean, the youngest was 18 and the oldest was like 21, 22, that never investigated in their life. And what we did was we did a 13 show show. We did all our filming, we did all our editing, and we were on Fox 53 for a while, then WPMY here in Pittsburgh. But the thing was, we had to pay for it. We had to pay for the show. So, with that said, we took these 8 kids and we went to different places and we filmed the show. It was an hour-long show. And I remember our second one, we did the Dixmont Cemetery down here in Pittsburgh. It was supposed to be, they tore it down, and the reason why they tore it down, and it was a mental asylum, is because Kmart wanted to buy some land there. And so when they tore it down and Kmart started to build down there, you know, the erosion off the hill, that they couldn't build one, and everyone considered that it was the spirits of the people there. Now, Dixmont wasn't standing at the time, and it was just one building. But in this building, it was like a bunch of offices and stuff like that, and it was creepy. It was really, really, really creepy, because there were some nights that we were there till like 1, 2 in the morning, because we were editing to get to the give it to the TV show on Tuesday night, and so it can be aired on Saturday. And we'd be leaving there, and I'm telling you what, it's just like, you know, that movie, The Eyes Have Hills, The Hills Have Eyes. Well, it was like this building had eyes all over us. And I mean, I'll be honest with you, you know, I get scared when I go on investigations, and to be honest with you, I get scared a lot of times there. It was like I had to pull out of there like 85 miles an hour, and yeah, I went fast. I couldn't deal with it. But back to the show. Back up on the hill, they had the cemetery up there where they buried the people. And what was really sad, there were no names on the headstones. All they had were numbers. And it was really, really bittersweet. It was sad. But the thing was, you know, those people there who died there, I believe that they did lobotomies back then. They did weird stuff because they were either depressed or the family members didn't want them anymore, and so they died there. And so you have all these cemetery markers up there, and we figured it would be a very, very hot spot to go and investigate and shoot a film, shoot a show there. But you know what? We didn't get a damn thing. We didn't get one orb. We didn't get one EVP. No one had no personal experiences. And you know what I did? I showed it on TV. And the reason why I showed it on TV was because I wanted to show people that not all paranormal investigations is what you see on TV. And that's how it went. And, you know, it's funny because I got a lot of, you know, remarks back then, you know, sending me emails and stuff like that. And they were saying, thank you. And I'm like, what do you think of me? Because you put the show on and you never got any evidence, you know. So it was kind of an awakening for people. And that brings back to whenever, back to Raw Fear, it was interesting because what we did is that we took these 8 kids that never ghost hunted in their life. And we had 13 shows. And what happened was each week, they just got better and better and better and better at investigating the paranormal. And by the 13th show, I was so proud of them. I tell you what, I was so proud of them because they would put taps to shame. They would put any ghost show to shame because they knew their stuff. And it was a privilege working with them. I still talk to a couple of them today, and they're doing okay. They're not being possessed by spirits. A lot of them are young. They just got married. They just had babies, and I saw them as kids or young adults, and now I see them as mothers and fathers. And it just warms my heart up a wee bit on that, to see that and to watch these kids grow from 18 up to, I want to say they're like 25, 26 maybe. I don't know yet. I haven't asked their age because I hear it's impolite to ask a girl's age. But so right after we had her, I figured I wanted to continue to film. And I came up with the TV show Paranormal Pittsburgh, which we only filmed like 3 shows. But the coolest thing was that we went to Gettysburg. And I know I brought up Gettysburg last week, and I'm going to bring it up this week because of the Paranormal Pittsburgh show. So we were up there on Culp's Hill. And ladies and gentlemen, Culp's Hill to me is the most haunted area of the battlefield. And I'm sure you're going to hear people say Devil's Den, the Watermark, Jenny Wade House, all kinds of other areas up there. But no, Culp's Hill was, to me, the most haunted area up there. And as we were filming, we were walking up the hill, and we started to get some activity up there. And all of a sudden, now, we were just on the hill ourselves. Nobody else was on it, okay? And someone was throwing rocks at us. And I do have a little clip of it. I might just put it on my Facebook page, Sean Kelly Into the Night one, and I'll also post it on the Pittsburgh Paranormal Society page too. And they literally started throwing rocks at us. And that kind of like creeped me out. It was like, okay, are you a Confederate? Are you a Union soldier? What? But that was a great, great time. We were there for what, 2 nights, 3 nights, I think. I don't know. But that night up on Culp's Hill to me was the best. What other nice thing up there was we went over to where the 20th Maine monument was. And if you know a little bit about Gettysburg, and if you don't, the second day, that's what you heard about, the little battle called Little Round Top. And the 20th Maine he was, I think, a general, Chamberlain, or Lieutenant General Chamberlain. Well, he's the one that made that bayonet charge down the hill and captured, I do believe they were from Alabama, the Confederates down there. And so getting back to this century, we were there, and I've gone up to Gettysburg so many times, and around the monument, you didn't really get anything. The only thing I would get around that monument was you can actually smell the gunpowder being fired. Sometimes you could hear the shots too. It's crazy. If you ever get a chance and you're in Pennsylvania, you need to go and take a 3-day trip up to Gettysburg. But so we're by the monument, and I have it on film. Megan, she had the K2 going, and we actually got a response up on that hill, right there on Round Top by the main monument. And it blew me away, So to me, that was the highlight of our trip up to Gettysburg. And then all of a sudden, the money ran out and couldn't film no shows. And I was like, okay. So what we did now is that we kind of closed it and we went our separate ways. But I did not quit investigating. What we do for people is that we mainly deal with clients, like I was saying last week. And to me, you know, when something's in your house and you have no understanding of what it is, and it's just really freaking you out, who are you going to call? They say Ghostbusters, haha, the movie. But no. And we would go to houses and we would investigate for them. Now, there's a little bit of criteria, critiqueness that we do. Okay. First of all, I set up an interview with the people. So what I do is I come out to their house, I'll sit down, I'll talk to them. I do ask them some questions, you know, and they need to be honest when they answer them. And then I do a little walkthrough. I just take a camera or K2 meter or whoever I have with me who comes along as I'm talking to the clients. What they'll do is they'll go around and do their little EVPs and K2 sessions and see what we pick up. And then we come back and we set up a date where we come back and we actually do the investigation. And that's one thing I want to bring up too. I talk to a lot of groups that whenever they go to a client's house, that they have the clients go live in a hotel or for the night and let them have free reign of the house. And I'm thinking, really? Really? You're just going to kick them out of their own house and give you free reign? But that's ridiculous. To me, that's just being downright ignorant. And I don't believe that. I believe that we should have the clients there because, oh shit, I don't know if anybody's watching, but I just saw a shadow go right behind me. That's creepy. No lie. I did see a shadow creep. There it goes again. But that's, you know, living in a house with a paranormal investigator dealing with a lot of ghosts. Yeah, we got them in my house. But and so we sit down and then we go and investigate. We set up all the cameras. And we just do our thing for 3 hours. I don't believe in that witching hour between the hours of midnight and 3 in the morning. I'm like 59 years old and I'm tired and I need to go to bed because I gotta usually end up going to work the next day. But we like to go. I like to start about 8 o'clock, get everything set up. And actually, for me, in my experience, at the time of the good time when you get all these hits and stuff like that is between the hours of 10 p.m. and 1 a.m. And people ask me, well, why do you guys go investigate at night? And I said, think about it, right? You get up, you're busy, you go to work, you have to cook dinner for the kids, stuff like that. And you're just so, you know, you have so much going on in your mind, you're doing too many chores or whatever you need to do for that day. And then all of a sudden, everyone's in bed and you're sitting up and then there's peace and quiet. And then all of a sudden now you feel and hear all the things that are in your house that are making, you know, the ghosts are making some noise. So we go in and we sit and we investigate and go home and check out the video. Sometimes we pick up some evidence, sometimes we don't. But either way, I do get back to the clients and I sit down and I talk to them. And we sit down and talk and then they kind of like feel a little better, you know. They feel like they're not crazy. They feel like that they're not going insane. And that makes me feel good knowing that I've given them a peace of mind, that my group has given them a peace of mind. And I say and I'm a lot, but you know what? My guest bailed out on me, and I say and I'm a lot. So, but please bear with me. I'll eventually I'll get it fixed. This is my second show. I did do my first show last week, and it was Wednesday night, 7:30 till about 8:30, quarter of 9, and I had a lot of fun. I really did. I was nervous. I had my friend Russ Round on, and we talked about different things of the paranormal, and I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed being on the show Chasing Prophecy. You know, we've done that for over a year now. And we started off small with not a lot of viewers and not a lot of listeners. And then all of a sudden, we get a lot of viewers and we get a lot of listeners. And that makes me feel good because, you know, it kind of shows that we come up with very good topics. We come up with very good guests. And what I liked about doing the radio show a lot was I learned a lot. I learned about UFOs. I learned about Bigfoot, cryptids, Mothman, UFOs, ghosts, different people investigating different paranormal groups, and a lot of knowledge. And so with all that knowledge that I'm getting, it just seems that as time went on, as we were doing our shows, I became a lot smarter. And believe it or not, I actually learned how to look and do some investigation on my own. And it's like, that is so cool. You know, where I can go on and put a name in the computer and start researching it. And I find all this kind of good stuff on the subject that we're doing. And you know what, guys, ladies, never did that before. You know, I was too lazy for it. I didn't want to research anything until I got with Jenny and in Chasing Prophecy. So now, what I have learned for over a year there, I'm going to definitely put it into my show here. I plan on, you know, it's coming up on the Halloween season, and, you know, I plan on having voodoo people or hoodoo or like ghosts, witches, people who believe in werewolves and vampires and stuff like that. Because the way I look at it, everybody needs a voice. We all need voices. I mean, for the longest time, I really didn't. I investigated a couple, you know, houses by myself, but you know what? I needed a voice. I wanted to speak out. And there was really, really nobody there to help me speak out. And so I did it on my own. So with that said, I think people who have, you know, different situations going on in their life, what they truly believe that there are leprechauns and fairies and gnomes and I don't know. They need a voice. You know, they need to come on for an hour and just talk. Because if you don't talk and you just keep it in, what's happening is that, you know, you're going crazy, you're going insane because, and you clog up and you're like, oh my God, what am I going to do if I tell this person that I saw a leprechaun in my corner of my house the other night? They're going to think I'm crazy and then they're not going to want to talk to me. And I'm like, come on my show. You know, come on my show and talk about it. It don't have to be about all that. It can be talking about anything you want it to be. Whatever scares you, whatever your fears are. People need to hear it and you need to let it go. And it's okay to tell people. I'm a good talker and I've talked many people's ears off. But again, as you can tell, I'm saying the word I tell you what, I'm going to make a deal with you. From now on, until the end of the show. If somebody's out there and they actually want to count all the ums that I say, you know what? You'll get a prize. Yeah, I can send you a mug. Or I can send you a size 2X large t-shirt. But just give me, a round ballpark favorite figure of how many ums I say. So, yes, with people having voices, come on the show. It's okay to tell people in a way that you won't hurt their feelings or you don't think you're being hurt or stuff like that. Hey, straight up, I'll tell you a story about fairy rings. And when my son was about 7 or 8 years old, I lived over in an apartment complex, and they had gardens out there. It was like a little big garden, not a little big, a big garden, and they planted things. And one night, me and him were sitting out there, and all of a sudden, we saw all these little lights circling. Okay, and I'm thinking, okay, it was hot, it was like, could have been lightning bugs, and that's what I thought it was. But as I was looking, okay, they weren't ladybugs, they were something else. And I think they were, to me, they were fairies. Okay, now I'm just like, nah, it can't be fairies. No, because at that point in time, I was hunting ghosts, but I didn't really get into the fairy or gnome situation. But next morning, I went back out to that garden, and there was a fairy ring there, a perfectly round circle of mushrooms. And when I come to find out, that was a fairy ring, and that blew me away. And so what I would do, where I worked at, I was at, there's a park out there where I live, it was South Park. And I used to take my son out there, and we'd go visit the buffalo that they had out there and just spend some good father-son quality time. And there were times that I'd just go out there myself, and that's where I'd meditate. And it was a beautiful place to meditate. It was nice and quiet. There are a couple of things happened to me when I was out there meditating. I started to get into the Lakota Sioux spirituality, which is awesome thing to do or learn. And so I was in my meditation, and all of a sudden I come out, and you know what? Honest to God, there was a raccoon with her little babies behind her, sitting in front of me, and just like waving her little paws up at me. And I'm like, whoa, that kind of blew me away. And then there was time where I was sitting under a tree out there, and it was like 80, 85 degrees out, no humidity at all, and I'm sitting under a tree. And all of a sudden, it felt like it was raining. And I'm looking around, I'm looking out, and I don't see no rain coming, but I just see all these teardrops. I feel the teardrops or water, going on my head. And so I looked up, and to this day, I do believe that the tree was crying. That was like something, because what I like to do, is the tree was sad. What I did was that I put my hand on the tree, and I felt the energy, the vibrations coming from the tree. It was sad. It was sad the way we were destroying the planet. It was sad the way that people had no regards for animal life, plant life, stuff like that. And it was sad, and it was crying. Now, y'all think I'm nuts out there, right? But I'm being honest with you. But the meditation for me with the, learning how to do the Lakota Sioux spirituality, I've done a lot of meditations that I love. And what they have shown me a lot of stuff. I have experienced, my spirituality has risen a lot since I started to meditate. So what happened to me, what I think back in 1983, I'll tell the story. In 1983, I was taking a drug called Antabuse. And Antabuse, it's a drug that weans you off alcohol. And so I was taking it for a year, and one day I just got depressed, and I drank a whole fifth of Jack Daniels on it. And so when they finally got me back to the ship, I guess, from what the doctor said, I died. Now, some say 10 minutes, but I know I'd be totally dead or brain dead by then, but I don't know how long I was out. But, when I died, I didn't see the light. I saw darkness. And that scared me. That really, really scared me because I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to hell. I was going to hell. But then again, I came to. And the crazy thing about that was I started to see things, hear things, and feel things that weren't there. I mean, I really, really thought that I was psychologically losing my mind. Because you're sitting there and all of a sudden you see somebody sitting or standing over there and there's nobody there. I went to priest. I went to minister. Went to doctors. Went to psychologists to figure out why this is happening to me. And none of them could come up with an answer. They just didn't know. They didn't put me on no medication, thank goodness. But it bothered me for the longest time. And when I got out of service, I stayed down in Florida. And, things happen to where you're supposed to meet certain people for a certain time. And I lucked out and I met a couple who was in the metaphysical community. And they kind of took me under their wing. And all of a sudden, all these answers started to come to me. They started to happen.